Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Web-Slinging in DC Chapter 1, Happy 15th Birthday. First POV. I always hoped the multiverse theory was real. The idea of infinite worlds filled with all the possibilities one could imagine. It fascinated me. I also hoped that if the theory was true, out of all the me's that existed in the infinite worlds, I was the only one suffering like I was. I was born with neuronal ceroid lipofuscinosis, a general term for a rare genetic disorder of a progressive, degenerative neurometabolic disorder. It manifested when I was 12, making it Cuff's disease, more specifically type A. Cuffs affects the nervous system, specifically voluntary movement and intellectual function. To be more specific, type A causes seizures, myoclonic epilepsy, dementia, ataxia, tremors and tics, dysarthria, confusion, and psychotic behavior. An all-around horrible disease that no person should ever have to go through. The past 3 years my quality of life had dropped like an anvil. It felt like I had become the fish with glass bones and paper skin from SpongeBob. I could no longer enjoy skating or much of anything physical. I couldn't even go to school anymore because my condition was worsening and my parents were worried I would drop dead in class. It got to a point where the only thing I could still enjoy was reading comic books. It was a way to escape the nightmare that was my life, and the hero who got me through it all more than anyone else was Spider-Man. Like many other kids, I became a fan of Spider-Man when I first saw the movies with Tobey Maguire when I was 4, courtesy of my dad who similarly loved Spider-Man, and that was the catalyst for me consuming anything Spider-Man related, whether they were comics, animated shows, or movies. There was something about the character that pulled me in. His idealism, hope, and drive to be good even at the cost of his own life. The quips he said to keep things light and throw his enemies for a loop, but also as a way to calm his nerves. The way he cared. It inspired me and filled me with hope. I even took up photography so I could be more like him. Unfortunately, it seems my time has run out. As I lay in my bed, my muscles twitching, I could tell it was time. I didn't know how, but I knew that the next seizure I had was going to be my last, and it was coming soon. I wanted to make some noise and tell my parents so they could be with me, but I decided not to. I decided it would be best they didn't see my seizing body go still, the life leaving my eyes. I just hoped they would forgive me. I suppose the only good thing about dying so quickly was that I was finally going to be free of the prison that was my body instead of being trapped in a downward spiral for a potential decade longer, seeing as NCL patients live no longer than 15 years. The other good thing is that I wouldn't have to read the self-insert character that was Paul from the latest Spider-Man run. I chuckled a little at that thought, my eyes turning to my wall, where I had collected various Spider-Man memorabilia over the years. As I looked them over, remembering the memories associated with each item, my mind started to get cloudy and I knew it was time. I hope there's one of me out in the multiverse who is Spider-Man, I thought as my body began to shake violently, my mind clouded, and unconsciousness overtook me. Third POV. New York. August 10, 2009, 7 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Peter Parker lay in a darkened bedroom on the second floor of a brownstone on the Upper West Side. Books on every subject were scattered across the floor, school and martial arts trophies lined a bookshelf, a computer cobbled from mismatched parts sat on his desk alongside a vintage camera, and skateboards hung on the wall next to band posters. Suddenly, Peter's eyes shot open. Haven't had that dream in a while, he thought as he sat up, rubbing his eyes to get rid of the sleep. As he sat there thinking about his dream of reliving the final moments of his past life, the door to his room opened. He looked up and saw the blurry outline of his parents, Richard and Mary Parker, standing there, their faces all smiles as his mom held what seemed like a cupcake with a lit candle. "Happy 15th birthday, Peter," she said as she turned on the lights, causing Peter to squint at the sudden brightness. "Happy birthday, son," said Richard. "Thanks," he said, a genuine smile on his face as he reached over to the nightstand for his glasses before putting them on, his vision vastly improving. "Now, make a wish," she said, putting the cupcake in front of his face. He closed his eyes for a moment and wished for the same wish he had wished for every birthday since he had been reborn. A wish that had come true every year since, and one he would continue to wish for until the day he died. He opened his eyes and blew the candle out. "I can't believe you're already 15, said Mary, looking at him with a love only a mother could have as she planted a kiss on top of his head. "It feels like just yesterday you were 2 years old," going around and getting bitten by spiders. I was a curious kid, he said, an embarrassed smile on his face. A curious kid who almost gave me a heart attack when he was holding a black widow like a kid at a candy store, she said, shaking her head as she remembered that scene. I was very curious, he mumbled. Can't really tell them I was hoping that getting bitten by a spider would give me superpowers, can I? I'd be seeing my old psychologist by the end of the day, he thought, remembering how his parents had taken him to a child psychologist after they found out he had been getting purposefully bitten by spiders. Of course, it went without saying why he was purposefully being bitten by spiders. However, nothing came of it except a few sessions with a psychologist. And now you're about to be a freshman in high school, already taller than me, and almost an adult, she said, hugging his head. I wish you would stop growing up. Just stay my little boy. Almost an adult. Guess it's time for him to get a job. Richard joked, causing Peter and him to chuckle while his mom rolled her eyes. Maybe not a job, but an internship at Wayne Biotech, he asked, hopeful that now that he was 15 his father would agree to let him intern at his place of work. He's been asking for years for you to let him, and he is the one who convinced you to leave LexCorp and get a job there. I think he's old enough now. He's certainly more than intelligent enough to hold his own. Mary chimed in, always one to help her little boy. Fine, said Richard, causing Peter to clench his fist in excitement. We'll do a tour of the place after breakfast. To see if you want to intern there. Yes. Thanks, Dad, said Peter. You're welcome. Now, get dressed, breakfast is ready, he said as the two left Peter's room, allowing him to reminisce. 15 years since I reincarnated as a newborn. 15 years since I was given another chance at life, a crazier one at that, he thought, remembering the day he discovered he was not the son of a fellow Spider-Man fan on his Earth, but rather a child born into the outlandish world of DC, seeing Superman in that news report, and realizing that I wasn't just reborn but reborn into what I once thought was only a fictional world was definitely something. Though I would have preferred to have been in the Marvel Universe, beggars can't be choosers. I did get the typical Peter Parker intelligence, so it balances out. Snapping out of his reminiscing, he stood up from his bed and pandiculated, yawning as his bones popped and muscles loosened. After his after-sleep stretch, he picked up his towel before going to the bathroom. Looking in the mirror, he was once again amazed that he looked exactly like Andrew Garfield. I look like Andrew Garfield from the Amazing Spider-Man movies, and my parents look like they did in that movie. Even after all these years, this is all still a little weird sometimes. Too bad I also got his poor vision, he thought before quickly flexing, though I am a little more filled out than he was thanks to my years of martial arts. The ripped physique of Toby meets Andrew. Hell yeah. After a little more typical teenage boy flexing, he quickly showered and brushed his teeth before getting ready. His outfit for the day consisted of a black t-shirt, a brown jacket, dark blue jeans, and black skate shoes, though he had his jacket in his hands as he didn't want to wear it indoors. Changed, he went down the stairs to the kitchen where his parents were already eating at the breakfast nook. Finally, your food's almost cold, said Mary. What took you so long? Leave the poor kid alone, Mary. He's a teenager. He was probably taking care of his urges, said Richard, smiling as he looked up from reading his newspaper. Richard, said Mary while Peter only smiled in amusement. What? I was young once, Irene dash. La 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 la, said Peter, his smile dropping as he plugged his ears to stop himself from hearing something that would forever ingrain a picture he never wanted to see in his mind. Come on, I'm just yanking your chain, he said, putting his hand up at his wife's exasperated look. Poor choice of words. Honest. Please don't ever mention anything like that again unless you never want to have grandkids. Peter said as he sat down and started putting food onto his plate. Don't mention what, said a sleepy female voice. Turning around, Peter saw his younger sister Teresa, her brown hair disheveled, her robe sloppily tied, and bunny slippers on her feet. By the state of her, it was clear she had just woken up. Teresa Parker, the rumored sister of Peter Parker who debuted in Family Business. A lesser-known / underutilized character in the comics. Now she's my sister who I would die for. Don't you have something to say to your brother, said Mary. Oh, right, she said, ambling over to him before tiredly resting her forehead on the back of his head. Happy birthday, Peep. Thank you, Terry, said Peter, smiling both in appreciation at her well wishes and at her nickname for him which came around after she failed to say his name when she was much younger and had stuck since then. She said, sitting down as Mary prepared her a plate. What were you guys talking about? At her question, Mary looked at Richard, giving him a look that told him he should keep his mouth shut if he knew what was good for him. Stocks. We were talking about stocks, said Richard. Oh. Something about sex then, said Teresa before taking a bite of her fried egg. Teresa, said Mary as Peter and Richard both chuckled. Mom, I'm 13. I know what sex is, she said, rolling her eyes. All right, that's enough. From here on out, no more of that talk. Understood. Understood, they all said. Good. Let's eat breakfast in peace, she said with finality, the breakfast nook falling silent save for the sound of eating for a minute or two. Are we doing anything for Peter's birthday? Asked Teresa, breaking the silence as she nibbled on some bacon. He didn't want a party, so we're going out to dinner. It'll just be us, your Uncle Ben and your Aunt May, answered Mary. Why? Can Zatanna come? She asked. Zatanna Zatara, DC's closest equivalent of Scarlet Witch and my sister's best friend. Also, our neighbor, thought Peter before refocusing on the conversation. Of course, she can. You don't mind, do you, Peter? Said Mary. The more the merrier. Thanks, said Teresa. Can she also stay the night? Giovanni going on a trip again? Asked Richard, eyes not moving from the newspaper. Yeah. He has a show in Vegas. She said she's fine staying alone, but I don't want her to. You're such a good friend, Terry, said Peter, reaching across the table to pinch her cheeks only to have his hand slapped away. Poor girl. A mother gone because of an illness, God rest her soul, and a father always busy with his magic, said Mary, doing the sign of the cross in respect for the dead. If only they knew his stage magic is child's play to his real magic. He realized years ago that even though Zatara did not wear any face covering when doing his heroic activities, it seemed he did have some magical glamour of sorts. At least that's what Peter assumed, since his family had never mentioned anything about Zatara being their neighbor even after having seen his exploits on the news. You say it like he's always absent. He usually takes her with him when he has a show, said Teresa. I know, but still. That kind of life can't be easy on loved ones, said Mary. So, Peter, said Richard, putting his newspaper down to look at his son, you inviting anyone to the dinner? Friends. A girl perhaps. Though if you're anything like your old man, there will be too many girls to invite. Mom's already told us that you were a nerd and she was the only girl to talk to you, said Teresa, deflating Richard's ego. Mary. I told you not to mention that. Hush. Mary said, ignoring her husband's antics, you should invite that girl from the gym you've mentioned before. What was her name? Yolanda, said Peter. Her. You should invite her. Yolanda. Is she pretty? Asked Richard. I'd say so, answered Peter. She your girlfriend? Asked Teresa, teasingly raising her eyebrows. No. Yolanda's a friend. Ted Grant, the owner, is her godfather. She trains there and that's how we met, explained Peter, but I haven't seen her in a while. She stopped going to the gym. How about inviting someone from that other place you go to with? Oh, what was his name? Rick Tiger or something like that, said Mary. Richard Dragon, corrected Peter, shaking his head in amusement. Rick Tiger, Richard Dragon, same thing. That's his real name, said Teresa with an incredulous look, Richard Dragon. As far as I know. Peter said to Teresa before turning to look at his mother with suspicion, what's your game? What do you mean? I mean, why are you so insistent on me inviting someone to my birthday dinner? Because she thinks you have no friends. Teresa said bluntly as she took a bite of toast. Teresa, said Mary. I have friends, said Peter, a little defensive. Name one. Yo dash. Besides Yolanda, interrupted Teresa, who you haven't even seen in a while. Ah. Said Peter, thinking for a moment before realizing that in his infinite wisdom, he had somehow failed to make friends. Oh. Told you. Teresa admonished Mary before holding Peter's hands in comfort. Peter, we've known you were different from other kids ever since you were young. When you first showed just how smart you were, your father and I were ecstatic, and when you showed an organic interest in martial arts, we were similarly thrilled. Most kids have to be coerced to even do their homework or join a sport, but not you. But we quickly realized you were always looking forward. You were focused on the things you like so much that you forgot to live in the moment. It's not because you're not good with people, because you are, but you never thought to make friends. It was as if all your classmates and teammates didn't exist. As if they were inconsequential, said Richard, similarly placing his hand on Peter's shoulder for comfort. We thought you would eventually grow out of it, but you haven't. We're just worried about you is all. Life is a lot more fun when you have friends to share the moment with. And now that you're a week away from entering high school, we thought it best if we talked with you, said Mary. Remember, son, whatever you do in this life, it's not legendary unless your friends are there to see it, said Richard, sounding wise beyond his years. Wow, said Peter, his mind a little blown, you came up with that. Yes, I did. Thank you very much. Richard said, proud as a peacock. I guess I have always been too focused on my stuff, said Peter, reflecting on his past 15 years. I promise I'll try to do a better job living in the now. Good. That's all we can ask for. Richard patted Peter on the shoulder before standing up. Fantastic breakfast as always, my love, but it is time for Peter and I to bring home the bacon. Dad finally let you intern at his job. A trial run of sorts. See if I like it, answered Peter, snapping out of it as he stood up. Biotech doesn't make sense for you. I think Wayne Tech is a better fit considering all that stuff you do in the shed, said Teresa. That's where you are wrong, little sister, he said, shaking his finger at her. For a genius such as I, there is no better fit because everything is a perfect fit. Just like Dad, she said, rolling her eyes at his antics. I regret it every day that you inherited your father's sense of humor, said Mary, air quoting when saying humor. Come on, that's part of the reason you fell in love with me, said Richard, walking over to Mary. Don't get it twisted. I fell in love with you despite your humor. Either way, I am the luckiest man in the world, he said, leaning down to kiss her while Teresa made a disgusted face. Yes, you are. Now, go. You don't want to set a bad example to your son by being late, she said, lightly pushing his face away. Yes, dear, he said, turning to look at Peter, all set. Just about. I forgot my cell phone. I'll meet you in the car, said Peter. He left the kitchen, but instead of going back to his room to get his cell phone, which was already in his jacket pocket, he went out the back door to the small patio/garden. Typical of New York City, the backyard was small even for such a pricey brownstone, but it had enough space for a shed. Walking up to the shed, Peter took out a key and inserted it into the padlock while he put his left thumb on the body of the padlock, causing it to glow for a second before unlocking. The padlock was specially created by Peter, having taken inspiration from the Into the Spider-Verse movie. It required both the key and his fingerprint to unlock. Unfortunately, due to a lack of quality material, he could not make the lock nearly as good as he wanted to, but it was enough to keep any thieves or Teresa out. He opened the shed, revealing a typical shed with tools and miscellaneous gardening objects. The only thing that was out of place was a hatch on the floor. I lucked out with the house having a bomb shelter. Thank you to the extremely cautious previous owners, though can't say I blame them considering the world we live in, thought Peter as he opened the hatch and made his way down a short ladder. As his feet touched the ground, the lights turned on, revealing a sizable space filled with all sorts of circuitry, parts, computers, and tools. The bomb shelter had become Peter's lab/cave where he tinkered with things, putting his new life's intellectual capacity to use by learning and experimenting with mechanics, robotics, and engineering. As much as he wanted to tinker with his stuff, he had no time, so he made his way over to a workbench and picked up a small round device no bigger than a coin. It was a device that would allow him to hack into wherever he placed it, much like the one Tony Stark uses in the first Avengers movie. I'm not maliciously hacking into Wayne Biotech servers. I'm just curious is all, he thought as he put the device into his pocket and went back up to the ground floor, closing the hatch securely and relocking the shed before making his way to the front of the house where his dad was already waiting in the car. He quickly entered the car and put on his seatbelt. Ready? Yeah. I'm ready, said Peter, rubbing his hands in excitement. Let's go. As the car took off, Peter stared out the window, something he loved to do. He loved watching the people living their lives and the buildings go by. Everything and everyone a small piece of a grander tapestry. I love this life. I love this city. I want to protect it, he thought, watching the scenery for a few seconds before realizing something. I've been doing a lot of remembering today. Telling myself things I already knew. I wonder why. He subtly looked around, not wanting to raise any suspicion from his father before staring out at nothing. One. Oh, well, Chapter 2, Wayne Biotech. New York. August 10th, 8:40 Eastern Daylight Time. After a 20-minute car ride in traffic, the father-son duo arrived at their destination, Wayne Biotech, a beautiful feat of engineering and architecture that is to those without knowledge of another world. To Peter, it was simply a rip-off. The building's main structural support is one massive winding layer of murky gray metal that surrounds the sides and back of the building and spirals up to a point protruding from the top left corner. On the right, it sports a large Wayne logo. The front section of the building, which is not covered with metal, is made up of countless windows behind a hexagon-linked pattern. I should find out who the architect behind this building is and see if they're like me. Otherwise, it's some complete cosmic coincidence that Wayne Biotech has the same design as OS Corp Tower. Though it is much shorter than it was in the movie, it makes sense considering this is simply a subsidiary of Wayne Enterprises. Peter thought as he gazed up at the building. "She's a beaut, isn't she?" said Richard as he similarly gazed at the building while waiting for the light to turn green. "That Bruce Wayne sure knows how to design a building." "I doubt it was actually Bruce Wayne himself that designed it, Dad," said Peter, amusedly. "I haven't told you the story behind this building." "I'm sure I've mentioned it once or twice," said Richard, driving toward the underground garage entrance as the light turned green. "What story?" asked Peter, intrigued. "Supposedly, and take this with a grain of salt because rich people like to embellish stories, when Bruce Wayne was young, like 5 or so, he heard that his father, the late Thomas Wayne, wanted to build a skyscraper for Wayne Biotech here in New York," said Richard, pausing to scan his ID card to enter the underground garage before continuing. "So to impress his father, he drew a picture of a skyscraper and showed it to him. His father was so proud of his son and impressed by the drawing that he took it to an architecture firm and had them create the building based on his drawing." "That's Wayne Biotech?" asked Peter, incredulously. "That's how the story goes." "Like I said, who knows whether it's true or not," said Richard, parking the car in a spot designated for him before turning to look at Peter. "You'd have to ask Bruce Wayne yourself if you want to know whether it's the truth." "Noted," said Peter, taking a mental note to ask if, when he met him, wealthy people live completely different lives than us, don't they? Like you wouldn't believe. And we're very well off. Imagine that. But that's life for you, kid. You know, I drew some cool stuff like that when I was a kid. Where's my building? What, turning the bomb shelter into Dr. Frink's laboratory isn't enough for you? Now you want a building, he asked with a smile. Real topical reference there, Dad, said Peter, smiling as they exited the car. What? The Simpsons is classic and it's still going. That makes it topical. Touché. Don't judge me by my graying hair, that's just genetics. Your old man's still hip, he said, pointing 2 finger guns at Peter while winking. Dad, with that hair I feel like I should be more worried about you breaking a hip, joked Peter. Hey, let me tell you something, he said, putting his arm around Peter's shoulder as the two began walking to the elevator. This gray hair runs in the family. Your Uncle Ben has it, my father had it, and his father before him got it at age 25. You joke now, but it's coming for you. Just a matter of time. I also have Mom's genetics and she doesn't have a single gray hair, said Peter, running his hand through his hair as if to reassure himself. That's 'cause she dyes it, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Really, said Peter with a smile as Richard realized what he said. Don't tell her I said that. That depends, said Peter, putting his arm around his father. When's my building being built? You little shit, said Richard, smiling as he shoved Peter away, the two chuckling. As the elevator doors opened, all Peter could see were people waiting for the elevator. Come on. I have to check you in with security at reception, said Richard, the crowd of people making way for him as he exited while Peter followed. Following Richard away from the elevator bay, Peter saw seats and tables all around them with people drinking coffee and eating food. He also noticed that escalators were leading up and down, letting him know he was on the second floor. As he went down the escalators, he realized that the lobby was also identical to the movie. It was a 3-floored open concept made up of the lobby on the first floor serving as a reception area with escalators on both ends of the room leading up to the restaurant area and the elevator bay on the second floor which itself had escalators leading to the lounge area on the third floor. The only glaring difference was that unlike in the movie, there was no giant holographic screen showing the story of Bruce Wayne and how he was going to change the world. Pretty neat, huh? Said Richard, snapping Peter out of his slight amazement. Yeah. I was just wondering what the Wayne Enterprise building looks like if their subsidiary looks like this. It's older and taller, very impressive. Richard said as he waved back at someone greeting him, too bad it's in Gotham. That city is something. I bet, agreed Peter, thinking of a few of the crazy villains that Batman fought on the regular. Reaching the first floor, they made their way over to the reception desk where a pretty brunette was painting a picture of a typical receptionist. Dr. Parker, she said, a big smile appearing as she noticed Richard approaching. Morning, Penny. How's the dog? Better, thank you. How can I help you? She asked as she looked at Peter. This is Peter. My son, he said, dragging Peter over. Peter, this is Penny. Nice to meet you, said Peter with a polite smile. Aren't you handsome? Like father like son, said Penny, causing Richard to chuckle. That's not all he gets from me. He's got some head on his shoulders and wants to intern here, but I'm giving him a tour first, so I need a visitor badge. Not a problem, she said, opening her drawer and taking out a visitor's badge before sliding it over the counter to Peter. Here you go. Have fun, and welcome to Wayne Biotech. Thank you, said Peter, picking up the badge and clipping it on his jacket. Take care, Penny, said Richard. You as well, Dr. Parker, she said to them as they left, going back up to the second floor via the escalators. She seems friendly, said Peter, probingly. He knew his father would never cheat on his mother, but even the greatest of men have their moments of weakness. My God, you're subtle, he said, looking back at Peter. I'd never cheat on your mother. She's my one and only. Sorry, said Peter, a little ashamed that he even brought it up. Don't be. If in some impossible scenario where I ever did, I'd want you to confront me. You're supposed to protect her. Richard said, patting Peter on the shoulder. Let's hope it never comes to that. It won't, he said reassuringly. I know. On that note, we have a building to tour and a lot to see, so let's get started. Unlike OS Corp Tower, which was the headquarters of the entire company and thus needed 100 floors, Wayne Biotech was a subsidiary and only had half that. The 15 floors after the lobby were all for office space, with a lot of cubicles and individual offices for the employees. Touring the floors themselves didn't take much time, but it turned out Richard was a very friendly guy and knew a lot of people with whom he would stop and chat, making the whole thing take much longer. After what felt like hours, they made it past the office floors and to the meat of the tour, the research labs. Now, be careful in here, said Richard, a serious look on his face. These are people hard at work and we need to be careful not to disturb them. Why? What are they working on? Asked Peter, his mind reeling at the possibilities. Cure for cancer. Stem cell research. Better. Cross-species genetics, said Peter, getting even more excited. How to keep ice cream frozen for longer. Richard said, smiling, and they're close to a breakthrough. I think. Peter's excitement instantly died down, his face blank as he looked at Richard. What? Do you think something like that is easy? It takes time, research, manpower, and hard work for a breakthrough like that to happen, he added, scanning his ID before entering the lab while Peter unamusedly followed. I'm sure it's not easy, but I thought we were getting to the good stuff. Don't worry. We'll get there. Eventually. The lab looked like what one would expect when hearing the words research lab. There were lab benches all around, with people in lab coats surrounding them. Lab equipment ranged from simple things like test tubes and beakers to more complicated equipment like a high-performance liquid chromatography machine. Due to the nature of the research being done in the lab, there were also many big containers of liquid nitrogen. Awesome, said Peter, admiring the lab. It is awesome, isn't it? Said a female voice. Turning to look in the direction of the voice, Peter saw a rather young, bespectacled brunette lady wearing a vertical striped shirt under a black sweater vest and black slacks, topped off by a lab coat. Peter, this is Dr. Crystal Frost. She's our resident cryobiologist and a lead researcher. Dr. Frost, this is my son, Peter, said Richard. Ah, so this is the Peter the entire building has heard so much about. It's nice to finally put a face to the name, she said as she shook Peter's hand. Nice to meet you, Dr. Frost. Has your father told you what we're working on? It's really interesting stuff, she said, tucking her hands into her lab coat pockets. He said you're working on how to keep ice cream from melting, said Peter, noticing a smile on Richard's face that only appeared when he was joking, but it looks like he was messing with me. Ha. I'm sorry, son. It was just really funny seeing your face drop like that. Well, he's not entirely off base, said Dr. Frost, amusedly, as she took off her glasses to clean them before putting them back on. We're trying to keep things frozen for longer without compromising the integrity of the item and without having to apply constant cold to keep it frozen. It may seem like it's trivial, but if we can do this it'll accomplish a variety of things, said Peter. Oh, said Dr. Frost, intrigued, explain. Well, if you mean what I think you mean, the need for refrigerated transportation could be all but eliminated, which means saving money on transportation costs, which should bring down the price of frozen foods. Secondly, places with extreme heat will have more access to frozen foods and cold products. Thirdly, the technology could also be used to keep the polar ice caps from melting, giving our planet more time. Maybe it could even be used for cryogenic sleep, keep a body perfectly preserved without damaging it, explained Peter, listing some of the possibilities he thought of. You weren't kidding, said Dr. Frost, looking at a proud Richard before turning back to Peter. Everything you said are all possible applications of it. Of course, we're still a ways off, but we are hopeful. We even have a prototype for that last one. Can I see it? Asked Peter, curious. Right this way. She led them through the lab to a circular walled-off chamber, opened by her ID. Inside the chamber was something straight out of a sci-fi movie. A rectangular coffin-like structure made of dull gray metal with visible piping and cables snaking along the outside while some chilly mist pooled around the ground. Near it stood a screen that seemed to be the control panel. This is the thermofrost freezer, she said, gently running her hand over the surface as if caressing it. It can generate well below sub-zero temperatures and its primary usage is placing biological organisms into a state of suspended animation, but it could, theoretically, be accommodated for a variety of uses. Has it worked? Asked Peter, admiring the machine and studying it closely. Unfortunately, no, she said, turning back to look at him. We have run various trials on rodents and the like, but they have all ended in failure. The price of progress, said Richard, familiar with the ups and downs of scientific research of that magnitude. Indeed, she said, noticing Peter studying the machine. Would you be interested in interning in my lab, Peter? Sorry, said Peter, caught off guard by her question. Your father has gone on and on about your intelligence and ingenuity. I assume interning here is the purpose of your visit, so I thought I would strike while the iron is hot. Whoa there, said Richard, pulling Peter back and stepping in front of him. If he's interning anywhere in this building, it's with me. Please, Richard, she said, rolling her eyes with a smile, let the boy decide for himself. He's clearly interested in my research. I am interested, said Peter, unable to deny his interest in the subject matter. See, she said, smugly. We'll see if he's still interested when I show him my research. Come on, said Richard, practically dragging Peter out of the lab. You know where to find me, said Dr. Frost, waving by with a smile. Exiting the lab, they made their way to the elevators where Richard pressed the button for the 35th floor, skipping the rest of the floors. Trust me, son, if you think her research is interesting, you'll be blown away when you see mine. Richard proudly said. Now that I think about it, you've never mentioned what you're researching, said Peter, realizing he had never discussed it, which was odd since he discussed even the most trivial things like what snack he got from the vending machine. Oh, said Richard, his face dropping. What? Well, cough, it seems in my rush to one-up Dr. Frost, I forgot my research is completely confidential. Richard explained, looking a little embarrassed. Oh. Confidential, you say? Peter said, his non-existent spider senses tingling. Yeah, it's real hush-hush stuff. Okay, just give me a hint then. I can deduce from there, said Peter, scheming. I'm sorry, son. The chances of the information leaving you are nearly nil, but I'd rather not even take that chance. It's not that I don't trust you, but when you've gotten to my age you've figured out that the universe has a way of screwing with you. I understand, said Peter, his excitement visually dampening, but internally he felt relieved that he brought his backdoor tool. Wait, if it's confidential, where was I going to be interning? I thought I was going to be interning with you. Truth be told, I was going to have you be, well, an intern, said Richard, adjusting his glasses. I wanted you to have the experience of what it feels like to be a grunt, so to speak. To help me build some character, said Peter, understanding why. Exactly. You're a genius. You were born into a well-off family. You excel at everything you do. I'm not saying you have an ego or are arrogant, but people who have it all don't tend to do well when they're forced to work in a position they deem below their station. I wanted you to know what it felt like to be the little guy for the future. You can easily judge the character of a man by how he treats those who can do nothing for him, said Peter. Goethe was a wise man with wise words, but get ready for even wiser ones, he said, putting his hand on Peter's shoulder and looking him in the eyes. With great power comes great responsibility. Hearing the iconic phrase that defined Spider-Man's ideology, one Peter took as his own and aspired to live up to, he got goosebumps. That intelligence of yours is a gift, but it's also a responsibility. You were born with something very, very few people have, and that means it's your responsibility to use it for the good of humanity. I hope you follow in my footsteps or supersede them, but it doesn't matter what path you take as long as you put that intelligence to use for good. I will. I promise, said Peter with conviction. I know you will, son. I know you will. Stymied from touring Richard's research lab, they toured the labs they could. They saw people working on relatively simple things like topical creams to more complicated stuff like limb regrowth, which had very little progress but was interesting nonetheless. After touring the labs, Peter asked to see the server room, claiming he wanted some inspiration for his bunker for the future. Richard obliged and took him to see it, and Peter took the opportunity to plant his backdoor tool. Unlike Tony Stark in the movie, Peter did not have an AI companion to help him hack into things, so he would have to do it himself later. He had considered making an AI companion, but since there was a very high likelihood of it gaining sentience, what with him being in a comic-inspired world, he was unsure. If it turned out like Vision had in the MCU, then all's well that ends well, but if it turned out like Ultron or the Supreme Intelligence, it would be very bad for the world. Still, though, Peter had been and would keep considering it. "And that concludes our tour," said Richard as the elevator opened to the parking garage. "What did you think?" "I think I may want to intern here. There's definitely a lot of interesting stuff going on, and even if I have to be an intern, I think I'll learn plenty." "That's good, but think it over." "You have plenty of time," said Richard, patting him on the back. "For now though, it is time for your birthday dinner, so let's go. Don't want your mother getting angry for being late." "At Shaughnessy?" asked Peter as they walked to the car. "The same one we've been going to celebrate birthdays for the past 14 years. At least it's good." "It is, but I heard about a new place that opened up and I wanted to celebrate there, but your mother said no." "What can you do?" said Richard as they entered the car. "Where?" "It's called the Iceberg Lounge. Apparently, it has a large pool for penguins and seals. Very gimmicky, but I heard it has good food," said Richard. "Maybe next time," said Peter absent-mindedly. Iceberg Lounge. Why does that sound familiar? Chapter 3, Birthday Dinner Surprise. New York. August 10th, 1920 Eastern Daylight Time. "Oh my God, we're late," said Richard, his voice rife with trepidation as he pulled up to the valet stand outside the restaurant. "Your mother is going to kill us." "Us? You're the one who decided to drive in rush hour traffic through half of Manhattan," Peter said as he exited the car. "Besides, I'm the birthday boy. She can't get mad at me." "Thank you," Richard said, handing over the keys to the valet and tipping the men before walking to Peter. "All right, I'm going to level with you here, son. I need you to fall on this grenade for me." "'Cause it's my birthday," said Peter. "Exactly. It's like you said. It's your birthday and she can't get mad at you. Just say we stopped at a store because you wanted to check something out and lost track of time," he said, stopping at the doors of the restaurant. "All right, I'll jump on the grenade for you," said Peter after thinking about it for a few seconds. "That's my boy." Richard smiled as he shook Peter. "We'll say we stopped at that antique shop a block away from work. You saw a vintage camera you wanted to check out. Sound good?" "Yeah, sounds good. I owe you one, kid," he said, tidying his clothes before doing the same for Peter. "All right, let's go." Shaughnessy's was a fancy restaurant that featured live music and dancing, and the interior of the place looked straight out of an old mobster movie. Ambient lighting, candles on the tables, lively music, and a dance floor with a sparse amount of people. The first floor of the restaurant was for smaller parties of up to 4 people, while the second floor consisted of a balcony overlooking the dance floor and private rooms for bigger parties. It was also where the 2 Parker boys were being led by a hostess. "Enjoy," said the hostess, leaving the 2 after leading them to the door that led to their private room. "Remember the plan," mouthed Richard to Peter. Before Peter could nod in reassurance, the door to the private room was opened, revealing Mary with a small smile on her face. To those not in the know, her smile looked quite polite, but to the Parker boys, it was not a good sign. "Correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like I said the dinner was at 7, she said. "Why, you did, light of my life, and we're so sorry we're late, but Peter wanted to see a vintage camera and we lost track of time," explained Richard, trying his very best not to cave. "Is that so?" she said, turning to look at Peter, her eyes scanning him for any minute detail that would unravel their story. "Sorry, Mom. It was a really nice camera," he simply said, stopping the sudden urge to swallow. "Huff. A little heads up would have been nice," she said, moving away from the door. "Sorry, honey." Richard felt a weight lifted off his shoulders as they entered the room. The private room looked the same as it had every year before. Pictures of New York in the past hung on the walls, while a window could be opened and closed as the guests wished so they could listen to the live music. The table was a large cloth-covered wooden table with enough seats for 12 people, which was more than enough. After quickly taking in the room, Peter looked at the seated people. "There's the birthday boy," said Uncle Ben, as he and Aunt May stood up and walked over to him before taking turns hugging him. "Happy birthday, Peter," said Aunt May. "Thank you, Uncle Ben," Aunt May. Peter said, smiling. Ben and May Parker, like him and his parents, looked exactly like they did in the Amazing Spider-Man movies, except a little more youthful since they didn't have to deal with the death of their family members and having to raise a child. He was extra thankful that his Aunt May didn't look like she did in the MCU films because it would have been very, very confusing as he had previously been a hormonal teen. "Give him the dash," said Ben. "After dinner," said May. "He's here right now." "You stubborn dash," muttered May, walking back to her seat, picking up a small box with a bow before walking back and handing it to Peter. "Happy birthday." "Come on, you guys. You being here is more than enough for me," said Peter. "Don't be stubborn like your Uncle Ben and take the present," May said, practically shoving the box into his hands. "Open it." "Open it," said Ben, excited to see Peter's reaction while May just shook her head at her husband. Peter undid the bow and opened the box, revealing a vintage watch. The watch one had a black leather band that looked like crocodile skin while the case and other parts were dull golden. "That's Dad's watch," said Richard from behind Peter, his voice full of emotion. "You're giving me your dad's watch?" asked Peter, incredulously. He had never met any of his grandparents since both his maternal and paternal grandparents had passed before he was born, but he had seen pictures of them and heard stories of them. In nearly every photo of his paternal grandfather, he was wearing a watch that he considered his prized possession and one that had been left for Ben as the oldest of the two brothers. I always meant to pass it on to our child, but it just wasn't in the cards for us," he said, hugging May to his side. "I'm not getting any younger and if God forbid I pass, I don't want it to just sit in a box or worse, get sold. You'll get more use out of it." "I don't know what to say," said Peter before hugging Ben. "Thank you." "Ah, forget it. Just a watch," Ben said, clearing his throat and wiping his eyes. "I feel like I shouldn't have come," said a whispering voice. Turning to look, Peter saw the black-haired and blue-eyed Zatanna whispering to Teresa. "Zatanna," said Peter, causing her to whip her head around to look at him. "Peter, hi. Happy birthday," she said, smiling as she batted her eyelashes. Teresa rolled her eyes at her friend while Peter thought she might have something in her eye. "Thank you. I'm glad you're here," he said, causing her to giggle before snorting a little, her face turning red. "Thank you for letting me be here." "No problem. How's your dad been?" "Good. Busy. Magic and stuff," she said, tucking her hair behind her ear. "Don't you have a present you wanted to give him?" said Teresa with a smirk. "Terry," loudly whispered Zatanna before bringing out a gift bag and handing it over to Peter. He opened it and saw a black and silver vintage camera and a couple of rolls of film. It was an old Wayne camera that was released back in the 60s and was one of their first forays into the product. It also happened to be one he had been wanting to get his hands on for a while, something he had previously mentioned to Terry. "This is amazing." "Thank you, Zatanna," he said, happy to add a camera he had been wanting for a while to his collection. "It's nothing. I found it at a thrift store for practically nothing," she said, beaming with joy that he liked her gift. "All right, that's enough of the presents. Let's sit down and order some food," Mary said, knowingly smiling at Zatanna while everyone sat down. On the left side of the table sat Richard, Ben, and Peter while opposite them were Mary, May, Teresa, and Zatanna. Seeing as they had been to the restaurant many times before, they knew what they wanted to order without having to look at the menu. It also helped that everyone besides Peter and Richard had been waiting around for nearly half an hour with nothing to do besides talk and look at the menu. Mary pressed a button and the server assigned to their room arrived and took everyone's order before leaving. "So how was the tour?" Mary asked Peter as she sipped her wine. "It was cool. I'm interested in interning there," said Peter. "He's not even an intern yet and he's already being poached." "Can you believe that?" added Richard. "Really," said Mary, sounding proud of her son. "He's exaggerating." "I'm not being poached," said Peter, shaking his head in amusement at his father's words. "I'm not exaggerating." "He's being poached," said Richard, causing everyone to chuckle. The birthday dinner went as expected and the food was as good as always. They talked about interesting stuff going on in their lives and the interesting things going on in the world at large, which was mostly stuff that revolved around the Justice League and their going-ons. Peter noticed that Zatanna looked a little odd during the Justice League talk, which made sense since they talked about her father more than once, though it was unknowingly to everyone except Peter. After finishing their meals, the adults decided to go down to the first floor and dance the night away. Being the gentleman he is, Peter invited Zatanna and Teresa to dance with him. Teresa rolled her eyes but ultimately danced a song with him while Zatanna was very eager to from the get-go, which Peter attributed to her having an interest in dancing. Thanks to Peter's many years in martial arts, he was a fine dancer. Teresa had little interest in any physical activity and was not a good dancer, while Zatanna was clumsy at first but quickly caught on. The two were so good in fact, that the restaurant put a spotlight on the two of them, ending the song with a round of applause. With that, they retired to their private room before Peter excused himself to go to the restroom. Dragon did say some people see martial arts as a dance of the body and soul. Makes sense why I'm so good at dancing, thought Peter as he washed his hands after using the toilet. As he went to get a paper towel to dry his hands, he noticed a common house spider had woven a web near the dispenser. Having been bitten multiple times by various spiders as a child, he had become quite knowledgeable about spiders, thus he was able to easily recognize the common house spider aka Parasteatota tepidariarum. Thanks to his various handling of spiders as a child, he developed a fondness for spiders. Because of the common house spider's synanthropic nature, they rarely bit humans which, along with his fondness, gave Peter the confidence to put his finger up to it in the hopes it would crawl onto his finger. The small brown spider curiously put its legs onto his finger before crawling onto it. "What a cute little guy," said Peter, putting his finger close to his face to get a better look at the spider. As he was about to put his finger back near its web so it could go back home, Peter felt a shooting pain in the tip of his finger. "You motherf-dash," he said, stopping himself from shaking his hand as most people do after feeling pain in their hand so as not to send the innocent spider flying. "You're lucky I like spiders." Instead of waiting for the spider to get off on his own, he gently picked it up and placed it back on its web before checking to see where he got bit. Common house spiders aren't even supposed to bite. It's a good thing they don't have much venom so I'll be fine. It'll be like an ant bite. Peter thought as he washed his hands again before going back to the private room. Opening the door, he was met with everyone standing near the door, a cake in Mary's hands with 15 candles ready to be blown out. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Peter. Happy birthday to you," they all sang, finishing it off with a cheer. "Thank you," said Peter before blowing out the candles. "I think you forgot to make a wish," said Uncle Ben. "I made one earlier." "I don't think the universe will appreciate me being greedy," he said, causing everyone to chuckle. They divvied up the cake, which was a basic birthday cake, and ate the slice before it was time to go. Naturally, as they had been invited, they did not have to pay for their food, but Ben and May did leave a tip of their own. Standing outside the restaurant waiting for the valet, the nighttime breeze brought about a nice chill that signaled the end of summer was not far off. "So, are you interning with your father because you want to work or because you want to learn?" asked Ben. "Little bit of both, but mostly the learning part," said Peter. "Why do you ask?" "Well, if it was because you wanted to work I was going to say you can come work with me at the salvage yard. You can earn some money and get first dibs on parts." "That's not a bad deal," said Peter. Ben owned a salvage yard that Peter often visited to scour for parts he needed for his tinkering. If he worked there he could get first dibs on any new stuff that came in and he could take his time looking for anything he needed, plus he could make some money. "Yeah, well, think about it. Offer stands indefinitely," he said, patting Peter on the shoulder. "Thanks, Uncle Ben," said Peter, as the valet pulled up in Ben's car before handing him the keys. "All right, I'll be seeing you, kid," said Ben, hugging Peter before moving to say goodbye everyone else. "Bye, Peter," said May, checking over Peter's shoulder to see where Ben was before whispering to Peter, "He's lonely." "Uncle Ben?" asked Peter, lowering his voice to match hers. "It's why he offered you the job. He said he was going to offer Teresa a job as a receptionist or file keeper. He wants to see you kids more." "I do too," she said. I'm not trying to guilt you into accepting his offer. I know you're a young man with his own life to live. I guess. I just get lonely too. That's all. Look at me, a grown woman crying over something so silly," she said, chuckling as she wiped a tear from her eye. "Maybe I'll just get a dog or a cat. Aunt May, I can't promise I'll visit every week, but I promise to visit you guys more often. Especially if you get a pet." "Ha ha ha. Thank you, Peter. That's more than enough," she said, patting his arm before going to say goodbye to everyone else. "Can't say I'm not getting the Peter Parker experience." As Peter opened the door to his room, he noticed he was feeling off. His hands were clammy, he was sweating, he had chills, and his stomach was hurting. He placed his two gifts down on the dresser before closing the door behind him. Feeling himself get hotter, he clumsily took off his shoes and threw off his jacket and shirt before throwing himself onto the bed. Raising the blanket to cover himself, he saw the spider bite he got in the restroom and his heart started racing. Before his mind could follow that particular train of thought, a knock sounded on his door. Peter, he heard his mom saying, "Can I come in?" "Yeah." "Oh, gosh. Not you too," she said after opening the door and seeing the state of him. What do you mean?" "Your Aunt May just called. She said your Uncle Ben wasn't feeling too well. Looks like food poisoning," she explained, moving to put her hand on Peter's forehead. "We both got the shrimp scampi," said Peter. "How you feeling?" "Feel like throwing up." "And not really." At least, not why yet." "My poor baby," she said, moving his hair away from his forehead. "I'll bring you a trash can and something with electrolytes." Thanks," he said. "Of course," she said, kissing his forehead before leaving the room. And here I thought it was finally happening. Turns out it was just some bad shrimp. Disappointed and tired, he closed his eyes to get some sleep. Chapter 4, I'm Going Through Changes. New York. August 11th, 7:15 Eastern Daylight Time. Groaned Peter as he came to. What the hell was in that scampi? Peter quickly fell asleep after his mother checked on him. He wasn't expecting a restful sleep by any means. He was expecting himself to wake up to rush to the toilet multiple times, but he did not expect the very odd dream. It started with him relieving being born again, except instead of coming out of his human mother, he came out of a spider's epigenum, aka the vagina. If that wasn't weird enough, he wasn't even born as a human but rather a spider. Not only that, he lived through the entire life cycle of a spider. He even had a spider wife and spider kids. Well, more like a spider baby mama, since he scrambled out of there before she could eat him. The nightmare ended with him going out to explore his surroundings, where he quickly realized he was in the restaurant's restroom from the night before. Odder still, he saw himself, his human self, pick himself up, his spider self, and bite himself before he woke up. Guess I had that scarring spider nightmare because of the spider that bit me yesterday. That plus my food poisoning made for one nasty combination. He threw the sweated-through blanket onto the floor and sat up, rubbing his eyes as he yawned. Standing up from his bed, he quickly stretched, his entire body popping like never before, making him slightly surprised. He noticed something as he looked over to his nightstand to check the time. He could see the clock clear as day. Unsure if he was imagining things, he rubbed his eyes before checking again. It yielded the same result. Immediately his heart started to pound and his mind began to race, going to that same place it was about to the night before. He reached for his glasses, his hand shaking the entire time before putting them on. Instead of the usual sharpening of his vision, all he saw was blurriness. "See, calm down. Don't get too excited yet," he mumbled to himself, unable to keep a smile off his face. "It's looking like what you think it is, but there's one way to be absolutely certain." He moved to stand in front of the wall, inhaling and exhaling a deep breath before placing his hand on the wall, and that's when he felt it. An undeniable interatomic attraction between the molecular boundary layers of his fingertips and the wall. Unable to resist the temptation, he placed his other hand higher up on the wall, feeling the same attraction happen again. As he began to climb up the wall, he imagined the music playing just like it did when Tobey Maguire first climbed the wall. The blow of the trumpet sounded in his mind with each of his hand placements until he ended upside down on his ceiling. "Yeah, baby." "Who?" "Yes. Fuck yes." He did not care that it was early in the morning, nor did he care that his family would be confused by his screaming. The pure unadulterated joy he was feeling at having the powers he had been dreaming of since he first saw Spider-Man bypassed all his rational thoughts. Even with all the good stuff going on in his second life, his family, intelligence, rebirth, etc., at times he felt like he had been cheated. It was a selfish and greedy way of thinking that he hated, but some dark part of him felt like that, and now to finally have the so-called final piece of the puzzle, made him feel better than he ever had before. As he was lost in his joy, a tingling sensation at the back of his skull suddenly appeared that caused him to snap out of it, and his body instinctively turned off his wall crawling, landing nimbly back on the ground without a sound. Moments later, his door swung open with his dad walking in, glasses askew on his face and a baseball bat in hand. "Peter, what's wrong? Is there an intruder?" asked Richard, scanning the room ready to swing. "Nothing's wrong, Babe Ruth." "I'm peachy," said Peter, smiling at both the events that had transpired and the picture his dad was painting. "Then what's with the screaming?" "It's way too early for that," Richard asked tiredly, his batting pose dropping. "Sorry. I got a little excited that I didn't throw up or end up on the toilet all night," said Peter, quickly coming up with an excuse. "Oh. Well, I can understand that. Trust me, I've been there," said Richard. "All right, Good on you for not shitting yourself, but keep it down. People are still sleeping. I will. Sorry, said Peter as Richard made to leave the room before turning back to look at Peter. Have you been working out more? A little, said Peter, realizing that his body must have changed even though he was already fit. Nice work. Keep it up, he said before leaving and closing the door behind him, letting Peter breathe a sigh of relief. Looks like my spider sense is working as it should. Though if I remember correctly, it doesn't react to people I don't consider a threat, so the fact that it reacted to Dad must have been because it's brand new, thought Peter, remembering times in the comics when the spider sense didn't work for Peter, like when it came to Aunt May or when he played poker with fellow heroes. That's 2 abilities confirmed, I should confirm the rest. Starting with the most important one. He looked at his wrists and did not see anything out of the ordinary. There was no odd opening or slit that wasn't there before, leading him to believe he had not developed the organic webbing many of the spider variants had developed. To be completely sure, however, he struck the iconic pose with his right hand, aiming at the wall in case something shot out of him. Yet, no matter how many different hand poses he did or how hard he tried to expel webbing from his body, nothing came out. I can't say I'm not a little disappointed about not being able to shoot webbing from my wrist, having been introduced to Raimi's Spider-Man first. Yet at the same time, I am a little relieved I won't be expelling webbing from my body. 1, because it's kind of weird, and 2, it stymies creativity. With the web shooters and web fluid, I can create different variations for different situations, while with the organic webbing, I can't. Of course, there are downsides to web shooters, the biggest being that I need to be mindful of how much web I'll be using. I wouldn't want to run out mid-swing. But even with that possibility, I think web shooters are better. Good thing I've already made them. After his childhood stint of being bitten by spiders with no effect, besides some nasty bites, he had not given up his hope of being Spider-Man. There were plenty of street-level heroes that had no powers, the arguably most famous of which lived in a city not even 2 hours away from him. He knew it would be harder without powers, but he could still be Spider-Man. There would just be more emphasis on the man aspect rather than the spider one. He would be remiss, however, if he did not put his intelligence to use and create gadgets to make his potential future of crime fighting easier, much like Batman. With that train of thought, the first thing he created was a prototype version of the iconic web shooters and the web fluid. Unfortunately, he underestimated just how big a part Spider-Man's super physique plays in being able to use the web shooters, and he dislocated his arm. Needless to say, that ended with his parents destroying his web shooters and forbidding him from building new ones, though he only abided by it after having been caught, and punished, twice for making new ones. Even though he had not physically made new ones since then, he had been mentally refining the prototype as he learned more, along with using what he knew from various media. At this point, the mental image he had of the web shooters was very much in line with the ones from the Insomniac games, a red and black chevron-shaped device that could be magnetically fit on a bracelet with a rotary system to replace the empty cartridge. I won't be able to make that version with the materials I have on hand. I'll have to settle for a slightly better version of the first one I made, which happens to be the one made in the first Amazing Spider-Man. Already mentally planning what he would need and how he would build the web shooters, his body went on autopilot, leaving his room and heading for the shed. Thanks to being distracted, he bumped into Zatanna as she came out of Teresa's bedroom, but he reacted fast enough to catch her before she fell onto the ground. Sorry about that. Was a little distracted. You okay? Peter asked as he looked at her with a smile. She meekly said, her face flushed. Good, he said as he put her back upright. Zatanna, asked Teresa's sleepy voice as she trudged over to the door, seeing a bare-chested Peter and a flushed Zatanna. Why are you practically naked, you weirdo? Oops. Got a little too hyper-focused, I guess, said Peter, barely realizing he was still shirtless. Right. Teresa said, rolling her eyes, well, go put one on. Zatanna's about to get a nosebleed. Terry. You have allergies too, eh? I feel your pain. Peter said, nodding in understanding. So dense, mumbled Teresa, pulling Zatanna back into her room and closing the door. Shrugging his shoulders, Peter returned to his room and tossed on a shirt before making his way out to the shed. Once inside, he quickly gathered the materials he would need to make the web shooters and the web fluid. He had been smart enough to hide the web fluid from his parents all those years ago, but it had since expired, so he would have to make new ones. It worked out though, since he had ideas about how to improve the formula to make the webbing more resilient and last longer. Time to get to work. That took longer than expected, said Peter as he removed his goggles, using a spare towel to wipe away some sweat before inspecting his web shooters. Initially, he planned for them to look like the first iteration of the web shooters that Peter made in the first Amazing Spider-Man movie, but as he worked on them, he changed his mind and went in a different direction. The resulting web shooters were two streamlined silver gauntlets with triggers set high so they would rest on his palms to prevent misfire, though he also made it so he would need to quickly double-tap it to fire. He made the cartridge mechanism function like a revolver. It holds 6 and rotates to the next one when empty. There were also 6 extra slots along the gauntlets as backup. The improved web fluid is a shear-thinning liquid. When it comes into contact with air, the long-chain polymer knits and forms an extremely tough, flexible fiber with extraordinary adhesive properties. His original formula made the web fluid become powder after an hour, but his new formula made it last upwards of 6 hours and was not bulletproof but bullet-resistant. Unlike the web shooters he made so many years ago which only had the basic function of shooting out a single, strong line of webbing, he had added 2 more functions, a more complex, spreading spray, and a thick blast of webbing. He would need to tap the trigger 3 times to switch between functions rapidly. Naturally, the first function was for swinging and pulling things, the second was for a wide area of effect, things like catching debris or webbing multiple people, and the third was for single shots to be used as projectiles or precise webbing. "Let's test these puppies out," said Peter, strapping on the gauntlets. He moved to stand in front of the ladder leading out of the bunker and aimed at the far end of the wall. Thwip. "Oh yeah," said Peter, smiling as he looked at the webbing attached to the end of the bunker. "Now the other functions." He tested the other 2 functions, using the same wall for practice until there was no wall to be seen, only webbing. "Looks like a frostbite spider is on the other side of this wall," he said, amusedly before looking down at the gauntlets. "Initial tests are exceptional. They're working as intended, but it's time to test them in the field." Grumble. First some food. Chapter 5, Bombastic Bagman. New York. August 11, 1522 Eastern Daylight Time. After his mother gave him an earful for losing track of time in his bunker, Peter reheated and ate the plate of breakfast she had left for him. Thanks to his new physique, however, the single plate wasn't enough, and he ended up eating what was left of his birthday cake, 3 apples, a bag of potato chips, and 4 pizza pockets before he was satiated. "I'm going to eat my parents out of house and home at this rate. Hopefully, this is just because it's the day after the transformation and it'll calm down. If not, I'll have to think of something," thought Peter as he cleaned up after himself before a memory came to his mind. "I remember seeing a video in my previous life about how the Flash has a super metabolism and eats calorie-dense bars. I could invent some of those if it comes to it." As he finished cleaning up, Teresa walked into the kitchen, earphones in, and focused entirely on her phone. What a familiar sight. Kids on their phones with not a care in the world. Time-wise, it adds up with my previous life. YouTubers exploded in popularity in 2009-ish, so it makes sense it would be the same here. Though the world of DC was decidedly more advanced in various aspects of normal life, it wasn't to the point one might think. Considering flying men, Martians, and geniuses were everywhere, the world's technology level was quite normal. Guess it makes sense since all those geniuses are either villains hellbent on taking over the world or heroes who fight the villains hellbent on taking over the world. Not much time for a personal life, much less changing the world. E.W. "Peter, you stink," said Teresa, covering her nose. "You know how it goes for us genius types. You get so lost in the Z-dash," he said, stopping mid-sentence as she rolled her eyes and left. "That was rude." After a quick shower and a clothing change, Peter was out the door, riding his skateboard to the nearest subway stop. Unlike most of the privileged rich kids he had grown up around who had never ridden the subway or left their rich bubble, only ever seeing their skewed version of New York, Peter loved to explore all the boroughs. His curiosity came from having lived his previous life in a small city and having always seen New York on comic pages. He loved to ride his skateboard through the city and revel in it. It was also how he found Ted Grant's boxing gym. That was also how he knew where to find a completely abandoned warehouse near the pier to safely practice his web swinging before leaping off a skyscraper. As eager as he was to do so, he'd rather take it slow than die before he could get his dream off the ground. Skating to a stop in front of a chained-up gate, Peter made sure no one was around. Hopping over an 8-foot-tall fence should be easy-peasy with my new physique, he thought. He did one more sweep for people, stepped back from the fence, got a running start, and jumped. Oh shit. He had indeed jumped over the fence as intended, but also jumped high enough to clear the warehouse with the only viable landing spot being the roof. As he fell back down, he instinctively knew how to orient his body to land safely, in the iconic Spider-Man stance, crouched low with one leg bent and the other stretched outward, body slightly leaned forward with his left arm on the ground and the other extended behind him. Swedash. Crash. His spider sense tingled, warning him about the roof collapsing, causing his body to move instinctively out of the way before he fell through. Close one. It's not like I would have gotten hurt anyway from the fall, but still, he mused out loud before jumping down the hole into the warehouse, only slightly bending his knees to disperse the momentum. The warehouse inside was perfect for practicing his swinging. It was a big open space with support pillars sparsely scattered throughout and a pile of leftover shipping containers stacked up in a corner. If those shipping containers are empty, I could move them and create a makeshift obstacle course to help with swinging through narrow spaces like you did to the water towers in the game, he said. That'll be for later, after I've gotten more used to swinging. With that, he put his skateboard down on the ground and walked over to the pile of shipping containers, quickly climbing to the top since it was the highest platform in the room. Okay, here we go, he said, exhaling and shaking his body to relieve his slight nerves. He pointed the web shooter at the rafters about 50 feet ahead and let out a line that hit exactly where he wanted. Even though he had already tested the webbing in his lab and knew it was working as intended, he still gave the line a hard tug just to be sure. Seeing the line was secure, he took a deep breath and clenched his fists around it before jumping off the containers. Immediately, the line went taut, and he started swinging forward, the stale warehouse wind rushing through his smiling face. As happy as he was to successfully web swing, he knew that this was a training moment before he started swinging through the streets of New York, so he had to focus. He quickly oriented his body as he remembered Spider-Man would when swinging before realizing that his momentum would soon stop as he was about to reach the apex of his arc. His genius brain and spider-enhanced senses quickly worked together to find the optimal place to continue his swing. He cut off the existing line and shot out another at a rafter with his left web shooter, pulling on the line to generate momentum and start the swing again. Whether it was due to his spider-related powers, his genius brain, or his previous experience with martial arts, he quickly mastered the basics to a point he felt satisfied with. Phew, said Peter, stretching his arms after landing. Looking up at the rafters of the warehouse, the place now looked like it was the home of giant spiders, what with the webbing everywhere. However, it would only look like that for a few hours until the web fluid started to dissolve. That was more tiring than I thought it would be, but at least now I'm confident enough that if something goes wrong while moving at high speeds, I can do something about it. After stretching, Peter checked his web fluid levels and saw that after swinging around so much he still had nearly 80% left on each canister. I spent around half an hour swinging around and only used up about 20%. It'll go much faster once I'm using the web for other stuff since I'll be using it for more than just swinging, but conservatively, I can say I'll be using up around half of the fluid every hour. One canister for 2 hours with 12 canisters for each gauntlet means I should theoretically have enough for a continuous 24 hours, which is not bad at all. After spending a few minutes catching his breath and checking his phone, he pulled the skateboard to himself using some web before leaping back up the hole he had fallen through. Back on the roof, he quickly made sure no one was around before jumping off and over the fence back onto the street. He then went to the nearest subway station and took the train heading back to Manhattan. After a rather long train ride, he reached his destination and made his way to the surface. He then made his way down Fifth Avenue, heading to the Lagnum, which he thought would make a good jumping-off point seeing as it was a 600-foot, 182 meters, tall hotel. At the base of the hotel, Peter looked around and saw that the streets were very busy, too busy for him to just leap on the side of the hotel and start crawling up it, so he walked around until he saw an alley one behind the hotel which he quickly ducked into. He checked for any cameras and saw only one above an exit to the hotel, but it was pointing away from Peter's location, making the alley a perfect location. With one last look around to make sure no one was looking, Peter began scaling the hotel. At first, he used his hands to crawl up before gaining confidence and standing up. Standing on the side of a building with no effort. A little trippy, thought Peter, looking back and seeing the ground before continuing. As fun as it would be to freak people out by walking up the building, Peter decided otherwise and began to run up the building at full speed. Or at least he tried to until he forgot he wasn't on the ground anymore and picked both feet up, causing him to fall. Luckily he caught himself quickly, using his right hand to stick himself back on the building. Running up a side of a building, different than running on the ground. Should have made the connection, he mused out loud before continuing his run up the building, being extra careful to never have both feet off the ground. He hadn't yet tested how fast he could run, nor did he accurately know how fast Spider-Man could run in the comics since he was always traveling by web, but with how fast he traversed the side of the building, he was guessing he could run at around 100 mph 160 kmph. Though with a little more effort, he was sure he could run faster than that. Reaching the roof, he looked around seeing there was a giant air conditioning unit and a crane used by window washers while down some stairs there was a door that most likely led inside the building. Besides that and some leftover trash, there was nothing else, not even a camera. Same thing as in the warehouse except you're 600 off the ground. This is a drop in the bucket compared to everything else you might face in the future, he said to himself as he stood on the edge, looking down at the street. Mentally ready, Peter was about to step off the roof before he realized something. If a person is swinging around NYC, people might record and I don't have anything to cover my face. The chances are pretty slim but I'd rather not take that chance. Checking his person for anything he could use to cover himself, he found nothing. Should I risk it, he wondered, but before he could give it any more thought, he saw something in the pile of trash that made him smile. He walked over to the trash and pulled out a brown paper bag. He checked it to make sure it wasn't stained or ripped anywhere. He also gave it a sniff and found it smelled like nothing, thankfully. This'll work. Just need some holes, he said, smiling as he put the bag over his head and poked holes where his eyes would be. Luckily my web crawling ability isn't just limited to my hands and feet, so this bag will stay on my head even as the wind whips it around. Face covered, Peter made his way back to the edge of the roof, took one final inhale to calm himself, and stepped off. The first thing he noticed was the sound of rushing wind, with it being all he could hear. The next thing he noticed was the feeling of weightlessness. It felt freeing. Hoo-hoo. As much as he would have liked to enjoy the weightlessness some more, he knew that at the height he jumped off, he only had 6 seconds before he hit the ground, so he couldn't waste any more time. Just like he practiced. Aiming at a building north, he let off a line of web that successfully hit its mark. As he fell, the line tightened and he began his swing, going much faster than he had at the warehouse. Initially filled with a little panic, he realized he was still able to keep up with everything he was seeing, which calmed him down and allowed for his excitement to rise back up. "Hoo!" he shouted as he swung, releasing the line and shooting off another one to continue swinging. This time, he aimed the line lower on the next building, letting him swing closer to the ground and through the incoming traffic. "Hello," he said as he swung in between two buses, looking at all the passengers looking at him. "Honk honk." "Whoa," he said, shooting off a line to a light pole to adjust himself as he was on course to collide with a taxi. "Hey, watch it, I'm swinging here." "I'm driving here," he heard the taxi driver shouting back at him, causing him to laugh. Continuing, he moved back higher into the sky to avoid another near miss with a vehicle. As he swung through the city, his spider sense flared up, causing him to turn to look to the right, where he saw 4 masked gunmen run out of a bank with duffel bags before entering a beat-up sedan and driving away from him. Immediately, Peter changed his direction, swinging onto the street they were driving on and quickly catching up to them. He shot a line at the sedan and pulled himself to it, landing on the roof. "The hell was that?" he heard one of the men say. "Knock knock. Roll down your window," Peter said as he lay on the roof, his upper body hanging off the car and looking into the driver's window. Baffled at the situation, the driver rolled down the window. "What's up?" "I'm Spider-Man," said Peter, calling himself Spider-Man even though he wasn't wearing his costume yet. "You guys late for a dinner reservation." "What are you doing?" "Shoot him," said one of the men in the back, the first to snap out of the weird encounter. Before he could raise his gun to shoot, Peter webbed everyone in the car while making a sneezing noise, stopping them from going for their guns. "Sorry, stuffy nose," said Peter, rubbing the area of the bag where his nose was. "Anyway, if you could just press the brake there, it would be much appreciated." "Screw you," said the driver, whose hands were webbed onto the steering wheel and who slammed his foot on the accelerator, causing the car to speed up. "Buddy, it's safer to drive under the speed limit," said Peter, using the web to pull the driver's foot off the gas. As he was about to enter the car and press the brake, his spider senses tingled, causing him to look at the road and see a lady with a stroller crossing the street, unaware of the speeding car. Acting fast, he shot a web at the brake, pressing it down, before flipping over and in front of the car and then digging his heels into the ground to slow it down. Thanks to his activation of the brake and himself, he stopped the vehicle within a few feet of the now wide-eyed lady. "Are you okay, ma'am?" he asked, to which she just dumbly nodded. "Good, but remember, look both ways before you cross." "Thank you for saving me and my baby," she said, hugging Peter after having snapped out of it. "What's your name?" "Spider-Man," he said, earning a confused look from the lady as she stepped back. "Spider-Man? Are you sure?" "There's nothing spidery about you," she said, looking him up and down. "It's a work in progress." "Are you a superhero?" "Like Superman?" she asked with stars in her eyes. "Hero? Me? No, I'm just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." Peter said, smiling under the bag. Weeoo, weeoo. Hearing the sirens, Peter turned around to see a couple of cop cars pull up behind the robber's sedan. The boys in blue, he said, making his way to them. Stop. Put your hands up. You in the paper bag, don't move, said the one closest to him who like the rest of them got out of their cars with their guns drawn. You're talking to me, he said, looking around and noticing they were aimed at him. Who are you? Spider-Man, said Peter, noticing that a crowd had formed around them with many of them recording. Your real name, shouted the cop. You don't seem to grasp the concept of the bag. Peter said, pointing at the bag. As he pointed at the bag, one of the cops must have thought he was reaching for a weapon or something because Peter's spider senses throbbed instead of tingling. Instinctively his body reacted, dodging the bullet fired by one of the cops. Hold your fire, said the cop in the lead. That's not very nice, said Peter, leaping up into the air and using his webs to take away all the cops' guns before landing behind them. I'm taking these away until you learn to behave. Stop him, shouted the cop as they all began to run toward him. Got to go. Late for a ceramics class, said Peter, dropping the webbed guns on the ground and getting a running start before shooting a line out and swinging away. Chapter 6, Next Step. New York. August 11th, 20:06 Eastern Daylight Time. With a graceful flip, Peter landed in his backyard carrying all the materials he needed to make his suit. Since he didn't think he would be crime fighting this early, he didn't have any of the materials he would need to make one, so he swung by an arts and crafts store on the way home to pick up what he would need. Better put these away first. Unlocking the shed, he went down to his lab and put the materials on his workbench before taking off the web shooters. He gave them a quick once-over to make sure there was nothing wrong with them. Seeing nothing wrong with them, he removed the nearly empty cartridge and placed it on the workbench. I'll fill it back up tomorrow. All that swinging around got me hungry, he thought as he pocketed one of the web shooters. Unfortunately, because of their design, Peter couldn't wear them all the time since it would be obvious to anyone looking that he had a device on, but he also didn't want to be caught off guard. So, he decided to have one of the web shooters in his pocket, just in case. Exiting and relocking the shed, Peter made his way inside to the kitchen, where his mother was putting the finishing touches on dinner while his father and sister set the table. There you are. Where have you been all day? She asked as she plated the food. Taking in the sights of this beautiful city we are so lucky to call home, he said, beelining for the fridge to get a bottle of water. She said suspiciously, eyeing him as he downed the entire bottle of water before she put what she had in her hands down and moved to inspect Peter. What are you doing? He asked, confused. Let me see your eyes. My eyes, he questioned as he crouched, acquiescing to her request. They're not red, she said, inspecting his eyes. He might have used eye drops. Teresa chimed in with schadenfreude. You think I'm high? He asked, amusedly as Mary started sniffing him. Oh, she said, intrigued. Oh, what? Does he smell like reefer? Do I need to drive him around Hunts Point and let him see what happens to druggies? Or worse, Gotham? Asked Richard. Reefer, Dad. Really, said Teresa, rolling her eyes. What? Do people not call it that anymore? Are they calling it jazz again? Richard, said Mary, quieting him down, he doesn't smell like pot. Why'd you say, oh, then Mom? Asked Teresa. He smells like perfume, she said with a smile, expensive perfume at that. Perfume, said Richard and Teresa simultaneously. It must have been when that lady hugged me for saving her, thought Peter. Is that where you were? With a girl? Why didn't you say so? Said Richard, walking up to Peter and putting his arm around his shoulders. Is she pretty, son? I wasn't with a girl. I got sprayed with perfume by one of those perfume hawkers, said Peter, quickly coming up with a lie. That makes way more sense than you hanging out with a girl, said Teresa. Don't listen to her, son. After high school, the nerds become the cool kids. Richard said, patting him on the back before moving back to the dining table. Right. Thanks, he said, shaking his head in amusement. Anyway, why do you think I was high? I would never do drugs. Because of everything you ate after you came out of the shed earlier today. Mary explained as she went back to plating the food. You've eaten more than a regular person ever since you started martial arts, but that was excessive. I thought you were hotboxing the place down there. I was worried. More like smart boxing. Am I right? Said Richard, looking at his deadpan family, waiting for them to laugh. Let's eat, said Mary, breaking the silence. Peter, help me out, will you? Yes, ma'am, said Peter, picking up the 2 other plates and taking them over to the dining table, placing one down in front of Teresa, who was engrossed in her phone, and the other where he would sit. No phones at the dinner table, said Mary as she sat down after placing a plate in front of Richard. I'm watching the news, said Teresa. And I'm sure it's a fascinating think piece, but we're about to eat dinner, so phone away. Now. Ugh, said Teresa, putting the phone in between her legs. I was watching a video about this guy with a bag on his head stopping a couple of bank robbers and saving a lady and her baby. At that, Peter's fork paused in midair for a split second before continuing into his mouth. A bag on his head, said Richard. Yeah. He was swinging around with a brown paper bag on his head. He called himself Spider-Man, but people are calling him Bombastic Bagman, said Teresa. Life's being real funny again, thought Peter, grinning as he heard that name. Spider-Man, said Richard, chewing his food while thinking, if Batman dresses like a bat, then does that mean he's going to dress like a spider with 8 appendages and eyes? Ew, said Teresa. His costume would probably be brown, right? I mean, most spiders are brown and black, and if he's going for the whole spider shtick then it has to be brown or black, continued Richard. Well, if Spider-Man wasn't printed during a time when printing primary colors was easier than printing other colors, his costume might have been black or brown, thought Peter. And what about the web aspect? Spiders shoot webs. Does he shoot webs? And if he does, where do they come from? He does shoot webs, said Teresa. He does. Yeah. He webbed up the bank robbers, answered Teresa, taking her phone out and pulling up the picture of the webbed-up thieves. See? Oh yeah, said Richard, taking Teresa's phone and zooming in. Wonder where it comes from. Enough, said Mary, taking Teresa's phone away from Richard. You can have this tomorrow. What? That was Dad's fault, not mine, said Teresa, indignant. I told you no phones, and you used it. It's your fault. End of story. Now eat your dinner. That's so not fair, she replied, stabbing her vegetables. Sorry, sweetheart, said Richard, apologetic while Peter just smiled before remembering something. Mom, do we have a sewing machine? There should be one in the attic. It was a wedding present from some relative or other, but I've never used it. Why do you ask? Need to sew something for a project I'm working on. It's all yours. Sweet. Thanks, Mom. And with that, I have everything I need to make my suit. New York. August 12, 1614 Eastern Daylight Time. Clack clack clack. In the underground bomb shelter that doubled as a lab, Peter was hard at work and deeply focused on the task at hand. He was hunched over in front of an old sewing machine, carefully moving around the fabric and putting the finishing touches. And done. Phew. Finally, said Peter, excitedly standing up. He removed the fabric from the sewing machine, careful not to catch it on the needle before splaying it out and looking at it. It's perfect, he said with a smile. The suit was nearly a 1:1 copy of the classic suit. The spandex suit follows a blue and red color scheme. The body, head, outer arms, upper hip, and below knee-high boots are red and covered in a black webbing pattern, while the inner arms, upper legs, and outer torso are blue. Emblazoned just above the chest is the fist-sized black spider insignia that appears on the classic suit in the Insomniac game, while on the back is the classic round red spider. It's a good thing I had the foresight to buy a lot of extra material. Sewing is a lot harder than I thought, he said as he looked down at the multiple incomplete and messed up suits scattered on the floor. It looks perfect, but now I'll have to see if it fits. After taking off his clothes and putting on the suit, he set up his phone on the workbench so he could see himself. His emotions began to swell as he looked at himself in the form-fitting suit. With shaky hands, he took a deep breath and put on the mask, completing the ensemble. Clad in the complete Spider-Man suit, looking very much the part, his emotions peaked, and he began to tear up. First, he had the intelligence, then the powers, and now he had the suit. Everything had come together perfectly for him. He had taken the next step in truly becoming Spider-Man. To whomever or whatever gave me the second chance at life, gave me these abilities, I have big shoes to fill, but I promise to strive every day to fill them. I will use my abilities for good, to be this world's Spider-Man. He took off the mask to wipe a tear away, and as he did so he looked at the time on his phone, remembering he had something to do. These past 3 days have been a whirlwind. It almost slipped my mind that I have to train with Dragon at 5. I was hoping to take the suit out for a spin, make Spider-Man's debut official, but I can't skip out on training with Dragon Chapter 7, Secrets Out. New York. August 12, 1655 Eastern Daylight Time. Chinatown in Lower Manhattan is home to the highest concentration of Chinese people in the Western Hemisphere and is one of the oldest Chinese ethnic enclaves. The Chinese demographic is Southwest high that the street signs are written in English and Mandarin/Cantonese. Besides being the best place to eat good Chinese food in Manhattan, it is also home to a small dojo owned and operated by Richard Dragon. The dojo is hidden deep in an alley on a side street, and its only distinguishing feature is a wooden sign with a carved dragon. Atop the building across from the dojo was Peter, backpack in hand, who made sure no one was around before dropping to the ground. Traveling by web really cuts down on travel time. Usually takes 35 minutes to get here by train. I only needed 10. He moved to enter the dojo, but before he did, he looked up at the wooden sign, admiring it as always. Peter knew very little about art, but even he could tell the carving was a masterpiece. When he looked at it, it felt like the dragon was about to come to life, leap off the sign, and soar into the sky. Are you coming in or will you keep staring at that piece of plywood? Turning to the door, Peter saw Richard Dragon standing there. Dragon stood 6 foot, 1.82 meters, tall, with close-cropped ginger hair, blue eyes, and a beard. He wore a black t-shirt and black karate pants and had a small green object hanging off a necklace. If Peter had not known Dragon and seen firsthand what he was capable of, he wouldn't have considered him a martial artist. His lean and lithe figure deceptively concealed a body full of raw power. "Sensei," said Peter, nodding in greeting. "Peter." Dragon returned his greeting while eyeing him up and down. "Let's head inside." Following behind Dragon, they entered the dojo through the door. The dojo comprised a single room with a matted floor and 2 strung-up punching bags in a corner. A single resting bench was placed along the wall, while a framed photo of a yin-yang symbol was the only decoration. The only other thing in the room was a door leading to Dragon's living area. "Go ahead and get changed. I'm going to make myself some tea, would you like some?" asked Dragon. "No, thank you, Sensei," said Peter. "Very well," said Dragon, heading into his living area but leaving the door open. "How have you been?" asked Peter loudly as he put down his backpack and started changing. "Quite well. You?" "I can't complain," said Peter, smiling. "I'm a year older and a little smarter. And here I didn't get you anything. Happy belated birthday." "Thank you, but your tutelage is more than enough," Peter said, finished changing into his usual training getup, a gray t-shirt and gray sweatpants, just as Dragon walked back into the dojo, teacup in hand. "Let's start with a review of everything you've learned till now, shall we?" said Dragon, sipping his tea. "Whenever you're ready. Don't you want to finish your tea first?" "Haha, please," said Dragon, shaking his head in amusement as he sipped his tea again, taunting him with the classic, "bring it on hand," taunt. Peter knew that taunting him was part of Dragon's training. He had done it many times before, using it to try and throw Peter off his game and have him slip up so he didn't react to it. Peter found it amusing since it was similar to the quip Spider-Man, and now he, so often used during his fights. As amusing as it was, Peter knew he needed to focus on the fight. Unlike his easy encounter with the bank robbers, who he didn't even fight, just webbed them up, Dragon was a different beast. He did not read many DC comics in his past life, so he was flying almost entirely blind, but he had a feeling that Dragon must have been a mentioned/somewhat prominent character in the comics. A few things led him to this conclusion, the first being his name. Richard Dragon sounds like a comic character from the 70s, a white guy who turns out to be one of the world's greatest martial artists a la Marvel's Danny Rand. The second is how skilled he is. He realized just how skilled Dragon was on the first day of his tutelage, and that had been cemented more and more every time they met. To gauge where he was before teaching him, Dragon asked Peter to come at him using everything he had learned until that point. Naturally, everything he had learned, boxing, MMA, capoeira, and even his meager lucha libre, was picked apart and rendered useless. He already knew how skilled some people could be. After all, he had learned boxing from Ted Grant, who was a former heavyweight champion, but Dragon felt different. If allegorized to free climbing, Grant felt like a skyscraper, very hard to scale, but with time and dedication, there was hope, but Dragon felt like a mountain. It was as if he knew every fighting style known to man and had mastered those styles to their utmost, and because of that, he knew exactly what was going to happen in the fight before it even began. Point 1. Another aspect of that skill was his teaching. Dragon's teaching was different than what one might expect. He very rarely used words to explain what you were doing wrong. Instead, he chose to drill it into you until you understood what you were doing wrong. At times it frustrated Peter having Dragon stand there with all the answers while he struggled to figure it out. Still, he was used to that style of teaching because Ted Grant was much the same way, and according to him, he taught like that because it felt more rewarding when a person figured out what they were doing wrong rather than being told the answer. Lastly, the third and final reason was pure gut feeling, and Peter trusted his gut feeling. Focused and ready to go, Peter took the starting stance Dragon had taught him, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, weight evenly distributed between both feet, chin down, left hand at temple height and slightly out, and right hand near the chin. Since Dragon practiced many styles of martial arts, each with its starting stance, he devised what he called a near-perfect stance for all martial arts. To Peter, it looked like a slight variation on the basic stance of MMA, but who was he to correct a martial arts master? As he was about to start, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a spider web in the corner of the room, causing him to realize something that had somehow slipped his mind. How did I forget I'm way stronger and faster than before, thought Peter, his focus turning to worry. I can control my strength enough to not break everything I touch, but I don't think I can say the same when I'm fighting. I'm too used to using all my strength just to try and keep up with him. Second day with these powers, and my secret is about to be discovered. Damn Parker luck. Something wrong? Asked Dragon, looking curious as to why Peter's expression changed from focus to slight worry. Peter began racking his brain for an excuse to leave before something came to mind, and he immediately put it into action. He made a slightly embarrassed face, hunched over slightly, and clenched his cheeks. Sorry, Sensei, but I have to go, he said, subtly grasping his stomach to make his upset stomach act more convincing. I just remembered I have a very important summer essay that I haven't gotten around to. Oh, what a shame, but school is important. We wouldn't want you to fail, now would we, said Dragon, his face carrying a trace of amusement as he noticed Peter's change of state. And no, we wouldn't. Peter walked slowly and stiffly to his bag as if trying to hold in the contents of his stomach, before bending 90 degrees at the waist to pick up his backpack. After putting it on, he walked to the door, pausing as he reached it. Sorry again, Sensei. I'll be back next week, he said as he reached for the doorknob. You can use my bathroom if you would like, said Dragon. What would I need to use your bathroom for, Sensei, said Peter, keeping up the facade. Please, Peter. There is no shame in a natural bodily function. You are my student, of course, you are welcome to use it, he said, taking a sip of tea, but judging by your state, use a lot of air freshener. I don't know what you're talking about, Sensei. I really do have a super important summer essay to do. So I'll be going now, he said, opening the door. Peter. Peter noticed Dragon's amuse-laden voice was gone, replaced by a serious tone that made him pause and look back. If something is going on with you, I am more than happy to listen. He knows something is up, thought Peter. Deny. I'm fine, Sensei. Really? Just not feeling my best right now, said Peter, trying to sound as genuine as he could. Are you taking drugs? Asked Dragon. Drugs, said Peter, his surprise genuine as he was caught completely off guard. I noticed your physique has changed since I last saw you. You're more muscular, your steps more balanced. That's something that happens over the course of months, not a single week. So you think I'm taking steroids or something? Not the legal kind. There's been talk of a new street drug called Venom. It's a neosteroid, a strength-enhancing drug that increases muscle mass, explained Dragon. Venom. That definitely sounds like a comic book drug. I'll take note of that for later, thought Peter. I've never heard of Venom, and I'm not taking any drugs. I promise, said Peter, looking into Dragon's eyes to show him he wasn't lying. After a few seconds of tense silence, Dragon nodded, ending the stare down. I believe you, but I'm here if you need to talk. With the life I've lived, there's little I haven't seen and experienced. My wisdom is yours if you so wish. Thank you, Sensei. Peter looked away to hide his guilt. I'll see you next week. I hope so. Exiting the dojo, Peter quickly left the alley, making his way onto the side street. He stopped and looked up at the sky, taking a deep breath to assuage the guilt he felt for lying. I didn't do anything wrong and yet I feel guilty. It's not like I can blame the guy for caring. He thinks I'm troubled/taking steroids, he thought, rubbing his face while sighing. The best way out is through. I need to get my strength under control in a week so I can keep learning from Dragon, and unless I can do that before Saturday, I'll have to skip out on going to the boxing gym as well. As he stood there thinking about the specifics of how he was going to get his strength under control, his concentration was broken by the slight tingle of his spider sense prompting him to look behind him. Looking at a building, he sensed whatever caused the tingle wasn't coming from the building but probably was in that direction. When no one was looking, he leaped halfway up the building before scaling the rest. As he set foot on the roof, he noticed a plume of black smoke rising into the sky a few blocks away. Judging from the amount and location, it seemed like a building fire. I don't hear any sirens, and judging by how dark that smoke is, it's burning hot, he thought as he reached to the very bottom of his backpack and took out his suit. Good thing I brought it. General 3rd POV. On a street corner of Chinatown, a 4-story brick building was engulfed in flames as a crowd of curious and worried passers-by formed around it while some began to record. At the same time, a news van burst onto the scene, the side door opening to allow a cameraman and a female reporter to exit. They pushed their way to the front of the crowd before starting their broadcast. Good evening, this is Bethany Snow with GBS News, coming to you live from Chinatown, where an inferno has broken out, engulfing this building. As of this moment, we are unsure if anybody is in stash, said the blonde reporter wearing a burgundy blazer and skirt before she was cut off. Help! Somebody help, shouted a distraught woman in Mandarin, looking to the crowd and back to the building. Please. My baby. Help. It appears there is at least one person inside, she said somberly. Emergency services have been called, but all we can do is wait and pray. After hearing the distraught ladies shouting, the curious crowd took on a more worried atmosphere. One brave Samaritan stepped out of the crowd, taking off his jacket, ready to dive into the fire, but a small explosion originating from the restaurant on the first floor stopped him in his tracks. No, shouted the mother, dropping to her knees while clutching her chest as her cries got louder with the explosion. Please. Please. My baby. My baby. Look up in the sky, shouted someone from the crowd as they pointed to the sky, causing the cameraman to change his focus. It's a bird, said a lady. No, it's a plane, said an older man. Are you both stupid? A bird. A plane. It's Superman, said a young man. That's not Superman. Superman can fly and doesn't wear a mask, said a chubby bespectacled man with a tight ponytail. From behind a building, a figure clad in a red and blue suit with a spider on the front swung onto the scene. The figure swung toward the building, somersaulting as he dove through a broken window on the 3rd floor and into the blazing building. It appears an unknown person has entered the burning building. Thanks to our quick-thinking cameraman, you can see this unknown person was wearing a red and blue outfit of some sort and released a rope of some kind that he used to swing around before entering the building, said the reporter, who was back in the frame while the building was behind her. Tense silence set over the crowd, with the only noise being the crackling and roaring of the flame. Boom. A much bigger explosion than the first one occurred, followed by the sound of material collapsing. Oh my God. Get back. It's going to fall. No. My baby, shouted the kneeling mother while the crowd retreated, afraid of another explosion. Folks, it appears a second explosion has caused the structural collapse of the interior of the building. The fate of the 2 people in the building is currently unknown. Boom. A third explosion rocked the building, causing the crowd to duck while the red and blue-clad figure leaped out of the building, the force of the explosion propelling him toward the crowd. As most of the crowd ducked, afraid to get hit by something from the explosion, they didn't see the figure launch toward them. Luckily, the figure shot out a line of rope at a street light that they used to slow their momentum, allowing them to land gracefully on top of the pole. On the light pole. With that shout, everyone turned to look up at the pole, seeing the figure in his singed outfit carrying a green bundle in his arms. The figure dropped down from the pole before lowering the bundle down to the ground, from which appeared a young girl. Mommy, she said, clinging to the figure, afraid of the crowd gathered around her. May, frenziedly shouted the kneeling mother as she looked every which way, trying to find her baby. May, where are you? Mommy, shouted the little girl, still clinging to the figure. The mother, as if granted the powers of Flash himself, ran through the path made by the crowd, before enveloping the little girl in a hug, weeping as she did so. May, she said, burying the little girl in her arms, you're okay. You're okay. He saved me. Mommy, he saved me, she said happily as if she hadn't been in a fiery inferno moments before. Thank you for saving my baby. How can I ever repay you, said the mother while repeatedly bowing her head. No thanks needed. Just doing my best, he said, his voice muffled thanks to his mask. Excuse me. Excuse me, said the reporter, sticking a microphone in front of the man's face, as the crowd gathered around them. Who are you? And why did you jump into that burning building? I'm Dash. His name is Spider-Man, said the little girl, escaping from her mom's embrace and grabbing Spider-Man's hand as the cameraman captured it all. He saved me. He's a superhero. I'm not a superhero, he said, kneeling down to pinch her cheek. I'm just a guy trying his best. "But who are you?" said the reporter. "I'm just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man," he said as the sound of sirens began to get closer. "That's my cue. See ya." With that, he jumped back up to the light pole before jumping again and shooting a line. "Bye, Spider-Man," shouted the little girl, waving at him. "Bye, May. Eat your vegetables," he shouted as he swung out of sight. Well, folks, what started as the harrowing tale of one life at stake turned into the debut of New York's newest oddity, Spider-Man. I'm Bethany Snow, GBS News. Author's note. Will admit not my favorite chapter, but writer's block is a bitch. That said, I did like how I ended it. Dragon's backstory will be similar to his comic backstory, former thief, secret agent, vigilante, etc., who has since settled down and mellowed out to become a martial arts instructor. With that being said, Lady Shiva, a prominent character in Dragon's story, will be older than she is in the YJ canon by 10 years. She was originally born in 1981 in YJ but will be born in 1971 instead. Dragon will be 1 year older than her, meaning he was in his mid to late 20s when he trained Batman, who should be in his mid to late teens when he trained with him, in YJ canon at least. As for Peter's past training in martial arts, as a Spider-Man fan, he knows more or less what styles of fighting he uses, which is why he decided to learn MMA, capoeira, and even dabbled in lucha libre. That said, the people he learned from weren't anywhere near being the best at what they taught, so he quickly moved on once he felt like he had learned what he could from them. Unlike the others, however, Ted Grant is considered one of the best in the world, especially at boxing, so he's been learning from him for a longer time. He will keep learning from Dragon and Wildcat, but he will realize that what he is learning is more suited for one-on-one, not one-on-many, nor is it suited for fighting normal people, so he will develop the fighting style that Spider-Man is known for on his own. Though Dragon may be able to help him create Spider-Fu. Eventually. As for Venom, Bane isn't much of a villain in the YJ canon except as a drug dealer, so I'm making him one of Peter's rogues. Chapter 8, Detective Spider on the Case. New York. August 12, 1730 Eastern Daylight Time. Oh, yeah. That's nice. Peter rested atop a residential building's water tower by the Hudson River, letting the cool metal of the tower and breeze off the river cool his body. I knew making the suit from spandex would bite me in the long run, but who would have thought it would happen so fast? It was like I was wearing a portable sauna. Not to mention, thanks to the holes burned in it, I already need a new one, he mused out loud as he fanned himself with a fan made from his web. I'm just glad I was able to find May in all that smoke and fire. Peter's physique had been greatly enhanced, and naturally, his 5 senses were also enhanced, but not to an extraordinary degree. They were certainly better than those of an average person, but compared to someone like Wolverine, they were greatly lacking. In a burning building with smoke everywhere, his senses might as well be like an average person's. If I had Wolverine's senses, I could have found May a lot faster. Since I don't, once I have the materials, I can recreate the advanced suit from the game but add some of the capabilities of the Iron Spider suit, like the biological sensors and multiple vision settings. Doing that should help whenever I'm in a similar situation again. I would hate for what happened in the second movie to happen to me. He remembered how guilty and distraught Peter was in the second movie when he found out he had failed to save a person in the burning building. He knew that if he were put in that same position, he, too, would feel that level of guilt. Feeling inspired and determined, he wrote down some ideas and sketches about possible future iterations of the suit. Thankfully, he always carried a notebook in his gym bag. After a few times he thought of something great but was unable to write it down and lost it. After a few minutes of silent drawing, he felt like he had done enough for the time being. He put away the notebook in his bag and stood up, ready to swing home and help in any way he could on the way there. As he was about to jump off the roof, he heard the loud yowling of a cat and the obnoxious laughter of 2 men coming from below. He walked across the roof to take a look and saw 2 men with punk mohawks and a bunch of piercings walking along the river carrying a sack that had something inside it thrashing around. "This cat is going crazy," said the one holding the sack, letting out another obnoxious chuckle. "You think it'll die when you launch it into the water or when it drowns?" asked the other. "Who cares? It'll be funny either way," said the one holding the sack, making to throw it into the river. Bon voyage. Peter instantly jumped off the roof toward the men, webbing the sack to the man's hand so he couldn't throw it. "What the hell?" said the men, trying to shake off the bag as Peter landed behind them, cracking the ground and scaring the men so bad, they fell on their asses. Without saying a word, Peter webbed the men's crotches, using the thick blast option to cause more pain before webbing their entire bodies to the ground, even going so far as to web their mouths and noses shut. The 2 men were shaking in fear and trying to scream but were unable to because of the webbing on their mouths. As angry as Peter was at the 2 men for what they were about to do, He was no killer, so he crouched down and quickly unblocked their noses so they could breathe. But he wouldn't do anything else for them. He was going to let them stay there until the webbing naturally dissolved. After unblocking their noses, he quickly tore open the sack. Thanks to a tingle of his spider senses, he grabbed the hissing and growling cat before it could tear up his face. "It's okay. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you." He held the dark blue-colored cat away from his body as it thrashed around, waving its claws in anger, trying to get free from Peter's grasp. The cat with a fish-shaped name tag named Dexter on it started biting Peter's hand. After biting him repeatedly, Dexter looked right at Peter and bore its fangs, hissing with a rage so intense that Peter felt like he could see and feel it emanating from the cat. He didn't know what had happened, but he could tell that Dexter was feeling a level of rage that shouldn't have been possible in an animal. Looking at it thrashing in his hands, trying everything it could to break free, he could tell it had gone through something and he wanted to help. "No one's going to hurt you anymore," he said, looking into Dexter's eyes. "I'll protect you." As Peter tried to show Dexter his sincerity, his spider senses throbbed harder than they ever had before. He looked up and saw a red ball of light getting closer, and he knew it was approaching him. He couldn't tell how fast it was approaching, so he put Dexter behind his back to shield him. Day 2, and I'm staring down the barrel of an unidentified flying phenomenon. That damn Parker luck, he thought as he felt Dexter stop thrashing. "Don't worry, Dexter. I'll protect you," he said, looking over his shoulder and smiling at him before focusing back on the red object. He began running simulations in his head about what he would do and how he would respond to the object, mapping routes he could take to move away from where he was so as not to cause any damage to the surrounding residential buildings. As his mind raced through everything, he noticed the red object suddenly stopped. It hovered in midair, but because of the light surrounding it, he couldn't make out what it was. A few seconds passed before the red object suddenly shot back up into the sky, quickly disappearing and leaving Peter very confused. Meow. Snapped out of his thoughts by a gentle but sorrowful meow, Peter moved Dexter back in front of him. He was no longer thrashing around, hissing, and trying to free himself from Peter's grasp, but was licking at the bite marks he left on Peter's hand, looking sad and regretful. As a person who liked animals, especially cats, it tore at his heart to see Dexter go from rage to sadness so quickly. "You're okay now," he said, resting Dexter against his chest and petting him, hoping it would soothe him even a little. Dexter enjoyed the petting for a few seconds before he let out a cry full of sadness and tears began to fall from his eyes, surprising Peter. He had already deduced that Dexter was abnormal due to the odd color of his fur, which he had not seen in any other cat in all his years of life. However, this could be attributed to something relatively simple, like a genetic mutation. The fact that the cat was crying from sadness like a human was even more surprising to Peter, since cats did not shed tears of sadness like humans. Dexter had already shown levels of emotions that were abnormal in an animal. The rage it had exhibited earlier and the sadness it was experiencing led Peter to believe Dexter may be a genetically modified animal. In the world of comics, genetically modified animals were a dime a dozen, so it wasn't odd that Peter stumbled across one. Still, feeling Dexter shake and shiver in his arms, seeing tears roll from his eyes, and hearing his sorrowful cries, Peter didn't see a genetically modified animal. He saw a cat in distress and he wanted to help him out. With the odd red object gone, he remembered about the two webbed-up punks and looked over to see they weren't moving and had their eyes closed. He checked their pulses and breathing, which were fine, so he guessed they must have passed out as the red object approached. Seeing they were fine, Peter made sure he had a good grip on Dexter before leaping and swinging his way back to the water tower. As he landed on the water tower, Dexter started thrashing around again, but unlike before, it wasn't angry thrashing, it was more like he was trying to escape. That's when Peter realized Dexter might have an owner and was trying to get back to them. He flipped Dexter's name tag and saw an address and apartment number written on it, which was only a few blocks from their location. "Do you want to get back to your owner?" Peter asked Dexter. "Meow," he responded while frantically nodding his head. He nodded yes at my question. At this point, there's no doubt he's a genetically modified / mutant cat that's smarter than an average cat. "Hold on tight," said Peter. After picking up his bag and making sure he had a firm hold on Dexter, he took off swinging, making his way to the address on Dexter's tag. Because it was only a few blocks away, he got there in no time flat, but as he stopped on the roof of the building next door, he noticed a few cops and onlookers at the entrance to the building. Dexter realized they were near and started getting even more antsy, pawing at Peter's arm and meowing. Peter took a look at the building and noticed one of the windows had a bunch of police tape across it, and Dexter was looking in that direction. "Is that where your owner lives?" asked Peter as he pointed at the window. "Meow," said Dexter, nodding. Peter put his bag down before nimbly hopping down the building and into the fire escape outside the apartment. He couldn't see inside the window thanks to a curtain blocking the view, so he put his ear on the glass to see if he could hear anything, and he could. "You done?" asked a male voice, sounding impatient. "Yeah. Not much to check for, but I'm done," said another male. "Nothing ever comes of home invasions. The person who did this will do it again until he ends up dead from breaking into the wrong place." "Probably, but at least we have a description," said the other voice as he zipped up something. "Poor cat though. Had to kick it out of here before it contaminated the place." "Dumb animal," said the man, his voice trailing off before the sound of a door shutting was heard. Peter listened to the window for a few seconds longer to make sure they were gone. Once he opened the window and entered. As he entered, he noticed he was in the bedroom, but before he could look around more he was hit with the smell of blood along with the faint odor of chemicals. Dexter began thrashing even harder, so Peter let him go. He immediately jumped to the bed and laid down on the pillow, tearing up as he did so. Seeing Dexter so sad and smelling the blood, Peter deduced that his owner must have been killed earlier in the day during a home invasion gone wrong. After that, Dexter was kicked out by the cops and ended up on the streets, where he was abducted by the two punks and was about to get tossed into the river to drown. With that chain of events, Peter could see why Dexter had been so angry. He was grieving. "I'll help find whoever killed his owner. It's the least I can do," thought Peter, clenching his fist in determination. Before looking around the apartment and investigating what happened, he looked down to check if he had stepped in anything that might count as evidence, but saw nothing. Glad he hadn't botched the crime scene, he decided the best way to traverse the apartment without messing anything up would be to crawl on the ceiling. With a small hop, he stuck himself to the ceiling and got a good view of the room. The bedroom was a good size for NYC, though considering they were in Tribeca, it made sense the apartment was nicer. The room consisted of a queen-sized bed, a small bedside table with a lamp and a fallen-over framed photo, a rather large dresser with all of its drawers opened, a knocked-over vertical rack for shoes, an open double-door closet, and the door that led out to the rest of the apartment. Now that he was taking a good look, he could see the room was trashed with clothes and other things strewn about, which lent to the theory it was a home invasion. He also noticed the yellow crime scene tents used to mark evidence around the room. There was one marking the blood-soaked sheets of the bed, the blood splattered on the walls, floor, and the bedside table. There was also another on the bedside table along with some black dust, most likely from the fingerprint powder. He crawled over to where the bedside table was, lowering himself using his web before picking up the frame. The framed photo was of a smiling black woman holding up a younger and smaller Dexter licking her face. He looked over at Dexter, who seemed to have fallen asleep, before carefully putting the frame back down. He was no expert on criminal forensics or blood spatter analysis, so he couldn't tell how she died, but judging from the large amount of blood on the sheets, he assumed it was a stabbing. Over the next half hour, he looked around the entire apartment, examining what the police had marked as evidence and checking to see if he could find anything they had missed. The only thing he found that the police did not was a red sticky substance on the outer walls of the terrace. He couldn't tell what it was, so he took a sample to analyze later. Definitely not Batman-level detective skills, but at least I found something the cops didn't, thought Peter as he crawled back to the bedroom. Awake on his feet, Dexter tilted his head as he looked up at Peter crawling on the ceiling. "You're awake," said Peter, falling back to the floor where he initially entered. "Meow," said Dexter, moving to the edge of the bed and near Peter. "I'm sorry about your owner," said Peter, stroking Dexter. "I don't know who did this, but I promise I'm going to bring them to justice." "Meow," said Dexter, jumping onto Peter's chest and snuggling up. Peter stroked Dexter while thinking of how he was going to convince his mother to let him keep him. "Who the hell are you?" Turning to look at the door, Peter saw a man wearing a shirt that said CSI and carrying a tool bag. "Ah, just a concerned citizen." "Wait, you're him. You're the guy they gave in the description," he shouted. "Me," said Peter, confused. "I'm a guy wearing a red and blue suit. I don't really match a typical description." The eyewitness said they saw a man wearing a red full-body suit through the window. "Talk about a coincidence," said Peter, astounded. "Another person was wearing a suit running around the city, but that wasn't me." "If it wasn't you, then turn yourself in. Prove you're innocent." "No thanks. I'll find the culprit myself," said Peter, diving out the window before swinging to the roof where he left his bag. "So someone is going around the city dressed similarly to me. That's going to be a problem sooner or later. Especially since they're killing people. At least, James Jonah Jameson doesn't exist in this universe, or he'd use that coincidence to tear me apart." "Meow," said Dexter, snapping Peter out of his thoughts. "I'm fine. Just thinking about stuff, he said, scratching Dexter's chin. I forgot to ask you, but do you want to come with me? I love cats, and I have a sister who loves cats too, so you won't ever be lonely or unloved. Meow, said Dexter, nodding. Perfect. Let's go home. New York. August 12, 1900 hours Eastern Daylight Time. Back in his workout clothes, Peter entered his home through the front door. Peter, said his mom from the living room. It's me, he said, making his way to the living room, but not before putting Dexter behind his back to surprise the family. As he entered the living room, he was surprised to find his neighbor, Zatanna's father, and superhero Giovanni Zatara, a middle-aged man with green eyes and a prominent black mustache, sitting on the couch across from his parents. Peter. Nice to see you again. How have you been? He asked with a slight accent. Mr. Zatara. It's nice to see you too. I've been good, thank you for asking. What about yourself? Said Peter. I've been good as well, thank you. My magic shows keep me busy, he said. I bet, said Peter, smiling knowingly. What are you doing here? Giovanni was just thanking us for taking care of Zatanna while he was away, explained Richard. Yes, but I believe I have taken up enough of your time, said Zatara as he stood up, prompting Richard and Mary to do the same. Again, I must thank you. Please, there was no need to thank us. We're more than happy to help. What are friends for? Said Mary. Still, thank you. Cinderella's passing has been hard on both of us, but I'm glad Zatanna has a friend like Teresa to help support her even when I am unable to, he said. Giovanni, if you need to talk, we're here for you, said Richard. Thank you, he said as Richard and Mary saw him out. The door shut and Mary immediately turned around and looked at Peter with a look that said she knew he was hiding something, but before she could even open her mouth to ask what he was hiding. Oh my God. Look at the kitty, said Teresa, who had appeared behind him and seen Dexter. Kitty? What kitty? Asked Richard, confused. This kitty, said Peter, taking out Dexter from behind his back and revealing him. Look at it. Can we keep it? Said Teresa, practically teleporting to Peter's side before petting Dexter. Oh wow. Look at the color of its fur. That's magnificent, said Richard, approaching to get a closer look at Dexter's fur. Peter. Care to explain yourself? Said Mary. I saw it getting picked on by a bunch of other cats, so I picked him up. I named him Dexter, said Peter, telling her the story he came up with. To make it more believable, he had to take off Dexter's collar, but he had it in his bag since he didn't want to deprive him of his previous owner's memento. Can we keep him, Mom? Please, said Teresa while giving Mary puppy dog eyes. He is cute, I'll give him that, said Mary, putting her hand near Dexter, who sniffed it before giving it a lick and sealing the deal. Fine. He can stay. Yay, said Teresa while Peter smiled. But he is your responsibility. I will not pick up after him, is that understood? Got it. My responsibility. Thanks, Mom, said Peter before looking at Dexter. Welcome to the family, Dexter. Meow, said Dexter, closing his eyes in contentment. Does anyone smell smoke? Asked Richard. Chapter 9, First Day of School. New York. August 17, 6:30 Eastern Daylight Time. B. Peter turned off the alarm by his bedside before it could finish its first ring. He had been staring at the clock and waiting for it to go off for a few minutes. He had always been the type to wake up before any alarm he had set, and along with the fact that it was his first day of high school, in both lives, he was admittedly a little nervous and unable to sleep. Good thing I managed to get my strength under control, or I would have smashed the clock in my bedside table, he thought as he got ready. Within the past 4 days, Peter's main focus had been getting his strength under control, and he had accomplished that to a satisfactory degree. Unfortunately, he had to skip out on his boxing lessons on Saturday because he wasn't satisfied with his progress at that point, but with it under control, he would be able to attend both Dragon's and Grant's lessons. He was still worried that Dragon, and Grant as well, for that matter, might discover his secret or worse, tell his parents, but the lessons were too valuable to pass up, especially now that he had some actual use for them. The only thing he could do was take it as it came. On the heroic side of things, every free second he had was spent swinging around the city and helping out where he could. He had stopped quite a few muggings, 3 bank robberies, a couple of grand theft autos, some drug deals, 1 kidnapping, and an escaped zoo animal. Naturally, doing so much for the city had caused him to gain some notoriety, both good and bad. The good notoriety was obviously from those whom he had helped and those who thought he was doing a good thing for the city. They were the majority. The bad notoriety was from those who thought he was more nuisance than a helper, which did include many police officers. He expected to receive some hate. After all, even Batman and Superman had their critics, and they were actually saving the world on the regular, so it didn't bother him too much. Looking at it from a different perspective, he could somewhat understand why his actions bothered the police so much, since it seemed like he was doing their job for them and leaving them to clean up the mess. As for regular people who didn't like him, no one was without their critics. All in all, it had been a productive and fulfilling week as Spider-Man, but it was time for Peter Parker. Showered and changed, he picked up his backpack and headed downstairs to eat some breakfast. As he entered the kitchen, saw that his family was already seated and eating, including Dexter, who had a plate of his own on the table. Dexter had quickly become an important member of the family. Teresa, in particular, had become quite enamored with Dexter, going so far as to use her allowance to buy him toys and clothes. Even Mary, who, while not against keeping Dexter per se, was not super into the idea either, had become enamored with Dexter. It wasn't hard for Dexter to impress them, what with him being much more intelligent than a normal cat, and with his past experience with an owner, he was able to quickly bring them under his spell. But much to Teresa's chagrin, Dexter chose to sleep with Peter in his bed no matter what methods she used to coax him to her room, though Dexter spent more time with her during the day to make up for it. As for Peter's promise to Dexter to solve the murder of his previous owner, there had been no sign of the culprit. No home invasions with similar MOs had occurred, leaving Peter with only the red substance as his clue. To his surprise, when he analyzed the substance, he discovered it was very similar to his web fluid. There were some differences between the two, but their overall purpose was the same. That little revelation also answered the question as to why the police hadn't caught the culprit yet. He was using web fluid to commit his crimes, making him practically uncatchable. That fact only made Peter's goal to catch him that much more urgent. Whenever there was a report about a home invasion or burglary on the police scanners, Peter made his way there to check out the scene, hoping to find another lead. Unfortunately, nothing had come of it, likely the culprit was lying low, waiting for the heat to die down. Still, Peter was ready to catch them should they ever appear, both for Dexter's sake and the city. "Morning, everybody," he said, sitting at the table and scooping food onto his plate. They returned the greeting, and he noticed that the least amount of enthusiasm came from Teresa. "Not excited for school, Terry?" he asked, smiling since he knew the answer. "It's not fair. It's like I blinked and summer break was over," she said, picking at her food. "I for one am glad," said Mary, looking happy as can be. "I'll have the house to myself again. I can finally focus on my writing." Mary was a successful romance novelist, having been published a few times. Nothing had blown up and taken the literary world by storm, but she had a loyal following, and her books sold well enough for her to be called successful. Peter had thought about slipping her the idea for Game of Thrones, but unfortunately, he did not know a thing about the plot except that there were dragons, knights, and incest. "At least Zatanna will be happy." "She loves your books," said Terry. "Really?" asked Mary, smiling. "I never knew. She loves all that lovey-dovey stuff. Thinks a knight in shining armor is going to save her and whisk her away," she said, looking at Peter, who was stuffing his face. "Too bad her crush is as dense as can be." "Like father, like son," said Mary, looking at Richard similarly stuffing his face. "Huh," said both father and son, mouth full of eggs. Sigh. Peter walked along with the throngs of students, looking at the school he would attend for the next 4 years, Bradley High School, located in Upper Manhattan. As a genius, he could enroll in any school in New York he wanted, public or private, but he decided to attend Bradley because it was public, quite reputable, and a little ways away from his old haunt. He chose to go to a school farther away from his home because he wanted to have a fresh start with people who didn't already think of him as the guy with no friends. That's not to say he would change his personality to fit in, just that he would try to make friends. First day of school. "You got this, Peter. Just yesterday, you were swinging around the city hundreds of miles per hour and dodging bullets from bank robbers. Compared to that, this is nothing. Walk in the park," he thought, mentally hyping himself up and taking a deep breath as he entered the building. The exterior of the building was as typical of a school in New York as there could be, and the inside wasn't any different. Fluorescent bulbs lit up the hallway as students hung around the red lockers lining the hallways, some decorated, others vandalized. He had memorized his schedule and the layout of the school beforehand, so he knew where he needed to go, but first, he needed to find his locker to put his things away. He dodged students running and skating in the halls, balls being thrown around, as he finally found his locker. Unfortunately, it was being used by a couple making out. "Excuse me," he said to them, only to be ignored as they continued. "Excuse me." He was about to say something else, but before he could, a fist banged against the lockers, scaring the couple and causing them to look angrily at who interrupted them. "You're blocking my locker," said the culprit, a tall, muscular white guy with short black hair standing at around 6 feet, 183 centimeters. Looking up at the tall culprit, the guy's anger disappeared. "TCH, whatever," he said as he and the girl walked away. "Appreciate the interference," said Peter. Felt kind of awkward breaking up their makeout session. "Sure," said the guy, opening his locker, putting his stuff in, and walking away. Looks like a football player, thought Peter, curiously, before he similarly put his stuff away and walked to his class. His first period was history, something he had little interest in, since his intelligence was more inclined toward the STEM fields. That didn't mean he had bad grades in non-STEM classes, but he just found them a little dull. Walking into his class, which was as typical as a classroom could be, he saw that his locker neighbor was in his class, and the seat next to him was the only one available. As he went to sit down, he saw a group of nerdier boys watching a video of him, or more precisely, Spider-Man. Extraordinary velocity is a function of both mass and acceleration. Come on, you know better than anyone that the weight on any pendulum has no effect on speed. It doesn't affect frequency, but it's totally a factor in momentum. He smiled hearing their discussion as he sat down. It reminded him of a very similar scene in the second Amazing Spider-Man. He turned to his right and saw that his locker neighbor was also looking at him. "What are the chances?" said Peter, smiling. "Peter Parker, by the way." "Sup?" "Ronald Raymond." "Just call me Ronnie." "Nice to meet you." "So, are you new here?" asked Peter. "Yeah, how'd you know?" asked a surprised Ronnie. "Football player?" "Yeah," he said, looking a little creeped out, which made Peter laugh. "Sorry. Just guessed." "You look athletic but you're not hanging out with the other athletes," said Peter, motioning toward the back where a group of 4 jocks were. "So I assumed you were new." "Oh," he said, looking not creeped out anymore but impressed. "Just moved from Montana. Haven't had a chance to try out for the football team." "Montana? That's a big change." "Got tired of the smell of methane and decided to trade up for the smell of garbage," joked Peter. "Ha. Nah, my dad's a journalist. Used to live in Manhattan when I was young, but we moved after my mom died. Just decided to move back this summer," he explained. "Sorry to hear that," said Peter, expressing his condolences. "Appreciate it." Before they could keep talking, the bell rang and the teacher walked into class. He was a tall, muscular, tanned man with black hair set in a ponytail, wearing a white button-up and black slacks with black dress shoes. Everyone shuffled into their seats and looked forward, some already looking bored out of their mind. "Morning," he said, to which he received a smattering of responses. "My name is John Ravenhair, and I will be your history teacher. Let's start with introductions, shall we? Say your name and 2 things you like." The response to that was audible groaning from most of the class, but one by one, everyone introduced themselves and said 2 things they like. To get it over and done with, most people said very basic things about their interests, like movies and music. "Next," said Mr. Ravenhair, as the student in front of Peter sat down. "I'm Peter Parker. I like photography and skating," he said before sitting down. "Next. The name's Clifford Carmichael. I already forgot all of your names, but if I were you, I'd remember mine. I'm the smartest student in this school, definitely smarter than all of you, and one day I'll be a genius, rich billionaire like Lex Luthor, but better," arrogantly said Clifford, a short, scraggly guy with curly ear-length hair and a patchy goatee, before sitting down. "For the smartest student in school, you don't seem to be able to follow directions," said Mr. Ravenhair, causing a lot of the students to laugh. "Next." Peter didn't laugh, but he did grin at the comment. He also heard Clifford curse the teacher under his breath while his face was flushed from embarrassment. Everyone else's introduction was normal and quickly done with. "Very good. It's nice to meet you all. I hope my lessons are engaging enough to keep you awake. Let's begin. Ring ring ring. I'll see you all tomorrow." Before the teacher could even finish those words, nearly half of the students were out the door, happy that the school day was over. Day 1, done. Not bad, thought Peter as he took his stuff out of his locker. The first day of school was uneventful, and Peter was okay with that. He enjoyed the mundanity of school as much as he enjoyed the high-octane activities of Spider-Man. It was a nice contrast that let him appreciate the good parts of both things. "You trying out for any sports?" asked Ronnie, snapping him out of his thoughts, as he too was taking stuff out of his locker. He and Ronnie had quickly become friends since they were both new to the school, which meant they knew no one, and they had 3 classes and lunch together. "Nah, sports aren't really my thing," said Peter. He had already decided that he wouldn't be joining any sports because it wouldn't be fair to the others. That, and he didn't have much interest in doing so or taking time away from being Spider-Man. "Are you joining the photography club then? Since you like photography." "Definitely thinking about it, but I want to check it out first before I decide," said Peter, wanting to improve his photography skills. "Sounds good. I got football tryouts, so I'll see you tomorrow," he said, closing his locker and fist-bumping Peter. "Good luck." Stuff in hand, he made his way to the second floor where the classroom where the photography club met was located. He entered the classroom and saw 2 people in the room. One was an average-height blonde girl talking to a taller, black-haired Asian girl with a camera around her neck. The black-haired girl looked up, her eyes lighting up in excitement as she saw him. "Are you here to join?" she asked. "Thinking about it," replied Peter. "Well, come in, and I'll clear any doubts you may have," she said, walking up to shake his hand. "I'm Linda Park, president of the photography club and investigative journalist for the school paper." "Peter Parker. Nice to meet you." "Peter Parker. Even your name sounds like a photographer," she said, really trying to sell him on the club. "How so?" he asked, with a wry smile. "Meh, don't worry about that right now. Let me introduce you to another prospective member," she said, trying to drag him before realizing she couldn't. "Whoa. Aren't you sturdy?" "Just some push-ups," he said, moving to where the other girl was. "Anyway, this is June." "June Moon," said Linda, pointing at the blonde who shyly waved. "She's a freshman interested in photography and wants to learn." "Nice to meet you, June," said Peter, waving at June. "So, are you a newbie? Or have you used a camera before?" asked Linda. "No, I'm proficient." "Good. That means I can pair you up with June so you can show her the ropes." "Why, you don't have to," said June, blushing a little. "I'd be more than happy to, but like I said, I'm not sure if I want to join yet." "What does the photography club do exactly?" Peter asked. "We take pictures of school events, sports matches, things like that for the yearbook. We also do club stuff like galleries for fundraising and just share photos we like." "Nothing too serious," explained Linda. "We don't assign anything to those who don't want to do it, so if you don't want to participate in taking pictures for the school events, you don't have to." "That's good to hear. Would hate to have to go to football games and take pictures when I could be out swinging around the city," thought Peter. "Not like I won't ever do it though." "So what do you think?" "You joining?" she asked. "Sure, sounds like fun." "All right," she said, clapping her hands. "Clubs officially start next week, so I'll see you 2 then." "See you next week, Madam President." "June," said Peter, waving by as he left. Peter entered the kitchen, having swung home while stopping a few crimes on the way. "How was your first day of school?" asked Mary as she prepared dinner. "Make any new friends?" "School was school, but I did make a friend. Or at least, started making one," said Peter as he poured himself a cup of water. "Oh, yeah. What's their name?" "Ronnie. He and his dad just moved to the city from Montana. We have a few classes together, and we sort of hit it off," explained Peter. "That's good to hear. Dinner's almost ready, so go wash up." As Peter was about to go wash up, Richard walked into the kitchen, ending a call with a grave face. "Something wrong, Dad?" Peter asked, causing Mary to turn around. "Richard. There was an accident in one of the labs," said Richard, sitting down and taking off his glasses to massage the bridge of his nose. "Dr. Crystal Frost was found inside the thermofrost freezer. She's dead." Chapter 10, Sense of Self. New York. August 17, 1835 Eastern Daylight Time. Peter's first reaction to the news of Dr. Frost's death was remorse. In the very little time he had known and talked to her, he could tell that she was passionate about her research and wanted to make an impact on the world with it. The fact that such a talented scientist was taken in the prime of her life was a loss for all of humanity. His second reaction, however, was that his comic senses started tingling after hearing that Dr. Frost died in the machine she had dedicated so much time and research to. It was nearly as typical of an origin story cliché as the radioactive sludge was. Electro's origin in Amazing Spider-Man 2 was exactly that trope. He quickly reeled himself in before his mind could go down the comic rabbit hole. He reminded himself he wasn't flipping through pages and reading a story anymore. This world was his reality now, and the fact remained that a brilliant scientist had died in an accident, and if his father said she died, it meant they had done a preliminary checkup on her, and they were positive. There was no gaining of powers or origin story, it was just a person taken too soon. "Oh, God," said Mary, doing the sign of the cross as she went to be by Richard's side. "They're sure it was an accident?" asked Peter. "No signs of foul play. Initial investigations suggest it was an accident, but they're going to do a thorough investigation," said Richard. She was so young and full of promise. "Was it at least painless?" asked Mary. "No way to know, but most likely," said Richard, putting his glasses back on. The thermofrost freezer's purpose was to place biological organisms into a state of suspended animation, so the sub-zero temperatures it could reach were dangerous. It's usually done gradually to minimize the harm to the subject, but they said judging by the state her body was in, it must have frozen her instantly. "At least she didn't suffer," said Mary. "Did she have any family?" asked Peter. "No. It was just her." After the quieter-than-usual dinner, Peter headed to his lab. During dinner, he was contemplating taking a night swing to Wayne Biotech to check out the scene of the accident. That's when he remembered he had placed a backdoor on the Wayne Biotech servers when he toured the place on his birthday. With everything that had happened since then, it had completely slipped his mind until Dr. Frost's accident reminded him. He was going to use the backdoor to hack into the servers and see for himself what happened. If she had been a victim of foul play, he wanted to help catch whoever it was, and he couldn't wait around until the official investigation concluded. "Meow," Dexter said, nuzzling Peter's cheek and snapping him out of his thoughts. Dexter had been insistent on following him to his lab, going so far as to climb him and not let go. He figured it must be because Dexter could see he was feeling down and wanted to cheer him up, which he appreciated. "Thanks, buddy," he said, rubbing Dexter's head. "Have to move you, though. Need space to work." "Meow," said Dexter, giving him a small lick before hopping down from his shoulder and lying down far enough to give him space. "Here's hoping Batman's security isn't too advanced for me," he thought as he booted up his custom PC made from scavenged parts and launched the software. Unlike his previous life, where hacking was a lot different from what it was in fiction, hacking in this life was like it was in fiction, lots of furious typing. Though there were ways to make it a lot easier, like planting a backdoor directly on the servers, or creating a good enough software that did all the hacking. He had done both. After half an hour of waiting for his program to finish, time he spent making extra web fluid and sewing a Spider-Cat mask for Dexter, he saw the progress bar disappear, causing him to sit up in his chair. 30 minutes, not bad, he mumbled as he began searching for what he was looking for. It didn't take long for him to find the backup security camera footage saved on the server. As he looked through the folder, he noticed there was already a spliced video labeled Dr. Frost Incident, which he played. The beginning of the video was sped-up footage from the moment the last person left the day before to the moment the first person, Dr. Frost, entered the morning of the incident. After that, it went back to normal speed, where it showed that Dr. Frost was going about her business until she approached the thermofrost freezer. She was fiddling with the computer attached to it and checking something inside the compartment when it looked like she slipped, the door slamming shut behind her. Unfortunately, the video had sound, and for a minute, only banging could be heard until the freezer turned on and the banging immediately stopped. The footage continued, ending when a researcher who seemed to have noticed something wrong with the freezer opened it, screaming and falling backward in shock at the discovery. "Damn," said Peter, clenching his fist in frustration. He knew there was no way for him to know something would happen to her and no way for him to prevent it. It was nothing more than a freak accident. Yet, he still felt guilty that he couldn't save her. He quickly realized that his overbearing sense of responsibility was one of the many traits that made Peter Parker so likable, relatable, and down-to-earth. Yet it was also one of the traits that burdened him the most. Anytime something bad happened that could be remotely traced back to him, he felt guilty. Looks like along with the good stuff came the less good stuff. I know it's not my fault, and yet. Even talking himself through it, telling himself there was nothing he could do, didn't help assuage the guilt, so he decided to put his focus on creating a stockpile of web fluid and sewing the Spider-Cat mask. This is definitely something I'll need to figure out how to minimize, he thought as he began working. I wonder if there's a psychiatrist for heroes. Chapter 11, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. New York. August 19, 1656 Eastern Daylight Time. Tuesday and Wednesday morning rolled by with nothing of note happening. Peter went to school and spent nearly the entire afternoon on Tuesday as Spider-Man. He had stayed out longer than usual, hoping the guilt he felt over Dr. Frost's death would be eased by helping out more. It hadn't hurt. On that front, the formal investigation into her death was still underway. According to Richard, Bruce Wayne was pushing for as thorough an investigation as possible, so they were taking their time and leaving no stones unturned, even though it looked cut and dry. He even promised to take care of all the funeral expenses and said he would honor her by donating a hospital wing in her name, and funding/continuing her research. After school, he rushed over to Chinatown, and like always, he looked in fascination at the dragon carving before entering the dojo. He was still admittedly a little nervous that Dragon would somehow figure out his secret, but confident he could manage his strength so as not to arouse further suspicion. Entering, he was surprised to see that there was someone else in the dojo talking to Dragon, and by the looks of it, they were good friends. Dragon had always been calm and collected, seeming like the martial arts master you see in old movies who was wise beyond his years in front of Peter, but as he talked and laughed with the other men, that image disappeared, seeming like just a regular man. The man who laughed along with Dragon was a bald, muscular black man who stood a little taller than Peter, and just a tad bit shorter than Dragon. He wore tight brown pants with a tiger head belt buckle, an orange shirt with black tiger stripes, a dark brown leather jacket, and a necklace made from the teeth of some animal. Peter had no idea who the man was, but he could tell he was trained. The way he stood and carried himself, the way he was positioned, giving him a view of the entire room, the way his eyes instantly darted to him when he entered the dojo, it all reminded him of Dragon. Adding that observation to the fact that he was getting along well with Dragon, he assumed the man was either an old student of Dragon or a fellow disciple of whoever Dragon trained under. "Peter," said Dragon, his smiling and laughing demeanor changing to a more subdued, calm one. "It's good to see you." "It's good to see you as well, Sensei," said Peter. "I'm sorry I couldn't stay last week, and for worrying you." "As long as you're okay," he said, smiling. "This is Ben Turner. He's an old friend of mine." "Peter Parker, nice to meet you," said Peter, extending his hand. "Richard's told me a lot about you," said Ben with a smile that showed his pearly whites as he shook Peter's hand. Peter's spider sense tingled, the danger coming from the surprise punch that was thrown at him by Ben. Judging from the low intensity of the tingle, there was little to no danger if he let himself get hit, for Peter, that is. If he let the punch land without doing anything, Ben's wrist would break from the impact. It was something about Spider-Man's powers that he had forgotten because he's been such an established hero for such a long time in the comics, and he was used to fighting normal humans, but Peter was not. During the 4 days he had spent getting his strength under control, there was one mugging that he had stopped where the criminal had really gotten under his skin. Just to show him Peter was letting him off easy, he let himself get hit by the criminal and saw the man break his wrist. That's when he remembered that Spider-Man had to roll with punches thrown by people without similar strength or durability for fear of breaking their wrists. What to do, thought Peter, unsure. No matter what I do, there's a good possibility I'll be exposed. If I dodge, they'll notice something. If I get hit and he breaks his wrist, they'll definitely notice something. If I roll with the punch, I don't think I'm a good enough actor to fool either one of them, and, again, they'll notice something. He agonized over which option would be best, leaning more towards the last one, hoping he could fool them when he realized something. There's no way Dragon would just let me get punched like this, and judging by the weak reaction from my spider sense, I'm most likely right, he thought, realizing that it may all just be a test. Peter blankly stared at the fist that was barely an inch away from his face, acting as if he was caught off guard. "I thought you'd train him better than that, Dragon," said Ben, chuckling as he retracted his fist and let go of Peter's outstretched hand. "Remember, kid, your opponents aren't going to wait for you to be ready and warmed up for a fight. You have to always be ready to go at the drop of a hat. Vigilance is key." Right," said Peter, looking at Dragon with a confused look. "My apologies, Peter. When I told Ben I was training you because of Ted Grant's recommendation, he was intrigued and wanted to test your skills himself. I thought he would ask for a spar, not attempt to sucker punch you," said Dragon, looking disapprovingly at Ben. "No faster way to test someone's skills," said Ben, unapologetic, while Dragon shook his head. "To make up for his overzealousness, Ben will be teaching you today," said Dragon. "He will." "I will," asked Peter and Ben at the same time. "He will," said Dragon, side-eyeing Ben. "Don't worry, Peter, though Ben may be a bit more rough and tumble, his skills are nearly on par with mine." "Nearly." Again, both Peter and Ben spoke at the same time, but while Peter said it with surprise, Ben said it as if Dragon was out of his mind. You want to go a few rounds right now? Want me to take you down in front of your student like I used to? Asked Ben, cracking his knuckles. The operative phrase being used to, said Dragon with a smirk. I will admit there are some styles you are, if only slightly, better at than I am, like Taekwondo, but I have you beat overall. That's cause he didn't teach us that one. I knew it. You did both study under the same person, said Peter, smiling at the fact that he was right. Yes, we did, said Dragon. How did you guess that? You were so friendly with each other, talking and laughing like you've known each other for years. I thought Ben must have either been an old student of yours, or a disciple of the same master. Peter explained. I was leaning more towards the latter since you both look to be of a similar age. Similar age, said Ben, incredulously. Me and this pasty white boy don't look anywhere near the same age. I think it's time you took a good, long look in the mirror, old friend, said Dragon, emphasizing the word old, causing Peter to chuckle. Oh, you think that's funny, huh, kid, said Ben as he took off his jacket. Let's start off today's lesson with a spar. Peter glanced at Dragon, who nodded at him, so he put down his bag and took off his jacket. Having not had the time to change into his workout gear, he was going to fight in the clothes he wore to school, which consisted of jeans and a t-shirt. Don't just use what Dragons taught you. I want you to fight me as if I were your enemy, so use boxing, karate, kung fu, hell, use bullshido if you want, but use it all, said Ben. Okay, said Peter. Good. Your move, said Ben. He had trained under Dragon and sparred with him more than a few times, so Dragon knew how he fought, but Ben did not. It was a good opportunity to see where he stood against a master martial artist who did not know everything about how he fought. It would be hard to consciously hold back so much and use the strength/speed he had before the change, but he hoped it wouldn't affect his performance too much. He got into the stance Dragon had taught him, while Ben did not take up a stance, choosing to just stand there, full of openings. At least, he looked like he was full of openings, but Peter knew better than that, having learned that lesson from Dragon the hard way. Before doing anything, Peter analyzed his opponent. He wasn't going to win, but he wanted to show Ben that though he may have caught him off guard, he had been trained well. Ben was a little taller than he was and muscular, verging on bulky, so Peter decided he would put focus on his speed rather than power. He had no doubt Ben could move as fast as Dragon, even with being bulkier, but Peter was no slouch either. Before his change, Peter had been praised for his litheness and trickiness by both Dragon and Grant, so that's what he would do. Come on, son, I don't have all day, said Ben. Sometimes it's bet dash. Ben's words were cut short by Peter rushing in, starting the spar with a quick front kick to the body using his right leg. Ben blocked the kick by crossing his arms and grabbed Peter's foot, expecting him to do this. Peter was ready. He jumped off with his left leg, kick aimed at Ben's head. Using his right arm, Ben let go of Peter's foot and blocked the kick, grabbing the leg as he did so. Working with gravity, Peter swung his body backwards and pulled his legs, trying to do a variation of a hurricane rana on Ben, but was unable to as Ben let go of his legs. Legs free, Peter swung his body, doing a flip in midair, landing on the ground in the negativa position from capoeira, and then quickly did a feint right leg sweep into a roundhouse kick with his left leg to Ben's head. You're like a monkey, said Ben as he took a step back to dodge the roundhouse kick. Spider monkey, maybe, amusedly thought Peter as he used the momentum from the missed roundhouse to get to his feet, and thanks to the tingle of his spider sense, he knew an attack was incoming. Ben threw a side kick, which Peter blocked by crossing his arms. Of course, he remembered to roll with the kick so as not to harm Ben and took a few steps back at the moment of impact to further sell it. Ben immediately followed up with a flying knee that Peter sidestepped before taking another step back as Ben continued his assault with a roundhouse kick. Seeing an opportunity, Peter immediately closed the distance and began throwing punches, dodged by Ben's bobbing and weaving. Peter purposefully began showing some signs of fatigue and overextended on a punch. Ben took the opening and hooked Peter's right arm with his left, but Peter immediately followed up with a headbutt that Ben stopped with his forearm. His spider sense had been tingling since Ben had gone on the offensive, but he could still feel a spike of sorts when an attack was coming, and he felt a spike that told him Ben was going to do an inside leg trip. Peter could go on for hours, but he felt it was a good time to end it, certain he had made an impression. As he had felt, Ben tripped him, and he fell back, landing on the mat. Ben immediately had his knee on his chest and stopped his elbow before it hit Peter's temple. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. Ben said, and though he looked very calm, Peter could see he was sweating a little and trying to control his breathing, which made him happy. Thanks. Not bad yourself. Peter said, smiling while breathing hard to sell the charade. Haha. Not bad, he says. Ben said, getting off of Peter and helping him to his feet. If this were a real fight, you'd been on the floor before you threw that first kick. If only he knew, thought Peter. Any critiques? Yeah, but first, answer me this. Why are you training? Ben asked, catching Peter off guard. What do you mean? I mean, you're good. Better than any robber, goon, or gangbanger that may try anything. So, why train? Asked Ben. I like it. I like martial arts, and I want to see how far I can go. Not for competition or sport, but just for me. I want to see how far I can climb, explained Peter, looking at Dragon and then back at Ben. I still have a long way to go, and I don't plan on giving up soon. His answer was partly true. He did enjoy martial arts far more than he thought he would, and had realized it partially stemmed from the fact that he was too fragile to do anything like it in his past life. The part left unsaid, however, was that he began learning martial arts because he wanted to be a vigilante, and now that he was one, he wanted to be prepared for anything he might face in the future. Good enough for me, said Ben, clapping. Now, critiques. Get ready for a long one. Dragon said as he took a seat. Boy, was he right. Ben's critiques went on so long, the session was over by the time he was finished, though Peter didn't mind since he found it helpful. He thanked Ben for the critiques and spar, saying goodbye to him and Dragon before leaving. Once he was alone, he ducked into an alley and quickly changed into his outfit before swinging around the city. On his way home, he would stop any crime he saw and help any way he could, which included helping a few old ladies with their groceries and rescuing a cat from a tree. He was swinging up First Avenue when his spider senses tingled, not from an attack but from something else. He went in the direction it came from, and after a few blocks, he saw a lot of emergency service vehicles with their sirens on surrounding a building he knew to be the morgue. There was also a crowd of curious onlookers outside the police barricade. Whatever triggered my spider sense came from there, but what is it? He thought as he landed on a streetlight near the crowd before hanging upside down with his web, lowering himself next to a citizen. What's going on? What the fuck? Shouted the surprised man before a look of recognition appeared on his face. You're Spider-Man. That's me. Yo, you saved my cousin from a mugger, man, said the man. Oh, yeah. Small world. Next, you'll tell me we took the same ballet class together. Ballet class? Forget it. What's going on over there? He asked, pointing at the morgue. Some bullshit, same as always. You want me to ask for you? Least I can do for saving my cousin, said the man. Peter was about to respond when he noticed one of the uniformed police officers, an Asian woman, standing next to a male plainclothes officer, pointed at him. The man looked at him, then looked around before pointing at an alley with no one near it and walking toward it. So? Asked the man. No thanks. I'm good. See you around, and tell your cousin not to listen to music when walking alone at night, said Peter, going back up the street light before swinging his way over to the alley. He didn't go straight in, instead choosing to land on the roof and check it out first. The only thing he saw was the plainclothes officer smoking a cigarette, so he dropped down, startling the officer. Jesus, said the man. Nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought all the NYPD hated me, said Peter, curious. PSHH. Not all of us, he said. Some of us like the work you're doing. Thanks, said Peter, thankful he had a mask on as he felt his cheeks redden. So, you wanted to talk, officer? Detective Jim Daniels, said Jim, handing Peter a card. I'm guessing you came to check out what the commotion's all about. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, it's a hell of a thing, he said, taking a drag. Not the kind of thing we're used to seeing in our city. Too rich for our blood. What do you mean? It's best if I just show you, he said as he took out his cell phone, clicking some stuff before handing it over to Peter. On the screen was a picture of a man wearing a lab coat on the floor, his body a withered blue husk. What happened? Asked Peter. There's more than one photo, said Jim. Swiping to the next photo, Peter saw another withered blue husk, but female, and there were another 4 more after that. The final picture was different than the others. It showed no withered body, but 2 police officers with their guns drawn, completely encased in ice. Seeing the pictures of the officers frozen in ice, things quickly clicked into place. Dr. Frost, he realized. The way she died felt like such a comic book origin story, and now 2 days later, a person with ice powers appears in the morgue where a body was being held. Either one hell of a coincidence or dash. You okay? Asked Jim, snapping him out of it. Yeah, said Peter, handing the phone back. So, you meant powers when you said not the kind of thing we see in our city. Yeah, said Jim, taking another drag. Powers. And you came to me because the way you swing around the city like a blur, doing all those flips, you definitely have powers. Maybe I'm just a trapeze artist. Right. Regular flying Grayson, said Jim. Anyway, whoever is responsible for those bodies is clearly beyond our capabilities, but since the NYPD's official stance on vigilantism is considering it illegal, they can't ask you to intervene. And their pride won't allow them to ask for help from outsiders. The Justice League. Yup. I, however, am not too proud, especially when it concerns the lives of others. Though if someone catches us talking, I'm going to pull out my gun and try to arrest you. What about that uniformed officer who pointed me out to you? Wong's a good cop. Understands that you're doing some good, so she tolerates you, explained Jim. So, you in? Yeah, I'm in. Good, he said, putting out his cigarette. Hope you catch them before they can cause any more damage. I'll try. All I can ask for, said Jim, reaching for a handshake that Peter reciprocated. Best of luck to you, Spider-Man. The detective left the alley, leaving Peter alone. What did that accident do to you, Dr. Frost? Chapter 12, JJJ to GGG. New York. August 19, 21:05 Eastern Daylight Time. Hidden by the moonless night, Peter quietly landed at the entrance to his house, hurriedly stuffing his suit into his backpack. Right as he finished zipping it closed, the front door to his house swung open, revealing his mother standing there with a look of disapproval, but mostly worry, while Dexter rested blissfully in her arms. Peter Benjamin Parker, you are late, she said. I have been worried sick. I'm sorry, Mom, said Peter as he entered the house, closing the door behind him. The lesson took longer than usual because there was a guest instructor, and there was a train delay. Besides, I texted you. Yes, but you said you were going to be a little late. 9 is a lot more than a little late, she said, sounding far more worried than usual. Is everything all right, Mom? He asked, noticing she was a little on edge. Sigh. I'm sorry for getting so worked up, Peter, she said, stroking Dexter's head, eliciting a purr of contentment. The whole city's on edge from that thing that happened at the morgue. I heard about that. Any new developments? He asked, even though he knew there probably hadn't been. Yeah. There has, asked Peter, surprised. What? Turns out a few of the deceased that were being held there were destroyed, she said, grimacing at the thought. Destroyed? What do you mean destroyed? They were frozen and shattered into a million pieces, said Richard, who had walked in from the kitchen and was nursing a drink. And one of them was Frost. Jesus. Peter said, his mind racing from the new information. If she did that, she might be more in control of herself than I initially thought. The villain usually goes crazy after their transformation, case in point, Lizard and Green Goblin. The fact that she took the time to make it seem like she, along with other bodies, were destroyed, bodes well. She might just be able to be reasoned with. Yeah, Jesus is right, said Richard, taking a sip of his drink before walking off to the living room, sitting down on the couch, and turning on the TV. Come on, I'll heat up your dinner, said Mary, the two of them walking to the kitchen. He's taking it hard, said Peter, putting his bag on the ground and leaning against the counter. Well, they were colleagues and friends. They had mutual respect for each other's work. He was also the one who scouted her, said Mary, stroking Dexter's head one last time before placing him down on the ground. I didn't know that. Neither of them mentioned it on the tour. HM. Well, as you know, Wayne Enterprises has booths at all the top schools, hoping to hire the best before anyone else, and they usually do. Anyway, in his second year at the company, he was put in charge of the biotech booth at Harvard, and that's where he scouted her. He said he had a gut feeling she was bound for success, explained Mary as she heated up a plate of food. Only hired her and no one else. Got reamed out for it, but not even a month later, his bosses saw what he had seen, and boy did they sing his praises. Now, every year, he mans the biotech booth. Wow. So you can see why he's taking it hard, she said, putting the plate in front of Peter. Her death was already a blow, and now there's not even a body to bury. Oh, it's just awful. No one deserves that. Yeah. Awful. Fed and showered, Peter was ready to sit down, review what he knew about the morgue incident, and devise a plan for dealing with Dr. Frost, but before he did, he went downstairs to get a drink of water. Water bottle in hand, he was about to head back upstairs when he heard something coming from the TV in the living room that caught his attention. "They're talking about me," he thought, making his way to the living room where his parents were watching GBS News. On the screen was a wide shot of a newsroom with the two anchors, Todd Donner, a skinny man with grayish eyes and brown hair wearing a gray suit with a white shirt and gray tie, and Lola Barnett, a blonde blue-eyed woman wearing a maroon pantsuit. The two anchors were interviewing a guest, a male with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing a dark blue suit with a white shirt and dark blue tie. "Oh, Peter. Were you studying?" "Is it too loud?" asked Mary, looking up at Peter as she ate a bowl of ice cream. "Actually, can you turn it up?" asked Peter. "Who is that?" "One of those anti-hero guys who spew their rhetoric on the internet, named Gordon Godfrey," answered Richard as he upped the volume. "He's talking about Spider-Man." "Oh, come on. What kind of Zemblanity one is that? I thought I was catching a break by not having J. Jonah Jameson, and here I find out instead of JJJ, it's GGG, thought Peter. Typical Parker luck. Gordon, in your blog posts, you mentioned that the appearance of the vigilante known as Spider-Man was the start of very bad things happening for New York City, did you not? Asked Todd. Yes, I did, and I was the very first one to say so, you know. I knew that with the appearance of that webhead, New York City was going to become a lawless hellscape like Gotham, said Godfrey with an English accent and a look of superiority. Surely that is a bit of an exaggeration, don't you think? I believe most people would disagree with your assessment. They would say that Spider-Man is a good thing for the city, and I include myself in that group of people. In fact, we polled 100 people and found a whopping 80% of them believe that Spider-Man is a welcome addition, said Lola. I like her, thought Peter. Ha. Classic example of recency bias, said Gordon, smugly shaking his head. Just like Gotham, they too liked that grown man dressed like a bat in the beginning. Thought he was cleaning up the streets, putting an end to the violence that ravaged the streets of Gotham, but little did they know that his appearance would be a match that started a fire. All of a sudden, other freaks started coming out of the woodwork in response to the bat. So you believe that the appearance of these heroes, or in our case, one vigilante, begets the existence of villains/criminals, asked Todd. Yes, I do. It is the nature of things. A hero comes around and takes down all the criminals, expecting things to get better, but instead, it gets worse. Why? Because now there is a new target to conquer, the hero. So new criminals appear who are smarter, stronger, crazier, or whatever to take down the hero. And meanwhile, the everyday people, the you and I of the world, are the ones who suffer the most, explained Godfrey. Before Batman, there was no Joker, no Harley Quinn, no Mr. Freeze, no Black Mask, only regular criminals. And you believe today's events at the morgue are an example of that, asked Todd. Yes. Spider-Man has gone around taking down criminals. He has, but he's done more than just that. He saved a mother and her baby from said Lola. Getting run over by a bunch of bank robbers, yes, I know the story, but the bank robbers wouldn't have been about to hit the mother and her baby if not for Spider-Man interfering. He webbed them up, and they were unable to steer the car. If he hadn't done that, the mother would have been fine anyway, said Gordon, interrupting Lola and waving his hand dismissively. My point is that Spider-Menace's presence has shot out a flare to all the criminals and crazies of the world that New York City is ready for something else, and this Killer Frost at the morgue is the first wave of that. Killer Frost? Asked the two anchors. Yes, you heard it here first, folks. An original moniker from Gordon Godfrey for our mystery ice killer, Killer Frost, he said, smugly looking at the camera. And not just that, my website has exclusive photos of the suspect that no other news outlet has. Go to www.thegggshow.com to see them. Photos, thought Peter, surprised. He must have a source inside the NYPD. I'll have to message Detective Daniels to see what they got. Don't really want to add any more foot traffic to Gordon's website if I can help it. Okay, that's it. You're done, said Todd, the camera panning away from Godfrey before it went to commercial. What a tool, said Richard, changing the channel. Poor Spider-Man. He's just trying to help out, and he's being blamed for that incident at the morgue. I hope he keeps his head up, said Mary, shaking her head as she ate a spoonful of ice cream. Though that thing about new criminals appearing to take down the heroes does make a little sense. Those criminals would exist regardless of whether there were heroes or not. Heroes just make it easier to stop them, said Richard. Good people will always stand against evil. I agree, I just hope New York doesn't become Gotham, added Mary. I'll try not to let it, thought Peter. At his desk, Peter stared at the screen of his custom-built laptop, where he was going over the files he created of anything and everything relevant to Dr. Frost, her death, and the incident at the morgue. Thanks to Detective Daniel's help, he also got the pictures that Gordon Godfrey was selling on his website for free, and very grainy security footage, which were both added to the files. The photos that Gordon was boasting about selling on his website were blown up and blurry stills from the security footage, which showed a figure that barely looked like anything. With Peter knowing it was Dr. Frost, however, he could tell that she looked very different. Her hair had gone from a light brown to white, her pale skin had become much paler, and she had used ice to cover her face and body, another indicator that she might be more mentally sound than he initially thought. Besides those stills, the rest of the photos sent over were of the bodies and frozen police officers. They were mostly different angles from the ones he had seen on Detective Daniel's phone, but some showed things that Peter thought might be a clue to Dr. Frost's new abilities, so he noted them down. Unfortunately, the security footage itself did not have video of where the bodies were held, i.e., where everything began. Detective Daniels mentioned that a lot of the cameras were either outdated or broken. Still, Peter had spliced together all the relevant footage, which was neither a lot nor of very high quality, but it did help give him more information as to what he was dealing with. The footage began with a shot of the doors leading to the room where the mortuary cabinets were located, and the place where everything began. The first victim, a medical examiner, entered the room, and a few minutes later, out came Dr. Frost, face and body covered in ice. She stood still a moment, as if feeling something out before heading down the hall, where she quickly ran into a female lab assistant. The lab assistant was looking down at her tablet and bumped into Dr. Frost, but before she could do anything, she was kissed by Dr. Frost. She looked surprised and then scared, and she tried to struggle, but she quickly shriveled up, becoming a blue husk. Dr. Frost then stopped kissing the lab assistant, her body dropping to the floor while Dr. Frost looked up and rubbed her arms in what seemed like euphoria. Peter hadn't known why the 6 bodies had looked the way they did, though his best guess was that Dr. Frost had frozen the water in their bodies, but the footage revealed the truth. Dr. Frost hadn't frozen them, she had drained them of their heat like a vampire drains a person of their blood. The rest of the footage showed her strolling through the halls, draining another 4 people of their heat in a similar fashion to the lab assistant. While she was draining the last one, she was caught in the act by 2 police officers. They raised their guns and shouted at her to get on her knees, but she became enraged, most likely from having her meal interrupted, and with an angry wave of her hand, the 2 officers were encased in ice. That seemed to have calmed her down because she stared at her hands for a few moments as if amazed at her newfound abilities. After that, she made her way to an exit and left the building, which was also where the footage ended. Quick review of what I know. Dr. Frost, now known as Killer Frost, thanks to Gordon Godfrey, was accidentally trapped in the thermofrost freezer, causing her to be presumed dead. In reality, she was, let's say, hibernating, and she awoke in the morgue, changed forever. She became a heat vampire, way to go me for that one, and acquired cryokinesis, though to what extent is still unclear. It's clear she feeds on heat, but it's unclear if heat is her only form of sustenance. She kisses her victims to drain them of their heat, but it seems more like her modus operandi rather than the only way to do so. Besides that, she seems to gain some pleasure from draining people of their heat. Her mental status looks to be fluctuating. One moment, she seems clear-headed enough to hide her identity, but the next, she becomes enraged from having her meal interrupted. It also seems to me that the accident probably altered her brain chemistry and made her, no pun intended, cold-hearted. She killed 6 people back to back and didn't even take a second glance at their bodies. My idea that she may be able to be reasoned with is looking less and less likely. Peter had read the file and reviewed the information with himself so many times that the letters were starting to swim off the page. He glanced at the time and saw that it was 1 a.m, surprised he had let the time slip away from him. I should sleep. I'll think better in the morning. Maybe I'll even dream of an idea of how to track her, he thought as he got into bed. Chapter 13, School Life. New York. August 20th, 1350 Eastern Daylight Time. His unconscious mind had come through for him, and he had dreamed of an idea of how to track her. Whether it would work was another thing, but he felt confident about it. Thermal vision isn't anything revolutionary, but the idea is solid. Peter thought, staring at his desk and balancing a spinning pencil on his finger as he was deep in thought. I'm glad I noticed the frosty footprints on the ground in the pictures of the bodies. The footprints, along with the fact that she uses heat for sustenance, might mean that her body is passively draining heat from her surroundings, though it's probably not enough to survive. If I'm right, that means she'll leave behind sub-zero footprints wherever she goes, and with a little tinkering, I can add a high-tech/custom thermal vision upgrade to my lenses that should let me track her. Of course, that means I'll have to find her first, but it's definitely better than nothing. Psst, he heard Ronnie say as he got poked in the back, snapping him out of his thoughts. Mr. Parker, said a shrill, old voice. Hearing that voice, he quickly understood why Ronnie had poked him, so he looked up. Looking at him with a stare so intense it felt like she was boring holes right into him was their science teacher, Mrs. Starkey, an old, gray-haired woman dressed in an outfit plucked right out of the Golden Girls, her wrinkly, sourpuss face framed by gold horn-rimmed glasses. Yes, Mrs. Starkey, he asked, noticing Clifford looking back at him and snickering. Mr. Parker, I asked you a question, she said, adjusting her glasses. Would you care to answer it? Ah, said Peter, glancing at the board to see if the question was written there, only for it to be completely blank. I can answer it, Mrs. Starkey, said Clifford, raising his hand, smugly. Mr. Carmichael. Do refrain from speaking unless spoken to, she said, causing Clifford to abashedly lower his hand, her gaze not leaving Peter for even a moment. Mr. Parker. What experiment confirmed the physical nature of an atom, whispered Ronnie, throwing Peter a life jacket. Rutherford's gold foil experiment. It showed that atoms are mostly empty space, with the positive charge concentrated in a nucleus, quickly answered Peter now that he knew what the question was. She said, glancing at Ronnie before looking back at Peter. Correct, but do remember to have your eyes forward at all times, Mr. Parker. Yes, ma'am. Thanks for the save, said Peter, patting Ronnie on the back as they walked to the cafeteria for lunch. I swear that woman's stare could make Batman feel scared. Don't sweat it, Ronnie said, chuckling. I tried to warn you after she first called you, but you were spaced out. Appreciate it. I was thinking about some stuff, and I got wrapped up in it. The heavy kind. Nothing like that. Just ideas bouncing around in my head. All right. They continued talking as they entered the cafeteria, which was a typical school cafeteria with a serving area manned by nice lunch ladies taking up the far side of the room. Long tables with multiple seats occupied the rest of the space, interspersed with circular tables that served as the exclusive seating area for the jocks and in-crowd, while other cliques claimed the few booths lining the walls. They lined up, getting a tray and their drink, which was a choice between milk, orange juice, apple juice, and water. Peter chose milk as he actually enjoyed it, something Teresa had poked fun at for as long as he could remember. After the drink was the rest of the food, which differed every day, but happened to be a cheeseburger with tater tots and a fruit medley for sides. There you go, said the smiling lunch lady, scooping an extra big helping of tater tots on Peter's tray. A little extra for you. Thanks, he said, smiling since he liked tater tots before getting out of line and waiting for Ronnie to get his food. Dude, I think the lunch lady has a crush on you, said Ronnie as they walked over to an empty long table, choosing to sit on the end. Look how many tater tots you got. Ew, she's like 60. I probably remind her of her grandson or something, said Peter. I wish I reminded her of her grandson then. You got like 2 servings of tater tots. I barely got one, he said, pointing at his meager pile of tater tots. Fine, I'll split them with you, said Peter, scooping some of the tater tots onto Ronnie's plate. There, now all's right with the world. Sweet, said Ronnie, happily eating his tater tots. You sure you shouldn't be sitting with the rest of the team now that you're on it? Peter said, motioning over to the circular tables where the football team and cheerleaders sat. Nah, we see each other after school, and also they're a little too jockey. Besides, who would you sit with if not me, said Ronnie, jokingly. Haha, thanks. What are friends for, he said, taking a big bite of his burger before a girl walked up to the table. Hi, Ronnie, said the smiling, tall blonde, blue-eyed girl carrying her tray as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Doreen. Ronnie said, realizing his mouth was full, he forcefully swallowed his food, looking like he was about to choke for a second before successfully passing it. Hi. Hi, repeated Doreen, before looking over at Peter. Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. Hi, I'm Doreen Day. Peter Parker, nice to meet you, said Peter, noticing she quickly went back to looking at Ronnie, who had similarly not stopped smiling as he looked at her. Do you want to sit down? Peter doesn't mind, do you, Peter? See, he doesn't mind, said Ronnie, causing Doreen to laugh. I'm going to sit with my friends, but I just wanted to say hi, she said, pointing over at a booth of girls all looking their way, giggling. Oh, okay, said Ronnie, looking like a wounded puppy. But I'll see you later in class. Okay. Cool, cool. Sounds good, he responded, springing to life. See you, she said, waving by at both of them as she walked away. Someone has a crush, said Peter in a sing-songy voice. Who wouldn't? She's the best, said Ronnie, still looking at her leave. You have art class together? Yeah, our seats are right next to each other, and when I walked in on the first day and saw her sitting there, it was like love at first sight, or something, you know. But it's not just her looks, it's her brains and personality. She cares about stuff, about causes. She's the whole package, explained Ronnie, his gaze finally moving off her and back to Peter. I'm no expert on romance, but I think the feeling is mutual, said Peter as he ate his food. You should ask her out on a date. You think so? He asked, smiling wider than Peter had ever seen. You really think she likes me? You're surprised about that? Asked Peter. Well, to be honest, I've never had a girlfriend or whatever, he said, looking down and blushing a little. Seriously, said Peter, surprised. How? You're a football player, and I mean, I'm not into dudes, but look at you. You're practically a Greek sculpture come to life, you're a handsome guy, my friend. Can you keep a secret? He said. Your secret's safe with me, said Peter, smiling. Okay, he said, his expression turning a little downcast as he got in close, which Peter reciprocated, getting closer. I haven't always looked like this. I used to be fat. Like, hey, look at Porky Pig wanting to play football. Let's make fun of him, fat. Kids can be so cruel, thought Peter, internally shaking his head. His attitude about Doreen liking him makes sense now, though. I wasn't that fat, it's just that I was the fattest kid in school, so they all made fun of me about it. But over the summer, my dad helped me lose all the weight, and suddenly it felt like I was a new person. I felt good about looking at myself, but sometimes, I still feel like the fat kid. My dad said it might help if we had a change of scenery, but everyone goes to the same school since it's the only one, explained Ronnie. So, my dad decided we should move. I wanted a fresh start, and my dad was getting tired of Montana, so it was two birds with one stone. And that's why you've never had a girlfriend and why you're so surprised about Doreen liking you, said Peter, drinking his milk. Yeah. It's all new to me, looking like this and having girls be attracted to me. I just don't know about this stuff, he said, moving back to sit normally. Do you really think she likes me? Well, let's review the footage, said Peter, putting down the milk carton. Her eyes were on you the entire time, so much so that she didn't even realize I was here at first, and when she did look at me, her smile wilted a little before coming back full force when she looked back at you. Like I said, I'm no expert in romance, but I'd say your chances of success are pretty good. Pretty good, said Ronnie, smiling at Peter's review. Okay then. I'll ask her during art. Very nice. I doubt you'll need it, but good luck. Thanks, said Ronnie. The table fell into a comfortable silence as they ate until Ronnie, looking a little hesitant, spoke. You said you're not a romance expert, so that means you've never had a girlfriend, right? Right. Why? He asked, looking confused. I mean, you're like freaky smart, in better shape than me, easy to talk to, and not bad looking either. Am I blushing? Said Peter, jokingly. I won't ask if you don't want me to. I'm just curious is all. No, it's fine, said Peter. It's not that I'm not interested in romance or girls, because I am, but it was recently brought to my attention that I've been too focused on what I like that I forgot about everything else. I even forgot about making friends. Seriously? Asked Ronnie, surprised. Yeah. It's a little embarrassing, but you're my first, real friend. Wow. That's kind of weird. I was trying to use a word that sounded less mean, but yeah, weird, said Ronnie, the two chuckling at that. Okay, so now that you know that about yourself, are you looking for a girlfriend? With my life as busy and complicated as it is, a girlfriend would only complicate that even more, thought Peter. I'm not actively looking, but I think if the right person appeared, then I might go for it, explained Peter. Especially if they're a redhead. You're into redheads. I would have thought you liked blondes, said Ronnie. Well, I'm not just into redheads, I think any color hair is fine. Besides, I think personality is more important. Though I do like redheads. A lot, said Peter. Can't really tell him it all stems from a character from a comic series that doesn't even exist in this world. If I meet any redheads with a good personality, you'll be the first one I call, said Ronnie. My man, said Peter, shaking his head amusedly. So, have you thought back on your past and realized there was a girl who liked you, but you were too caught up in your stuff to tell? Maybe there's a girl close to you who likes you, but you just haven't noticed, said Ronnie as he ate his fruit medley. Said Peter, thinking back on all the girls he's known over the years and analyzing their behavior toward him. Nah. I'm pretty observant. I think I would be able to tell when a girl likes me. Yeah, you'd probably have to be stupid to not see the signs. Totally. With the school day over, Peter was at his locker putting away what he didn't need and making sure he had what he did, which was mostly homework. As he closed his locker, his spider senses tingled very faintly, which he had deduced meant someone was about to surprise him, but not in a dangerous way. Probably an excited Ronnie with good news, thought Peter, overriding his automatic reflexes. You son of a bitch, you were right, shouted Ronnie, putting his hands on Peter's shoulders and shaking him. She said yes. Congratulations, buddy, said Peter, smiling at his enthusiasm. We're going out to eat after school tomorrow. Maybe catch a movie, said Ronnie, taking his hands off Peter and running them through his hair. I can't believe a girl like that said yes to me. I'm walking on cloud 9. Confidence goes a long way, advised Peter as he shut his locker. Confidence. I can do that, said Ronnie, opening his locker. I'll see you tomorrow, said Peter. Wait, said Ronnie, stopping Peter from leaving. I know we're still new friends and all, but I wanted to ask a favor. What's up? You know how we have that math test tomorrow? Yeah. Also, who gives a test in the first week of school? You're preaching to the choir, said Ronnie. Anyway, I was wondering if you could help me out by tutoring me. I know it's last minute and all, so it's cool if you can't. I don't want to put you out or anything. Just as Ronnie said that, Clifford happened to be passing by with his usual look of arrogance on his face, and stopped in front of the duo. Did I hear that correctly? You need tutoring for tomorrow's test. In a level of math they teach preschoolers, he said, mockingly. I guess the saying about God not giving with both hands is true, but in your case, he might have given way more with one than the other. Not that a man of science like myself believes in God, of course, but for my mocking, it suffices. Looking at you, I would have to agree, Cliff. Peter rebutted, causing Clifford to blush in embarrassment. Hey, you already have the name, and now with a face that read, all you need is to turn into a giant dog, and the ensemble is complete. Whatever, Parker, he said, quickly walking away. Don't let that sanctimonious dick get to you, said Peter. I have thick skin. It's fine, said Ronnie, shrugging. Besides, I could always snap him like a twig. Haha, true, chuckled Peter. Anyway, about the tutoring, it's no problem, but I have to swing by my uncle's first to pick up a few things. Should be free after 6:30-ish if that works. You're a lifesaver, bro. I appreciate it, said Ronnie, looking relieved as he fist-bumped Peter. Like I said, no problem. Where do you want to meet? You can swing by my place. It's not far from here. Sounds good. Just text me the address and I'll swing by after I'm done, said Peter, smiling as he walked away. See you. Lifesaver, shouted Ronnie as Peter left. Chapter 14, Ben's Salvage Yard. New York. August 20th, 1703 Eastern Daylight Time. His handy web shooters had once again proven their usefulness, allowing him to travel from Upper Manhattan to Queens, with a little train surfing in between, in no time flat. Even with stopping a carjacking and a mugging on the way, he made it there much faster than he would have by taking just the train. Queens had a more relaxed, suburban feel compared to Manhattan, which is why Ben and May chose to live in Queens, opting for a quieter place to call home rather than the city. They even lived in the exact same location their comic counterparts had famously called home, 20 Ingram Street, but Peter's destination for the day was not their home but the salvage yard. Depending on the medium, Uncle Ben had different jobs, ranging from an electrician to a retired textile worker to an unspecified blue-collar occupation, although he often had a retired military background. In this reality, he still had a retired military background, but he was also the proud owner and operator of his very own salvage yard, aptly named Ben's Salvage Yard. He mostly dealt with small-time stuff and not industrial contracts, something that Peter had heard May pushing him to accept many times over the years. Still, even though he didn't try to vie for industrial contracts, the salvage yard kept him plenty busy and allowed them to live comfortably, Not that Peter's parents would ever allow them to live uncomfortably if it ever came down to it. Treasure Planet. The loot of 1,000 worlds, thought Peter, looking at the entrance to the salvage yard as well as the sign that read Ben's salvage yard and had a cartoon depiction of Ben. If Uncle Ben didn't own this salvage yard, I would have had to pay for all the parts I've used over the years for my tinkering. As he approached the salvage yard, he was hit with the familiar smell of musty, metallic, oily odors with an undertone of burning rubber and plastic. He could also hear the roaring of the crane's engine, the banging of scrap metal being moved around, and the whir of the compactors in action. Before the change, the salvage yard could be a little overwhelming to the senses, but after, it was almost too much to handle. Damn, thought Peter, grimacing a little as he stood still, adjusting to the assault on his senses. My senses aren't even that superhuman. Peter, is that you? He heard May say. Are you okay? You're grimacing. She had just walked out of the office building located right by the entrance to the salvage yard, carrying a clipboard in her hand, when she saw Peter. Hey, Aunt May, said Peter, wiping the grimace off his face and approaching her. I'm fine. Just forgot how much the salvage yard smells. Tell me about it. I don't wear anything to work if it costs more than $10, or the smell of this place will ruin it, she said, hugging him in greeting. How've you been? Feel like $1,000,000, said Peter. That's good to hear. How's high school treating you so far? Is it as bad as I remember? Worse. Ugh. Can't even imagine myself going to high school in this day and age, what with the internet and everything, she said, shaking her head. I don't know, Aunt May. Uncle Ben's shown me pictures of you in high school, and I think you would thrive in high school if you were my age right now, he said. You'd probably be a beauty blogger or something. Oh, stop it. You Parker men are all a bunch of sweet talkers, she said, swatting him on the arm. Come on, your Uncle Ben's using the crane. They entered the salvage yard, passing the office and entering the yard, which was very neat and organized compared to other salvage yards Peter had gone to before. There were stacks of flattened cards, stripped of anything useful and ready to be scrapped, taking up one side of the yard, while non-flattened, unstripped cars, old appliances, rusty parts, etc., took up the majority of the rest of the yard. As they neared the back, the sound of the crane got louder until the aforementioned crane came into view. Driving it was Ben, taking out a cube of metal from the compactor and loading it onto a flatbed. As he moved the cube onto the flatbed, he noticed Peter and May, his face lighting up with surprise. He quickly placed the cube onto the now full flatbed and turned off the crane, exiting it. Peter. What a nice surprise, he said, hugging Peter. You here to take me up on that job offer? Ben, I told you not to pressure him. Let him decide, said May, swatting his arm. Right, sorry, Peter. No pressure. Offer stands indefinitely, said Ben, patting him on the arm. So what are you doing here? Here to look for more parts for whatever gizmo you're building. Come on, Uncle Ben, you make it sound like I'm here just for the parts. I'm also here to see my favorite aunt and uncle, said Peter. We're your only aunt and uncle. And yet you're still my favorite, said Peter, causing Ben and May to chuckle. I am looking for some parts for something I'm working on. All right, well, you know where everything is, so we'll leave you to it, but stop by the office before you leave, said Ben. You moved said May. Oh, right. We moved the more tech parts into the garage. A few of the other salvage yards have been having thieves break in and steal that type of stuff, so we had to move it, said Ben. Everyone's gone for the day, so you can take your time. There's been break-ins. Are you two okay? Asked Peter, worried. We're fine. No one's broken into here. Besides the fact that we have cameras all over the place and a good security system in the garage and office, I can take care of myself, said Ben, flexing his muscles. I used to box in the Navy, you know. Even won a few championships back in the day. Yes, he and every other person you've ever met know you boxed in the Navy, said May, rolling her eyes while Peter chuckled. Maybe, but does he know I almost put his teacher on his ass before, boasted Ben. Ted Grant. You fought him before? Asked Peter, surprised since he had never heard Ben mention that story before. Oh, yeah. A long time ago. I was, 20, I think. He was at one of the tournaments as a guest judge, and everyone else was too cowardly to ask him for pointers, but not me. I asked him, and he agreed, so we went a few rounds. I had my ass handed to me, but in the last round, I landed a nice right hook to his jaw that made him lose consciousness for a second, he explained, chest puffed up as he told the story. So, if you ever need pointers, feel free to ask. Wow. That's impressive, Uncle Ben, said Peter, genuinely impressed. He had trained with Ted Grant for about 2 years and had experienced his skills firsthand. Before the change, he had won a handful of spars out of a countless number, so the fact that Ben was able to knock him out when he was younger, even for just a moment, was beyond impressive. It's no big deal, he replied, beaming with pride. Tell him what happened next, Macho Man, said Mary. I don't know what you're talking about, Mary. Ben said, his prideful look vanishing. So you didn't get knocked out right after, and you didn't get knocked out so hard that the medics were worried, resulting in you missing the entire tournament, asked Mary, eyebrow raised. Cough. Ben coughed, looking a little embarrassed, while Peter simply smiled. Anyway, Peter, take what you like and take your time. Thanks, Uncle Ben, said Peter, leaning in close to him. And between you and me, the story ended when you knocked him out. Haha, that's what I like to hear, said Ben, patting him on the back before walking off with May. The two walked hand in hand, still acting like newlyweds. Seeing that, it got him thinking about what Ronnie had asked him regarding whether he wanted a girlfriend. Dad and Uncle Ben both ended up with someone great, if a little ball-busting. I wonder if I'll ever find someone like that, he thought as he made his way to the garage. I wonder if I'll ever find my MJ. Thankfully, Ben kept things neat and organized, which allowed Peter to quickly find what he was looking for. He already had some of the key components in his lab, but now with the stuff from the junkyard, he was confident he would be able to add the thermal imaging upgrade to his lenses, allowing him to track Killer Frost. While the upgrade was mostly done to track Killer Frost, it was something he had been wanting to do ever since he rescued May, the little girl he had saved from the burning building. Thermal imaging wasn't exactly what he had in mind for rescue operations like that, considering the flames would make it difficult to see anything, but it was the best he could do at the moment. With the parts in his backpack, he went to the office building, where he chatted with Uncle Ben and Aunt May for a while before noticing that it was getting close to the time he needed to meet up with Ronnie. He said his goodbyes to them, promising to visit again soon before leaving. One train surf later, he was back in Manhattan, web-swinging through the sky in his suit, making his way to Ronnie's house. It's barely 6. I got some time to stop some crime. Hey, I'm a poet, and I didn't even know it, thought Peter, before internally cringing. Thank God there's no one around to read my thoughts. He was swinging north on Park Avenue, crossing 70th Street, when he saw a purse snatcher take an old lady's purse and take off running in his direction. Wow, robbing sweet old ladies. What's next, kicking puppies, he said as he landed in front of the purse snatcher, startling him. Back off, man, said the purse snatcher as he took out a knife and began waving it around. I'm not afraid to cut you. Is that a real knife, said Peter, acting scared. Yeah, it's real. Now let me go and we'll be square, said the man, swiping the knife at the air. No, not a knife. That's my one weakness, he said in a scared voice, raising his hands in mock surrender as he fell to his knees. That's right, said the man, smiling in triumph. Faster than he could react, Peter snatched the purse from the man with a web, shooting a ball of webbing at the hand holding the knife and causing it to fall to the floor. He then yanked the purse snatcher's pants down with a quick flick of his web, revealing the man was wearing a black thong. Whoa. Now that's what I call a bold-fashioned choice, said Peter as he webbed the man to a nearby lamppost. You know what, I want to apologize. I think I went too far by pulling your pants down, you know. It was a heat-of-the-moment thing. I mean, I'm not judging. Different strokes for different folks, and all that, but I think the next time you decide to snatch an old lady's purse, at least wear some tighty-whities. Come on, dude. Let me go, said the man, struggling and trying to get free of the webbing. I didn't do anything. Yeah, right, you accidentally ran off with someone else's purse. Classic misunderstanding, said Peter, turning to see that the old lady had caught up with the two of them. My purse. That's my purse, she said, pointing at the purse in Peter's hand. Here you go, ma'am. Safe and sound, with only a little bit of webbing. Should buff right out in a few hours, he said, handing the purse to the old lady. Oh, thank you, young man, she said, smiling as she took the purse. Did you catch that nasty man who took my purse and nearly knocked me over? He's present and accounted for, said Peter, pointing at the lamppost. Oh my, said the old lady, covering her mouth in surprise. I have that very same thong. That's, said Peter, swallowing what almost came up. Nice to hear. I got you, Spider-Man. "I called the cops already," said a random bystander, pointing at his phone. "Go help the rest of the city." "Hey, thanks, man," he said, giving the man a thumbs up. "Here you go, young man," said the old lady, holding a piece of butterscotch candy. "Just for you." "Are you trying to bribe me?" joked Peter, taking the candy. "I appreciate it." "You stay safe, ma'am." He jumped as high as he could before swinging away. "That's an image I'm never getting out of my mind," he thought, shaking his head to dispel the image that had appeared. "At least I got a candy for my troubles." His spider senses tingled, and he turned to look in the direction he felt it pulling him. 2 blocks away, Peter could see a figure climbing up the side of a high-rise. The figure was wearing a purple spandex suit, sporting a black spider emblem on his forehead that intersected with golden eyepieces, and had 2 dull gray bracelets on his wrists. Already, Peter was feeling a sense of déjà vu, but when the figure pointed his arm up and shot out a line of red webbing that they used to propel themselves higher up, he knew why. The imposter that killed Dexter's owner. Chapter 15, 2-0. New York. August 20th, 1810 Eastern Daylight Time. Suddenly finding the person who had murdered Dexter's owner had temporarily stunned Peter, causing him to swing into the side of a building. Thankfully, he had not collided with glass, otherwise, that would have been a whole lot of mess to clean up and explain. "Oof," he thought, rubbing his cheek and making sure his mask hadn't torn or shifted from the impact as he clung to the building. "I hope no one saw that." He shook off the embarrassment of crashing into a building and turned his attention back to the purple-clad figure. They had used their red web to climb up and land on the penthouse terrace, looking around to make sure no one had seen them. "If I didn't have my spider sense, I wouldn't have seen them either, especially not at the speeds I usually swing at. I mean, who would expect a single person to scale the side of a skyscraper with no climbing gear just to rob a penthouse, much less expect that same person to have engineered a substance that would allow them to swing from place to place like a weird spider-slash-monkey hybrid," thought Peter, realizing that he himself could climb skyscrapers with no gear and had engineered a very similar, but obviously much better, substance. A bit of the kettle calling the pot black, but hey, I'm no thief and murderer. That word, that title, murderer, gave Peter pause. He had been in scuffles with muggers and carjackers, had been shot at by drug dealers and bank robbers, but he did not know whether or not any of them were murderers. He, without a doubt, knew the lookalike was one. He had seen the crime scene left behind, the vile act they committed because Dexter's owner happened to be in her house when the lookalike broke in. But the pause was temporary because he knew that the lookalike was a murderer. He had been searching for them for a week, waiting for the chance to take them down, to stop them before they killed again. That was more than enough to override what little worry he felt about confronting a killer. Although he had overcome his worry, it didn't mean he would face the killer without a plan. "Chances are, I'll catch them by surprise, and unless this is another crazy cosmic coincidence, or a case of Parker luck, the lookalike will be a regular person with no powers, just equipment. That seems to me to be the most likely case. They're probably a not-so-subtle nod at a Spider-Man copy from DC, a la something like Sentry being a sort of copy of Superman or Namor and Aquaman. Giving them the same equipment and the same power set is just blatant copying and no longer a fun nod. Anyway, if that is the case, I win the fight. Unless it turns out Batman is secretly moonlighting as a knockoff killer version of me, but I don't think even the Parker luck would screw me over that bad. That said, even if I take them down, I don't want them back on the street. I'll have to have enough evidence, irrefutable, ironclad proof that they killed Dexter's owner so they can be charged with it and put away for good. Looks like it's time to make my directorial debut." He took out his phone and opened the camera app, switching to the video function and adjusting the settings to make sure he would get the best possible recording. He didn't want an unfocused video to be the reason the lookalike wasn't charged. "Okay, phone's ready. Too bad I don't have my camcorder or a recording function on my mask, which I'll look into after this, but the phone will suffice. All that's left is for me to set it up inside the penthouse in a good location while not letting the lookalike see me do it, or they'll clam up and I won't get a confession," thought Peter. He turned his attention back to the penthouse terrace, where he saw the lookalike had just finished lockpicking the door, taking one last look around before sliding the door open and entering the penthouse. Better move quick. Don't know if someone's in there, and I don't want a repeat of what happened to Dexter's owner. Peter shot out a line, web-swinging and crossing the 2-block distance to the high-rise in a few seconds, landing on the terrace with a spider's grace and nary a sound. As he pressed record on his phone, he could hear the lookalike loudly rummaging around while speaking, the voice being distinctly male. "I assumed they were male, but hey, who am I to say murderous knockoffs can't be female," thought Peter. If he's rummaging around and talking to himself, that means the apartment is empty. At least, I hope that's what it means. Before entering the penthouse, Peter looked through the glass sliding door, trying to see what the layout of the apartment was and to try and see the look-alike. The inside of the penthouse looked exactly like what Peter thought a NYC penthouse apartment would look like: marble flooring with sleek metal accents, a large designer sofa, statement piece coffee tables that doubled as a sculpture, a giant crystal chandelier, a minimalistic staircase leading to the second floor, and multiple paintings on the walls. Meanwhile, the look-alike was nowhere to be found. Wonder why he didn't take the paintings. He might be looking for the smaller and more valuable stuff in the bedrooms first. I don't imagine it's easy to sell stolen paintings. Ignoring the decor of the penthouse, Peter noticed that the layout of the penthouse had vaulted ceilings with an open floor plan, which was good for his plan. If there were a lot of walled-off rooms, he'd have to make sure to take the phone with him if they moved, making it much more likely his plan would be discovered. With the way the penthouse is laid out, I can web the phone to a ceiling corner and get practically the entire apartment in the shot. Only thing is I'll have to bring the look-alike out to the living room, but that shouldn't be too hard. Peter stepped through the open door into the living room, the sounds of the look-alike rummaging getting louder. He could also tell that the look-alike was definitely on the second floor, which was most likely where the bedrooms were. Ignoring the look-alike for a second, he looked up at the ceiling and found a corner that offered an unobstructed view of the first floor before quietly wall-crawling to it, setting up his phone. The spider has spun his web. Now it's time for the other spider to enter it. Yeah, that works. Peter picked up the remote to the giant Luther Technologies TV and turned it on, the last channel being a gossip news channel which happened to be talking about Bruce Wayne's latest fling with a Gotham socialite named Silver St. Cloud. Even though he was not a big DC reader in his past life, one of the things he knew about Bruce Wayne was that he pulled, maybe more than any other comic character, and it seemed like that was true in this reality, too. Tearing his eyes away from the gossip, he put the remote back where it was, silently jumping up to the ceiling directly above the staircase to lie in wait. The look-alike had stopped rummaging as soon as the TV had been turned on, going completely silent, so Peter focused, straining his ears, tuning out the sound of the TV to try to figure out what he was doing. He could hear the look-alike's steady heartbeat and muted breathing, the sound of his spandex outfit stretching and relaxing as he moved, his deliberately slow footsteps on the marble floor as he made his way to the staircase. There was also the faint clinking of metal, most likely from some jewelry he took and put inside a bag. By how steady the sound of his heartbeat and breathing is, this guy's either no stranger to home invasions or he's a sociopath. An entire minute passed with Peter silently lying in wait, listening to the look-alike move from the bedroom to the staircase at a snail's pace until he finally emerged from the hallway. He was crouched low, practically crawling on the floor, his eyes forward to see why the TV had been turned on. He slowed even further, creeping his way to the edge of the staircase where he could get a good look at the living room. The look-alike slightly tilted his head in what must have been confusion when he saw that there was no one in the living room before scanning the rest of the first floor. "Hello. Is anybody home?" "It's the milkman," said the look-alike in a falsetto voice. "The milkman? Really? Dude, you need to modernize your material into something from this century," said Peter, shaking his head. Immediately, the look-alike turned around, both hands pointed up at Peter before shooting red globs of webbing from the gray bracelets around his wrists. "I would have said something like, 'Pizza's here, you know.'" "Much funnier than milkman," said Peter while slightly repositioning himself to avoid the two balls of red webbing. "Or since you're a murderer, you could have said, 'Here's Johnny,' but using your name, obviously. Unless your name is Johnny, then you would just say, 'Here's Johnny.' Is your name Johnny? 'Cause I really don't want to keep referring to you as the look-alike in my internal monologue. And you said I need to modernize my material." "Here's Johnny has been done to death," said the look-alike, beginning to shoot ball after ball of red webbing at Peter as he made his way down the stairs. "Just like you will be." "I don't get it," said Peter as he dodged the balls of webbing, making sure to move in the direction of the terrace door so he could intercept the look-alike if he decided to bolt. "Never mind, I just got it. Just like 'Here's Johnny has been done to death, so will I, i.e., you're going to kill me.' Clever. The best jokes are the ones you have to explain, aren't they, Spider-Man?" he said, reaching the bottom of the stairs and grabbing a heavy-looking knick-knack, throwing it at Peter. "You know my name, but I still don't know yours. Unless you do want me to keep referring to you as cheap knockoff in my monologues," said Peter, repositioning himself so his back and feet were against the wall, freeing his hands before catching the knick-knack with his left hand. "The name's Black Spider, and if anything, you're the cheap knockoff," he replied. "Black Spider? But you're purple." The only thing black about you is that ugly spider emblem on your forehead, said Peter, confused. Unless, oh God. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to marginalize your experience. Ah, millennials and their social consciousness, said Black Spider, shaking his head in amusement. I don't suppose you'd let me go now that you know I'm black, would you? Even if you are black, I can't verify it unless you take off your suit, and I doubt you will, said Peter. Besides, wouldn't it be more racist not to stop you because you're black? Yeah, but who would know? It'd be between you and me, he said, taking out a black cloth bag from behind his back. And to sweeten the deal, what say we split the loot? 30/70ths. Counteroffer, 100 to 0. 100 for the owners, 0 for you and me, said Peter, snatching the bag of jewelry with a web from his left hand. I really hate you heroic types. Always ruining the fun, he said. It's why I left Gotham. The Bat's no fun. Oh, yeah. What's he like? I feel like we probably wouldn't get along. Too broody. Too serious, said Peter, making a mental note to find anything relevant on Black Spider's time in Gotham. He's all business. No quips. So far, I like you better, said Black Spider. Ah, how sweet. Can't say the feelings are mutual. Black Spider threw another knick-knack at Peter, which he caught with his right hand. Thanks to his spider sense, he knew it was done as a distraction to tie up his hands, allowing Black Spider to shoot a line of web at his right leg. He could have dodged, but he decided to let it land. Now you're in my web, little spider. Time to wrap you up for dinner, he said, pulling on the web, hard, only for nothing to happen. Looks like someone's been skipping out on their morning eggs. Let me show you how it's done, said Peter. He threw the two knickknacks and bag of jewelry up in the air, webbing them to the ceiling to keep them safe before shooting a line at Black Spider's right foot and pulling it, careful not to overdo it and dislocate his leg. Still, it was enough force to launch Black Spider across the apartment and crash into the wall right next to him, where he then webbed him to it upside down. That's how it's done and that's how you know, you're the knockoff, not me, said Peter. Great, another superpowered freak in the world, said Black Spider. Whatever happened to the regular people? Now you throw a rock and you'll hit 10 freaks. You sound like you should be sitting in a rocking chair with an oxygen tube in your nose, talking about the good old days when you could get a burger for a nickel, said Peter. He gave Black Spider's web shooters a once-over and saw they had tubes that ran under the suit along his arms and down his back to a container. So that's how your shooters work, said Peter, easily wrenching the container off his back to study it closer. Your webbing is stored under compression in this tank. Have to say, it's pretty resourceful. I'm a pretty resourceful guy. Yeah, too bad your webbing is just glorified glue, said Peter, webbing the container to the wall since it was evidence. Like yours is any better. Isn't it, said Peter, smiling under his mask. Whatever. So, what's the deal here? You going to beat me up and then call the cops like the Bat does, or are you just going to call the cops? Because I got dinner reservations later. The former option does sound tempting, said Peter, holding his chin as if in contemplation. But first, tell me something. You are the one who killed that lady over in Tribeca last week, aren't you? Last week. Let me think, what was I doing last week, said Black Spider. Broke into a few places, stole some cars, robbed some drug dealers, cut a few movies, and yeah, killed a lady in Tribeca. Why do you ask? You admit it. Just like that, asked Peter, surprised. Well, yeah. I did kill her. Why? Asked Peter, clenching his fist. Why'd I kill her? Because she wasn't shutting the hell up. Wouldn't let me concentrate while I searched her place, he said. Much good it did me. She didn't have shit and I had to lay low from the cops. And you apparently. Hearing him say that so casually, talking about murdering a person as if it were just something normal like making a sandwich, made Peter angry. His already clenched fist shook from how angry he was, and he was tempted to punch Black Spider without holding back, but he didn't. He wouldn't. So, we done here or what? Not yet, said Peter, grabbing Black Spider's mask and taking it off. What? You wanted to make sure I wasn't lying about being black. I wanted to make sure I saw your face in case I have to pick you out of a lineup, said Peter. I'll be out in no time. Spider-Man, breaking and entering doesn't carry a big sentence, he said smugly. No, but murder does. Can't charge me. I left no evidence. I am a professional, after all. Gosh dang it. If only I had thought of setting up my phone to record our entire conversation, including when you admitted to murder. Oh, wait, said Peter, pointing at the ceiling to his webbed-up phone. Black Spider looked over at where Peter was pointing, and his smug smile dropped as he saw the phone. Spider-Man, 2, cheap knockoff, 0. Instead of calling 911, Peter chose to call Detective Daniels directly, telling him everything that happened. Daniels was impressed and was at the penthouse with the cavalry in no time flat. Quick thinking, using your phone to record the conversation, said Daniels, watching the video that Peter had sent him. Will it be enough? Asked Peter, looking over Daniels' shoulder to see Black Spider being stripped of his web shooters and cuffed by a uniformed officer. I have some friends in the DA's office. They'll be more than happy to add putting away a murderer to their list of accomplishments. Good. I'll testify if I have to, he said. With the mask on, obviously. That'd be a sight to see, said Daniels, shaking his head in amusement. Before Peter could say anything else, he felt his phone vibrate. Checking it, he saw that he had a text message from Ronnie. Oh shit, he thought, remembering that he was supposed to be tutoring Ronnie. He texted him, telling him he was running a little late, but that he would be there in no time. Sorry, detective. Duty calls, said Peter. No problem. Thanks again, said Daniels, patting him on the arm. As he was about to leave, Black Spider spoke up. I'll see you around, Spider-Man, he said, smiling. Sooner than you think. Peter gave him one final glance before running out the terrace doors and jumping off. As he swung, Black Spider's final words and confident smile replayed over and over. Being late is part of the Parker experience, thought Peter. He landed in an alley near Ronnie's home and changed out of his suit after making sure no one was watching. Changed, he ran out and made his way to Ronnie's house, which was the first floor of a brownstone in Morningside Heights. He pressed the buzzer for Ronnie's house and was let into the building. As he was about to knock on the door, it was opened by Ronnie. Sorry, I'm late, said Peter. All good. You said after 6:30, and it's not even 7. I'm just glad you're here, he said, stepping aside. Come in. Thanks, said Peter. Entering the apartment, Peter took a look around. It was an average New York home with nothing out of the ordinary about it. You want something to drink? Asked Ronnie, moving to the kitchen. I'll take a water, said Peter, looking at a picture he could only assume was of Ronnie's mom. Here you go, said Ronnie, handing him a water bottle while he drank a sports drink. Thanks, said Peter, cracking open the bottle and downing nearly all of it. The front door opened, and in came a man who looked like an older Ronnie, wearing a coat and a black hat like the ones journalists wore in old movies. Oh, hello, said the man, surprised. Hello, Mr. Raymond, said Peter. Dad, this is my friend Peter. He's here to help me study for a test we have tomorrow, explained Ronnie. So this is Peter, he said, reaching for a handshake with a friendly smile. It's nice to meet you. Ronnie's told me all about you. Nice to meet you, too, sir, said Peter, shaking his hand. Please, call me Ed, he said. And thank you for helping Ronnie out. What are friends for? There's some food in the microwave, Dad, said Ronnie. Thanks, kid, he said. But I just came to pick something up. I'll be back later. All right, said Ronnie before looking at Peter. We can study in my room. Peter followed Ronnie down the hall to his room, which was a typical teenage boy bedroom, a hastily made-up bed, a desk littered with stuff, a stereo with a bunch of CDs, movie posters, and posters of football players on the wall. See you in a bit. Good luck with your studying. Love you, shouted Ronnie's dad from the front door before the sound of the door opening and closing was heard. Journalist life must be pretty hectic, said Peter, sitting down on the edge of the bed. Yeah, he has weird hours sometimes, but he loves it, said Ronnie, sitting down on the desk chair. Still getting used to it. Not much to report back in Montana. Not like New York. The most exciting thing that happens in Montana is a chili cook-off. Sounds like my kind of journalism, joked Peter, causing Ronnie to chuckle. All right, let's study. We have a lot to cover and not a lot of time to do it, said Ronnie, pulling out his textbooks. So what do you need help with exactly? Asked Peter, pulling out his book. Everything. 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 Let's get started, shall we? Chapter 16, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. New York. August 21st, 1700 hours Eastern Daylight Time. Thanks to yesterday's study session, I know I can fall back on a career as a teacher if need be, thought Peter, swinging down Fifth Avenue. The previous night's study session had gone over very well. Peter's latent teaching ability had reared its head and made all the material a breeze for Ronnie to learn, allowing him to score a B+. Peter apologized to Ronnie, telling him that he was sure that if they had spent a little more time, Ronnie would have been able to clinch at least an A-. Ronnie, on the other hand, was expecting to get at best a D before his help, so he was more than happy with his grade and grateful for Peter's study session. And now that school is out, it's officially the start of the weekend, and that can only mean one thing. All-night vigilante party, thought Peter, flipping through the air and landing on the corner of the 86th floor observation deck of the Empire State Building before jumping and web-zipping to the very tip of the Empire State Building. God, this view. Peter looked out at the city and just stared in awe. Hanging out at the top of any skyscraper was something he had loved doing since he got his powers. He loved to sit and gaze out at the city, take in all of its glory. But there was something about being on top of the Empire State Building, the building that defined the New York City skyline, that felt just right. Seeing the city helped remind him what he was protecting, and hopefully, what he was helping make better. While helping out around the city, I should keep an eye out for Dr. Frost. She's been quiet since the incident at the morgue, and there have been no reported sightings of her. Considering we're in one of the most populated cities in the country, that's odd. Best guess is she went into hiding somewhere frequented by few people. If I do find a trace of her, I can track her with my new lenses, thought Peter, activating his thermal imagining by pressing on the edge of his lens. Adding the thermal imaging function to his lenses wasn't too hard to do, but upgrading it and making it better took practically all night. It'd be funny if I spotted Dr. Frost from up here, he thought, amused as he scanned the city with the thermal imaging, not spotting anything out of the ordinary and turning it off. Can't say I wasn't hoping it would be that easy, but oh well. Time to use my other new addition to the mask and be the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. While working on installing the thermal imaging upgrade, he also decided to add a built-in police scanner that would help him respond to crimes more quickly. It would also be helpful in letting him know if someone reported a sighting of Killer Frost. Let's see what's on the radio, he said, turning on the police scanner. Report of a 10 to 50p Madison Square Park, nearest unit, please respond. 10-50p is a disorderly person, said Peter, taking a moment to remember what the codes represented. Off we go. Before he could take off, another call came in. All units, officers transporting key witness north on Park Avenue are under fire. Requesting immediate backup, please respond. No need to figure out what that one means, he said, turning east towards Park Avenue, jumping off and swinging. But where exactly on Park Avenue are dash? The sound of sirens and gunshots rang out right as he swung onto Park Avenue, interrupting his wonderment. Found them, he said, swinging south to intercept. They were still a ways away, but he could see that a prisoner transport van with lights and sirens blaring was speeding and swerving through traffic while two black sedans followed behind. Sticking out of the windows of the black sedans were 6 men dressed in suits, using pistols and fully automatic rifles to shoot at the van. That's a lot of firepower for one witness. Those guys must be part of a heavy-hitting organization, only they're brazen enough to do something like this, said Peter. Better stop them before someone gets seriously hurt. He swung towards them, and as he got near them, he saw one of the goons in the second sedan look up at him before shouting something to the others, causing them all to look up at him. He didn't know exactly what he shouted to the others, but his spider sense tingling and the 3 men in the second car pointing their guns at him gave him a pretty good idea. I was just dropping by to say hello, and this is how you guys greet me, he said, dodging the bullets. You don't know who you're messing with, Spider-Man, shouted one of the goons in a very thick New York accent. Why don't you enlighten me, he said, pulling the guns from their hands and webbing them to the ground. Before he could take away the guns from the 3 goons in the first car, they ducked back inside, shooting out the windshield to allow them to continue shooting at the van. You guys might be the smartest criminals I've met yet. Though that's not saying much. Peter was about to web-zip to the first car, seeing as they were the ones still shooting and posed the biggest threat. Hey, Spider-Man. Look what we got, shouted one of the goons in the second car. Looking over, Peter saw that in his right hand, sticking out of the window, was a grenade. You better chase us and make sure we don't blow up anything, shouted the goon as the car turned left on 31st, breaking away from the chase. He looked at the remaining sedan and the police van, and at the street where the other car broke off before deciding that chasing after potentially grenade-throwing thugs was more pertinent. I have to move fast, he thought, turning down 32nd, a street that ran parallel to the one the car had turned on. He swung down the street, releasing at the right moment to gain as much speed as possible, while looking to his left, trying to spot the car. After swinging 2 blocks, he spotted them, having caught up, but instead of turning onto the street the car was on, he kept swinging. In a few seconds, he had pulled far enough ahead that he changed directions and swung onto 6th Avenue. He got to the intersection where the 2 streets met just as the car did, and he realized the occupants hadn't noticed him since they were looking behind them. He also noticed that the goon who had shown the grenade still had it in his hand, and the pin was still inserted, meaning it wasn't primed. Good. He landed on the roof of the car, but before they could react, he jumped back up, shot a line on the roof with his left hand, and swung feet first into the open passenger window. As he passed through, he grabbed the grenade with his right hand, tapping the passenger and the driver on the head and knocking them out. With the momentum he had, he broke through the driver's side window and landed back on the roof of the car. As soon as he landed, he repeatedly shot out lines of web at the buildings around him and attached them to the car, forcing it to stop. "Run for it," said the 2 goons as they opened the rear doors and tried to run away. Peter shot a line of web, hitting their backs before pulling them back, causing them to go through the open car doors and collide with each other. He jumped down from the roof and webbed the 2 in the back who had ended up face to face. "I'm happy for the 2 of you, but sheesh, there's a time and place," said Peter, webbing the 2 unconscious goons in the front seats and leaving the grenade encased in webbing inside the car before taking off north on 6th Avenue. "Gotta move. All units, officers transporting key witness have passed Grand Central and are still heading north on Park Avenue." "Repeat, north on Park Avenue," said the dispatcher. Hearing the information from the police scanner, Peter continued swinging on 6th until he reached 47th, taking it until he was back on Park Avenue. Looking north, he could see the blue and red lights of the police van in the distance. "I might not make it in time," he thought, noticing that the van looked like it was swerving a little, from what he assumed was a pop tire. He was about to continue chasing, but he noticed a tower crane doing construction on a building. That itself wasn't anything notable, but the fact that it had the jib arm pointed directly north was. Seeing that, the final scene of the first Amazing Spider-Man movie flashed through his mind. With no hesitation, he swung up to the crane, landing on the operator's cab, startling the men inside. "Christ!" shouted the construction worker. "What the hell are you doing up here? You can't be up here." "Don't worry, I have my forklift certification. I'm just going to borrow your jib arm for a second," he said before jumping up and into the arm. He shot 2 lines at the ends of the arm, pulling back while moving backward to stretch the lines as much as he could. Once they were taut, he hopped and slingshot forward. "Hoo-hoo," he shouted, unable to help it. Thanks to the slingshot, he was able to cross 3/4 of the distance in one go and quickly caught up by swinging the rest of the way. "Sorry about earlier, we got disconnected. I'm here to talk to you about your extended warranty," said Peter as he landed on the roof of the sedan. "Light him up, boys." As he dodged the bullets with the help of his spider sense, he stuck his arm in through the left rear open window and pulled out one of the goons. "Hi," he said, shooting a line of web at a building and wrapping it around the men before letting him go. "Bye. Driver, Coney Island, please," he said as he jumped in the back seat through the left rear window, kicking the gun away from the men in the back before webbing him up. "Arg. Enough," shouted the passenger, stabbing his thigh with a vial of red liquid. "Drugs? Really? Haven't you heard of DARE?" said Peter. Peter was about to web the passenger, but the passenger started screaming, his body got bigger, gaining muscle out of nowhere. "Whoa," said Peter, surprised. "Rah," shouted the juiced-up goon, lunging at Peter. "You're too big for this ride," said Peter, ducking under the goon. "Let's take this outside, shall we?" He kicked the goon using the level of strength he usually used on regular people, but was surprised when the goon simply tanked it. In his state of surprise, the goon managed to grab hold of his leg. Oh. The goon threw him at the rear door hard enough to take it off its hinges, and send both Peter and the door flying. That wasn't an EPI pen, thought Peter, using his wall-crawling ability on his feet to stick to the car door while shooting a line at the car and beginning to surf. Whatever he injected is no ordinary drug. Arg. Puny spider. Annoying. "Going to crush you," shouted the juiced-up goon from the back seat. "Use your words, honey," said Peter. "No words. Just fists," he shouted, leaping out of the moving car, going for the tackle on Peter. Peter, with the car door still stuck to his feet, jumped over the goon and slammed the car door down on his face, using more than his usual strength. The goon went limp from the hit, and Peter stopped surfing to check his pulse. "Oh, thank God," said Peter, breathing a sigh of relief after feeling the goon's pulse. He used an extra-large helping of webbing on the guy before running after the sedan. Quickly catching up to it, he entered through the back seat and moved into the passenger seat. "Save us both the trouble and stop the car," said Peter. "You don't want to be knocked out, and I don't want to knock you out if I can help it." "You got me," said the man, pulling the car over to a stop. "You really don't know who you're messing with, do you, webhead? Like I said earlier, enlighten me." "No need. You'll find out soon enough," he said, smiling cryptically. "Okay. That's not creepy at all," said Peter, webbing the man to his seat. Peter took a breather as he waited a few minutes before the cops showed up, guns drawn and at the ready. "Show us your hands, Spider-Man," said one of the cops. "Aren't you guys tired of this song and dance?" asked Peter. "I stop a criminal. You show up. You point your guns at me. I take away your guns. You guys get humiliated. Do we really have to do this again?" The cops silently looked at each other, unsure of what to do, before one of them put their gun away, and the rest followed. "That's better. I mean, we are all on the same side, so there's no need to fight," he said, dropping down from the light pole. Most of the cops mumbled, looking at him with scorn and disdain as they walked over to the two webbed-up goons, except one cop, the same one who first put his gun away, who looked around before making his way over to Peter. "Thanks for the help, Spider-Man," he whispered. "No problem," whispered Peter. "Why are we whispering?" "Sorry. I'm sure you know, but a lot of cops don't really like you. I've noticed." "I do, though," said the guy, hastily. "You're helping out, so you're okay in my book." "Appreciate it," said Peter. "Anyway, who are these guys?" "You don't know." "No. Should I?" "You're a vigilante, and you don't know what criminal organization they're part of." "Isn't that like a basic requirement for the job?" he asked. "I'm still new to this." "I'm learning on the job," said Peter, embarrassed but taking a mental note to do his research. "Right. Anyway, they're part of the Monteleone crime family," he said. "The mob? I thought they went out with swing dancing," said Peter, surprised. "They're still around. The Monteleones changed their business early on, allowing them to survive until now," explained the officer. "To what?" "Drugs. They control most of the city's hard drug trade. Including venom." "Venom? The neosteroid dragon talked about," thought Peter. "Venom. Yeah. That's what that guy over there used. I'm assuming, anyway." "He shows all the telltale signs," said the officer, pointing at the juiced-up goon. "One dose of venom makes you a walking tank. It's enough to take on a small army." "If it's so dangerous, why have I never heard of it before?" he asked, though he knew that it was still new to the market. Besides it being relatively new, the higher-ups are trying to keep it a secret. Don't want kids getting any ideas, you know. "Right. Kids can be dumb." "Hey, Brooks, stop talking to that guy and come over here and help us," shouted one of the cops near the webbed-up mobster. "Sorry, Spider-Man, duty calls." "No worries. Appreciate the information, officer," said Peter, reading his name tag. "Brooks. Calvin Brooks. Be seeing you, Spider-Man," he said, smiling as he turned around to help out his fellow officers. Glad the afternoon's off to a productive start, he thought, jumping and swinging away while humming. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Chapter 17, does whatever a spider can. General 3rd POV. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Does whatever a spider can. Spins a web, any size. Catches thieves just like flies. Look out. Here comes the Spider-Man. A man walking through a crowded street suddenly snatches a woman's purse and takes off running. She screams for help when suddenly Spider-Man swings by her hair blowing from the wind left in his wake. With an impressive flip, he lands in front of the purse snatcher, who runs into him and knocks himself out. Spider-Man webs him to the ground, picking up the purse and handing it to the woman. She thanks him as he leaves, off to help another citizen of New York City. Is he strong? Listen, bud. He's got radioactive blood. Can he swing from a thread? Take a look, overhead. Hey there. There goes the Spider-Man. A little boy is tearing up, standing under a utility pole, and pointing up at his cat, who is stuck at the very top. He cries for help, but no one can do anything but call the fire department. A bird lands next to the cat, startling it and causing it to fall off the utility pole. The boy cries out, people gasp in shock, but Spider-Man swoops in, gently catching the falling feline. He lands on the ground to applause and cheers. Even the cat licks his face in gratitude. He hands the cat to the boy, now crying tears of joy and saying his thanks. Spider-Man gives the little boy a high five and pets the cat before taking off to help another citizen of New York City. In the chill of night. At the scene of a crime. Like a streak of light. He arrives, just in time. Inside a bank, the alarm is going off as 5 masked gunmen rob the place. The patrons of the bank are on the floor, face down, trying to be invisible, hoping the men will take the money and go. The men are spread out around the bank, each in charge of something different. One of them is in charge of being the lookout by the entrance, 2 of them are in charge of crowd control, and the last 2 are in charge of opening the vault and taking its contents. Suddenly, the lights go out, and the windows are covered one by one, plunging the bank into darkness. Over the next minute, the hostages hear the sound of the gunmen shouting, guns clattering, and an odd sound best described as thwip before the lights come back on, revealing the 5 gunmen webbed up and hanging from the ceiling along with Spider-Man. He opened the bank doors, and all the hostages rushed out, all of them thanking him on their way out before he took off to help another citizen of New York City. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Wealth and fame, he's ignored. Action is his reward. An old lady using a walker and carrying a bag of groceries stood at the crosswalk. When it was time to cross, she and everyone else began walking, but unlike everyone else, she was not fast. She ambled across the crosswalk, but even as the countdown neared 0, she wasn't even halfway across. She looked worried, hating causing trouble for others. In her hurry, she dropped her groceries, having to stop and pick them up. The light turned green, but she still hadn't moved, so the cars started honking at her. She began tearing up, trying to go as fast as she could, when a gloved, red hand started to help her. Spider-Man told her it was going to be okay. He picked up her groceries and bagged them, even saying something to the driver who had honked at her. He helped her cross the street and even took the time to walk her home, chatting with her all the way there before taking off to help another citizen of New York City. To him, life is a great big bang-up. Wherever there's a hang-up, you'll find the Spider-Man. New York. August 21st, 2030 Eastern Daylight Time. The past few hours felt like a montage that's in the background while a theme song plays. Peter mused out loud, drinking some water as he took a breather atop a water tower. Anyway, I should look into Venom. It'd be bad if every thug and goon were running around using the stuff. Should call Detective Daniels and see what he can tell me. He took out his spider phone, which he had personally created by upgrading and improving an older Wayne phone, making it practically impossible for anyone to track or hack. This is Daniels. Detective. I want to play a game, said Peter, covering his mouth to muffle his voice. Hey, Spider-Man. You've been busy. How'd you know it was me? He asked, not muffling his voice. I have your number saved. Oh. Right, said Peter, a little embarrassed. So, what do you need? Can't a guy call just to check in on his source inside the NYPD? See how he's doing, he asked, lying down. Seen any good movies lately? Heard Smugglins 4 was pretty good. I'm a little busy here, so dash. Wait, said Peter. I wanted to ask you about Venom. Who makes it, who supplies it, where's it come from, everything. Heard about your little run-in with a venomed mobster. Looks like even that wonder drug isn't enough to go toe-to-toe with you, said Daniels. Are you flirting with me, detective? 'Cause I don't swing that way. Get it? Unfortunately, there's not much I can tell you, said Daniels, ignoring his joke. Classified stuff. You're piquing my interest, he said, sitting up. It's not that it's classified, it's that we have practically nothing. Nothing. Like nothing, nothing, asked Peter, surprised. Yeah. How? It's a drug. You must have caught some dealers or users who have information to trade for a lesser sentence. That's the thing. We can't catch them. Can't catch them, said Peter before realizing why. Because of the venom. Exactly. As soon as they get a whiff of police, they inject themselves with the stuff and go nuts. It always ends with them escaping or dying by cop since the drug makes them lose their reasoning. Now that you mention it, the mobster was talking weird after injecting himself, said Peter, thinking back on his encounter. I thought it was just his public school education. But now, thanks to you, that mobster is the first Venom user we've gotten in custody. The fact that he's part of the Monteleone crime family, who practically control all of the city's drug trade, means they might be the distributors of Venom. You don't think they're the ones making it? Asked Peter. Not sure, but it's definitely not their MO. They're distributors, not suppliers. They also haven't made any moves that would support that theory. True. If they were the ones making venom, why sell it? Why not keep it for yourself and muscle in on everybody else's turf? With an army of tanks, what could everybody else do, said Peter. My thoughts exactly. If they were the ones making it, we'd have a mafia war on our hands. The Scarapellas sure as hell wouldn't let the Monteleones get any more turf. I see, said Peter. So, does that mean the NYPD is going to start surveilling the Monteleones? The wheels of bureaucracy turn slowly, Spider-Man, he said, lowering his voice. And you didn't hear it from me, but they have people in the NYPD, so I doubt it'll happen anytime soon if at all. Figures, said Peter, shaking his head. Can you give me a location the Monteleones operate out of so I can do my own investigation? Of course I can't, Spider-Man. That would be illegal, said Daniels. It would be illegal for me to tell you that there is a restaurant in Little Italy called Nuovo Vesuvio that is a front for the Monteleones. I just couldn't do something like that. It goes against my moral code. Thanks, detective. I'll wrap them up in a nice little bow for you, he said, smiling under his mask. I'll be waiting by the chimney, said Daniels. All right, that's what I'm talking about. A little back and forth, a little repartee, or as the French say, tête-à-tête, said Peter. It's not bad, but you need to work at it some more. I'll keep that in mind. Good luck, Spider-Man, said Daniels, hanging up the call, but Peter could tell he was smiling. Break time's over, he thought, standing up and stretching. As he was about to take off towards Little Italy, his personal phone rang. He checked and saw it was Teresa calling, which surprised him since she preferred communicating through text. What's up? Asked Peter. Where are you? She asked. At a friend's house. Why? Said Peter. He had already told his parents he would be late because he was going to hang out at Ronnie's house, so he used the same lie with Teresa. When are you coming home? I don't know. 2-3 hours, maybe. What's wrong? Are you okay? He asked, ready to rush home. Relax, I'm fine, she said, and Peter swore he could hear her eyes rolling. I just want you to pick us up some ice cream. Zatanna's over? Asked Peter, noticing she said US. Yeah. She was talking my ear off earlier, but she's oddly quiet right now. Terry. Zatanna's voice came through faintly, as if she were far away from the phone. Her throat might be sore. I can pick up some throat lozenges if she wants, said Peter. Sometimes I seriously doubt whether you are a genius, she said, sounding exasperated. No lozenges, just get me a pint of Dark Knight brownie bite and a golden lasso twirl for Zatanna. Oka dash. Wait, Dad's yelling something, she said, followed by the sound of her getting up from her bed and going out into the hallway coming through. What did you say, Dad? Yeah, I'm on the phone with him. I told him to buy us some ice cream on his way home. You want a Krypton Crunch? And a sea salt and storm swirl for Mom. Okay. Did you hear that? Hard not to. Krypton Crunch for Dad, and sea salt and storm swirl for Mom. Got it. And Dark Knight brownie bite for you and golden lasso twirl for Zatanna. Good. Oh, and get something for Dexter, he gets sad when he gets left out, she said as the sound of Dexter meowing was heard. Okay. I'll buy them on my way home, he said, shaking his head in amusement. K. Later, she said, hanging up. Love you too, he mumbled, putting the phone away. Wonder what kind of flavor I'd get if I joined the Justice League, he thought, jumping off and starting to swing his way to Little Italy. Web Whirl, something with marshmallow. Friendly neighborhood fudge, chocolate with red and blue sprinkles, and brownie. Spidey sorbet. Well, that one's pretty self-explanatory. Little Italy is a neighborhood and ethnic enclave in Lower Manhattan, located north of Chinatown, and is named after its dominant Italian-American population. Just like Chinatown is filled with the spirit of the Chinese community, Little Italy is filled with the spirit of the Italian community. It's also home to Peter's favorite place to get a cannoli. God, I love cannolis, he thought, scarfing down a cannoli atop a rooftop. Little Italy was home to Peter's favorite place to get a cannoli, Russo's Bakery. All the swinging, vigilantism, and helping out the citizens of New York had made him pretty hungry, so he stopped in to buy some cannolis. The bakery employees were surprised to see Spider-Man walk in, but aside from asking for a picture and a signature to hang up on the wall, they treated him like a regular guy, though they did give him an extra cannoli on the house. This is going to be tricky, he thought, taking a bite out of a cannoli as he looked down, surveilling the Monteleone front Detective Daniels mentioned. Besides being a front, Nuovo Vesuvio was a very popular and trendy restaurant. At least, Peter assumed so since both the interior and exterior seating were full, and there was still a line of people waiting to be seated. The people in line and the ones seated also didn't look like they were mobsters, just regular people eating at a restaurant they have no idea is a front. Maybe I can wait until they close, he thought, taking out his phone and looking up the restaurant to check the hours of operation. Or not. If I'm still out at 1 a.m., Mom will freak. He began contemplating whether he should go home and then sneak out so his mom wouldn't worry about him when he noticed a very nice SUV pull up to the restaurant. The doors opened, and out came 4 men dressed in suits. Thanks to a little tingle from his spider sense, he could tell that the 4 men were armed. Come on, lucky mobsters. Show me the drugs. 2 of them stayed by the SUV, constantly looking around for any threats, while the other 2 walked into the restaurant. A couple looked like they were about to complain, but one look from the mobster shut them down. After a few minutes of waiting, during which Peter finished his cannolis, the 2 mobsters each came out carrying 2 big plastic bags filled with takeout containers. I don't know what's in those containers, but it sure isn't food, he thought, turning on his thermal imaging. The takeout containers weren't hotter than anything else around them, suggesting that there was no hot food in them. And the way the plastic bags were being stretched meant whatever was in there was heavy. Unless they have an entire room temperature roasted pig, bones and all, in those containers, there's no way they would be that heavy, he thought, turning off the thermal imaging. Better follow them. Not like the restaurant is going anywhere. Once all 4 mobsters were back in the SUV, they took off. Peter followed after them, choosing to run across the rooftops rather than swing since, with weekend traffic, they were moving at a snail's pace. This reminds me of that one mission in the first game where you have to follow a taxi, he thought. Is it weird that I think being shot at would make this better? Though a little bored, he continued to follow them. They took a few turns here and there, which Peter assumed was meant to throw off any potential tails, until they stopped outside New York City Marble Cemetery. Thought they would be doing a moonlit drug deal in Central Park by Slaughter Lake or in an abandoned warehouse down by the pier, he thought, landing on a rooftop with a good view of the SUV and the cemetery. He saw the mobsters exit the SUV and look around for a few seconds before they entered the cemetery. He was about to move closer so he could overhear any conversation they might have when his spider sense tingled, but not from danger. From being watched. It was something he had experienced a few times since he started operating around the city as Spider-Man. Someone would be recording him with a cell phone or watching him from afar with a camera, hoping to take some pictures, and his spider sense would react. The first time he felt it, he initially thought he was in danger, but almost immediately, he instinctively knew his spider sense was reacting because he was being watched. He quickly turned around, preemptively shooting webbing in the direction he felt he was being watched from, only for it to hit nothing but air until it hit the side of a building. He looked around but couldn't see anyone, and the fact that the tingle had gone away meant that whoever was watching him was no longer doing so. Hopefully that was just some reporter looking for a big scoop, he thought, still looking around, trying to find whoever had been watching him. Best to take some laps around the city before going home, though. My spider sense should warn me if I'm being followed, but I'd rather not risk putting my family in danger. As much as he wanted to find out who had been watching him, he had other matters to attend to. Turning back to look at the cemetery, he could see the 4 men were nowhere to be found. He saw that the SUV was still exactly where it was before, and he hadn't heard any cars pull away. Was I chasing after ghosts? Is that why they came to a cemetery, he thought, jumping down onto a light pole before jumping into the cemetery. He looked around, seeing a few trees, marble tablets on the ground, and larger monuments and markers. He thought being in a cemetery at night would feel spooky or have a creepy ambience, but instead, it felt peaceful as if he were at a park. He had landed by the entrance on a gravel path that led to a big mausoleum, but there was also an information placard standing in his way that he decided to read. Looks like due to outbreaks of yellow fever in the 1800s, earthen burials were outlawed, and 2 cemeteries with underground marble burial vaults came to be. Despite the cemetery being located in Manhattan proper, there are over 200 underground vaults, each containing more than one deceased. The mausoleum at the end of the gravel pathway is the final resting place of the first owner and the constructor of the marble vaults, he summarized. The more you know. Interesting as it may have been, he was not there for a history lesson. He crouched down, looked at the gravel pathway, and saw footprints that led to the mausoleum. There was no way for him to know if they were left behind by the mobsters or by history buffs earlier in the day, but it was his only lead. He walked the path, quickly reaching the mausoleum. Looking closely, he noticed the doors of the mausoleum were slightly ajar, so he put his ear up to the crack and focused. He could faintly hear a variety of voices with two distinct accents. One he easily recognized as being from New York, while the other he could only assume was from somewhere in Latin America. Let's hope they've oiled these hinges. He slowly opened the door but stopped when his spider sense tingled, letting him know that it was about to creak. It's a tight fit, but it'll do. Squeezing his way in, he could see that it was empty. Unlike the ones outside, which were underground, the interior of the mausoleum had two above-ground marble coffins. The two were identical except that the one on the right had been moved backwards, revealing a set of stairs that led further underground. A tunnel under an old coffin, how cliché. He descended the stairs and entered a tunnel that ended in a lit room. The voices he heard earlier were much clearer now that he was in the tunnel. He hopped, sticking to the ceiling before crawling toward the room. Enough catching up. Shall we get down to business? Asked a man with a Latin American accent. Sure, said one of the men with a New York accent that Peter assumed was one of the four mobsters he had been following. As the sound of plastic bags rustling was heard, Peter reached the entrance, giving him a better look at the room. The room was an underground crypt made of brick that had turned white from age, old unlit metal lanterns hung from the ceiling, knee-high LED lights lined the walls, and further in the room was an old marble altar as well as an opening that led deeper into the crypt. Standing around the marble altar were the four mobsters on one side and another four men on the other side, who were all wearing black cadet caps. He also noticed that one of them was carrying a large metal briefcase. On the altar were the takeout containers, which had been opened, revealing they were chock full of money. That's not food, thought Peter. Unless you're a silverfish. Is there anything more beautiful than money? Asked one of the drug dealers, smiling. That venom of yours, replied the mobster. Ha ha ha. Yes, it is beautiful, he said, looking at the men with the briefcase. He placed the briefcase on the table and opened it, turning it around so the mobsters, and Peter, could see the contents. That's a lot of venom, thought Peter, counting at least 20 vials. Now that's what I call a thing of beauty, said the mobster, smiling as he picked out one of the vials before putting it back and closing the briefcase. Almost makes me want a taste. Would you mind if I have a taste, said Peter, snatching the briefcase with his web. Sharing is caring. Spider-Man, shouted the mobster in anger as he and the other mobsters took out their guns. That's my name, don't wear it out, he said, webbing the briefcase to the ceiling of the crypt. Help us kill him, and the boss will double our usual purchase, said the mobster to the drug dealers. Double, said the drug dealer, smiling as he and his men also took out their guns. Don't worry, we're used to killing Aranyas. I don't think you've ever seen an Aranya this big. Or this handsome, said Peter while using the wall as a springboard to launch himself towards the mobsters. He had chosen to engage them up close, so they could no longer use their guns unless they wanted to shoot each other. It would also be much faster to take them down. He landed in front of the mobsters, low to the ground, and leg swept the supposed leader, knocking him out once he had hit the ground. He then blinded the one directly behind the leader with a ball of webbing to the eyes. His spider sense tingled, so he jumped up to the ceiling and avoided a gunshot from the drug dealers. I know you boys want to play, but wait your turn, he said, dropping down and doing a split kick, knocking out the other two mobsters. Now is it our turn to play? Asked the drug dealer. No, said Peter, tilting his head to the left to dodge the punch from the webbed-faced mobster before hitting him in the face with the back of his fist, knocking him out. Okay, now it's your turn, but only if you promise to share your toys. Sorry, we only brought enough for us four, he said as all four of them injected themselves with vials of venom. One thing Peter noticed about the vials they used was that the liquid was much redder compared to the ones in the briefcase. They must be selling diluted venom. Hook them with the cheap stuff and then push the good stuff. Whether or not the vials they used were purer, they gained a lot of muscle like the mobster in the car had. And because of their excruciating transformation, they dropped the guns in their hands. You, toy, said the drug dealer, pointing at Peter, and then miming breaking something. We, break. Me, punch. Your, face, said Peter, making his voice gruffer. Roaring, the four drug dealers rushed Peter, or tried to. Since the crypt wasn't super spacious, they could only advance two at a time. The leader lunged at Peter, trying to grab him, but he slid through his legs while shooting a line of web at his face that he pulled on as he slid through, toppling him. Timber. The second one brought his foot down, trying to stomp him, but he grabbed the foot before it could make contact and threw him at the other two, sending the three tumbling. Strike. The leader tried to leg sweep him, but Peter jumped over the leg, landing on the leader's back as he was getting up, and forced him back to the ground. Meanwhile, the other three were back on their feet. One of them rushed him while the other two picked up their guns again. His spider sense was already tingling from the group of three, but then it started tingling from below him. He decided that getting shot was the more serious threat, so he ignored the threat from the leader and snatched the guns with his webs, throwing them toward the entrance and away from them. This let the leader grab hold of his ankles, and the one rushing him to get in close. "Now die, Aranya," shouted the leader as the other's fist landed. Of course, Peter let himself get hit since even though his ankles were held in place, he was still flexible and fast enough to dodge the hit. He got hit as an experiment. He wanted to see how strong they had become after taking the venom, and he wanted to compare it to the mobster from earlier to see if he was correct in assuming they had taken a purer form of venom. The fist made contact with his face, and he didn't move an inch. The drug dealer, on the other hand, shouted in pain as he pulled back his limp and broken fist. "Oh my God, dude, I'm so sorry about your hand," said Peter, grimacing a little as he looked at the hand. "I was testing something out, and I thought that because you took venom, your hand wouldn't break from punching me. Now I feel bad. Let me deal with your friends real quick so I can call an ambulance." Peter backflipped with enough force that the leader was unable to keep his grip on Peter's ankles and was thrown face first toward the crypt walls. As Peter was midair, he web-zipped to the wall behind the other two, grabbing their heads and slamming them into the wall as he landed. "Arg!" shouted the drug dealer with the broken hand, throwing a punch at Peter with his non-broken hand. Peter shot a line of web at the drug dealer's hand as he flipped over and landed behind him. Peter then ran around him, wrapping him up in webbing until he was encased, with only his face remaining visible. "No dancing. Fight like men," said the leader as he stood and got into a boxing stance. "Haven't you heard the saying float like a spider, sting like a spider," said Peter, also getting into a boxing stance. "Fight." The leader threw a straight with his right hand, which Peter slipped while throwing across to the body, and following it up with an uppercut that instantly knocked him out. Ding ding ding. "Spider-Man has knocked out the Venom drug dealer to become the light heavyweight champion of the world," said Peter, raising his hands as if a crowd of people were cheering for him. "This reminds me, I have boxing lessons tomorrow." Back outside in the cemetery, flashing police lights lit up the small plot of land as uniformed officers, detectives, and crime scene investigators did a sweep of the place. "So. Pretty good gift, am I right?" Peter asked Detective Daniels, pointing at the 7 webbed-up criminals with bows made of webbing on their heads. The 7 were awaiting transport, while the one with a broken hand was taken to the hospital. The goons by themselves, 7 out of 10, but the goons and this briefcase full of venom, that's a 12/10, said Daniels, holding the briefcase. "Just December 10th. You're a hard man to shop for, Detective." "Detective," said Officer Wong, walking toward them. "The captain's asking for you." "Thanks, Wong," said Daniels, looking back at Peter and shaking his hand. "And thank you again, Spider-Man. You're really making a difference." "Thank you, Detective," said Peter, genuinely touched. "You can call me Daniels or Jim, if you'd like." "Daniels, then," said Peter. "And you can call me Spidey." "Don't think so." "Okay, how about S-Man?" "No." "SM?" "Also no." "Mr. Man?" "How about Spider-Man?" "Deal," said Peter, causing Daniels to smile. "All right, see you around, Spidey," said Daniels, leaving. With Daniels gone, it was just Peter and Officer Wong, who was staring a hole in him. "Officer Wong," he said, nodding at her as he was ready to leave. "Why do you do what you do?" she asked. "Sorry." "Why are you a vigilante?" "For justice," said Peter. "If it were about justice, you could become a cop. Then you could do it legally. So why are you a vigilante?" He paused for a second to think of a good and genuine response. "Because when you can do the things that I can, but you don't, and then the bad things happen, they happen because of you," he said, swinging away and leaving a stunned Officer Wong behind. He left the cemetery and took a few laps around the city in case whoever was watching him still was. His spider sense didn't warn him that anyone was watching, but he did it just to be safe. After he was sure no one was following him, he changed out of his suit and stopped at the bodega near his house to pick up the ice cream and cat treat he was tasked with buying. He also bought a pint of Martian Mint Hunter for himself. "Ice cream's here," he said as he walked into his house. "Finally. We've been waiting forever." "I might as well have walked to the Boggia myself," said Teresa as she and Zatanna, who was carrying Dexter, descended the stairs. "We wouldn't want the princess to tire herself out, now would we?" said Richard, grabbing the 2 pints for him and Mary before retreating to the living room. "Mom left some food for you in the fridge." "You're the best, Mom," said Peter. "I know," she responded from the living room. "Hi, Peter," said Zatanna, tucking her hair behind her ear. "Hey, Zatanna," he said, handing her ice cream. "Looks like Dexter likes you more than he likes Terry." "Meow," said Dexter as Peter rubbed under his chin. "It's not fair," said Teresa, grabbing her ice cream and Dexter's treat. As soon as she walks in the house, he bolts over to her. "Maybe she's using magic," said Peter, smiling as he saw Zatanna freeze up. "Are you using magic that your dad taught you to get Dexter to like you?" "Because if you are, that's cheating," said Teresa, eyes narrowed at Zatanna. "The only magic I know is this," she said, pulling out a coin from Teresa's ear. "Bravo," said Peter, clapping and making Zatanna smile. "I can teach you whenever you'd like, Peter," said Zatanna. "Thanks, Zatanna. I'd love to add magic to my repertoire." "Cool. Awesome. Yeah, whenever you want, just ask." "I'll be there," she said. "Okay, let's go before you burst a blood vessel," said Teresa, laughing as Zatanna chased her up the stairs. Peter shook his head in amusement before heading to the kitchen. He put his ice cream in the freezer and took out the plate of chicken piccata and microwaved it. Once it was ready, he sat and scarfed it down. Homemade food after a long day. Is there anything better, he thought, happily eating his food. Chapter 18, Secrets Out. 2. Electric Boogaloo. New York. August 22, 8:50 Eastern Daylight Time. East Harlem in Upper Manhattan, also known as Spanish Harlem, is home to one of the largest Hispanic communities in New York City. It is predominantly made up of Puerto Ricans but also has a large population of Dominicans, Cubans, and Mexicans. It's also home to the boxing gym owned by former heavyweight champion Ted Grant. The gym was located in a part of the neighborhood that most people might avoid during the day, but would definitely not be at night. Peter had come across it by complete happenstance when he was searching for an old camera he had learned he might be able to find at a store in East Harlem. Naturally, he didn't tell his parents where he was going because they wouldn't have let him, and that is also why they still think the gym is located in a different, nicer part of East Harlem. He arrived on the quiet street where the gym was located. All the other businesses either had their shutters down since they weren't open yet or were permanently closed. The only one that was open was the gym, which never had the shutters down because it didn't have any. Peter had previously asked Grant why he didn't have any shutters when the neighborhood was so bad, and he said his fists were all the security he needed. That answer was an almost perfect encapsulation of who he was as a person, a tough, rough-around-the-edges man with a penchant for crude jokes and an unshakable confidence in his skills. But beneath that tough exterior was a man who cared. He would train kids from the neighborhood and teach them so they could stay out of trouble. If they were in trouble, he'd help them out. If they couldn't pay, they didn't have to. Grant would set them up with all the equipment they'd need. That was the kind of man he was. Just as Peter was about to walk in, Grant walked out with a lit cigarette on his lips, like usual. "You're late," he said, his voice gruff from age and smoking as he looked Peter up and down. He had blue eyes and black hair that was graying, stood at 6 feet 5 inches, 195 centimeters, and weighed around 250 pounds, 113 kilograms. For an old man nearing 90, Grant didn't look a day over 50 and was in excellent shape for someone young, much less an old man like him. Like every other time Peter had trained with him, he wore a black sweatsuit and black beanie. Peter had assumed Ted Grant was a mentioned character from the comics for many of the same reasons as he thought Dragon may have been. Mostly, though, it was the fact that Grant was nearing 90 years of age, was in crazy good shape, and fought as if he were a much, much younger man. "I'm 10 minutes early," said Peter. "You skipped out last week. Means you should have been here at 6 to make up for it," he said, taking a drag. "I don't know if skipped out is the right term for it. I was sick. I even called to tell you I wasn't going to be able to make it," said Peter, using the simple but believable excuse he had come up with to explain why he would be missing Grant's class the week before. "With what?" "Stomach bug. Pretty nasty one too. TCH, kids today. You're too soft. Back in my day, if you had a prior commitment, you'd go even if you were on your deathbed," he said, shaking his head. "Nowadays, you won't even get out of bed if you have the sniffles. Come on, cut me a little slack." "It's the first time I've ever even missed a session," said Peter. "Last year, I came even when I was dying with the flu." Fair enough, he said, raising his eyebrows in agreement. Must have been coming out of both ends for you to stay home. Like a geyser, said Peter, both of them chuckling. All right, come on, said Grant, tossing the cigarette butt on the ground before going back inside. As they walked through the door, straight ahead of them was a flight of stairs that went up to the second floor, where the gym was. The first floor was Grant's house and was accessible through a locked door directly to the right of the entrance. I've been meaning to ask, is Yolanda okay? I haven't seen her in a while, said Peter as they headed up the stairs. I didn't tell you, asked Grant, lighting another cigarette. Didn't tell me what? She moved. Moved? To where? And when? Asked Peter, surprised. While they weren't friends in the same way he and Ronnie were, he thought they were good enough acquaintances that she would have mentioned something major like moving the last time he had seen her. A month ago, give or take. Moved to Los Angeles, explained Grant. Her old man got a good job offer over there, so they moved. Oh. That's too bad, said Peter. What? Don't tell me you have a crush on my goddaughter, asked Grant, looking over his shoulder with a teasing smile. I don't have a crush on her. She was just the only person my age who I could talk to about martial arts, he said. Too bad. She had a crush on you, said Grant as he opened the door to the second floor, and they both walked in. She did, he asked, surprised. I never knew. I knew you didn't know. You're as dense as a fucking brick. Ha ha ha, said Grant, busting out laughing. That's a little harsh, he said, a little embarrassed. Sorry to be the one to break it to you, kid, but you are. She thought you didn't like her like that, and I told her you just didn't have a clue in the world. We wagered $10 to see who was right, which reminds me, I need to call her so she can send me my money, said Grant, going to his office. Stretch while I make this call. Still surprised at the revelation, he dropped his bag by the bench and started doing his stretches, taking in the gym to see if anything had changed since he was last there. The gym had not changed and was still very much a typical boxing gym. There was a ring in the middle for sparring, all types of punching bags were along a mirrored wall, with more towards the back, a few speed bags, an area for weights and jump rope, a bench for resting, and a small office for Grant. The place looked and was very old school because that's how Grant liked it. He disliked technology. As he did his stretches, which he didn't need to do but was doing so as not to make Grant suspicious, he thought about what Grant had told him. So, Yolanda liked me, he thought, smiling a little at that notion. Weird. In his past life, he had left school before he got to the age when kids developed real crushes, and had gotten too sick to even have a crush on a real person, so it was an odd experience to know a girl romantically liked him. He had no experience with romance, and until recently had little real interest. Guess this is a consequence of the whole me not living in the moment thing Mom and Dad talked to me about on my birthday. I was so focused on wanting to be a vigilante no matter what, that I didn't even notice a girl had a crush on me, he thought. It's too bad I didn't notice sooner if I'm being honest. Yolanda definitely ticks off all the boxes, smart, funny, strong, self-reliant, and pretty. She also had reddish hair. With the knowledge that Yolanda had a crush on him, he began thinking back on all the times they had interacted and tried to pinpoint moments that might have been flirting that he had missed. On one day alone, he counted at least 5 instances. Oh, Parker, looks like you are stupid. Here I was, telling Ronnie with all the confidence in the world that there were no girls from my past who liked me. I can't believe I had to be practically smacked upside the head to realize Yolanda liked me. At this point, I should reassess everything with everyone. Unlike the time with Ronnie, where he casually recalled his memories of talking to and or hanging out with girls, this time, he was going to do a thorough analysis. He wanted to go over his memories with a fine-tooth comb, using instances with Yolanda as an example to be 100% certain. Unfortunately, due to his mentality in those days, he didn't remember much of his interactions with girls. But he did manage to recall a few instances from elementary and middle school of girls who had a crush on him. Before he could delve into more recent memories, Grant snapped him out of his thoughts. You look like a man full of regret, said Grant, smiling as he came out of his office. More like a man who just realized how blind and stupid he was, admitted Peter. Haha, yeah, it was funny. She might as well have been flirting with a brick wall, he said, sitting down on the edge of the ring. You're not gay, are you? Is that why you didn't notice her flirting? Not that there's anything wrong with that. An old friend of mine was gay. I'm not gay, said Peter, amused. To put it simply, my parents recently woke me up. Before 2 weeks ago, I used to focus on the future so much so that I wasn't living in the present. I screwed up so bad that I even forgot to make friends. And missed out on a few girls flirting with me, apparently. Anyway, it was a wake-up call. Or at least partially. Thanks to you, I'm fully awake now. Hopefully. Well, good luck to you, kid, said Grant, standing up. If there's one thing I can't help you with, it's love advice. Really? No luck on that front, asked Peter, surprised that a good-looking and successful guy like Grant never had any luck with love. Nah, not in the cards for people like me, he said, getting a far-off look before snapping out of it. But at least I got a kid to carry on my blood. You have a kid? Asked Peter, really surprised. Since when? Since he came out of my balls 30 years ago, said Grant. Never heard you mention him. Yeah, well. Life's not always sunshine and rainbows, he said, looking a little sad before it went away. Now, are we going to keep talking about each other's feelings like a bunch of namby-pambies, or are we going to box? Put your gear on and get in the fucking ring. Peter didn't have to be an expert in the human condition to know that there was a long and assuredly complicated history between Grant and his son. He didn't want to overstep his bounds or stick his nose where it didn't belong, so he didn't say anything else and did as he was told. He took off his hoodie, wrapped his hands, put in his mouth guard, and put on his gloves before getting in the ring. A spar with Grant was more about technique and getting things right rather than about winning, which is why headgear wasn't required. There were some times when he was punched, but Grant didn't use his full strength, or he would have been seriously injured long ago. Naturally, that was before his change. That said, he did have to use a helmet when sparring with other people his age and when having a more traditional sparring session with Grant. As he got into the ring, Grant looked him up and down with his eyes like he was inspecting him, just like Dragon had. Stick to the plan. All that weight I lost from being sick really made my physique pop, don't you think? He said, trying to cut off any questions before they were asked. Yeah. It did, said Grant as he finished strapping on the boxing mitts. Start with the basics. He nodded, got into a stance, and stepped closer to Grant before doing a basic 1-2 combo, mindful to use the appropriate amount of strength. As the hits landed on the mitts, he looked at Grant, trying to gauge a reaction out of him. Good. Next, he said, just as serious as he always was during training. As asked, he did the next combination, a 1-1-2, again while gauging his reaction. What the fuck are you staring into my eyes for? You're supposed to be looking at my entire body, not zeroing in on one spot. Did that stomach bug cause you to shit out everything I've taught you or what? Get your fucking head in the game, yelled Grant. Come on. Next one. Internally, he smiled, but externally, he focused up. He stopped gauging Grant's reaction and did the 13 other basic combos one after the other. Better. Looks like you didn't shit everything out, said Grant as he took the mitts off. Little rusty, I guess, he said, breathing a little hard to sell the act as he took off his gloves and mouth guard. More like you were too busy trying to see if I would notice, said Grant. Notice what? He said, trying to keep calm. Kid, I've been fighting since I was 4 years old, my boxing career lasted longer than you've been alive, said Grant, getting out of the ring and sitting on the edge before lighting a cigarette and taking a puff. I can tell when someone's pulling their punches. Maybe I didn't want to hurt your old man bones, said Peter. Mem, he said, chuckling. Dragon came to see me last week. Oh. He said you were different, changed. Like a whole new man, said Grant, looking right into Peter's eyes. He was worried you were using venom and asked me to make my own assessment. When you called in sick, I thought Dragon might have been right, you were using venom. Then he called me on Wednesday, said he was sure you weren't on venom, but something had definitely happened to you. Guess I'm not winning any awards for my acting anytime soon. That's crazy. Nothing happened to me, he said, waving it off while trying to keep calm. You know what, it's probably puberty. Yeah, now that I think about it, IVE hit puberty. Peter, relax, said Grant, picking up a stray weight before carrying it over to the weight area. You think you're the first person to develop superpowers? Super what? Me. No. I'm just regular old Peter Parker, he said, denying it. Nothing regular about you, kid. And that's okay, said Grant. With Grant's back turned to him, Peter closed his eyes and breathed deeply to calm himself. Okay, it's my second week as Spider-Man, and my oh-so-secret identity has already been seen through. But it's purely speculative. There's little to no evidence, so it's not ideal, but it could be with Dash. His thoughts were interrupted by his spider senses tingling with the same intensity as when he was fighting the venomed mobster in the crypt. Opening his eyes, he could see that Grant had thrown the weight at him, and judging by the intensity of the tingle, it wasn't a weak throw. God damn it, he thought, closing his eyes in resignation. He caught the weight and sighed. You can't say anything to anyone. Especially not my parents. Please, he said as he put the weight down. Ha ha ha. Grant burst out laughing, which surprised Peter. Come on, kid, you'd think I was blackmailing you from the way you're sighing. Relax, you're not the only one with secrets. Grant walked into his office and walked back out with a black mask in his hands that he tossed over to Peter. He was confused, but he caught it, and when he looked at it, his jaw nearly dropped. You're Wildcat, he said, baffled, as he looked down at the black cowl in his hands. Peter had assumed Grant might have been a mentioned character, but thought he was at most a background character who trains a superhero and/or vigilante. He would never have guessed Grant was Wildcat, whom he only knew about because the Justice Society of America had a whole chapter dedicated to them in his 7th grade U.S. history textbook. Retired, but yes, I am, said Grant, getting back into the ring and taking his mask back. So, now that you know my secret, why don't you tell me yours? He stood there in silence, debating whether or not to say something, whether or not to lie. All kinds of thoughts raced through his mind, but he had decided. I'm Spider-Man. Peter said with conviction as he looked up at Grant. Spider-Man. That's you swinging around out there, said Grant, surprised. Wait, you didn't know. I thought you knew. You said you knew, he said, flabbergasted. I never said that. I just thought you got superpowers all of a sudden, not that you were Spider-Man. But you showed me your mask. Yeah, because that's my secret. So I just revealed my secret identity to you for no reason, asked Peter, head in his hands. Pretty much. Ha 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 ha, said Grant, nearly tearing up from laughing so hard. Oh my God. I'm an idiot, he said, embarrassed at making such a massive mistake. Relax, kid, said Grant, patting him on the back. Your secret doesn't even rank in the top 100 most important secrets that I have. You're a fucking nobody. Ha ha ha. Weirdly, that makes me feel better, he said, relaxing a little. Good. Well, now that it's out in the open, it's nice to meet you, Spider-Man, said Grant, hand outstretched for a shake. It's nice to meet you, Wildcat, said Peter, shaking his hand with a small smile. You've been doing good work out there, kid. I'm proud of you, said Grant, patting him on the shoulder. Thanks. Truth be told, I was expecting you to become a vigilante any day now. What? What do you mean? Asked Peter, confused. I clocked you the day you walked into my gym. You had a look in your eye that I've seen a few times over the years, explained Grant, reminiscing for a few seconds. Anyway, I knew it was only a matter of time until you were out in the streets fighting crime. I just didn't expect you to be slinging webs and crawling on walls. Wow. You've known since back then. It's why I sent you over to that Carrot Top. I wanted you to be as prepared as you could be, explained Grant. I thought you sent me because I was talented, said Peter. Don't get me wrong, if you were talentless, I wouldn't have sent you. I'd have beaten you up until you got that dumbass idea of wanting to be a vigilante out of your head. Ha ha ha. How thoughtful, he said, shaking his head in amusement. So, does Dragon know too? Maybe. He knows something changed about you, but whether he knows you're Spider-Man, I couldn't tell you, said Grant, as he took a puff. Hell, if you hadn't told me, I don't think I would have made the connection any time soon. Glass half full then, he said, rubbing his temple. Something like that, said Grant, shrugging his shoulders. So, how'd you get your powers? You just woke up one day and decided to see if you could stick to walls. Pretty much actually, said Peter. He explained what happened to him, but left out the part about his spider sense. It's not that he didn't trust Grant, but he thought it would be better to keep that ability of his a secret for as long as he could. Bit by a spider, huh? Never heard that one before. Have heard weirder though, that's for sure, said Grant. Do you have any powers? Asked Peter, hoping to find out if he looked so young because of superpowers or if he was just genetically blessed. I remember reading about your time as Wildcat with the JSA, but I don't remember any mention of any powers. Some days it's a superpower, other days it's a curse. Depends on my mood, he said. Take a guess. Let's see. He's called Wildcat, so maybe it's something associated with cats. He's old, but he looks young, so definitely some slow aging. He said sometimes it's a curse. Thought Peter, trying to come up with a guess based on what he knew before coming up with a possibility that seemed in line with comic logic. Do you have 9 lives? Surprised you got it, said Grant, eyebrows raising in surprise. Yeah, that's the main part of it. 9 lives like a fucking cat. What that has to do with aging slowly and being able to fight like I'm at my prime even after all these years is beyond me, but hey, I'm not complaining. About that part anyway. 9 lives, how many do you have left? Asked Peter, curious. 9. Sorry, you probably want to keep it a secret, huh? Said Peter. Wasn't lying. I have 9. If they get used up, they come back eventually. So as long as you don't die 9 times consecutively, you're practically immortal. Wow. From being killed, sure. I'll probably make it to 200 before I hit the dirt, he said, blowing out smoke. Sure as shit hope it doesn't take that long though. Peter understood why Grant said his powers were a curse at times. In theory, Grant's powers sounded amazing, but in practice, it meant he would outlive practically all his friends and family. His comment earlier about love not being in the cards for him made sense in the context of his powers. Nearly anyone he fell in love with would die before him. He's almost like Wolverine in that respect. Though he's luckier since he hasn't had his memories fiddled with 1,000,000 times, or been experimented on by the government, or lost loves of his life over and over again, or, damn, poor Wolverine, thought Peter. All right, enough pouring our hearts out like a bunch of broads at a tea party. You have to decide what you want to do from now on, said Grant. What do you mean? As far as technique goes, you've learned pretty much everything I can teach you. Only way to improve from now on is experience. I was going to ask if you wanted to start fighting in the amateur league, but now that you're superhuman, there's no point, you'll wipe the floor with those kids. But if you want to keep coming, I'll keep taking your money, explained Grant. There has to be more you can teach me. You have to know other styles besides boxing, said Peter. Don't tell him I said it, but Dragon's better than me at anything I could teach you. If it's boxing, I wipe the floor with that kid, but anything else, he has me beat. And you won't get much experience if we spar. You'd have to fight someone on par with you, said Grant. That said, I think you should stop going to dragons too. You do? Why? Peter asked, confused. 2 reasons, he said, putting up 2 fingers. Reason 1, you're superhuman, and you fight normal people, they wouldn't stand a chance against you even if you just stood there, so learning more martial arts is somewhat pointless. Reason 2, I've seen you fight as Spider-Man, and whether you know it or not, you've been developing your own style of fighting. It's tricky, it's fast, and it looks like a combination of a bunch of things. My advice, stop going to Dragon and continue developing that style. What if I start fighting other superpowered people? Wouldn't it be better to know a variety of martial arts to fight them, he asked. In theory, but would you rather use a style you developed and honed every day that could also be used with superpowered beings by adjusting your strength, or a dozen fighting styles that you know in theory but not in practice? Again, it comes down to the fact that you're superhuman. Even if you pull your punches and fight on par with Dragon, you wouldn't be getting any experience because you're fighting with a handicap, explained Grant. That's a good point, said Peter. I never thought about it like that. Yeah, well, you were probably thinking you wanted everything to stay the same, said Grant. But it can't. The only constant in life is change. You either accept it and adapt or reject it and let it break you. Sometimes I forget you're pretty wise and insightful. Probably because you're always smoking and look and talk like a grumpy old man, joked Peter. Age will do that to you, kid, he said, chuckling before a moment of silence fell. So, no more boxing, said Peter, a look of reluctance on his face. Okay, what if instead, you teach me how to be a vigilante? A hero. Whether you're a vigilante or a hero depends on the powers that be because, at the end of the day, they're both just titles. One day you can be their hero, and the next you can be their villain. It all depends on what will let them get elected. What really matters is what's in here, he said, pointing at Peter's heart. What you do and why you do it is all that matters, and what decides if you're a hero. There's nothing I can teach you about that. You have to figure it out yourself. And I think you're doing a good job so far. Peter was speechless. He had read all sorts of speeches in comics from heroes about what it means to be a hero. He had even received the arguably most famous quote himself. But something about Grant's speech really stuck with him. Maybe it was because it was something said just for him, and no one else. Wow, said Peter. That was, wow. said Grant. So what's it going to be? He was quiet for a moment, thinking, contemplating. You really think all that's left is for me to gain experience? Asked Peter. I do, nodded Grant. Again, he fell silent, contemplating, but he did not contemplate for long. Okay, then. I guess, this is it, said Peter, hand outstretched for a handshake. What's with the theatrics, kid? You'd think one of us was dying or something, said Grant, slapping the hand away and getting out of the ring. Come on. That was a poignant moment, said Peter, also getting out of the ring. It's the student saying goodbye to his master before he goes off into the great big unknown. You couldn't let me have it. After putting his stuff away, Peter took one last look at the gym. Are you crying? Said Grant, coming out of his office. No. I'm just going to miss coming here every Saturday, said Peter. Yeah, well. Come back whenever you'd like. I'll be here. You can even help me teach some of the kids, said Grant before handing over something to Peter. Here. I found this. Taking it, Peter looked and saw that it was a picture taken the year before during a tournament between gyms. It was him smiling as he held the first-place trophy for the boys' division, Yolanda smiling as she held the first-place trophy for the girls' division, and Grant standing in between them, looking proud. He also noticed that Yolanda was looking at him. Really blind, Parker. Now I really might cry, said Peter, smiling as he carefully put away the picture. All right, get out of here. I got to clean up before the other runs come running, said Grant, scratching his chin. Peter grabbed him and hugged him. He felt Grant freeze up for a second, but he returned it, patting him on the back. Thanks for everything, old man, said Peter, stepping back. Don't die out there, kid. And don't let the life consume you. Because it will if you let it, said Grant. And one final bit of advice from an old-timer. Some days, you'll hear people singing your praises, and other days, you'll hear people calling for your arrest or worse. There'll be days when you don't get a single thank you from anyone, and there'll be days when you wonder if it's all worth it. And it fucking sucks. But if you've made a positive impact on even one person, then you're doing something right, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Especially not English pansies like that Gordon Watch's name. I appreciate the advice. I won't forget it, said Peter, smiling. As he was about to walk down the stairs, he remembered how he had been watched the day before. He didn't think it was Grant, but he decided to ask, just in case. I know you didn't know I was Spider-Man until I told you, but is there any chance you were watching me yesterday night? Why the hell would I spend my Friday night watching you prance around in your ballerina costume? I've got better things to do with my time. A simple no would have worked just fine. See you around, Grandpa, he said, leaving with a smile on his face as he heard Grant yelling about being called a grandpa. Chapter 19, Family Time. New York. August 22nd, 9:52 Eastern Daylight Time. Before spending the day going around the city as Spider-Man, he decided first to head home, drop his stuff off, and eat some breakfast. He also thought it would be good to spend some time with his family since recently, most of his free time had been spent as Spider-Man. And Grant's advice of not letting himself be consumed by the life of a vigilante was still fresh on his mind. Instead of swinging, he chose to ride the train and walk home like a regular person for a change. As much as he enjoyed the feeling of swinging at fast speeds and the moments he felt like he was flying, he missed walking the streets of New York while listening to music. As he turned the corner onto his street, doing a very poor job of air guitaring Van Halen's Eruption solo, his spider sense tingled. Before he could turn to check what had set it off, a red streak sped past him on the street, creating a big gust of wind and setting off a few car alarms. With the red streak passing him, the tingling from his spider senses stopped. Was that the Flash? Thought Peter, baffled as he looked where the Flash had sped past him. I'm not arrogant enough to think I'd be able to react to the Flash even with my spider senses, but I thought I'd at least be able to catch a glimpse of him. I couldn't even do that. How the hell do his bad guys even stand a chance? In awe, he stared at where the Flash had passed him by for a few more seconds before snapping out of it. If I had Silk Spider Sense or Maydays, maybe I'd stand a chance, but somehow I doubt it, thought Peter as he reached his house. Entering, he was hit with the smell of pancakes, which made his stomach growl. Peter, is that you? Shouted Mary from the kitchen. Yeah, it's me, he responded, taking off his earbuds and pausing his music. What are you doing home so early? Don't you have your boxing lesson today? Can I put my stuff in my room so we can stop shouting? If you want. I kind of like shouting. Feels very therapeutic, she said, making Peter shake his head in amusement. He went up to his room and put his bag down before changing out of his workout clothes into something more casual. If he were going out soon, he would have put the suit on under his clothes, but since he was going to spend some time at home first, he decided to put it on later. It wasn't the most comfortable thing on earth to have a spandex suit on under his clothes. He took out the picture Grant had given him and looked at it before putting it away in a drawer in his desk. "Meow," said Dexter as he walked into Peter's room, jumping up onto his desk. "Hey, buddy," said Peter, scratching under his chin and making him purr. Because he had caught Black Spider, whose real name was Eric Needham, he had snuck out early in the morning the day before to take Dexter to visit the grave of his previous owner, Debbie. He laid some flowers on her grave, while Dexter laid there for a while, crying. In the day since, Dexter had become a much more energetic cat, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. It was a welcome change as it livened up the house a bit. Everyone was curious about the sudden change in his personality, but they all attributed it to him finally feeling comfortable in his new home. "Did you eat already?" asked Peter. "Meow," said Dexter, shaking his head. "Me either." "Let's go eat then," said Peter, picking up Dexter and putting him on his shoulders. The duo went down the stairs and made their way to the kitchen, where Mary was cooking breakfast. "Why is Dexter on your shoulders?" asked Mary, glancing back at the two before turning her attention back to the food. "He likes to feel tall," he said. "Meow," said Dexter, putting his front paws on Peter's head to make himself even taller, looking like a certain cartoon lion overlooking his kingdom. "Well, if you go out for Halloween this year, you could go as a pirate and Dexter could be your parrot," she said. "That's not a bad idea." "Thanks, Mom," he said, seeing the vision of him in a bad pirate costume and Dexter dressed like a parrot on his shoulder. "What do you think, Dexter?" "Meow," said Dexter, vigorously shaking his head no. "You'll come argound," he said, doing a pirate accent. "So what's going on with the boxing lessons?" asked Mary. "Well, to make a long story short, Grant said that unless I start fighting in the amateur circuit, I've learned all I can," explained Peter as he put some of Dexter's cat food into a bowl and placed it on the counter before Dexter hopped down from his shoulders and started eating. "He won't teach you unless you go to matches." "Ah, I'll call that old grump and give him a piece of my mind," she said, getting riled up. "No, Mom, relax," he said, chuckling at her reaction as he poured himself some orange juice. "That's not what I meant. Basically, technique-wise, I've learned everything I can, and unless I start fighting other people, I won't learn anything else. I have the knowledge, and now I need experience." "Oh, okay," she said, calming down. "And you don't want to do that, I'm assuming." "Not really. You know me, competition's not what fuels me. I like to learn," he said, having already come up with an excuse. "I'm surprised, though. I would have bet big money that you'd try to stop me from fighting. I would try to talk you out of it, but if you were adamant, then I'd support you. As much as it would pain me to see you get hurt if it were a path you wanted to follow, then I'd be there for you," she said. "Unless you started losing a lot, then I'd stop you." "Thanks, Mom." "Of course, honey," she said. "So, boxing's done. End of an era. How do you feel?" "Honestly, a little sad. I liked going to the gym, and Grant's a great teacher and mentor. It'll be weird not spending every Saturday morning there, but I'll get over it," he said, petting Dexter as he ate. "That's normal. You've been going for a while now, and it's made a big impact on you, so it makes sense you'll feel a little down about leaving it behind," she said. "At least you still have that dragon fellow on Wednesdays. You are still going to go to that, right?" "Ah, maybe. Maybe. Why? Did something happen?" asked Mary, worried. "No, I've just been thinking about stuff. I don't know if I want to continue the martial arts thing," he said, running his hand through his hair. "I mean, don't get me wrong, I like it, but it's not really for any purpose, you know. It doesn't have to have a purpose. If you enjoy it, then that's enough reason to continue," said Mary. "But if you don't want to go anymore, then that's your decision. Just mull it over for a bit longer, okay? Trust me, I will." "That's good," she said, plopping a perfectly cooked pancake down on the stack. "Can you go see if your father's awake? Breakfast is almost ready." "No need, light of my life. Daddy's awake and hungry," said Richard, walking into the kitchen in his pajamas. "Ew," said Peter. "Please don't call yourself Daddy." "Why?" "I am your daddy," he said, petting Dexter before he walked over to Mary and whispered. "And I'm your daddy too." Richard, not now, said Mary, smiling and blushing. I hope you both know I can never unhear that. It will haunt me for the rest of my life, said Peter, shaking his head and hoping the memory would disappear. Hook, said Dexter, making a noise like when he hacks up a fur ball. See, even Dexter thought that was gross. Come on. Wouldn't you rather your mom and I be like how we are now than cold and frigid to each other? Asked Richard as he poured himself some coffee. Honestly, before I saw and heard what I just saw and heard, I would have agreed with you. But if you being cold and frigid with each other could have prevented that, then I prefer it. Years from now, when you have kids, we'll be hearing them complain about you and your wife and all the things you do, rebutted Richard. I can hear it now, pop pop, pop pop, meemaw, mom and dad were kissing in front of us. You want to be called pop pop? Asked Peter, eyebrow raised. Yeah, much better than just Grandpa Richard, he said, using a monotone voice. I'm not being called meemaw, chimed in Mary. Why not? I like meemaw, said Richard. Meemaw Mary. First of all, EW. Second of all, we're not from the South and we don't make moonshine in our backyard, she rebutted. We could have mumbled Richard. So then what would you like to be called, Mom? Asked Peter, curious. I like Nana, she said, shrugging her shoulders. Nana is so boring, said Richard. Well, you can be called Pop Pop and I can be called Nana. Fine, said Richard, taking a sip of his coffee. You still have a lot of time before you have to decide, said Peter. I hope so. I don't want to be a young grandparent, said Mary, pointing her spatula at him. I also don't want to be an old grandparent. Just saying. He needs to talk to a girl first before you can become a young grandma, joked Richard. Boom. Roasted. Nice, said Peter. Thank you, replied a proud Richard. Speaking of girls, did you ever find out what happened to that Yolanda from the gym? Asked Mary, rolling her eyes at Richard's joke. Wait, why aren't you at the gym right now? Asked Richard, just realizing. He learned everything he can, so he won't go from now on, said Mary, quickly summing it up for Richard. So, Yolanda. Turns out her family moved to LA a month ago. That was why I hadn't seen her around, he said, unable to help it as his thoughts flashed back to the realization that she liked him. Said Mary, eyes narrowing in suspicion. And what? That was it, said Peter, almost gulping from her stare. You learned something else about her, so spill it, said Mary. He was about to deny it since he was still embarrassed at how blind he had been, but Mary cut him off before he could say anything. Don't try to play dumb with me, Peter Benjamin Parker, she said, pointing the spatula at Peter. I am your mother, I have been your mother for nearly 16 years, and I will be your mother even when we both die and, God willing, meet in heaven. I can tell when you're holding something back, and my motherly senses are telling me whatever it is, it's juicy. So spill it. Give it up, Peter. Your mother's like a bloodhound. She'll sniff it out eventually, even if it takes her weeks. Might as well tell her now and get it over with, said Richard. He debated whether to lie or at least omit the truth, but Peter knew that Mary was nothing if not insistent and persistent. Fine, but you have to promise not to make a big deal out of it, he said. Sure, I promise, said Mary, nodding, but Peter knew the chances of her keeping that promise were practically nil. So what did you learn? Well, you both know since you had that talk with me on my birthday, but I used to be pretty walled off, I guess you could say, he said, to which they both nodded. Right, so it turns out that apparently, Yolanda had a crush on me. Are you serious? Asked Mary, invested. And you couldn't tell? How obvious or subtle was she being? That's what I wanted to know, so I took a little look back on my memories to determine that. And with hindsight, she was very obvious, he said. Turns out I'm very dense. When it comes to romance stuff anyway. Well, we all knew that, she mumbled, before acting like a love-struck maiden. So what are you going to do now? Are you going to call her? Or, don't tell me you're planning on getting on a plane to LA and professing your love to her. No, said Peter, both he and Richard looking at Mary with a look of confusion. Why not? She asked. Because this isn't a romance novel, Mary. Besides, they've had very little interaction with each other outside the time spent in the gym, and more important than that, they're high schoolers, said Richard, taking a sip of coffee. That kind of love doesn't last. We met in high school, she said, eyebrow raised, causing him to spit out his coffee. Yes, I know, but obviously I didn't mean us. We're special, destined lovers, he said, quickly backtracking. By the way, have I told you how beautiful you look recently? I mean, just, wow. Stunning. I love you. Said Mary as Richard shrank into his mug. Anyway, the bright side to this whole thing, I've realized I have a blind spot and I've fixed it, said Peter, amused at their antics. Really, said Mary, sounding skeptical. Yep. The blind spot is patched, software update to my brain, said Peter, sounding very assured. No more missing things like that from now on. Well, we'll see about that, she said, smiling as she looked at the entrance to the kitchen. Morning, ladies. Morning, said Teresa, in her pajamas, still looking a little sleepy, and Zatanna, who was wide awake and wearing casual clothes. Morning, said Peter and Richard. Aren't you supposed to be at boxing or whatever? Asked Teresa, moving over to pet Dexter. Graduated, said Peter to make a long story short, again. Good for you, she said. Are you going to be staying for breakfast, Zatanna? Asked Mary. I'd love to, Mrs. Parker, but I have to go meet up with some friends for a school project. Thank you, though, said Zatanna. You sure? Mom makes a mean pancake, said Peter. Ah, no, I can't, she said, with a regretful look. I don't want to be late. Are you taking the subway? Asked Teresa. Yeah, why? Peter should walk you then, said Teresa, winking at Zatanna. Oh, yes, he should. A young girl shouldn't be walking to the subway by herself, said Mary, smiling. I can drive her if said Richard, stopping himself from finishing his sentence when he received 2 death stares. Better yet, Peter should walk her. It's fine. I don't want to be a bother, said Zatanna, blushing a little. You're never a bother, Zatanna, said Peter, smiling at her and causing her to blush even more. Besides, it gives me a chance to walk Dexter. Let him stretch his legs and walk off his meal. Okay, sure, said Zatanna. Come on, Dexter, he said before Dexter walked off ahead of them. Good luck, said Teresa, in a sing-song voice, smiling. Thanks. I guess, said Peter, confused as to why she was wishing him luck. The 3 of them walked out of the house, then turned left and made their way to the station, which was only 3 blocks away. So, what kind of project are you working on? He asked. Huh, said Zatanna, startled out of her thoughts. Oh, it's an art project for history. What about? We're learning about the Old West right now, and we're supposed to make something from that time. It can be any medium about pretty much anything so long as it relates to the Old West, she explained. Sounds fun, he said. What did you decide to do? One of the girls just wanted to paint a scenery of a cowboy on a horse and get it over with, but I thought it would be fun if we did a papier-mâché sculpture of an Old West figure, she said, kicking a rock down the street. The other girls thought it would be fun too, so we're doing that. Wow. That's going above and beyond for an art project, he said, impressed. Yeah, that's what that one girl said, too. I just like doing things right. Nothing wrong with wanting to do things right. So, who are you doing it on? Billy the Kid. Wyatt Earp. Doc Holliday, he said, doing a bad southern accent while saying the names, making her laugh. No. One of the girls recently read A Face Full of Violence by Amadeus Arkham, so we're doing a sculpture of Jonah Hex. That's the bounty hunter with the scarred face, right? He asked, vaguely remembering reading about him in middle school. He was more than just a bounty hunter. Some people called him a hero, some called him a villain. Just depends on what side of his gun you were on, I guess. What do you think? Is he a hero, villain, or an anti-hero? Anti-hero. What's that? She asked. An anti-hero is a hero who lacks the conventional heroic qualities, like idealism or morality. They do things that the audience considers morally correct, but the reason for and manner of doing it may not align with the audience's morality, explained Peter, his thoughts flashing back to many of the anti-heroes of Marvel. Like Jonah Hex. He was a bounty hunter, and he killed people, but all the people he killed were bad guys, murderers and rapists, said Zatanna. So what do you consider him to be? I'm sure his life was complicated and hard. I'm sure he experienced a lot of things that no person should ever experience. If we still lived in those times, then maybe I'd reluctantly consider him a hero or at most, not a bad guy, said Peter. If he lived now, I'd probably consider him a villain, or more likely, a broken man who needs help. Wow, said Zatanna. Anyway, his face will be an interesting face to try and sculpt, that's for sure. Meow, said Dexter, pawing at Peter's leg. You don't want to walk anymore, he asked, to which Dexter shook his head. You're going to get fat, you know. Especially with how many treats Terry gives you. Still, Peter obliged and picked him up, putting him on his shoulders before continuing the walk. The two continued talking, and they quickly arrived at the station entrance. Thanks for walking me, she said, smiling as she tucked her hair. Even though you didn't have to. It's no problem, he said. Good luck with your art project. Send me a picture when it's done. Sure. As he turned to leave, he was surprised when he felt Zatanna plant a kiss on his cheek. Bye, she said as she practically sprinted down into the subway, leaving Peter stunned. He was taken out of his stunned state when Dexter hit him in the face with his paw. Oh, Chapter 20, Kiss Not the Lips of Killer Frost. New York. August 22, 10:25 Eastern Daylight Time. Peter spent the walk back home combing through his memories, trying to see if the kiss that Zatanna had given him was a spur-of-the-moment thing or something that had been brewing for a long time. Neither was good in his eyes, but the former was less bad than the latter. Unfortunately, it looked like it was leaning towards the latter of the two. This is not good, he said, rubbing his temples. Meow, said Dexter, licking his face in comfort as he rested on his shoulders. Thanks, buddy, he said, feeling a little better as he rubbed Dexter's head. Entering his home, he could hear his family was still in the kitchen, so he made his way there. As he entered, Mary and Teresa turned to look at him with an expectant look on their faces. Before, he wouldn't have paid it much mind, but now, he realized that they knew. You knew Zatanna had a crush on me, he said as Dexter hopped off his shoulder and onto Teresa's lap. Zatanna likes you, asked Richard, as he ate a piece of bacon. Huh. Wouldn't have guessed it. You figured it out, asked Mary, surprised. Did that software update really work? It's hard not to figure out when she gives me a kiss on the cheek, he said. Finally, said Teresa, breathing a sigh of relief. Do you know how hard it's been not saying anything? I've been dying to tell you. Or slap you in the face and make you realize it for yourself. So, are you two dating now? Asked Mary, smiling. Why are you both so calm about this? He asked, perplexed. Why are you so worked up about this? I think you'd make a cute couple, said Mary. Maybe because I've known her for years and she's practically like a sister to me. Or a cousin at the very least, he rebutted. And more importantly, she's in middle school. Oh, that's true. That would not be ideal, said Mary, making a face. You two should wait at least until next year. She'll be a freshman, you'll be a sophomore. It'll be fine then. Wadash, said Peter, baffled by Mary's nonchalance. Terry. Please tell me you don't think the same as Mom. I don't, she said. Thank you, he said, breathing a sigh of relief. You don't. Why? Asked Mary, confused at her agreeing with Peter. Don't you think they'd make a cute couple? No, said Teresa. Not yet, at least. What are you talking about? Asked Peter, his relief at her being on his side vanishing. Usually, Zatanna's confident. She's funny, flirty, and rebellious except when she's around you. She turns into a blubbering mess, a completely different person, explained Teresa, making an almost disgusted face as she talked about how her best friend became a completely different person. Until she can be herself around him, I don't think they should date. She can't help that. She's a young girl around her crush, it's just how it is in the beginning, but after some time, her true self will come out, said Mary, pointing at Peter. And you better accept her for who she is. I raised you better than to leave a girl for being comfortable in her own skin. Peter was flabbergasted and had no words. Dad. Don't you have any thoughts on this? Asked Peter, looking to Richard to be the voice of reason. Son, I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole, he said. You're on your own. Again, he was flabbergasted. Before he could say anything at all, his phone rang, but it wasn't his personal phone, it was his spider phone. He took it out of his pocket and saw that he was getting a call from Daniels. He's never called me first, thought Peter, temporarily forgetting about the whole Zatanna fiasco. I'll be back, he said to his family, quickly making his way to his bedroom and picking up the call after closing the door. Detective. How fast can you get to Nuovo Vesuvio? Asked Daniels with a sense of urgency in his voice. Peter could also hear the siren from his car in the background, along with the sound of wind rushing by, which meant he was driving fast. 10 minutes, 15 tops. Why? Are the Monteleones moving drugs again? He asked, getting his suit ready. Worse. Killer Frost is paying the Monteleones a visit, he said. And it's not because she's hankering for some Italian food. She's back, he said, surprised that she had shown herself after so long. Wait, she's at Nuovo Vesuvio. Why? I don't know, but the word from those first on the scene is not good. They're doing the best they can, but they're fighting a war on two fronts, explained Daniels. You need to get there now. I'm on my way, he said, hanging up the phone. He had already stuffed his suit in his backpack, so he grabbed it before sprinting down the stairs. Peter, is everything all right? Asked Mary from the kitchen. Fine. I'm going out. Be back soon, he said, not waiting for a response before he was out the door. He ducked into an alley and quickly changed into his suit, webbing his backpack with his clothes in a secure place so he could go back for it later. He jumped and began swinging towards Little Italy, mentally going over the fastest route there. It's been a couple of days since Dr. Frost turned into Killer Frost, and there's been no sign of her since the incident at the morgue. I thought there would have been a trace of her by now, a withered body, a sighting, something, but no. Now all of a sudden, she shows up in broad daylight, and she's attacking a mob locale. I just don't see the connection, he thought, trying to make sense of her actions. Maybe using logic with a recently created villain isn't the smartest thing to do. He was already moving fast because of what Daniels had told him, but as he neared the neighborhood, the sound of gunfire and sirens made him move faster. That's not something you see every day, he thought as he swung onto the street. The street had practically become a war zone with what once was Nuovo Vesuvio at the center of it all. The restaurant, which just yesterday was brimming with people, had become entombed in ice, freezing not only it but the entire four-story building in which it was located. Outside the restaurant were 6 black SUVs that were cordoning off the restaurant and the area in front of it, while more than 24 mobsters, all carrying semi-automatic rifles, stood inside the cordoned-off space. On both sides of the streets were police cars, vans, and SWAT trucks, pincering the mobsters, and just as many, if not more, police officers than the mobsters, with their weapons drawn. Most of the mobsters were shooting at the police and keeping their attention, while a few of them were trying to get into the restaurant, shooting and hitting the ice to no avail. As he took in the scene, seeing how best to go in, he noticed Daniel signaling at him from atop the same rooftop he had been surveilling the restaurant the night before. "What are you doing up here?" he asked as he landed next to him. "I figured you'd look to land on a rooftop before you went in, and this looked like the best one," said Daniels. "You need to go into the building and deal with Killer Frost." "Not before I help deal with the mobsters," he said. "Let us deal with them. We have more SWAT rolling in, and we have snipers setting up," said Daniels, pointing out a sniper getting into position one building over. "We think people were eating in the restaurant when Killer Frost got there. By the time we deal with the mobsters and then break that ice to get in, they'll have either frozen to death or been killed. You need to save them and stop Killer Frost." He was going to rebut, but realized that Daniel's thinking was too sound. "Okay," he said, nodding. "Good," said Daniels while taking out his phone. "As soon as I heard the entire building was entombed in ice, I knew only you were going to be able to go in, so I asked for the blueprints in advance so you'll know the layout of the building. I just sent them to you." "Wow. Nice thinking, Detective," said Peter, impressed as he took out his phone. "Don't thank me yet. Those blueprints are probably wrong. The Monteleones own the entire building, and I'd bet my entire paycheck that they paid off anybody who came in contact with those blueprints so the city wouldn't know the truth," said Daniels. "Still, something is better than nothing," he said, looking at the blueprints. "Looks like there's a stairwell that connects all the floors and the roof. The first floor landing is located at the back of the restaurant's kitchen. More than likely, that stairwell is real, so I'll send any hostages I find up the stairs, but you need to have someone waiting for them." "I'll do it, but you'll need to take me to the roof," he said without hesitation. "If they're injured dash. I got ambulances and fire trucks already on standby," said Daniels before Peter could finish. "Okay, let's go," he said before carrying Daniels. Because the building wasn't far, he was able to easily jump across and land on the roof even while carrying Daniels. "Good thing the roof's not frozen," said Daniels as Peter put him down. "It is cold though," said Peter, breathing out and seeing his breath. "If it's this cold out here, it must be sub-zero inside. I'll tell the emergency services so they can be ready." "Go," said Daniels. He nodded at him before wrenching open the roof access door. A cold gust of wind blew out, and it felt like he had opened the door to a meat locker. A thin layer of frost had also built up along the walls and floor. "I'm more resistant to cold than a normal person, but I don't think even I'd last long in these temperatures," he thought, shivering a bit. "I need to move quickly." Like he had seen on the blueprints, the roof access did lead to a stairwell that was connected to all 4 floors. He could also see that all the doors leading to the stairs were open, and he could hear voices and gunfire coming from the first floor. Looks like some mobsters were inside the building when Dr. Frost came in. Better make sure each floor is empty before I move on. They may be mobsters, but that doesn't mean they don't need saving, he thought, activating his thermal vision. Unlike traditional thermal vision, which was unable to penetrate most materials, his thermal vision could. That's not to say his was perfect, as the ability to penetrate through materials part of it worked best up close. Still, it was much better than what was on the market. He hopped down onto the 4th floor landing and swept the entire floor, looking for any heat signatures. When he saw nothing, he quickly moved on to the next and did the same. Again, he saw nothing, so he moved on to the 2nd floor, but unlike the 2 previous times, he did see 3 heat signatures. 2 of the heat signatures looked human, and they were huddled close together. The 3rd heat signature resembled a box emitting heat, which he assumed was an appliance they were using to help them ward off the cold. But judging by their body heat, it wasn't helping much. He entered the 2nd floor, noting it was a large open studio apartment, before rushing over to the 2 people. As he had seen with his thermal vision, it was 2 people, a man and a woman, shivering and looking pale. They were huddled together in front of an open oven, using it and a blanket to stay warm. "Are you 2 okay?" he asked. "We're FF freezing," said the man, weakly as his teeth chattered. "Aye it was that K-Killer FF Frost." "I know, but don't worry about that right now. Hold on just a little longer. I'm getting you 2 out of here." Gently, he picked them up and made sure they were secure before sprinting out of the apartment and up the stairs. As he reached the roof, he saw that a fire truck's tower ladder bucket was ready to take anyone down. There were also a few paramedics with their supplies and gurneys, ready and waiting. "Set them down on the gurneys," said Daniels as soon as he saw them. Peter gently placed them on the gurneys, and the paramedics immediately got to work on them, wrapping them in a heating blanket and setting up in 4. "What's it looking like inside?" asked Daniels. "All floors except the 1st are empty now that I saved them, but it sounded like a few mobsters were shooting at Killer Frost. Besides that, I don't know," said Peter. "WERRN as soon as she came in," chimed in the man. There were F4 other people eating their W when we ran into the K kitchen and you up the SS stairs. We heard people see come down the S stairs when we hid," added the woman. "S sounded like at least a D-dozen." "Thanks," said Peter, nodding at the 2. He quickly ran back inside, skipping the stairs and jumping straight down the gap to the 1st floor, landing quietly. The door leading to the kitchen was open, allowing him to see that a few mobsters were hiding behind the stainless steel cooking stations with their guns pointed at something. Interestingly, they weren't aiming out towards the dining area, but toward where the food pantry/meat locker was located, according to the blueprints. The Monteleones must have a secret/underground room in the pantry that's not on the blueprints. "Looks like Daniels owes me a medium amount of money." Switching on his thermal vision, he saw that there were half a dozen mobsters in the kitchen and at least a dozen more in the pantry. He realized that many of the ones in the pantry had parts of their bodies that were at a lower temperature than others, likely from being attacked by Killer Frost. He moved on to looking at the dining area and saw 4 heat signatures, like the couple said. It looked like they were trying to break the ice to escape, but were making little to no progress. The ice looked pretty thick from the outside. "It'll take more than 1 punch to break it, even if I use my full strength. Even if I do manage to break it fast enough so the mobsters inside aren't able to react, right outside the ice are even more mafiosos, itching to bust in, guns a-blazing," he thought. "Best thing is probably for me to quickly take care of the ones in the kitchen, grab the hostages, run them up the stairs, and come back in to stop Dr. Frost and the other mobsters." With a plan in mind, he swung into the kitchen and used impact webbing to web the 2 farthest mobsters who were hiding behind the cooking stations to the cooking stations. The 2 closest mobsters to him had realized he was there and were about to turn around and shoot him, but before they could, he punched them, knocking them out. The last 2 were so focused on aiming at whatever they were aiming at that they hadn't noticed he was there until they heard the mobsters hit the ground. Unfortunately for them, it was too late, and he knocked them out quickly. Before moving to save the hostages, he looked at where they were aiming, and as he had suspected, they did have their guns trained at the pantry. The pantry doors were open, revealing a dozen mobsters, some injured and others not, and an open hatch on the ground. He couldn't see Killer Frost, but judging by the gunfire and how the mobsters were shouting, he was sure she was down there. He put that out of his mind for a moment before diving through the kitchen serving window into the dining room. He saw that the four people had moved some tables to use as a makeshift barrier while the two men used the legs from some chairs to break the ice. Aye, it's that SS Spider guy, said one of the women, surprised and relieved. Aye, it's why your fault, said the other, her voice bordering on hysterical as she pointed a finger at him. Why you showed you up, and New York S started getting CC crazy. G.G. Gordon was alright. Come on, lady, don't you know not everything you see on TV and the internet is real, he said before crouching down and talking gently. I'm going to get you all out of here, safe and sound. Then, you can be as mad at me as you want in warm temperatures. Sound good? Oh okay, she said, weakly nodding. Good, he said, picking up the two women and looking at the men. You two, stay down and stay quiet. I'll be back in a flash. No, take us with you, said one of the men. I don't want to risk it. My name might be Spider-Man, but I only have 2 arms, said Peter. Will G grab onto Y your F front and B back, he said, practically clawing at Peter's suit. Seeing how desperate he was, Peter knew he wouldn't be able to leave without him. Okay, grab on, he relented. The men who pitched the idea quickly hopped onto Peter's back, wrapping his arms and legs around him with a vice-like grip. The other men awkwardly stood in front of Peter, trying to see how best to latch on without making it weird. Not really the time to be feeling awkward, he said. Right. Sorry, Spider-Man, he said, shooting him a look of pity before wrapping his arms around Peter's neck. More like a possum, he mumbled, using his wall-crawling ability to make sure all 4 people were securely stuck to him. He moved quickly into and through the kitchen, taking a look to see the state of things as he passed through. The only new thing he saw was a mobster helping another mobster up the stairs as he wailed and held his arm, which was frozen solid. As he entered the stairwell, he heard a mobster yell out. It's the freaking spider. He's here. Eek, said the man on his back, holding on even tighter. Go. He obliged and started to go faster while making sure not to jostle his passengers too much. Quickly, he reached the roof, and the 4 people detached themselves from him so fast that they nearly took pieces of his suit with them. Oh, thank God, said the one who was on his back, tearing up as the paramedics helped him. I'm moving somewhere where it's hot every day of the year after this. That's all the hostages, he said to Daniels. But there are at least 2 dozen mobsters down there, and some of them are injured pretty badly courtesy of Killer Frost. You'll need to have more paramedics on standby. What a mess, said Daniels, running his hand through his hair. Why the hell is Killer Frost even interested in the Monteleones? She was shouting about something called V-Venom, said the woman who had blamed Peter earlier. Venom. Are you sure? Asked Peter. I heard it too, chimed in the man. What would Killer Frost want with Venom? Seems to me her powers are more than enough, said Daniels. I don't know, but whatever her plans for Venom are, they're probably not good, said Peter, turning around and going back inside. Just like before, he jumped down the gap in the stairs, except this time, his spider sense was tingling on the way down. Before landing on the ground, he shot a web at the wall and pulled himself to it, dodging the gunfire from the 3 mobsters who were lying in wait. That's not the kind of surprise I enjoy, he said, bouncing off the wall and colliding with the mobster in the middle, taking him down before legs sweeping the other 2. I like the cake and candles kind more. He webbed their weapons to the wall and all 3 of them to the ground before moving into the kitchen. He saw that the 6 mobsters he had taken down earlier were still incapacitated, but he also saw the mobster with the frozen arm sitting down and pointing a pistol at him. He jumped upwards, dodging the first bullet before acrobatically moving around the ceiling, dodging the other shots until he heard the gun click, signaling it was empty. The mobster was about to start reloading when Peter dropped down in front of him and grabbed and threw the pistol away. With the only possible threat handled, he looked over to the pantry, using his thermal vision to see that all the mobsters who were there before weren't anymore, but he could still hear the sound of gunfire. Probably all downstairs fighting Killer Frost. Let me quickly see what I can find out from this guy, thought Peter, turning back to look at the mobster. I'm not a doctor, but even I can tell that arm of yours is toast. The faster I take care of Killer Frost, the faster you get medical attention, and maybe the arm will be the only thing you'll lose. So talk. Why is she here? What does she want? Don't say nothing to him, said one of the 2 webbed-up mobsters. Yeah, don't say nothing, echoed the other. Guys, I'm sorry, but this is an A and B conversation, so why don't you 2 see your way out of it, said Peter, webbing their mouths shut before turning back to look at the frozen armed mobster. Talk. He looked hesitant about whether he should talk, glancing over at his two mobster friends staring daggers at him, but he looked down at his arm and made up his mind. That crazy bitch wants what every other criminal in this city wants, and we're the only ones who have it, Venom, he said through gritted teeth. She barged in and started asking about it. When they told her to leave, she flipped out and froze the building. She even turned a few of the guys into ice statues and shattered them into a million little pieces before forcing the information out of another. She's still down in the basement, and so is everyone else. That's all I know, I swear, so go knock her out before I die. Peter was about to go, but then thought to ask the mobster something he had been wondering for a while. One last thing. Who's your supplier? He asked. Come on, seriously. My arm's a popsicle, and you're playing 20 questions with me, he said, frustrated. We always deal with low-level guys, but I've heard there's a boss or whatever somewhere in the city. But even he answers to someone else. And no one besides his guys know what the big boss looks like or where he's from. You even ask about him, and they put a bullet in you, so all we know is they call him Bane. Hearing that name triggered a memory from his past life of a muscled-out man wearing a black and white luchador mask with tubes filled with green liquid running all over his body. Even I know who Bane is, he's a villain just as iconic as Batman himself. And it looks like he's still unknown here, which is interesting, thought Peter before realizing that it wasn't the time to be thinking about Bane. Thanks for the info, said Peter before webbing the guy to the wall. Come on, guy, said the mobster. By the time you defeat the killer ice chick, I'll be dead. I have a frozen arm, can't you let me go up to the roof so I can get some medical attention? How do I know you're not going to pick up a gun, save your friends, and try to shoot me in the back? He asked. Web my good arm if you want. I just want a doctor. Fine, said Peter, agreeing and removing the webbing. But I suggest you take a good, long look at your life and decide what you want out of it. Way ahead of you, pal. I didn't sign up to fight crazy ice ladies, said the mobster, standing up. No, just to peddle drugs and extort small business owners, said Peter, shaking his head as he webbed the mobster's good hand to his stomach. Exactly, you get it, said the mobster, walking off. See you around, Spider-Man. Peter was a little wary about having let the mobster go off by himself, but he remembered that the entire building was encased in ice. That, along with the roof access being the only way out, and Daniel's waiting up there, he quickly put it out of his mind since he had more pressing things to attend to. He entered the large pantry, which was a lot larger than what he assumed most restaurants needed, and saw nothing but food, bullet casings, and shards of ice scattered on the ground. At first, he thought they were regular ice shards that Killer Frost must have shot out, but when he saw an eyeball in one of them, he realized what they were. Thank you, Dr. Frost, for that nightmare fuel, he thought, stopping the urge he had to vomit as he made his way down the stairs while putting the visual out of his mind. As he descended the stairs, the sound of gunfire and shouting from the mobsters grew louder, and the air also grew colder, with a thicker layer of frost building up on the walls. He could see the stairs turned into a landing before taking a right turn, so he hopped up and started crawling on the ceiling. The right turn led to a large underground warehouse filled with various items, which was pockmarked with ice walls, mounds of ice, and incapacitated mobsters. There were only a little less than a dozen mobsters still moving and who were hiding behind whatever they could as they shot at a figure he had only seen on grainy video. This time, he could see her more clearly, and unlike what he initially thought, her hair had not turned white but rather a very opaque blue that made it look like ice. She wasn't wearing clothes made of ice anymore either. Instead, she wore a blue leotard that went from her neck to the beginning of her legs and which had a diamond made of ice with metal surrounding it in the shape of a compass in the middle of her chest. She wore long blue winter gloves that had fur around her biceps, blue high-heeled boots that reached her calf, similarly with fur, and she had long whitish leggings that went up to the middle of her thigh. Wow, that's quite an outfit, he thought, unable to help it as he looked at her outfit. Bad Peter. She's a bad guy. Focusing back up, he saw that she was looking through crates while hiding behind an ice wall. She must be searching for venom, he realized. Better stop her before she finds it. Don't want to wait and see what'll happen to her already unstable mental faculties if she takes a dose of venom. Is this the line for the snow cones? He said, dropping down on top of a mobster. Hate to cut in line, but I got a show to catch. Another freak, shouted one of the mobsters. Get him. Freak. Buddy, I've seen your browser history. I don't think you want to be throwing stones, he said. You have? Asked the mobster, eyes wide in surprise. I swear I was just curious. Someone should definitely follow up on that, said Peter, doing a back handspring to dodge a spray of gunfire. As he landed, he webbed 2 mobsters to their hiding place before taking the guns out of 2 other mobsters using his webs. He then threw the guns at another 2, knocking them out, and leaving a total of 6 still standing, surrounding him. He was about to launch himself at one of the mobsters when his spider sense tingled with an almost painful intensity. He jumped upwards, landing on a stack of crates while a beam of cold swept over where he was standing, catching 2 of the mobsters and causing them to be encased in ice. Turning to look, he saw that Killer Frost wasn't rummaging through crates anymore, but was looking at him, her hand outstretched. "So you're the so-called Spider-Man," said Killer Frost, her voice, which was once kind, now chilly and slightly shrill. "I thought you would be taller." "I'll have you know, I'm above the average," he said. "Why are you attacking the Monteleones?" "For this, of course," she said, showing him a vial of venom. "I've heard so many good things about this little drug. I wanted to check it out for myself." "Why?" "So you can be a juiced-up, even more out of her mind, muscle woman." "I'm not out of my mind," she yelled angrily. Again, she shot a beam of cold at him that he dodged by moving to another stack of crates. Unfortunately, the crate he was standing on had fallen as it had become heavier from the ice that had appeared on it and was falling straight for one of the webbed-up mobsters. Peter saw that and shot a line of web at it and pulled, changing its trajectory and saving the mobster. "You say I'm the one out of my mind, and yet you save the life of a mobster." "The very same mobster that you fight in the name of justice," she said, sneering. "He may be a bad guy and a criminal, but that doesn't mean he deserves to die," said Peter. "As long as there is life, there is hope. Who am I to snuff out that possibility?" "Then please, allow me," she said as 4 big icicles formed in front of her before she launched them at the mobsters with a wave of her hand. The 4 mobsters she chose were a little spread out, clearly done deliberately so he wouldn't be able to save them all, but he was Spider-Man. He launched himself out toward one of the mobsters being targeted, using his wall-crawling ability on his right foot to drag the crate with him, using it to throw at one of the icicles. As he moved through the air, he shot 2 lines of webs at the furthest 2 icicles, spinning them around and throwing one at her and the other at the final icicle. "And he sticks the landing," he said as he landed on the ground. "What?" No round of applause. Cold crowd. Still angry, she moved out from behind her ice wall and started shooting blast after blast of cold at him. "That's a cool trick. You ever thought about using it to keep sodas cold at parties?" "I bet you'd make a killing," he said, dodging the blasts while swinging away from the mobsters and taunting her to keep her focused on him. "Arg," she shouted, frustrated. She pointed both hands at the ceiling and shot beams of cold that were wider than before, near instantly freezing the entire ceiling and creating dozens of icicles. The freeze happened so fast that it traveled down Peter's web and froze it. Because he was in motion, the frozen web shattered, and he awkwardly flew into a few crates. "Not my finest moment," he said, rubbing his head as he stood up from the crates before dodging an ice beam. He pointed his left hand out to shoot a web, but was surprised to see a bunch of small strands of web splurt out of his shooter. That's when he saw that his left web shooter was frozen over and broken. "Did the poor little spider run out of web?" she asked, mockingly. "Not yet," he said, shooting a blast of webbing at her face with his right web shooter. He knew she wouldn't stay blinded for long since she could easily freeze the webbing, so he quickly rushed her, arriving next to her just as she shattered the webbing. He threw out an uppercut, hoping to knock her out quickly, but was surprised when his strike was blocked by a wall of ice that appeared out of thin air, obstructing his vision of her. His spider sense tingled intensely, and he retreated. He saw that ice had appeared where he was standing, and if he had been any slower, he would have been immobilized in ice up to his chest. She's not fully in control of her powers yet, he realized. One moment she's shooting ice beams, and the next she's creating ice out of thin air, though it looks like she can't control it after the fact. Since she absorbs heat, it's a safe bet she's absorbing heat from the atmosphere, freezing the molecules of moisture. And considering her powers seem to get stronger the angrier she gets, I need to hurry and get this over with before she gets angry enough to flash freeze me. Using his good web shooter, he shot a line up to the ceiling and swung over the ice wall. He readied himself to dodge a spear of ice, but was surprised to see she wasn't there at all. "She fell through the floor," he heard one of the mobsters say. Taking a closer look, Peter could see that she had frozen the ground over to cover up the hole she had made by freezing the concrete to the point it was brittle enough for her to break. He landed and broke the ice covering the hole, revealing it was a secret tunnel. "How many secret tunnels do you guys have?" asked Peter, frustrated. He stuck his head in to see how far she had gone, but all he saw was ice blocking the tunnel, and Killer Frost was nowhere to be seen. "Where does that tunnel go?" Peter asked the mobster who had given him the heads up. "I didn't even know that tunnel was there." I swear to God, said the mobster, and judging by the surprised look on his face, he didn't seem to be lying. Peter was ready to start spelunking, hoping he could catch up to Killer Frost, but his spider sense throbbed, making him wince. He looked up and saw that the ceiling was shaking and cracking, looking like it was about to come down due to all the extra weight from the ice Killer Frost had left on it. There were too many mobsters incapacitated by both him and Killer Frost, and he wouldn't be able to get them all out of danger in time. His mind raced 1,000,000 miles a minute before he thought of something, and he put it into action immediately. Go, he shouted to the mobsters. Take one of your friends and run before the ceiling comes down. He jumped up and began shooting line after line of web all across the ceiling, making sure to crisscross them for added structural integrity. He just barely covered most of the ceiling as the first chunk of ice and ceiling came down, but he knew the web could only delay the inevitable. Thankfully, most of the mobsters who could still walk were already walking up the stairs, and he only had to help a few. As he was about to move, he saw the crate of venom that Killer Frost was rummaging through, and he decided to take one for himself to analyze. With it secure, he quickly moved to help the mobsters who were still there as the ceiling crumbled. As he helped the last one get up the stairs, he heard a weak shout, nearly unnoticeable due to the sound from the crumbling ceiling. Turning to look, he saw one of the mobsters, whom he thought was dead and drained, was alive. He ran to him, pushing himself to move faster than he had, picked him up, and ran back to the stairs. As he was about 10 feet from the stairs, his spider sense tingled hard. He looked up and saw a large chunk of rubble had broken through the webbing and was headed right for them. If he were by himself, he could dodge it, but since the mobster was so injured, he couldn't make any movements that would further injure him. Faster than he could consciously react, he placed the mobster on the ground and braced himself, summoning all the strength he could muster to catch the large chunk of rubble. When it made contact with his hands, the thought that he had made a mistake briefly flashed through his mind. He felt the sheer weight of it, the impact it made as he caught it, and he felt his body falter. He thought it was over for him. He thought he would never see his parents and sister again. They would worry about him for hours on end until they saw a news report about the death of Spider-Man, until they unmasked him, and revealed his identity to the world, and it became the death of Peter Parker. As quick as those thoughts entered his mind, they left it. He gritted his teeth, mustering every ounce of strength and willpower in his body, and held the chunk of frozen ceiling steady. Though he had lifted it, the mobster was too injured to move on his own, and he was busy trying to keep the rubble from collapsing on them. He briefly considered using all his strength to toss the chunk of rubble as high up as he could before running out with the mobster, but he doubted whether he would have enough time. Just leave me, said the mobster, his voice barely a whisper. No, he responded through gritted teeth. Why? I'm a bad guy. Not the best time for philosophical debate, he said, struggling to speak as he focused. Having held up the rubble for a little over a minute, he felt he couldn't hold on for much longer and decided to risk it. Before he could, however, he heard a voice that brought him so much relief he almost stopped concentrating. Holy shit, he heard Daniels say. Save him, he shouted. I'll be fine once he's clear. Ah, yeah, okay, said Daniels. Daniels turned like he was about to go up the stairs, likely to get some help, but he hesitated, looking at Peter. He slapped himself in the face, took off his jacket, and got on his stomach to crawl towards the mobster. I got you, said Daniels, hooking his arms around the mobster and crawling backward, clearing the rubble. Once Peter saw that they were both clear of the rubble, he gritted his teeth and summoned one last burst of strength to toss the rubble upwards. As soon as the weight was off of him, he felt his body go limp and his vision go blurry. He knew he only had moments, so he willed himself to focus and put all his strength into his legs, jumping and clearing the space to the stairs right as the rubble came down. Get me an EMT, shouted Daniels as he crouched next to him. Hang in there, Spidey. I'm fine. Just a little hussy, he said, feeling the aftereffects of summoning so much strength. He hadn't gotten hurt per se, though he was sure he had torn some of his muscles if the pain he felt was any indication. Still, thanks to his healing factor, which he hadn't had much use for till now, he was sure he would be right as rain in a few days at the most. You sure? Asked Daniel as the EMTs arrived. Yeah. Just help me up, he said. Daniels helped him up, and he gritted his teeth, feeling the pain from his muscles. He took a few seconds to steady himself before letting go of Daniels. Thanks, he said, patting him on the shoulder. If you're here, does that mean the mobsters outside were taken care of? Yeah, took a show of overwhelming force, but we got it done, he said. What about Killer Frost? Don't tell me she was under the rubble. Worse. She escaped, said Peter, frustrated. Escaped? How? Asked Daniels. No, don't tell me. Secret tunnel. Ding ding ding. Goddamn mobsters and their bootlegging tunnels, said Daniels, similarly frustrated. At least tell me you figured out why she was after Venom. Strike 2. Did she get some of it? And strike 3, I'm out, said Peter, chuckling at his joke before wincing from the pain. Looks like I didn't help out all that much, huh? Don't sell yourself short, said Daniels. Does it suck that Killer Frost escaped? Yeah, but if you weren't here, those hostages might have come out a lot worse for wear. Not to mention, the time and lives saved because you were the one fighting her and not our ill-equipped police force. Thanks, detective, said Peter, feeling a little better. If you don't need me, I think I want to take a long, hot bath. Go for it, said Daniels, nodding at him. See you around, Daniels, he said, turning to walk up the stairs. Spider-Man, said Daniels. Yeah. Your, suit. It's ripped, he said, awkwardly. I know, he said, aware that there were various rips and tears around in the upper portion of his suit from straining his muscles so hard. Not up top. I meant on your, ass, he said, stifling a laugh. He turned his head around and saw that a piece of his suit, which covered his butt, had ripped, revealing his boxers and a little bit of his cheeks. Ah, man. The swing home was slow and painful, but he eventually got back to the alley where he had left his backpack. He changed and pocketed the vial of venom before checking himself out on his phone. At least I don't look physically hurt, he thought, thankful there were no bruises on his face. But I am going to have to grit my teeth when I move. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked to his house, entering inside. I'm home, he said, shutting the door behind him. He didn't hear anyone respond, so he went to the kitchen and saw a note on the counter. Went out to buy groceries, text if you need anything, he said, reading the note. He was thankful that he didn't have to immediately pretend like he wasn't in pain, and it gave his healing factor a chance to put in some work. Trudging up the stairs, he walked into his room and saw that Dexter was sleeping. He quietly put his bag down and threw himself down on the bed. Today was not a good day. Lost a web shooter, Dr. Frost escaped, and I don't even know what she wanted with Venom. And I just remembered that whole Zatanna fiasco, he thought, rubbing his temple. I need some sleep. Let's leave these problems for future Peter. Achoo. His sneeze was so loud that it woke up Dexter. Ah, man. Chapter 21, Crazy-S Ninjas. New York. August 28, 1714 Eastern Daylight Time. In the second-floor classroom, which also served as the photography club's club room, a meeting was taking place. Nearly all of the 30 available desks in the room had a student sitting at them, and that included Peter, who sat at the back next to the shy June Moon, who was sketching in a notebook. When he first entered the classroom, he was surprised to see that the club had so many people, but he figured it was probably due to the club's lax nature. He looked around and saw that besides June and him, there were only 3 other freshmen, none of whom he had classes with but had seen around. As he waited for the meeting to begin, he thought about the past week. Thanks to being in sub-zero temperatures while wearing only a thin spandex suit, he had contracted a cold that he spent nearly all of Sunday recovering from, a cold that his mother wondered how he had contracted. He explained that it was because he had slept with wet hair and no socks. He wasn't sure his explanation would be enough to convince her, but she seemed to have accepted it and made him chicken noodle soup to help him recover. The cold, along with healing his torn muscles from using more strength than he normally had, meant he didn't have much time on Sunday to do the things he needed to, fixing/upgrading his web shooters and suit, and analyzing the venom sample he took. It did, however, give him more than enough time to think, some of which he spent thinking about the Zatanna situation. He mulled over what he should do, even looking up advice on the internet, which did not help, before deciding to let nature take its course. His train of thought was that the only reason Zatanna liked him was because she had known him for so long, but she would eventually get over her crush. To that end, the best way to continue was to act like he had always acted with her, and hope her crush fizzled away. On Monday, he decided to skip his usual after-school vigilante activities, choosing to rush home instead to attend to the things he needed to. He first repaired his suit, as it was the easiest thing to do. As he did so, he wrote down some thoughts on ways to make his suit more durable, a la the advanced suit. He also mused about the possibility of unstable molecules. As for his web shooters, he had brainstormed some ideas for making them more resistant to cold while nursing his cold, funnily enough. The ideas still needed some fine-tuning, so he settled for just fixing the broken web shooter. The same went for his web fluid. He had ideas, but they needed more work. After fixing his equipment, he moved on to analyzing the venom sample, or rather, attempted to. His lab, while relatively well stocked with equipment and materials, wasn't exactly state-of-the-art. As he began trying to analyze the sample, he quickly realized he was missing certain equipment and materials, the kind of equipment and materials that weren't readily accessible to the average Joe Schmo. While initially frustrated, after a few moments of thinking, he came up with a solution, one that didn't involve stealing what he needed or breaking into a privately owned lab that had what he needed and using their things. His big, brilliant idea was to use his school's chemistry lab. He remembered reading in the school's brochure that his school's chemistry lab was surprisingly well stocked with equipment and materials ordinarily not found in a high school. It was as if an unseen force were helping him out. With that plan in mind, he decided to wait until it was dark before sneaking out and going to his school, but until then, he would work out. Struggling so much with the rubble had been a wake-up call, reminding him not to be too complacent. Because of that, he decided to see if he could get stronger like a normal person. It wasn't something he remembered being explored in the comics, so he didn't know if it would work, but he saw no reason why it wouldn't. He just needed to make sure it was intense enough to be considered a workout. To that end, he went back to the abandoned warehouse where he had first tested out his web swinging, and because he hadn't grown into his powers just yet, he was able to use the abandoned industrial materials as weights. The workout felt like a workout did back before he had gotten his powers, but only time would tell if it was effective. He had finished with his workout just as it got dark, so he headed to his school. He avoided using his outfit or web shooters when breaking in since he figured if he got caught, it would be better if he wasn't breaking into a school dressed as nor using Spider-Man's signature equipment. He didn't want to add more fuel to the anti-Spider-Man fire, so he only wore nondescript black clothing and a ski mask. After a little bit of science, he determined the chemical composition of venom, but instead of clearing things up, it only left him with more questions. Though somewhat impressive and complicated for a street drug, there wasn't anything in its composition that helped shed some light on why Dr. Frost wanted it. It wasn't until he had run through various theories in his mind that one somewhat clicked. Dr. Frost had become, as he called it, a heat vampire, needing to feed on heat to survive. Because of that, he theorized that the accident had caused her body to be changed at a fundamental level. He further theorized that since venom was a drug that altered the body, she wanted to try using it to cure a condition and/or use it as a starting point to create a cure. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had figured out the motivation behind her stealing venom. He even went so far as to share his theory with Daniels, asking him to be on the lookout for any reports about stolen lab equipment and/or chemicals, as it was likely she would need them to synthesize a cure. Daniels was receptive to his theory but told him not to put all his eggs in a basket, especially when he didn't even know if the basket was real. Aside from that, he had also been working on a formula/serum to counteract the effects of venom, though it was slow going since he couldn't break into his school every night. The rest of the week was quite typical, with Peter attending school and then going about his vigilantism afterward. The only atypical thing was on Wednesday, Dragon called him and told him there wouldn't be a lesson. All he said was that he had things to take care of and that he would call Peter when his lessons resumed. Again, Peter felt he had some help from fate, as he was still unsure whether he would stop going, and it gave him more time to mull it over. Clap clap. Linda Park, president of the photography club, clapped her hands, snapping Peter out of his recollection. "Okay, so, today is the first football game of the season," said Linda, a lot more subdued than when she was hoping to recruit Peter. "That means at least 2 of us have to be there." A round of groans was heard, coming mostly from those who weren't new to the club. "Send 2 of the freshmen to do it," said an older girl with glasses, receiving a bunch of approval from the older club members. "You know the deal for the first game, 1 freshman, 1 senior club member. They need someone to show them the ropes and make sure everything is done the way it should be done," said Linda, receiving more groans. "I'm sure you're all very busy with whatever it is you're doing, but you know how the football coach is when it comes to taking those pictures. If we send the freshmen alone, they'll get chewed and spit out. So who's going to volunteer?" Peter saw that none of the older or newer club members raised their hands, all looking away or down at their phones. He looked over at June and saw that she raised her hand a bit but looked unsure/nervous before putting it back down. Sigh. "Fine, said Linda, looking resigned. "If you show me some examples of how you want the photos shot, I can do it," said Peter, raising his hand. "One of our new freshmen, ladies and gentlemen, Peter Parker," said Linda, smiling, as she introduced him. "Peter, I'm happy to see you're stepping up to the plate. You said you're proficient with cameras and taking pictures, correct? That's right, he said, nodding. Whether it was because of his past life's experience with a camera or something that came with becoming Peter Parker, he had become a skilled photographer and even enjoyed collecting vintage cameras. He didn't have any plans to pursue photography professionally, but if the opportunity to make some cash on the side with his photography presented itself, he would consider it. Come take a look at some examples and see if you think you can do it, she said, opening her laptop as Peter walked over. Linda, is that all the meeting was about? Asked an older club member. Can we go? Yeah, sure. See you, said Linda, rolling her eyes. With her assurance, all the members quickly filed out of the classroom. I know one of the main selling points of the club is that no one has to do anything they don't want to, but I swear, sometimes, said Linda, shaking her head in frustration. I mean, I expected that from the older members, but even the freshmen. Not all the freshmen, he said, looking at June as she walked up to the podium. June, said Linda, surprised to see her still there. Did you need something? I also wanted to volunteer for the game, she said, her voice quiet yet soothing. I am new to using cameras, but I want to help. If I can. Great, she said, smiling as he looked over at Peter. Peter. But judging by the look she was giving him, he could tell it wasn't a request, though it wasn't like he was going to turn her down. No problem at all. I'd be happy to show you the ropes, he said, smiling at June. Thank you, said June, looking very happy. What a charmer, mumbled Linda, elbowing Peter with a smirk on her face. The photos, please, Madam President, he said, ignoring her little jab. Right, she said, pulling up the photos on her laptop. These are what the coach likes. Action shots, the players looking like a team, photos of them pumped up, things like that. He really likes it when you take pictures when they're winning, and hates pictures of when they're losing, so keep that in mind. Easy peasy, he said, looking at the photos. Good, she said, heading to the back of the room and unlocking a closet filled with cameras before picking up one, locking the closet back up once she had it in hand. You can use this camera, but be careful with it. Sure, he said, taking it from her hands and inspecting it. Is this Queen camera from before or after Oliver Queen lost his company? Before, said Linda, making a face of disgust. Those new Queen cameras suck. Nobody buys them anymore. It's too bad the company lost its way, he said. Though I prefer Wayne cameras over anything else. A man after my own heart, she said, smiling. Used up my freelance photography money to buy the new Wayne M3. Shoots like a dream. You do freelance stuff? Asked Peter, interested. Yeah, mostly event photos, restaurant pop-ups, blog stuff, things like that, she explained. But recently, I got a pretty good Spider-Man photo that GBS paid a good chunk of change for. Even put it on the front page of their paper. Cool, he said, internally smiling. What time's the game again? 6:30, said Linda. But be there by 6 to take photos of them beforehand. Sounds good, said Peter, nodding before turning to June and holding out the camera. I'll teach you some of the basics as we walk to the field. You can take some test shots also, so that you can get a feel for it. Okay, she said, grabbing the camera and putting the strap around her neck. Look at you two, already friends, said Linda, smiling in contentment. If either of you needs any help, text or call me. Get some good shots and enjoy the game. We will, they both said as they got their stuff and walked out of the classroom. As they walked to the field, Peter explained the basics of photography to June, besides the obvious point and shoot. He provided a detailed yet simple explanation of the various options on a camera, and had her take different photos each time a setting was changed. When you're shooting under good light conditions, you should use a low ISO setting. In those situations where there's not much light available, you'll most likely have to set a high ISO setting, he explained. Got it, said June, who immediately began fiddling with the ISO setting to see the difference. Her focused look as she fiddled with the camera was a big contrast to her usual demeanor, and he found that interesting. As they reached the field, they could see that there were already people waiting in the bleachers, both the home and away sides, even though the game wouldn't start for another hour. They could also see both teams' players warming up on the field. There he is, thought Peter, easily spotting Ronnie running a drill. Part of the reason Peter volunteered to take the photos for the photography club was that he already had plans to watch the game and support his friend, so it was a win-win situation. He also felt a little bad that all the club members were making Linda pick up the slack. Where should we set up? Asked June. It'll be easier to take good photos if we don't have a crowd of people blocking us, so let's sit as close as we can to the field, he said, pointing at some free space at the bottom. There should work. As they walked over to the bleachers, he saw Ronnie make his way to them, stopping at the little fence separating the bleachers from the field. "Yo," said Ronnie, fist-bumping Peter in greeting. "First game of the season. You nervous?" asked Peter. "Not really. I'm only the backup quarterback, so I probably won't even get to play," he said, not a hint of nerves on his face as he turned to look at June. "Who's this?" "This is June Moon. She's a freshman like us, and she's part of the photography club." "June, this is Ronnie Raymond, current backup quarterback and future football star," said Peter. "Hi," said Ronnie, shaking her hand. "And nice to meet you," she said. He saw that she wasn't making eye contact and was practically looking at the floor, but assumed she was just being shy about meeting a new person. "So you're here for the photography club?" "I thought they didn't make you do anything," he asked, seeing the camera around June's neck. "They don't, but I was already going to watch you play, and they needed someone, so I volunteered," he said, shrugging. "What can I say? I'm an upstanding student." "Raymond," shouted the coach, signaling to Ronnie to go back. "Gotta go," said Ronnie. "Good luck," said Peter, fist-bumping Ronnie again. "Nice meeting you, June," he said before walking off. "See, he's a nice guy," said Peter as the two sat down on the bleachers. "We have art together, and he didn't remember me," she said, looking down. "Oh," said Peter, awkwardly. "You know, I think I remember him saying he's not good with faces." "That must be it." "Really? It's not because I'm invisible?" she asked, looking up at him with a level of hope in her eyes that made him feel bad for lying. "Of course not," he said, trying to smile naturally. "Okay," she said, smiling and gazing out at the field, making him feel even worse. "Fweet. Timeout called by the Bradley High Bears," said the announcer. So far, the Bronx Legacy High Broncos have scored 2 touchdowns in the first quarter, and are leading by 14. What was initially supposed to be a blowout by the Bears seems to be leading to a possible upset from the Broncos. "Should we take pictures of them huddled up?" asked June, readying the camera. Linda did say the coach hates pictures of them losing. "What do you think?" Peter had let her take the lead on taking pictures since she was a quick study and had gotten the basics down. "Better to be safe than sorry," he said. "Right," nodded June, pointing the camera at the huddle and taking pictures. But judging by how the coach was red-faced, screaming at the quarterback, Peter knew Linda would probably delete them. "Wow, the coach is really mad," said June as she took pictures. "Well, it wouldn't be a high school football game without the angry coach cliché," he said. "The quarterback is walking to the bench, angry. I think your friend Ronald is being subbed in," she said, looking at the scene through the viewfinder. As she finished saying that, the announcer was heard. "Looks like the Bears are subbing in their backup quarterback, freshman Ronnie Raymond," said the announcer. "Who? Go, Ronnie." Turning to look, he could see Doreen, full of school spirit, sitting with her friends and cheering for Ronnie. "I bet he's nervous now," he said, smiling, as he looked at Ronnie stand up from the bench and join the huddle. Peter wasn't the biggest football fan and initially only went to support his friend. Since he wasn't playing, he hadn't been paying much attention to the game. With him subbed in, though, he sat up straight, ready to pay attention to his friend's high school football debut. BRR. The vibration pattern he felt let him know it wasn't his personal phone, but his spider phone. He had set different vibration patterns on his phone so he could tell which was which, though the ringtones were the same. That way, if either of them rang out, no one would know it was 2 different phones. Brows furrowed, he took out the phone and saw he was getting a call from Daniels. "Ah, shit, here we go again," he thought, feeling a sense of déjà vu. "June, I need to take care of something real quick." "You're okay doing this by yourself, right?" he asked. Yeah. "Jay, just point and shoot," she said, nodding like a baby chick. "Thanks. I shouldn't be long," he said, nodding in thanks. He picked up his stuff and quickly made his way away from the field and the loud crowd, stopping in a quiet area with no one around before answering the phone. "Let me guess, she's back again," he said, preemptively. "No, it's not Killer Frost this time. It's Needham," said Daniels. Like last time, there was a sense of urgency in his voice, and the sound of wind rushing by accompanied by a siren. "Black Spider?" asked Peter, surprised to hear that name. "Yeah, him. He was on the prison transport to Rikers Island when his transport was attacked, and he broke out. He's in the wind, explained Daniels. He's just now getting transferred to Rikers. It's been a little over a week since I caught him, he said, confused as to why it had taken so long. The DA's office likes to have its ducks in a row before doing anything. You being part of the equation made them more wary about the whole thing, and it took till today for things to get rolling, said Daniels, clearly not his first time dealing with the DA's office. You said his transport got attacked. By whom? He asked, moving to find a more secluded place to change into his suit and swing to the scene of the crime to help find Black Spider. The reporting officer's precise words were, and I quote, "crazy-ass ninjas," he said, sounding like he didn't believe the words coming out of his mouth. Ninjas? Asked Peter, surprised. Like black cloth clothes, face masks, katanas, and throwing stars, ninjas. Yeah, that kind. Oh. He was ready to hear about old thieving buddies staging a rescue, gun-wielding drug dealers hoping for revenge, or even mercenaries hired to save him, something more normal. He was certainly not ready to hear about ninjas. Were there 4 rad skateboarding humanoid turtles named after famous painters led by a giant rat chasing after them by any chance? Ah, not that I know of, said Daniels, sounding confused. Are there some new players in town you want to let me know about? Forget it, must have been a dream I had, he said, smiling as he remembered the TMNT franchise did not exist in this world and thus Daniels had no way of knowing what he was referring to. Okay, said Daniels, still confused. Anyway, since you were the one who caught him in the first place, I was just giving you a heads up. I thought you were calling me because you wanted my help. Well, this is a little more in the realm of things the NYPD can handle on our own, said Daniels. The NYPD is trained to handle ninjas, he asked, holding his phone between his head and shoulder as he changed into his suit. Per se. Black Spider is dangerous. If whoever broke him out gave him his equipment, it'll be like going up against a version of me that kills. I mean, a much weaker and less handsome version of me, but still. Against other regular people, he may as well be Batman. Hard to argue with that. I'll see you there, but try to stay out of the way. You're still not really well liked among the rank and file, said Daniels before hanging up. There was nothing in the files from Eric Needham's time in Gotham about him having a connection to any criminal organization, much less a clan of ninjas, he thought as he finished suiting up. It's obvious there's something bigger at play here. Hopefully, whatever it is doesn't bring more chaos to the city. As he swung onto the cordoned-off street full of police cars and officers surrounding the overturned prisoner transport van, his spider sense, which had been going off for a couple of blocks, intensified. When the response first started, he thought he was being watched, as it felt similar, but he realized his spider sense wasn't responding to a specific danger but rather an overall danger. Since it was the first time he had felt his spider sense create a general response to danger, he hadn't been able to immediately tell what it was. Though thanks to it, he knew there was something wrong at the scene of the escape, and started swinging faster. Landing atop a light pole, he took in the scene, both to try and get a picture of what happened and to see if he could determine where the danger was coming from. The prisoner transport van was overturned and was badly damaged all over. Judging by the fact that there were pieces of the van scattered everywhere and scratches on the road, it was clear that it had been hit hard and spun out. The doors in the back had scorch marks as if a high-temperature apparatus had been used to open them. Feeling like he had seen all he could from his perch, he was about to jump down so he could get a closer look, but feeling his spider sense intensify made him pause. Oddly, pausing caused the intensity to go back down, so he tried to move again, only for it to intensify once more. Whatever the danger is, it's in / near the transport van, and the fact that my spider sense gets more intense when I try to get closer doesn't bode well. He ran through various possibilities, but without more information, nothing could be determined. I'll have to move quick, he thought. Hop down right near the entrance to the van, and my spider sense should do the rest. He took in a deep breath and readied himself to act fast. His spider sense intensified as he fell through the air, but it became painful as he landed by the entrance. His eyes instinctively moved to a SWAT helmet inside the van. Normally, it would be an inconspicuous item, but his spider sense told him that's where the danger was, and it was very dangerous. Everything he knew so far ran through his mind: the size of the helmet, the general sense of danger, the intensity of the danger as he got closer, Black Spider's escape, and his personality. Suddenly, it all clicked. "Hey! You can't dash," said an officer who was standing by the van's doors and had been startled by Peter's sudden appearance. The officer's words were interrupted by Peter, who pulled the SWAT helmet to him with his webs before using all his strength to throw it up into the air. Boom, shatter, honk honk. A big explosion rang out in the sky, causing everyone at the scene to duck and pull out their guns. Luckily, the street where the van had been overturned didn't have very tall buildings, and Peter was able to throw the bomb high enough to avoid blowing any buildings up. However, the force of the explosion did cause windows to shatter and car alarms to go off, but that was a lot better than the alternative. Though relieved that he had managed to throw the bomb far enough away without hurting anyone, the constant tingling from his spider sense still remained, leaving him on edge. "What the hell was that?" shouted a bunch of officers, guns drawn as they looked for the culprit. "It was him," shouted the officer near Peter. "It was Spider-Man." "Hands in the air," shouted an officer as Peter was quickly surrounded. "Everybody, calm down," shouted Daniels, pushing his way through the crowd of officers. "Put your weapons down." "But I saw him grab the bomb," said the officer near Peter. "Weapons down," shouted Daniels again, more authoritatively, and everyone reluctantly complied. "Go make sure no one was hurt from the explosion." The officers hesitated for a second before walking off to do as they were told, throwing Peter one last look as they did so. Daniels began walking toward him when his spider sense intensified. He dodged backwards, webbing and pulling Daniels at the same time as he did so to move both himself and Daniels out of the way of a barrage of throwing stars. Clink clink. "Holy shit." "Thanks," said Daniels, looking at Peter and then at the throwing stars on the ground in surprise before taking out his gun. "It's the ninjas." Peter looked up in the direction the throwing stars had come from and saw two ninjas, exactly as he had described, standing on the edge of the rooftop. But just as quickly as they had appeared, they moved out of sight. "Stay on alert. They're definitely up to something," he said to Daniels before webbing himself up to the rooftop. As he crested over the roof, his spider sense intensified, and he tilted his head, dodging two more throwing stars thrown by the two ninjas as he saw they dropped down into a courtyard. The fact that the two ninjas had thrown throwing stars at both him and Daniels long after they were supposedly gone, only for them to then run away into a courtyard, was suspect enough. And the fact that his spider sense had kept tingling after getting rid of the bomb didn't hurt in confirming his suspicions. "Looks like I'm being led into a trap. The bomb that didn't explode until I got near the truck, the ninjas attacking and leading me into a courtyard, all while my spider sense is tingling. It all reeks of a trap. Though the question is why. I know the who of it has to be Black Spider since his escape is the whole reason I'm even here," he realized. "The only way I'm getting answers is by going into that courtyard." Dropping down into the courtyard, only accessible by fire escapes, he could see the two ninjas waiting for him, seemingly alone, but his spider sense told him there were others hidden. He couldn't be sure exactly how many, but he knew it was a lot, as the amount of stimuli he was receiving was more than ever before. The many stimuli, plus the fact that his spider sense had been going for a while, it was almost too much for him. One of the downfalls of spider sense. Too much stimuli, he thought, more wary than before. "I need to be careful. Sorry to chase after you, but Halloween is right around the corner, and I wanted to know where you got your ninja costumes because those are really something," he asked. "Now I know what you're thinking, can't you use what you have on for Halloween?" "I could, but I wore this last year, and I don't like to repeat costumes, you know what I mean." The two ninjas said nothing while unsheathing their katanas. "Do those come with the costumes or are they more of a sold separately type of deal?" Still wordless, they rushed him, but before they could get far, he webbed their feet to the ground. Because they weren't expecting it, their momentum carried them forward and made them fall face first, but before they hit the ground, they used their hand to stop themselves. At the same time as they stopped themselves from falling, they swung their katanas at the webbing on the feet, freeing themselves before using their hand on the ground to spring toward him. "Hey, you're making my webbing look like silly string. I'm starting to think those costumes aren't just for show." He jumped up in the air to dodge the two blades, grabbed their heads, and conked them against each other, causing them to fall over. Back on the ground, he webbed them and their weapons down so they wouldn't be any more trouble. "So, can you guys talk, or have you taken some Ninja Clan code of silence? Because I have some questions and I'd feel awkward if I were talking and you guys didn't say anything," he said, acting as if he didn't know he was surrounded. "Don't bother, they don't talk." He flipped backwards, dodging a shot of red goo, and as he was in midair, he shot a line of webbing to the wall on his right, using it to dodge a big metal object thrown at him. While crawling with his back against the wall, he looked up and saw Eric Needham, gear and all, standing on a fire escape. To the right of him stood a muscular Caucasian man with white hair brushed forward in a Caesar style. He wore bandages around his torso and left hand, and was clothed in a green jacket, blue cargo pants, and black boots. The main attraction, however, was a metal contraption on his right hand that had a chain leading to a large metallic hook embedded in the ground. Aside from the two of them, a dozen more ninjas like the two he had taken out appeared all along the other fire escapes. "Eric, you threw me a surprise party." "You shouldn't have, my birthday's not till November," said Peter, as he took in his surroundings and came up with a plan of action. "What better way for a surprise party to be a surprise than for it to be a surprise," said Black Spider, shrugging. "And if you love this, you should wait to see your gift. Please tell me it isn't you, Captain Hook there, and all these ninjas in handcuffs with a one-way ticket to Rikers, because wouldn't you know it, I just bought that for myself a few minutes ago," said Peter, looking at the man next to Black Spider. "By the way, that metal arm is awesome, dude. How'd you lose your arm, reaching for the crab legs at a Vegas buffet?" The man said nothing as he reeled in his hook. "Not a big talker, your friend," said Peter to Black Spider. "Hook's a man of mystery," he said. "Me not so much. Since you're not a man of mystery, can we skip the part where I dance around kicking your guys' asses while simultaneously using cleverly worded quips to get information out of you, culminating with all of you beat up and webbed up? There's no fun in that, so I'll do you one better. I'll tell you what you want to know, and then we'll kill you," said Black Spider. With his words, all the ninjas took out their weapons, ready to move. "I do like that first part." "Not so much that second part," said Peter, hand on his chin as if in thought. "You drive a hard bargain, but I'll take it." "Great, let's get through the boring part so we can get to the good stuff," said Black Spider. "These associates of mine are called Shadows. They are part of an organization called the League of Shadows." "Wow. I'm guessing not a lot of time was spent on coming up with that name. As for why they're helping poor little me out, let's just say I've been recruited. The plan was underway long before you came into the picture, and your little interference made things take longer, but it ended up presenting a nice opportunity for me," he continued. "The death of Spider-Man will mark the rise of Black Spider into the ranks of the League." "So all this is so you can join a secret club?" asked Peter. "If you want to be a part of something, join a book club." "Book club's good, but I can't kill people in it," he said. "Well, I could, but you know what I mean." "I see. Look, I appreciate the info, but are you sure you should be telling me all this? This all feels very need to know what with it being a secret coterie of ninjas kind of deal. Did you already forget the second part of our deal?" "No, I remember, but it doesn't count since I had my fingers and toes crossed," said Peter, showing his right hand with fingers crossed. Before Black Spider could say anything else, Peter aimed his hand down and shot 2 balls of impact webbing at the two. They barely dodged them, and while Peter would have liked to have hit them, their dodging them was part of his plan, as it distracted them. While talking to Black Spider, he had been taking in the scene. In front and above him were Black Spider and Hook, while to his left, right, and directly above him were 4 ninjas in each direction. His plan was to take care of as many of the no-name ninjas as fast as possible, as there was a chance his spider sense might not be able to keep up in a fight with so much stimuli. With that in mind, he shot lines of webbing at the fire escapes on his left and right before pulling hard. The fire escapes, which looked rusty and unkempt, easily came off the walls and crashed down. He didn't wait to see how the ninjas would react. Instead, he leapt up level to one of the ninjas on the fire escape directly above him. He shot a line of webbing at the wall and pulled himself to it, using the momentum to collide feet first with a ninja's head, knocking him out. The other ninja, who was on the same level, brought his sword down on Peter, but he dodged to the right, and the blade collided with the wall. "Crotch," he shouted, jumping off the wall and wrapping his legs around the ninja before spinning him around and slamming him down. For good measure, he webbed the ninja onto the fire escape before swinging up the outside of the fire escape to go up a level. With the force of his swing, he again collided feet first with a ninja, this time aiming for the stomach. The ninja was hit with enough force to cause him to collide with the other ninja, allowing Peter to shoot a few globs of impact webbing, rendering them out of the fight. 4 down, 10 to G-. His thoughts were interrupted as he had to dodge a giant hook shot at him, followed by a barrage of balls of Black Spider's red goo. "Don't you just love my balls? Hot sticky web balls, coming right up," said Black Spider, continuing to shoot red goo. "Sounds like someone's overcompensating," he said. As he dodged, he saw that the ninjas who had been on the fire escapes he had pulled down were getting back up. He jumped toward the ninjas, sliding under the legs of one of them and ending up in between all 4 of them. Using his right arm as a pivot, he did a one-armed spinning handstand to kick all 4 ninjas in the head and knock them out. "And you say I'm overcompensating," said Black Spider, who began shooting a continuous stream of goo. "That's not overcompensation, that's style," he said, backflipping to dodge the goo while also making his way to the last group of 4 ninjas who were already back on their feet. Just as he was about to launch into an attack, his spider sense tingled, forcing him to jump upwards. He saw a dart land where he was standing, but he realized it hadn't come from any of the 6 people left. He looked in the direction it had come from and saw a woman standing on the rooftop. She had black hair and wore a dark green-colored kimono tied around her waist, its length reaching just above her knees, and paired with black knee-high boots. She also wore a white mask, resembling a cat's head with red stripes and a wide grin. Who is T-? Oof. Thanks to being distracted by the newcomer, he got hit with the metal hook launched by Hook, causing him to collide against the wall. Oops. Did I distract you, little spider? He heard the woman say, her voice playful as she waved at him. Little bit, he said, climbing out of the small pit made when he hit the wall. Let me guess, you're part of the super secret ninja club, too. And your name is cat-related. It's not Catwoman, is it? Because I think that's taken already. Sorry, Spider, but you'll have to take me out to dinner first if you want to get my name, she said. We can eat at my favorite restaurant. Don't tell me, they serve roasted spider, he said. No, but they do serve skewered spider, she said, taking out 2 sai. Everyone at once. With her shout, everyone attacked him, the 4 ninjas left standing all through throwing stars at him. Black Spider and Hook came down from their fire escape while launching their respective attacks, and the woman came down from the rooftop while also throwing a throwing star. He saw the many objects thrown at him and knew the easiest way to avoid them was to jump, so he did. Simultaneously, he shot a line of web at Hook's metal hook mid-air and pulled. Time to go for a spin, he said, using Hook's body as a wrecking ball to knock down the 4 ninjas before spinning him around a bit and tossing his body at Black Spider. The woman had already gotten near him and began a flurry of attacks with her sai that he easily dodged. Kitty's got claws, he said as he dodged her attacks. Oh, Kitty's got more than just claws, she said, stabbing her sai at him. He was initially only going to move back to dodge the sai, but his spider sense tingling caused him to bend over backward. His eyes followed a thin, nearly invisible needle pass by where his head had been. Boy, do I love my spider sense, he thought, very glad for his ability. Distracted again, the woman managed to leg sweep him, causing him to fall to the ground, giving Black Spider an opening to web him up with his red goo. Might love it too much, he thought. Peter was about to try and get free from the goo when he felt the woman's sai rest against his body. Looks like I'm the better spider after all, said Black Spider, his voice full of schadenfreude as he and Hook approached Peter. Please, if it weren't for the League, you would have been in Rikers, cozying up to your new boyfriend, said the woman. Even if you had somehow managed to break out, the encounter would have gone just like the last time. You may be a ninja assassin, but I think I'm starting to warm up to you, said Peter. Guess we'll never know, will we, said Black Spider, kicking him in the ribs. Now, how should the death of Spider-Man go? I think hanging would be ironic. Just kill him and get it over with, said the woman. You've already wasted enough time on this. Don't I get a say in this? What with it being my death and all, asked Peter. Why not, asked Black Spider, crouching down to talk to him. How would you like to die? Old age, he replied. Simultaneously, he had butted Black Spider, shot webbing in Hook's face with his right hand, which was just free enough, and kicked away the woman before using his strength to free himself from the goo. Son of a bitch, you broke my nose, said Black Spider, his hand over where his nose was under his mask. Sorry, that was my first time headbutting someone, said Peter. And you don't really have much room to complain, considering you're trying to kill me. I'm going to kill you, shouted Black Spider, rushing him. Weren't you already going to do that? Peter jumped up, flipping as he did, and attached 2 lines of web to Black Spider, yanking and throwing him at Hook, who was unable to dodge as he was blinded by webbing. Landing back on the ground, he moved out of the way of another thin needle thrown by the woman, who then threw her sai. Hey, I think you lost this, he said, grabbing them with his hands and throwing them back to her. She deflected the sai with a collapsible sword she took out as soon as she had thrown her sai, before throwing down a couple of smoke bombs that quickly covered the area. Throwing stars, katanas, poison darts, sai, needles, and now smoke bombs, you guys really are ninjas, said Peter. He focused since, though confident he would win, he knew that he would need his spider sense to help him, and if he was distracted, it might fail him. He dodged a throwing star from behind him by tilting his head and then dodged a needle thrown from his right by bending over. He backflipped over a stream of red goo and kicked away the metal hook launched at him, making sure to hit it toward where the red goo came from. Landing on the ground, he was ready for the next attacks, but was surprised when nothing came. He waited a few seconds before something came to mind. Don't tell me, he thought, jumping up and out of the smoke, seeing that all the ninjas who had been incapacitated were gone. "Ah, man," he said, before seeing something appear on the ground as the smoke dissipated. He went to it and saw it was a note held in place by a sigh. Picking it up, the note said, "See you next time, Spider," followed by a small cartoon drawing of the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. "Looks like her name is Cheshire or something like that," he said, crumpling up the note. "I can't believe they all got away. I hope that means it's the last I'll be seeing of Black Spider and the secret coterie of ninjas, but somehow, I doubt it." Now that the fighting was over and he had relaxed, he could feel a headache coming on from his spider sense being on for so long. "Wonder if an aspirin will help," he thought, rubbing his neck. "Guess it wouldn't hurt to pick some up on the way back to school, but I should check in with Daniels first before I go." Just as he was about to head back to the scene of the breakout and fill in Daniels, his spider phone vibrated. "Speak of the devil. I was Judash," he said, answering the phone. "Killer Frost. Bradley High School in Upper Manhattan. Now." Chapter 22, How to Train Your Roided-Out Lackey. General Third POV. In the skies of Upper Manhattan, a white and blue GBS News helicopter hovered around Bradley High School. "Good evening, this is Bethany Snow with GBS News coming to you live from Chopper 1 in the skies of Upper Manhattan, where a dire situation is currently unfolding at Bradley High School," said Bethany Snow to the camera, needing to shout because of the noise from the helicopter. What should have been an exciting first day of football season for the students, parents, and supporters of Bradley and Bronx Legacy High Schools has quickly become a nightmare. The joyful shouting and cheering coming from the stands of Bradley High's football field has given way to shouts of terror, and the field, which had, minutes prior, both teams playing a close game, has been turned into a frozen hellscape. Bethany took out a tablet that showed what the helicopter's mounted camera was showing. The football field and visitors' stands had become frozen over, while large columns and spikes of ice pockmarked the field. The camera panned over to the school, showing that it too had been covered in ice before zooming out, revealing that the school had already been surrounded by emergency services, while a barricade held back a crowd of bystanders. The police believe this attack to be the doing of one Killer Frost, the superpowered criminal who just last week attacked a popular restaurant in Little Italy that turned out to be a mob front, but who made her first appearance when she assailed the New York City morgue on August 19. In both cases, the police were unable to capture her, nor learn anything about her or her motivations. Though inside sources say she attacked the mob locale in search of a new street drug called Venom, the police have refused to comment. As is the case with the previous two times, it is not known why Killer Frost has decided to attack Bradley High School, she said, the camera back on her. It is also not known how many people were in attendance for the football game, nor how many were unable to escape before being trapped inside the school. In addition, information coming from those inside the school says that Killer Frost is not the only aggressor, with large, hulking brutes said to be terrorizing the halls. Thankfully, there have been no confirmed reports of casualties, and we can only hope and pray that remains true. She was about to continue speaking when she got word from her producers that Spider-Man had been spotted swinging towards the school. "This just in, I've received word that the masked vigilante known as Spider-Man has been spotted swinging his way in what seems to be the direction of the school," she said, smiling. Spider-Man, whose first television appearance was captured during a rescue of a little girl from a burning building in Chinatown, covered by yours truly, has quickly become a New York City staple. And though he has undeniably been doing good around the city since his first appearance, he remains a divisive topic among the populace, with some even calling for his arrest, and one vocal personality going so far as to blame the vigilante for Killer Frost's existence. Though early in his career as a vigilante, it won't be Spider-Man's first time fighting a superpowered foe. In fact, it will not be his first time fighting Killer Frost, as inside sources say the masked vigilante was crucial in the rescue of the hostages trapped inside the mob locale during last week's attack. Inside sources also said Spider-Man was close to taking down Killer Frost, but chose to stay and save injured mobsters, injuring himself in the process, instead of chasing after her. Most would consider this a bad move, but I would call it the makings of a true hero. SP-. Bethany, you might want to check the camera feed out, interrupted the pilot as he looked down at the camera feed on his own screen. Bethany looked down at the tablet and saw that the helicopter's camera, which had been showing a zoomed-out view of the school, had zoomed in on the field where a figure had appeared. She brought the tablet up to her face to get a better look, and a look of realization dawned on her. "Bethany," whispered the cameraman, reminding her she was still on air. "Folks, as you can see, it looks like Killer Frost has appeared on the football field," said Bethany. She opened her mouth to continue talking, glancing at her tablet in the meantime, when she noticed something that caught her attention. She again brought the tablet up to her face and saw Killer Frost waving at them. Get us out of here, she shouted, causing both the cameraman and the pilot to be startled. Crash crack brang brang. A giant ice spike shot through the air, smashing the helicopter's tail rotor. The force behind the spike shattered the windows, and the helicopter's alarms blared as the aircraft began to spin out of control. Holy shit, we're hit. We're going down, said the pilot, grabbing the flight stick to try and safely land the heli, while Bethany and the cameraman screamed for their lives. Just as the helicopter began descending, a figure shot up from atop a building, heading right for it. Thud. Need a hand, shouted Spider-Man from outside the heli, keeping his body close to the fuselage. Spider-Man, shouted the pilot. Please tell me you've been hiding the fact that you can fly and have super strength like Superman. I wish. You know how awesome that would be, said Spider-Man. You auto-rotate, and I'll try to kill the spin. Hopefully that'll let you steer towards the nice cushy crash pad I'll set up. Auto-rotate. You know how to fly a bird? Asked the pilot as he started flipping switches. No, but I thought it'd come in handy to know what to do in case one ever went down, he responded. Lucky us, said the pilot. Are you sure about this? Not really, but it's the best we've got, he said, sticking his head inside the window and looking at Bethany and the cameraman. Attention passengers, please fasten your seatbelts, your ride's about to get even more bumpy. Spider-Man brought his head back out and turned to face the back of the helicopter before spraying a large sheet of webbing. He then attached two singular lines to the sheet, attached the lines to the fuselage, and tossed the sheet out, which opened up to reveal his makeshift web parachute. It was immediately noticeable that the descent and spin of the helicopter had slowed thanks to both the web parachute and the pilot's auto-rotation. Under the right circumstances, those two factors might be enough to allow a sufficiently skilled pilot to land the helicopter safely, but above a tightly packed city block with it still in a tailspin is not the right circumstances. It only meant delaying the inevitable, if it weren't for Spider-Man. With the spin dampened, Spider-Man shot a web at the fuselage and held on tight before swinging out wide in the opposite direction the helicopter was spinning. Instead of holding the line completely taut, he would let it slack a moment before snapping it taut in time with the rotation, slowly killing the spin. The spin's slowing down, shouted the pilot. I can steer it enough now. Where's that crash pad you talked about? Giant spider web coming right up, shouted Spider-Man. He let go of the web attached to the fuselage and oriented himself as he fell towards the two tallest buildings in the direct path of the helicopter's descent. He shot a line of web at a building and spun around to kill some of his momentum before landing on the roof. Spider-Man shook his head as if he were dizzy before he immediately started spraying line after line of webbing, connecting the two tallest buildings. After shooting dozens of lines, he began spraying webbing in front of the lines, on the lines, and behind them, quickly creating a giant three-layer spider web for the helicopter to crash into. Just as he finished, the helicopter landed cockpit first into the web. It tore through the first layer of webbing quickly, slowing down slightly, but the second layer, which had the lines, slowed it down almost entirely before it came to a stop just as it tore through the last layer. Bystanders, who had been screaming and scrambling to get as far away as they could from the heli, started cheering as they saw it was successfully stopped. Meanwhile, Spider-Man swung and landed on the fuselage, but as he landed, the helicopter shifted. Again, screaming from bystanders and shouting from the passengers ensued. As for Spider-Man, he immediately began shooting more webs at the helicopter, anchoring it to the buildings before spraying even more webbing for support. Sorry about that, folks, he said, raising his hand in apology. Saving a helicopter takes a little out of you. After reassuring the bystanders, he went to open the doors. Thank you for flying Air Spider. We apologize for the turbulence, but we hope you had a wonderful trip. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, said Bethany, tackling Spider-Man and hugging him as tears rolled down her face. You're safe now. That's thanks enough for me, he said, patting her on the back. Bethany stopped hugging him before her face dropped. Blurg. Bethany threw up in Spider-Man's direction, but he moved out of the way just before the vomit could hit him. Sorry, Spider-Man, said Bethany, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Don't sweat it. You should have seen me the first time I swung off the Empire State Building. Talk about acid rain, said Spider-Man. That's what I'm talking about, Spider-Man, shouted the pilot as he came out of the cockpit to shake Spider-Man's hand. I don't think we would have landed so softly or alive without you. Nah, it's no big deal. I knew the spinning helicopter had angular momentum, and I needed to counteract it by creating equal and opposite torque. The only way I saw how to do that was to use myself like a living drag weight on a rope. After that, All I had to do was create a nice little web to land in, said Spider-Man, shrugging his shoulders. Easy peasy. Easy, right, said Bethany, turning to look at the cameraman who had the camera back on his shoulder. Are we still live? Yeah, we're good, said the cameraman, giving her the thumbs up. Bethany was about to launch into a monologue when Spider-Man leapt and started swinging away. Wait, come back. I want to interview you, she shouted. Sorry, got a cold date with a superpowered ice criminal attacking a school, he shouted back. Oh, right, she said, watching him disappear into the distance. She sighed and made to leave before realizing they were still stuck on a webbed-up helicopter suspended in midair. How are we going to get down? New York. August 28, 1941 Eastern Daylight Time. If I had been any slower, that helicopter would have crashed and killed who knows how many people. And I messed up by not securing the helicopter even more before landing on it. This damn headache from overusing my spider sense is a problem. I can't think straight. Nothing I can do about it except to push through it and be more careful. As he thought that, Peter crested over a building and landed on the roof, laying eyes on his school, which he had briefly seen while clinging to the chopper. Now that he wasn't busy with something else, he could see it had practically been turned into an ice fortress. Much as I would like to head straight for the field and confront Dr. Frost, I need to make sure anyone trapped inside is safe and take down those brutes Daniels mentioned. If the information he gave me is accurate, then it appears Dr. Frost has managed to create a new version of Venom. Though I wonder if she managed to find the answer she was looking for, he thought. But as he looked at the state of the school, he realized he had his answer. Peter was about to head in when he felt his personal phone vibrate. He took it out and saw it was his mom calling again. His entire family had been calling and texting him non-stop the moment the Killer Frost incident had begun, as they knew he was staying late to watch the football game. He gripped his phone tightly, debating again whether or not to answer it, to provide some level of reassurance to them. Look, it's Spider-Man, he heard a bystander shout. Who, Spider-Man? Yeah. Get her ass, Spidey. While many of the bystanders shouted in support of him, he also heard a few denouncing him. It's all your fault. Freak. You suck. But more than that, he heard the pleas so full of desperation they felt almost palpable. My son. Save my son. Help my little girl, Spider-Man. My wife's in there. He heard those people's pleas and saw the desperation in their eyes that were directed at him, and he couldn't help but picture his parents in their place. If it were them begging for help, he would want someone to answer, and that thought alone was enough to make up his mind. Sorry, everyone, he thought, putting his phone and all those thoughts away and focusing on the upcoming events. He jumped off the roof of the building and shot a line at a light pole, swinging towards the frozen-over school entrance. Landing in front of the entrance, he could hear people pounding at the ice, slowly chipping away at it to try and free themselves. Spider-Man, he heard someone say behind him. He turned and saw a squad of SWAT officers, decked out in full tactical gear and ready to move. The sooner we get this ice out of the way, the sooner we can save everyone trapped inside, said the leading SWAT officer. Can you do it? The battering ram's on the way, but it might not get here in time. No offense, officer, but I think superpowered criminals and their juiced-up lackeys might be a little above your pay grade, said Peter. Hey, we might not have any fancy powers or shoot webs, but this is our city too, said one of the SWAT officers. Screw this guy, Sergeant, said another. Let's blow up the ice ourselves. We don't need dash. Enough. This is not the time nor the place to get into a dick measuring contest. There are people trapped inside that school who are in danger, and we need all the help we can get, shouted the leading officer, quieting them down before turning back to Peter. Please. We need your help. Well, now I feel bad, he thought internally before nodding at the sergeant. I'm sure I'll need all the help I can get, too. Thank you, said the sergeant, looking relieved. Do you have a plan? Of course I do, Sergeant, he said. Break the ice, let anyone trapped inside out, deal with the brutes, then go deal with Killer Frost. I hope you mean deal with in the way I hope you mean it, said one of the officers. If you mean first talking to her in the hopes she'll stop doing what she's doing and surrender before resorting to fighting and subduing her, then yes, he said. Scoff. Good luck with that, said another. Not big idealists, you're men, said Peter to the sergeant. No offense, Spider-Man, but when a situation gets to the point that we're called in, there's not a high likelihood the whole talking thing works, said the sergeant. Maybe. Then again, you've never had the maestro of monologues there, he said, getting ready to punch the ice. Is that another superpowered friend of yours? Asked the sergeant, confused. What? He said, turning to look at the sergeant. No. It's me. I'm the maestro of monologues. I thought that was obvious. Not really, one of the officers muttered. I don't get it. What's a monologue? Asked another. Sigh. Just like Van Gogh's art was unappreciated in his time, my razor-sharp wit and humor are destined to be lost on the masses, said Peter, shaking his head. Right. Spider-Man, I know you're relatively new to this, but typically, we don't have a conversation when people's lives are in imminent danger, so can we stop fucking around and get on with it, said the sergeant. Hey, come on, I know that. I was just trying to lighten the mood, all right? Wouldn't want you guys getting all tense and trigger-happy and shooting a teacher. Unless, of course, it's my old gym teacher, Badumtss, he said, shooting a quick glance at the officers, expecting at least a little chuckle, but instead all he got were blank stares. Tough crowd. Roar bang crash scream thump thump. A deep, guttural roar shook the air, followed by a violent crash, and then the unmistakable sound of terrified voices, mixed with frantic banging on the ice. What was that? Shouted a SWAT officer, as he and the entire squad were back on alert, weapons pointed at the ice. God damn it, it must be the brutes they mentioned, said the sergeant. We can't go in through there now. It sounds like all the people trapped inside are standing right in front of it. If you try to break it open, they'll get caught by the ice. Peter looked up at the ice-covered exterior and had an idea. Then I'll go in from above, he said. Before anyone could object, he backed up, jumped, and shot a line straight at the roof, before swinging in hard feet first at a frozen-over second-story window. Get ready for a flood of hostages, he shouted as he broke through the ice-covered window and entered the school. Landing on the ground, he saw that the second-floor hall was completely abandoned, but he could hear a lot of commotion coming from the first floor. He quickly imagined a mental map of the school's layout and realized that he was farther from the stairs than he would have liked to be. Even with his top running speed, he wasn't certain he could get down to the entrance before anyone got hurt. He looked down at the floor, and another idea came to mind. I'm just full of good ideas today. He scanned the floor, and it seemed his spider sense was on board, no longer tingling when he looked at a spot in front of him. He quickly moved to the spot, jumped up, shot 2 webs at the ground around the spot, and pulled with all his strength. Crash thud. With a loud crash and a billow of dust, he broke through the floor, taking with him a circular chunk of it as he landed on the first. Spider-Man used dig. It was super effective, he said as he looked around. The first thing he saw was a sea of people, all quiet as they looked at him in surprise. Someone order a dash. Help us. Break this ice. Do a flip. Hurry. Geez, a guy can't even get a quip in edgewise anymore, he said. Seeing the crowd of people, he decided to flip over them, crossing the crowd in one go. Excuse me. Just need to squeeze in here, he said as he dropped down in front of the open doors and the wall of ice. Roar. The same guttural shout he had heard from the outside sounded out again, and judging by the intensity, it was close. Unfortunately, that shout also served to renew the crowd's fears, and they began pushing. Hurry. Go. Move out of the way. Hey, calm down dash, he said as the crowd began pushing him into the ice. Like break that ice, Spider Dude, said a shaggy-haired guy wearing a green shirt and maroon pants, frantically looking back and forth between him and where the roar came from. You don't happen to have a big brown dog, do you? Asked Peter, eyeing the guy up and down. Dude, shouted the guy. Just making conversation, said Peter. Because he was practically pinned to the doors, he didn't have much room to maneuver, and with the crowd panicking, he doubted he could ask them to give him some room. Still, he knew he didn't have much time before the venomed brute came bursting down the hall, so he punched the ice, rearing his fist as much as the available space allowed him to. Crack. With his first punch, cracks appeared all along the wall of ice, and that caused the people to get even more excited, giving him even less space to work with. As if that wasn't bad enough, the loud thudding noise from the brute's footsteps made them even more antsy. Come on. It's coming. Crack. More cracks appeared along the ice, and as he raised his fist to punch again, his spider sense went off. But he didn't have to turn to check because the screams of terror coming from the crowd confirmed what had set off his spider sense. Now or never, Peter, he thought, gritting his teeth and slamming his fist on the ice. Shatter. With a resounding noise, the ice shattered. Finally, shouted the crowd as they all rushed out the doors. Everyone's a critic, said Peter, having jumped up and stuck to the ceiling as soon as the ice shattered to avoid being trampled by the sea of people. "Now that the main course is over, I think it's time for dessert," he said, dropping down from the ceiling after the last person exited the school. As his foot touched the ground, he saw the brute enter the hall. "Whoa," he said, eyes widening under his mask. What had stepped foot in the hall was not a typical person on Venom by any means. Just like the people trapped inside the school had said, the man was indeed a brute. A big, hulking brute of a man that released puffs of frosty air with every breath, bulging pale blue veins all over his body, icicles sticking out of his shoulders like pauldrons, and hands that looked like they were carved out of ice. Dr. Frost must have combined Venom with her own DNA, he realized. I wonder if she set out to make these frost venom brutes or if they were a byproduct of her experiments into finding a cure for her condition. He was snapped out of his thoughts when the brute shouted and started sprinting at him after seeing him. "I know I said it was time for dessert, but I was thinking more along the lines of brownies, not ice cream," he said. He jumped over the brute, and as he did so, he realized the brute was heading straight for the exit, and the crowd of people who had just escaped, so he planted his feet on the ceiling and stuck to it while shooting 2 webs at the brute's back to stop him. "Whoa there, boy. You know the rules, no going outside without me. The neighbors have been complaining about your aggressive behavior," said Peter, holding the lines taut. "I knew I should have splurged on puppy obedience school." With another guttural shout, the brute turned around and started trying to grab the webs on his back. Due to his size, he wasn't having much success, but like a dog chasing its tail, he continued to go in circles trying to get the web off his back. Looks like Dr. Frost's version of Venom makes the user even dumber than regular Venom, realized Peter. The others could talk, like babies, but they could at least talk. This one's only shouted. It seemed the brute got frustrated from trying to take the webs off his back, and he shouted before taking off, away from the exit and further into the school. Peter held on tight to the web, but the ceiling gave out before he did, and he was taken along for the ride with pieces of the ceiling still stuck to his feet. "Bad boy," said Peter, unsticking the pieces of the ceiling on his feet as the brute dragged him along the floor. He was about to stand up and pull himself to the brute to try to stop him, but the brute broke through a wall, creating a cloud of dust as they entered a classroom. Peter coughed as the dust entered his mask, going into his nose and his eyes. It forced him to let go of one of the webs so he could fend the dust away, so more wouldn't get in. That's when the brute stopped and turned to look at Peter before grabbing the web still in Peter's hand. "Oh." The brute pulled the web and swung Peter into the wall. "Oof," said Peter, embedded horizontally into a wall. Again, the brute pulled and swung him around, this time swinging him into the chalkboard. Peter managed to reposition himself, instead landing feet first on the chalkboard. "Careful where you're swinging me there, I almost got a piece of chalk stuck where the sun doesn't shine," he said. "Now it's your turn to go on the swings." Peter pulled the web, sweeping the brute off his feet before throwing him into and through the classroom wall. He jumped out into the hall and saw the brute had landed on a bunch of lockers, which he was getting up out of. The brute roared in anger, and his fists, which looked like ice, grew icicles all over, becoming a jagged spiked mace. "Didn't expect that," muttered Peter as the brute smashed the lockers before lunging at him. He jumped over the brute, landing back down on the ground as the brute recovered from his lunge and rushed Peter. Peter ran at him and drop-kicked him, pushing the brute away and into a wall. Before the brute could recover, Peter had already recovered, so he ran and executed a front handspring into a kick with enough strength to crash the brute through the wall. Simultaneously, Peter used his wall crawling to stick to the brute, ending up standing on him as the brute was on his back. He was going to punch the brute and knock him out when his spider sense flared, but along with it came a pang of headache. The pain distracted him enough that the brute managed to grab his foot and toss him into a wall to his right. Peter shook his head to dispel the slight dizziness from the impact and got back on the ground. Just as he did, the brute had run up on him and swung a straight right punch at his head. Again, his spider sense flared, and again a slight headache came along with it, but since he was reacting to something he was looking at, the headache wasn't enough to distract him. He slipped the punch, moving under the brute's right flank, to be slightly behind him, and as he did so, he shot a web at the brute's neck. With a quick flick of his wrist, Peter wrapped the web completely around the brute's neck. He then pulled the web, forcing the brute's head to face him, allowing him to deliver a strong left kick to his head, knocking him out. "Phew. Thankfully, you had a nice jaw," said Peter, putting his hands on his hips. "One down, hopefully no more to go." As he took a very quick breather, he looked around, looked at the whiteboard, and realized he had taken the fight into his history classroom. "Sorry, Mr. Ravenhair," thought Peter as he read what was written on the whiteboard, reminding him he had an essay assigned for the class. Hope this means we get an extension. Chapter 23, You Need to Chill Out. New York. August 28, 1953 Eastern Daylight Time. After a quick 10-second break to catch his breath, Peter webbed up the brute. He made sure to use more than enough webbing on the off chance the brute woke up before the entire incident was put to rest. Daniels mentioned reports of more than one brute roaming the halls, but no mention of exactly how many or where, he thought. Better use the thermal vision to find these guys and take care of them as fast as possible. Before he could turn on his thermal vision and begin searching for the brutes, his spider sense tingled. He dropped low to the ground, dodging a locker door that was thrown at him through the hole in the wall leading out into the hall. "Guess I should thank you for saving me the trouble of having to track you down," said Peter as he saw another brute, looking nearly identical to the first, step into the classroom. "But since you did throw a locker door at me, I think we should call it even." The brute stepped through the busted wall, dragging a dented locker in his right hand like a makeshift club. His icy breath came out in increasingly larger puffs like a bull gearing up for a charge. "Ole," said Peter, with an exaggerated Spanish accent. The brute roared, swinging the dented locker like a bat. "Ah, come on. It was perfect, you had the icy puffs, I had the quip, all you had to do was charge at me head first," Peter said, flipping backward as the locker smashed into the whiteboard, sending shards of particle board spraying through the air. "Strike one, I guess." He fired 2 webs at the brute's knees and yanked hard. The brute staggered, but didn't fall, managing to catch his footing before pulling on the webs, causing Peter to stagger forward. Seizing the moment, the brute swung at him, but Peter dodged by sticking low to the ground, the locker whizzing past just a centimeter above his head. As he pushed himself upright, his spider sense flared again. Through the hole in the wall, another shape loomed as a third brute lumbered into the classroom. Unlike the first 2, this one was female, slightly slimmer, but otherwise nearly identical in build. Good to see Killer Frost breaking that glass ceiling. "I think it is an unusual industry to choose, but I'm still proud of her. Anyway, don't you know 3's a crowd?" Peter said, glancing at the first brute, unconscious and webbed up. "Actually, it's more like a party." The male brute barreled forward, ripping up rows of desks and launching them towards Peter. Peter vaulted over the wave of desks, clinging to the ceiling. He fired a barrage of web, binding the brute's arms and shoulders, forcing him to thrash as his momentum caused him to slam into the wall. The female brute, on the other hand, ripped out a fluorescent light fixture that was hanging on by a thread and whipped it upwards. Glass shattered as Peter got hit across the back and went tumbling across the ceiling, crashing into wooden cubbies in a corner of the room. He groaned as he got up and looked down at his suit, seeing small gashes all over. "Come on, this suit is practically brand new." With a roar, the male brute grew small icicles all over his arms and shoulders, tearing the webbing and freeing himself. Immediately, he charged at Peter, fists raised above his head, ready to crush him. Peter shot a web and yanked the fire extinguisher next to the door off the wall, smashing it across the brute's head. A white powdery cloud exploded everywhere, blinding the brute. Peter followed up with a slingshot kick that sent the brute flying into the opposite corner and into a bunch of bookshelves. That's when the female brute advanced towards Peter, lifting a desk above her, until a football helmet suddenly smacked against her head. "Hey, ugly. Over here," a familiar voice shouted. Peter's head snapped toward the hole in the wall, and he saw Ronnie, in full football gear sans his helmet. "Ronnie," thought Peter, surprised. But Peter wasn't the only one who noticed Ronnie. The female brute's eyes locked onto him, and after dropping the desk, she roared and charged straight at him. "No!" Peter shouted, eyes wide as he launched himself across the room. He tackled the female brute mid-sprint from the side, webbing her eyes shut as he did so. She started thrashing, fists flailing as Peter pushed her away from Ronnie. "Run!" Peter said through gritted teeth as he changed his position to be behind the female brute, and locked his hands around her stomach before lifting and suplexing her. He stepped away from the female brute and stood in front of the hole in the wall, positioning himself between the brutes and Ronnie. "Listen, kid, I appreciate the help, and you've got one hell of a cannon on you, but trust me, you don't want to be here right now," Peter said, purposefully deepening his voice just in case. "I need you to go before they decide to go after you instead of me." "But," said Ronnie, a look of hesitation on his face. "Now, kid, before you get hurt," he said, quickly glancing over his shoulder before refocusing on the 2 brutes. Ronnie started to leave, but suddenly stopped and turned back to Peter. "My friend, Peter, he's missing. He went off somewhere before Killer Frost appeared, but no one's seen or heard from him since it began. Please, find him." Hearing Ronnie's plea, a lump formed in his throat. If a friend he had only known a few weeks felt this bad, Peter couldn't help but imagine what his family was going through. He swallowed the lump forming in his throat and looked back at Ronnie, giving him a reassuring thumbs up. "Don't worry about your friend, kid. I'll find him, or my name's not Spider-Man." "Thank you. Good luck," Ronnie said, before taking off down the hall toward the exit. Good, thought Peter, internally breathing a sigh of relief, seeing Ronnie leave. But again, he thought of his family. "Come on, Pete, not the time or place. The faster you finish here, the sooner you face Killer Frost, and the sooner your family stops worrying." Meanwhile, the two brutes had refocused on him. The female had clawed the webbing away from her eyes and picked up a broken desk, while the male had unburied himself from the pile of books. The female threw the desk at him, and the male barreled forward. Peter flipped over the first attack, shot a web at the wall, and pulled himself, colliding with the male brute's chest. At the same time, he used the brute's chest to jump back and land in a crouch, ready to move again. That's when he heard the sound of heavy boots against the floor, making their way to him. "SWAT. Freeze. Get on the ground." A half-dozen officers in full tactical gear posted up at the hole in the wall, rifles raised and pointed at the brutes. Their presence made the brutes hesitate, allowing Peter to catch his breath. "Careful where you point those guns, guys. I'm already full of bruises," said Peter. But the brute's hesitation didn't last long. The brutes roared, with the male turning towards the officers and the female towards Peter. Peter knew that though the SWAT officers may be able to take down the male brute while he handled the female, the best-case scenario for them would be severe injuries, and the worst, outright casualties, so he knew he had to take care of the male first. He webbed the female brute's face and feet to keep her occupied before launching himself at the male brute. Peter slammed into the male brute's knees with a sliding tackle, sweeping the brute off his feet and onto his back. The brute roared and swung downward, trying to squash Peter. Peter rolled to the side and popped back to his feet just as the brute's fist cratered the floor where his head had been. "Almost had me there, Hulklight," said Peter as the brute stood back up. "Open fire," shouted the sergeant, surprising Peter. "Wait, don't," he shouted. Before he could act, the officers had already opened fire on the brute, but to his surprise, the brute didn't drop to the ground riddled with bullet holes. He noticed that the gunfire was quieter than he expected, and that's when it hit him. The SWAT team wasn't using live rounds but less lethal ammunition. "Oh, thank God. It's rubber bullets," thought Peter, breathing a sigh of relief. They must have had them ready in case they needed to storm the school while the hostages were still inside. The male brute staggered under the barrage, flinching and trying to cover himself with his arms as the rounds pelted him. Still, he didn't go down, and instead it seemed the rubber bullets only served to make him angrier. With a roar, he grabbed a toppled bookshelf and threw it across the classroom at the SWAT officers. They stopped firing and dove for cover, while Peter intercepted the thrown bookshelf with a web, throwing it back at the brute. The bookshelf hit the brute in the chest and made him stagger back. Peter took this opportunity to fire a line of web at the brute's arm before he could throw anything else. "That wasn't very nice, big guy. Didn't your mother ever teach you not to throw furniture at the nice police officers?" The brute yanked back hard, trying to drag Peter across the floor, but he pulled at the same time, causing the brute to be the one to lose his balance. Just as he was about to web him up and knock him out, his spider sense flared, and he saw the female brute burst free from her webbing with a roar. "Right. Forgot about you," he said. "Much as I would like to turn this into a couples therapy session, I've got plans after this." As the female brute charged forward, Peter leapt backwards and used the wall to kick off, slamming both feet into her chest. She staggered back and stumbled into the male brute who was just getting back up. The two brutes collided, snarling and shoving each other in frustration before turning their attention back to Peter. "I'm glad to see we're making some progress toward cooperation and a healthier relationship, though I do wish what was bringing you two together wasn't your desire to squash me like a bug," said Peter. They rushed him together, and Peter sprinted up the nearest wall, vaulted over them, and fired a rapid burst of webs, tying them to each other as they charged. The momentum carried them forward, their combined mass slamming right into the teacher's desk. "Sorry, Mr. Ravenhair. Hope you didn't have anything sentimental in there," he thought as he landed crouched on the ground. The female brute freed herself first, throwing one of the wooden chunks like a spear. Peter dodged, and the leg embedded itself into the wall, making him glad he had his spider sense. She lunged at him again, but Peter sidestepped, fired a web to her face, and yanked her head down to meet his knee. The impact sent her sprawling across the floor. Now free as well, the male brute roared and swung his massive fist at Peter. He ducked and drove an uppercut directly into his chin before blasting him in the face with a barrage of webbing, making sure to leave his nose alone. As he blindly thrashed, Peter shot a web at his arm and spun around him, wrapping him up in webs before delivering a flying knee to his temple. With a large thud and cloud of dust, the male brute fell back and stayed still, unconscious. Peter turned around just as the female brute was back on her feet, blue blood trickling from her nose, but he didn't give her a chance to recover. He shot a web on the wall behind her and pulled himself forward, slamming both feet into her face, and knocking her out. As soon as she hit the ground, he barraged her with webs until she was a cocoon, repeating the same thing with the male brute. Peter landed in a crouch, steadying his breathing, then glanced between the two webbed-up brutes. Both brutes twitched faintly under the layers of webbing and wreckage, but neither rose again. Silence finally settled over the ruined classroom. Desks were shattered, walls cracked, and webs hung like messy streamers. Peter got up slowly, rolling his aching shoulder. "Okay," he muttered, flexing his sore shoulder. "That's 2 patients discharged. Couples therapy is officially over." His spider sense dulled at last, fading into the background, and making way for a headache. He closed his eyes for a second to help ease the headache before giving each cocoon one final tug to make sure they were secure. From behind their cover, he heard the cautious shuffle of boots as the SWAT team re-entered the room. "Is it safe?" asked the sergeant, his and his team's rifles pointed at the brutes. "Yeah, they're just having a web nap. Haven't you heard? It's all the rage in the city," said Peter as he checked to see how much web fluid he had left in the chamber. Swinging to the scene of Black Spider's escape, the fight there with the ninjas, the swinging back, stopping the helicopter from crashing, and the fights with the brutes meant he had gone through 4 cartridges. Thankfully, he still had 2 left in the chamber, and the 6 he had for backup, which meant he had enough for the fight with Killer Frost. Hearing that, the SWAT officers all let out a tense breath and lowered their guns while the sergeant stepped forward, scanning the unconscious brutes before glancing back at Peter. "You saved lives tonight. These things would have torn through us." "Yeah, well, you brought the rubber bullets, so I'll call it a team effort." "Can't believe the bug was right," muttered one of the officers who had shouted at him earlier. "Whoa, that's speciesist. I'm an arachnid. Big difference," Peter said as he pulled his gloves back down over his web shooters before looking at the sergeant. "There was a kid who showed up earlier during the fight. Did he and the other hostages get out okay?" "They did," nodded the sergeant. "Few scrapes and bruises, some minor lacerations, and 1 broken hand, but nothing some rest and time can't fix. Their mental wounds, however, are a whole different story." "Like you said, time and rest," said Peter, breathing another sigh of relief. "Are these 3 all of the brutes, or are there more?" "We think these are all of them," said the sergeant. "According to the people trapped inside, they only saw 3 of them." "Okay then. Guess it's time to face the big bad. I think this time we'll listen to your advice and let you go by yourself," said the sergeant, smiling. "Smartman," said Peter, smiling back as he patted the sergeant on his shoulder. "Wish I could listen to my own advice." "Easier said than done," said the sergeant. "Ain't that the truth?" he said. "We'll guard the brutes. Make sure they stay secure until everything's over. If we had used live rounds, they would be down permanently," said one of the officers. "No need to guard them." "Maybe so, but you would have killed innocent people," rebutted Peter. "What do you mean, innocent?" asked the sergeant. "I'm pretty certain these brutes are innocent people Killer Frost kidnapped and force-injected with an unstable neosteroid, one she made even more unstable by mixing it with her DNA." Peter explained. The officers didn't say anything, they just looked at the 3 brutes with pity. "That's why she robbed that mob locale last week," said another officer. "Yeah. She wanted the venom," said Peter. "But for what? Just to create these guys and then do nothing with them?" asked the sergeant. "And why is she attacking a school?" "Your guess is as good as mine," Peter said, choosing to withhold his theory. "All right, boys, wish me luck." "Good luck, Spider-Man," said the sergeant. "Kick her ass." Peter nodded at him, smiling underneath his mask, before running out into the hall and sprinting toward the football field, quickly reaching it. With a frosty exhale, he took in the eerily quiet field, mapping out the changed space in his mind for the fight ahead. The green turf was buried under a thick sheet of frost, broken by large columns and spikes of ice that turned the field into a frozen, otherworldly forest shimmering under the floodlights. The stands, too, were covered in ice, the metal warping under the cold, while the old scoreboard had fallen over under the weight of the ice, its digits frozen in time. It's quiet. It's like we entered another world. Peter glanced upward, noticing the absence of sirens. No helicopters either. Probably grounded them all after the news chopper went down. With his head on a swivel, he moved forward, his boots crunching loudly on the frozen ground. His spider sense flared before he saw her. She walked out from behind an ice column, looking the same as she had the last time. A frosty mist curled around her feet, and he swore he could see her eyes glowing in the cold light. She had the faintest smile on her lips as she stared at him. "You made it through my toys," she said, her voice no longer shrill, but sharp and clear while still carrying an icy undertone. I was beginning to wonder if the itsy-bitsy spider would be washed away before he reached me. Peter stopped a few yards short of the 50-yard line. "Yeah, well. Turns out this spider is tougher than he looks," he said, keeping his tone of voice light. "Comes with the job. Hearing damage, bruises, and a killer dental plan." A small, amused smile appeared on her face, but the frost curling around her hands betrayed her readiness to strike. "Look, I know why you did this. Why you stole that venom," he said. "I know you wanted the venom because you wanted to find a cure. A way to stop needing to drain the life out of people just to survive." Her faint smile vanished, and she tensed, her expression hardened like ice. "You don't know anything." "I do. I saw the footage of you in the morgue. I saw what happened to those people when you touched them," he continued. "I can help. No, I want to help you." "You think pity helps me," she hissed. Peter took a step forward, making sure his hands were lowered to show her he wasn't a threat. "I know who you are. Who you think is gone," he said, readying himself in case what he was about to say made her lose control. "Dr. Crystal Frost, a smart and kind person who wanted to save lives. That person isn't gone. She's still in there, she's just buried under everything your condition has done to you." For a second, her eyes widened at the sound of her name. Then the cracks formed, but not on the ice, on her composure. Her body stiffened, her breathing came ragged, and the frosty mist curling around her feet exploded outwards in sharp, uncontrolled spikes. "Don't call me that," she screamed, her voice a shriek that echoed across the frozen field. The temperature dropped instantly and so sharply that Peter's lenses began to fog over, and ice crystals formed at the edges. Before he could wipe it away, his spider sense throbbed. Peter launched himself backward just as dozens of jagged ice spikes shot up through the turf. He rolled and leapt up to the goalpost, perching on the cold metal as it groaned from the ice. "Okay, looks like name-dropping is a bad idea," he muttered, wiping the frost buildup from his mask. "You don't get it," she said, her voice breaking between anger and anguish, as she clawed at her head as if trying to rip the name out of her mind. "That name is dead. That woman is dead. All that's left is this." She thrust her arms out, and a barrage of razor-sharp icicles blasted towards him. Peter jumped away, shooting out a web at the floodlights to swing around the icicles as they slammed into the stands behind him, shattering the frozen seats. He landed on the ground, using his arms to shield his face from the cold wind being whipped up by her rage. "Dr. Frostash," he said, trying to reach her, but it only added fuel to the fire. "I said stop," she shouted, slamming her hands onto the ground, causing a shockwave of frost to ripple across the field, further freezing everything. The shockwave was so strong that even the goalpost that Peter had been perched on snapped in half. Peter skidded across the frozen ground, having to shoot a web to anchor himself since his wall crawling didn't work as well on such a slick surface. "If I push any harder, she'll tear this place apart. I have to calm her down or knock her out before she loses even more control," thought Peter. Before he could say anything to her, she screamed as dozens of ice pillars erupted all around the field. Simultaneously, a miniature blizzard formed around her, whipping up the wind and dropping the temperature even further. But that wasn't all, as dozens of sharp ice shards appeared around her before she launched them at him. His spider sense flared, but unlike the usual quick and strong response he was used to in the face of such danger, it was more like a dull pulse followed by a twinge of a headache. Still, he rolled away, dodging most of the ice shards, except one that managed to graze his shoulder. "Dr. Frost, listen to me," Peter said, ignoring the pain and the cold seeping into his wound. "I know you're scared and hurting. I dash." He hesitated, debating whether he should use his past life's experience to try to reach her. But seeing her out-of-control state, the rage and the pain in her eyes, he saw a shadow of himself in her, of his past self. He remembered the early days of his diagnosis, how angry he had been at the world. If he didn't have the support he had, if he didn't have Spider-Man to cling to, he could have ended up in her shoes. Granted, his condition didn't force him to kill other people just to survive, but still, he could relate. "I know what it feels like to hate the body you're trapped in," he said. "To wake up wishing it was different. I've been there. I know how easy it is to be angry and lash out at the world." She froze and looked at him. The blizzard that was becoming bigger, slowed but did not disappear. "But there's always a way out. With all the crazy things in this world, the aliens, vigilantes who use animal motifs, speedsters, magic, and who knows what else, you think there isn't a cure for your condition. I promise I'll help you find it. And if there isn't, we can create one, together," he shouted. For a moment, silence fell across the field, the blizzard slowed even further, and Peter thought he had broken through. He saw her stand up straight, the tension she had been carrying gone, and then she laughed. It wasn't manic or shrill, it wasn't full of anger or anguish. No, it was sharp and clear, elegant. Hearing that laugh, he realized it wasn't the sound of someone out of control, it was the sound of someone perfectly in their right mind, and it made his heart drop. Oh, Spider-Man. How like a man to think he needs to fix a woman's life when she's never asked for it. She said, her tone cool and perfectly composed as she smoothed out her sleeves and fixed her hair. Her cold gaze locked onto him, steady and unwavering. "You think I want to be cured? If it were to, no, even 1 week ago, I might have taken you up on that offer. Right after the morgue, I was terrified of what I had become, of what I had done. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see their faces as they withered away under my touch. I thought I was cursed, a monster." She lifted her hand, creating an ice rose and twirling it under the floodlights. "I heard of venom and its effects and thought it might hold some clues to a cure for my condition, so I decided to steal some. But the more I experimented, the more I learned the truth. I wasn't cursed with this hunger for heat, I had evolved, and with it came a gift of power. Beautiful, cold, unmatched power." The blizzard that had slowed down began intensifying. "So no, Spider-Man, I don't need your pity, your help. I don't need saving. What you call a curse, what I once called a curse, is the best thing that has ever happened to me." She smiled. "And you'll come to see it too, when I freeze this entire city and see everything in it bow to me." Hearing her words and the conviction that came with them made his stomach drop. He knew she was very likely too far gone to save with just words. Still, he decided to try one more time. "A great man once said to me that with great power comes great responsibility," he said, his voice steady even as he felt the cold seeping into his body. "You have the power, more power than most people could even dream of. But if all you use it for is to hurt people, then what's the point?" "Responsibility," she scoffed. "Tell me, Spider-Man, where was this responsibility when I was stuck in the machine that turned me into what I am? Where was this responsibility when I drained those people in the morgue of their heat? Responsibility is a chain that weighs you down until you're too weak to fight back. Power is freedom. Power is survival. And now that I know that, I will live as I please, and I will never give it up." He closed his eyes, breathing a disappointed sigh as he readied himself, his spider sense buzzing faintly even through the haze. "So be it, but just so you know, I'm never going to stop trying to save you. Then you'll die knowing you failed." She thrust both arms outwards, and a storm of ice shards and needle-like hail burst from her hands. Simultaneously, the blizzard began swelling around her, picking up speed and slowly engulfing more and more of the field. Peter shot a barrage of webs at Frost as he leapt forward, twisting in midair to dodge the ice projectiles, which shattered against the stands behind him. As he did so, he felt the wound on his shoulder burn as the ambient cold seeped deeper. Note to self, never get into a fight with a cryokinetic if you don't have long johns under the suit, he quipped to himself, trying to calm his racing heart and nerves. He landed back on the ground, his momentum causing him to slide on the ice a little until he shot a web to anchor himself. Looking up at Frost, which he could barely do thanks to the blizzard surrounding her, he saw her raise her arms, and his spider sense throbbed. Spikes of ice erupted from the ground, forcing Peter to backflip and twist between them, but one spike barely caught him, cutting his leg and causing him to fall to the ground. Sliding on the ground, he took the opportunity to web himself away from where he had landed and hide behind an ice column. "Ah, is the poor little spider getting slower?" she taunted, her voice faint thanks to the whipping winds. With gritted teeth, he sat up and sprayed webbing on his leg and shoulder wound. "Should have done that sooner, Parker," he thought, mentally chiding himself before taking a deep breath. The cold air stung his lungs, but it also brought a little clarity to his mind. "Relax. You're making too many mistakes, you're holding back too much. The longer you stall, the more likely she is to win. Unlike you, she's not affected by the code. Peter's eyes widened under his mask as the realization struck him. She is affected by the cold. She needs heat to survive. Being in the cold for her is like burning calories at light speed. He peeked from behind the ice column and narrowed his eyes to see through the blizzard. Frost had on a smug face, but now that he knew to look for it, he could see her shoulders shaking, and the puffs of icy mist that appeared with every exhale looked weaker than before. Looks like I'm right, he thought. Still, if it's a fight of attrition, I don't know who'll come out on top. His spider sense throbbed again, and he rolled out of the way just as a massive ice pillar popped out from the ground beneath him. Unfortunately, the edge caught his side, and he slammed into another column. Ah! His shout escaped him before he could hold it in. He clutched his side and gave it a gentle push, only to be met with more pain. Yep. That's broken. Definitely broken. Before he could recover, his spider sense buzzed weakly, but it was enough to make him dive out of the way. He twisted midair, firing webs to move away, but one of the spikes fired by Frost caught him clean across the arm, plunging through muscle. Ag! Peter hit the ground hard, clutching his bleeding arm. The pain was blinding, every nerve screamed, but he forced himself to roll behind another column of ice before Frost could fire again. He looked down at his skewered arm, and the first thought that went through his mind was how his parents were going to react. The second was what to do about it. He saw that it was all the way through and realized that if he pulled it out, worst case scenario, he would bleed out, best case, he passes out from blood loss mid-fight. So he made the only choice he could, leave it in. Stop thinking about it. You have bigger things to worry about, he told himself through gritted teeth. Fight of attrition is out. Need a new plan. Resting against the column, his eyes naturally landed on the school, and again an idea struck him like lightning. Liquid nitrogen, there's some in the chem lab. If I use the liquid nitrogen on her, that should be it, game over. If my theory is right, that is, he thought. No second-guessing yourself, Peter. Without wasting another second, he gritted his teeth and forced himself upright, clutching his bleeding arm. Every movement sent tiny needles throughout his body, but he knew he had to move. He mentally prepared himself and started running. Pain was the first thing he felt, and it almost was too much, but he powered through and continued to run. Run, little spider. Run until the frost catches you, he heard her say. He turned to look at her briefly and saw that she was chasing after him, though she was going slowly. He didn't care whether it was deliberate or whether it was because she was weak, it bought him time. As he neared the building, he summoned all the strength he could and jumped up to the second story, entering through the already broken window. He rolled and got up, quickly orienting himself before sprinting toward the lab. He stumbled inside, shoving aside chairs as he made his way to the back of the lab, where a locked door to the supply closet was. Not hesitating, he kicked it open and entered, quickly finding the pressurized steel tank labeled liquid nitrogen. This better work, he thought as he worked the valve loose. His spider sense buzzed faintly, and he knew she was coming. He got the necessary tubing and connected it to the tank so he could use it as a sprayer. Just as he finished, he heard the wall to the chemistry lab being smashed. Come out, wherever you are, Spider-Man. Frost, you really need to chill out, he said as he exited the supply closet, hose aimed at her. Before she could strike, he twisted the valve, and a stream of liquid nitrogen shot out. Frost instinctively raised her hands, but the second the liquid nitrogen hit her, she screamed. The effect was immediate. Ice crawled across her skin, quickly enveloping her until all that was left was a glittering statue and the final snowfall of a blizzard. Peter dropped the tank, unsteady on his feet. He caught himself on the desk before he could fall to the ground, and he fought not to black out. I'm sorry, Dr. Frost. But I wasn't lying when I said I would never stop trying to save you, he said, looking at the statue. Peter stumbled to the teacher's desk, rummaging for a pen and a sticky note. With it in hand, he wrote on the note, "Keep on ice and don't feed after midnight," from Spider-Man, and stuck it on the statue. The sirens, which had been quiet since the fight began, rang out, snapping him out of his thoughts. Can't pass out yet. Peter Parker needs to get found. With these injuries, I'll have to play the victim. I've been missing for a while, so I'll play her first victim before it all began, he thought, stumbling out of the classroom. Each step was agony, but he kept moving. His arm throbbed where the spike had gone through, his ribs hurt with every breath he took, and his vision swam. Just a little further. As he stumbled, as he felt the pain, a thought appeared that just wouldn't leave him. Why am I doing this? He thought, leaning against the wall to stop himself from falling. I don't have to do this. I don't have to be a hero. There's no one holding me to it. He slid down the wall. There was nothing but pain in my last life, and now here I am again, a second chance at life, a miracle beyond all miracles, and I choose to join the single most dangerous profession in the world, he thought. I could have done anything. I could have lived the normal life I never got to live. Go to college, get a job where I can make a difference, and find someone to fall in love with. Instead, I put on a mask and put my life on the line, and for what? To maybe keep one more person from dying. He had always been sure that he wanted to be Spider-Man, no matter the cost, but now that he had his first taste of what it really costs, he wasn't sure anymore. As the thought was taking root in his mind, he felt his phone vibrate. With trembling hands, he took it out and saw it was his dad. With great power comes great responsibility. The words rang in his head, and they didn't just carry weight, but they carried history. They weren't just words his dad had told him in this life, they were the words he had taken to heart in his past one. Words he hoped to strive towards. Peter closed his eyes, and for a second, the pain faded because his mind forced him to focus on something else. Faces. Dozens of them. May's toothless smile as she ran into her mother's arms after saving her from the burning building. Ms. David's kind eyes after he helped her cross the street. Nameless strangers who walked away alive or uninjured because of him. If I stop now, who doesn't get saved tomorrow? Who gets left behind because I decided I couldn't take the pain? That thought, the thought of a May or Ms. David getting injured or losing their life, because he was scared, woke him up. Come on. A little pain and you start getting scared. You've dealt with worse pain. This is nothing, he shouted in his mind. You wanted to be Spider-Man, so be Spider-Man. Get up like Spider-Man. Never stop getting up like Spider-Man. He slammed his head against the wall to wake himself up. Through gritted teeth, he used his good hand to push himself up. His legs wobbled, and his ribs ached, but he got up. Spider-Man doesn't stop. Not for pain. Not for fear. Not for anything, he thought as he stumbled along the hall. Spider-Man's not just a mask. He's not just the webs and the quips, he's a promise. A promise to myself. Step by step, he walked until he reached the area where he had stashed his backpack and his clothes. He had initially chosen the area because it was quiet and secluded. Now he was thankful he had chosen it because it would help him sell the story even further. With shaky hands, he took off his mask and ripped off his suit, gritting his teeth to stop himself from crying out. He took his clothes out and put them on, making sure to damage them so they matched his injuries. Once that was done, he balled his suit along with his spider phone up and sprayed them with webbing before tossing them up a tree. Finally, he thought, collapsing onto the ground and looking up at the tree. Haha, it looks like a giant wasp nest. He heard the sound of boots thundering near him, and he turned up the volume on his phone, sure that he would get a call from his parents any second, which would alert the authorities. He was so sure that he let himself drift off to sleep. Peter woke up to the steady beep of the patient monitor and the smell of antiseptic. His body felt heavier than usual but better than when he drifted off to sleep. He opened his eyes, and the white ceiling swam into view. He opened and closed his mouth, feeling uncomfortable from the dryness. He tried to sit up to get some water, but the immediate jolt of pain let him know he still wasn't fully healed. Oof, he said, wincing. Peter. He turned and saw his mom, with dark bags under her bloodshot eyes, threatening to spill tears. He said, his voice raspy. His words were cut off as she hugged him, holding him tighter than she ever had before. Oh, baby. My baby, she said through her sobs. He winced, but returned the hug, not minding his injuries. The warmth of her hug was comforting in a way he didn't realize he had needed. I'm okay, Mom, he said. You almost didn't make it, Peter, she whispered, pulling back to look at him, her eyes full of tears. I can't. I don't even want to think about it. Before he could respond, the door opened and the rest of his family flooded in. Their eyes widened as they realized he was awake and rushed to his bedside. Oh, my baby boy. You're okay, said his dad, hugging him as tears spilled from his eyes. You're okay. Just a few cuts and bruises. Peter said, smiling. Cuts and bruises. Richard said in disbelief. Peter. You've got bandages all over you. You were stabbed in the arm, for Christ's sake. Just a joke, Dad, said Peter, placing a hand on his father's shoulder. I'm okay. Really? Teresa climbed up onto the bed beside him and put her head on his shoulder. Dumbass, she said quietly, before her head started to shake from her crying. I thought I was going to lose you, Peep. I know, Terry. I'm sorry, he said, patting her head with his good arm. Hey, at least now you can tell people a story about your dumbass brother. Ha ha. Don't make me laugh. I'm still mad at you, she said, amused as she wiped her tears. Zatanna wanted to come, but, you know. Said Peter. Tell her I'd be happy if she came. Peter. May said softly, approaching the bed to grab his hand and squeeze it reassuringly. They said you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Uncle Ben stood beside her, squeezing May's shoulder as he looked Peter up and down. You scared the hell out of all of us, kid. Wrong place. Wrong time. Hearing that, Peter was filled with guilt. They all thought he just had bad luck. They didn't know that he had chosen to throw himself into danger as Spider-Man. Yeah, sorry, he said, forcing himself to nod as he swallowed the guilt. We love you, Peter. All of us. Don't you ever forget that, said Mary. I know, he said, blinking the tears away. They stayed with him as long as they could, but eventually the nurses came and said he needed to rest. Reluctant as they were, they listened and left, but not without reminding him again how happy they were to know he was alive and how much they loved him. Alone, Peter rested on the pillow and stared up at the ceiling. The silence brought his thoughts back to the doubt he had felt earlier. But just as quick as it had come, it went. The doubt had helped him realize the answer. He had faltered but only for a moment. It was a moment of weakness, but it was not who he was. Spider-Man wasn't the mistake. Spider-Man was the choice. His choice. And he wasn't going to stop. Gotham City. August 29th, 5:16 Eastern Daylight Time. The Batcave's silence, disturbed only by the occasional flutter of bat wings overhead, was broken by the roar of an engine. A jet-black, streamlined car entered the cave, its sound echoing across the open space until it came to a stop. The canopy slid open, and out came Batman, tall, built, and imposing. His cape brushed the floor as he strode towards the glowing wall of screens known as the Batcomputer. From the shadows, an older gentleman appeared, tray in hand. Your food, Master Bruce. Alfred said, placing the tray down on a side table. Not now, Alfred, said Batman, pulling his cowl off. I suspected as much. Alfred replied dryly as he lifted the cloche to reveal an empty plate. So I brought nothing. Batman just looked at Alfred for a moment before turning back to the Batcomputer. Tell me about the incident in New York, said Batman. Ah. Our arachnid friend. Alfred answered, setting the cloche aside. He tapped a key, and grainy surveillance footage of Spider-Man's fight with Killer Frost filled the monitors. He's had a rather eventful day. No audio? Batman asked, eyes narrowing. Unfortunately not, Master Bruce. The camera is outdated. And even if it weren't, the blizzard she whipped up would have ruined it, explained Alfred. The video cuts out midway through as well, most likely from the sharp drop in temperature. Injuries. A few students with very minor wounds, and one with a broken hand. The more serious case, however, is of a young man who was apparently Killer Frost's first victim at the school. He was stabbed in the arm, broke some ribs, and suffered other minor injuries. The boy also happens to be the son of Richard Parker, said Alfred. Give him as much time as he needs, said Batman, his expression undiscernible. Of course, sir, said Alfred, smiling a little. Though I should mention, Frost and her brutes weren't his only company yesterday. He seems to have crossed paths with your girlfriend's organization. The League. What's the connection? Asked Batman, ignoring Alfred's jape. He was the one to initially help arrest Eric Needham, who has apparently been recruited into the League, explained Alfred. Revenge. Yes, though it appears he was able to best them without much problem. What happened to Frost and her brutes? He asked. According to the reports, Spider-Man theorized Frost mixed an unstable neosteroid with her own DNA to create the brutes. Unfortunately, it seems it was too unstable, and the brutes died shortly after the incident was resolved, said Alfred. As for Frost, well, you know how those New Yorkers are. They're adamant and confident they can keep her on ice in Rikers. Figuratively. Oh, no, quite literally, I'm afraid. Spider-Man left a note that said to keep her on ice. It seems, in a weird twist of irony, the cryokinetic is weak to the cold, explained Alfred. Thank you, Alfred. Always, Master Bruce, said Alfred, gathering the tray and walking away. I'd like that food now. Right away, said Alfred, smiling as he left. Left alone, Batman stood still for a moment, the blue glow from the massive screens casting shadows across his face. This is Batman. Security level, Omega. Password, Yankee Juliet, 26-11-2010. Agamemnon Contingency. New file. Code name, Arachnid. Chapter 24, Interlude, Spooky Scary Zombies. Halloween in New York brought with it a special kind of atmosphere. The city didn't just settle for candy corn and plastic pumpkins, it went all in. Streets filled with people in high-quality cosplays and dollar store mummies, and there were the famous parades in the village. Fire escapes were strung with orange lights, jack-o'-lanterns were placed on stoops, and kids in costumes sprinted between brownstones, carrying pillowcases filled with candy. Even the infamously grumpy cab drivers joined in, wearing plastic monster masks not much different from their usual looks. On the Upper East Side, 4 kids had wandered a little too far off the beaten path. They had been warned to stay near the main roads, but the temptation of untapped candy markets was too much for the young children. The 4 sugar-high kids moved in a pack, laughing and shoving each other as they walked, debating who had gotten the best haul so far. A witch with a floppy hat, a plastic nose, wooden broomstick, and face covered in green paint, a Dracula with plastic fangs and fake blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, a scuffed Batman mask held together by tape complete with a cape that dragged 2 long and poorly cut out cardboard batarangs, and one in a homemade Spider-Man suit whose faded colors were more purple than red. They turned onto a block with little to no light, no jack-o'-lanterns burned on stoops, no decorations hung on windows, and only a single street lamp flickered above them. "This street's dead," the boy in the Batman mask muttered, glancing around nervously. "Duh, that's the point," said Dracula, lisping due to the teeth. "Dead equals spooky. Spooky equals nobody around. Nobody around equals better candy for us." "What if nobody's around because nobody lives here?" asked the Spider-Man, adjusting his mask to align his eyes with the 2 small eye holes. "They do," said the witch, pointing at a faint yellow glow coming from a few windows. "See. We'll hit 2 houses and then we'll head back." "Fine. But just 2, agreed the Batman. They walked further in when suddenly, the witch dropped her candy bag. It spilled across the sidewalk, with some of it bouncing into the gutter. "Ah, man," she said, crouching to grab them. She reached toward the gutter, hand trembling as she stretched for the candy. And the gutter reached back. A massive, pale gray hand bigger than her whole head erupted from the darkness, flattening the candy beneath its palm. The skin looked like old, petrified wood, and its nails were black and cracked. The wide-eyed children moved away, their hearts thudding in their chests. From the shadows of the alley, a towering figure stepped forward, skin pale as chalk, rotten clothes ragged and hanging on its enormous frame by a thread. It reeked of rot, soil, and stagnant water, and its eyes glowed faintly in the shadows like dying coals. "Born on a Monday." The thing spoke, its voice deep and slow. The witch screamed, jolting the children out of their stupor. They stumbled, trying to run, but their legs refused to carry them. The creature moved forward, each step landing with a heavy thud and with enough force to leave an imprint on the sidewalk. Its lips cracked open, and its breath came out, smelling of death and decay. Christened on Tuesday. The Spider-Man clutched his candy bag as if it were armor. Batman whimpered something about wanting to go home. Dracula closed his eyes and wept. That was when the real Spider-Man swung in, and a web shot out from the rooftops, yanking the monster's wrist aside. "Maybe the kids egged your door or something, but I think you're supposed to tell their parents or give them bad candy, not scare them to death." The kids gasped as the actual Spider-Man dropped into view, crouched on the lamppost above. "Wow, I can't lie to you, your costume is unbelievable. I mean, you must really take Halloween seriously because I can smell you from all the way up here," said Spider-Man, wafting his nose. The creature tilted its head as its glowing eyes fixated on Spider-Man. "Married on Wednesday." Spider-Man hung upside down on the lamppost by a web. "Right. Good for you for sticking with the bit. It takes a real comedic mind to continue the whole nursery rhyme and scary zombie shtick, but I think you should leave the kids alone. Go scare some drunk frat guys or something." The creature ignored Spider-Man and lurched toward the children again. Its massive shoulders brushed against the sides of the alley walls, causing dust to rain down on it. The kids screamed, clutching onto each other for comfort as Spider-Man shot a line of web at the creature's chest and pulled him sideways into a row of trash cans. "Kids, go find somewhere with people and lights," Spider-Man said, dropping down from the lamppost, positioning himself between the creature and the kids. The kids hesitated for a moment before running down the street, bags of candy left forgotten on the ground. The creature got up, trash spilling from its giant frame as it turned its glowing eyes back on Spider-Man. It swung its giant fist, cratering the sidewalk where Spider-Man had been a second earlier. "Dude, don't tell me you took Venom all for a costume. Is there $1 million cash prize for the best costume at some Halloween party I wasn't invited to?" Spider-Man flipped, shot a web, and catapulted himself into the creature's chest with both feet. The force behind the blow would have been enough to topple over a truck, but the creature just took a step back. With Spider-Man being as close as he could be to the creature, he got a good look at its face, and his stomach dropped. The skin wasn't just pale or painted, it was dead. When he made contact with its chest, his feet sank in slightly in a way that wouldn't happen with normal skin. And the stench was nearly overwhelming. "Wait, you're not just someone who takes Halloween way too seriously, are you? You're a zombie. Like an actual zombie," Spider-Man said in disbelief, flipping off the creature's chest. "That's not something you see every day." The creature snarled and swung again. Spider-Man ducked under the swing, webbed its knee, and yanked, trying to topple it. It staggered but didn't fall. Took ill on Thursday. Grew worse on Friday, died on Saturday, buried on Sunday. That was the end of Solomon Grundy. Yeah, we've all heard the nursery rhyme," said Spider-Man, moving back. "Anyway, I thought zombies weren't supposed to talk outside of growls and saying brains, so what's the deal with you?" The creature stopped in its tracks and scratched its head. "Grundy, deal. You can understand me?" asked Spider-Man, again in disbelief. "Grundy, understand," he said again, still scratching his head. "Is your name Grundy?" Spider-Man asked, curious. "Grundy." "Grundy," said Grundy, nodding dumbly. "Okay then, Grundy, what are you doing here? Why are you scaring kids? What's up with that?" Spider-Man asked, switching from fighting the creature to having a conversation with him like they had known each other for years. "Grundy, candy," he said, showing Spider-Man the palm of his huge hand, which had a chocolate stain. Spider-Man froze for a second before blinking himself back. "Candy." He looked back at the terrified children, huddled near the only working lamppost. "You scared those children because of the candy?" Grundy tilted his head. "Grundy, hungry. Candy, good. Of course, a hungry undead giant just wants Halloween candy. Makes perfect sense." He stepped closer to Grundy, still keeping himself between the kids and Grundy. "Okay, I get you're not you when you're hungry, but scaring a bunch of kids half to death is not the best way to get candy." Grundy looked down, and his massive hand reached for the scattered candy that had fallen from the kids' bags. Spider-Man heard one of the kids say something about their candy, so he shot a web and snagged the candy Grundy was reaching for. No. That's not yours," Spider-Man said. "Tell you what. You leave this candy alone, and I'll help you find some candy. Deal?" Grundy paused, his expression blank, but then, slowly, he nodded. "Grundy, deal. All right, first things first, you don't chase or scare anyone. Got it?" Spider-Man asked, feeling relieved he didn't have to fight a super-strong undead creature he didn't know how to defeat. "Grundy, no scare," Grundy said, nodding. "Good. Now, follow me. We're going to get you some candy, and you're going to be happy, and you're not going to traumatize anyone else." Spider-Man led Grundy down another street where houses were alive with Halloween festivity and adults were greeting children at their doors. Through gawking stares and whispered voices, he carefully coordinated with Grundy, allowing him to grab candy from the bowls awkwardly. One house was so impressed with their supposed costumes, and they asked for a picture, for which the two of them awkwardly posed. After hitting a few houses, the duo made their way back to the dark street where the group of kids still were, having already gathered up their spilled candy. "Hey, you kids are still here?" Spider-Man asked, surprised. "I thought you'd be out getting more candy by now." "We were scared," the witch said, clutching her bag tighter as she looked at Grundy hungrily eating a chocolate bar Spider-Man had put in his massive hand. The Batman-masked boy said nothing as his eyes were fixed on Grundy, trembling and clutching the broken wooden broomstick the witch had dropped earlier. "It's okay. Grundy's not going to hurt anyone now. Look, he's behaving. Right, Grundy. Spider-Man said as he crouched down to meet the kid's eyes. Grundy, mouth smudged with chocolate, nodded as he chewed. Suddenly, a scream ripped through the night. The Batman boy leapt forward using the broomstick as a weapon. No, shouted Spider-Man, diving toward the boy to stop him. But it was too late. The broken broomstick pierced straight into Grundy's chest, right where his heart was. The zombie froze, mouth open and hand in midair as he was about to eat another piece of candy. Oh my God, shouted the witch, covering her face. Grundy stumbled back and crashed onto the ground, his impact sending dust and debris everywhere. Before Grundy hit the ground, Spider-Man webbed the Batman boy to him and huddled him with the others, shielding them from the debris. Spider-Man couldn't believe it. He had avoided a fight with Grundy that might have caused more damage than his fight with Killer Frost, and it was all ended by a kid's panic. Kid, you didn't have to dash, Spider-Man said, turning to the boy in the Batman mask. He cut himself off when he saw that the boy was breathing in quick bursts and was shaking so hard he could barely stand. Spider-Man let out a slow, heavy breath. He wanted to be angry, wanted to scold the boy, but the boy had been terrified. It's okay, he said, putting a hand on the boy's shoulder. You were scared. Anyone would have been. Even me. I didn't mean to. I thought he was gonna. Said the boy, sniffling behind his mask. I know. I get it. But next time, let me handle the big scary monsters, all right? That's what I'm here for, said Spider-Man, squeezing the boy's shoulder. Is he really dead? Asked the witch in a whimper. He was about to answer in the affirmative, but he realized that he was talking to kids. No, he's just playing pretend, said Spider-Man, keeping his tone light. He's just a really good actor. Are you sure? Asked the Batman boy. Yeah, he's silly like that, he said, escorting the kids back toward the lit streets with other trick-or-treaters. Now go on. Stick to the main streets. And try to forget about this, tonight's supposed to be about candy, not this. The children ran, though they kept looking back. He sighed and looked back at where Grundy's body should have been and found nothing, no hulking corpse, no broomstick. What the dash, he said, crouching to inspect where the body had fallen, and he saw nothing but dust, blown away by a breeze. Just another day in New York. Peter Parker landed outside his house, opening the door before stepping inside. Compared to the chill of the outside, the warm interior of the house was much more welcoming. In the living room, he could see Teresa sprawled on the couch on her phone, scrounging for candy from a bowl reserved for trick-or-treaters. Zatanna sat next to her, sitting cross-legged, also scrolling through her phone while Dexter rested on her lap. Didn't you two get invited to a party? He asked, closing the door behind him before taking off his coat and hanging it by the door. What are you doing here? Teresa didn't even look up from her phone, popping a mini Snickers into her mouth. We did. Got boring. Way too many middle school boys awkwardly staring at us and whispering. She looked up from her phone and looked at Zatanna. But with what Zatanna was wearing, I can't really blame them. Terry, said Zatanna, shooting her a look. I'll take your word for it, said Peter casually. So did either of you hear anything about zombies wandering New York tonight? Zombies. Like Halloween fun or actual eat-your-brains zombies? Asked Teresa, confused. You mean Solomon Grundy? Zatanna said, a small smile tugging at her lips. Oh my God, Peter. Don't tell me you believe those urban myths. Teresa said, rolling her eyes. You're like a middle school boy telling horror stories. Myth? What myth? Peter asked, confused as he had never heard anything about Grundy until that day. I forgot you didn't have friends until this year, said Teresa. You explain it to him, Z. Solomon Grundy is this old urban legend, she said with a tone that was far too confident and knowledgeable for someone who was supposedly just reciting internet lore. Big zombie. People say he crawled out of Slaughter Lake, and he only speaks in nursery rhymes. Born on a Monday, christened on Tuesday, you know the rest. Really? Peter said, surprised. You've seriously never heard the story? Kids tell it to scare each other. Some say he haunts graveyards, others says he just wanders the city. He's like a bogeyman. Teresa said, laughing as she tossed a candy wrapper at the bowl and missed. Except people swear they've actually seen him. Big guy, pale skin, scary strong. He's basically New York's cryptid. Zatanna added as she scratched Dexter under the chin. The internet loves him. Forums are full of those posts, especially during Halloween. Weird. Guess I need to read more blogs. Peter said, but inwardly his eyes lingered on Zatanna. She didn't sound like she read that on a blog. Considering their background, I wouldn't be surprised if Zatara had some run-ins with Grundy, and she knows about them. Interesting. Hours later, Central Park lay quiet under the moonlight. Trees moved with the wind, shadows stretched across the paths, and the waters of Slaughter Lake lay still and glassy. Then, ripples. Bubbles rose from the depths. First a few, then dozens. The water churned restlessly. The bubbling grew into a thick froth that spread throughout the lake. Then silence, and the surface stilled again. But carried faintly on the wind came a whisper. Born on a Monday, Chapter 25, Interlude, Parade Crashers. As Peter stood among the sea of bundled-up New Yorkers, packed like a can of sardines along the barricades, he pulled his scarf up and wrapped it tighter around his cheeks to stop the morning air from nipping at them. Even with the cold, the city buzzed with excitement and anticipation as New York City's annual Thanksgiving Day parade was underway. Giant balloons floated along the street, enormous cartoonized faces smiling down at the crowd while marching bands from every corner of the country blasted music that could be heard for blocks. Now this is tradition, said Richard, clapping his gloved hands together. You don't get more New York than this. I mean, just the pure craftsmanship behind rigging entire harnessing systems to keep the balloons from drifting off is just amazing. Ah, yes, nothing says Thanksgiving like looking at giant polyurethane balloons float by. Peter said, rubbing his gloved hands together to warm them up. Don't be such a turkey, said Teresa with a caramel apple in hand. I'm not a turkey. I'm freezing, he said before muttering. What does being a turkey even mean? You'll survive. Mary said as she sipped hot cocoa from a paper cup. It's nice to have everyone together out here. Besides, your father's right. The parade is part of what makes this city so great. Zatanna stood next to Teresa, wearing a stylish black coat with a blue knit hat pulled over her ears. She leaned slightly closer to Peter as she smiled. I think it's kind of magical, she said. All these people gathered just to watch giant balloons float by. It's like a spell over the whole city. Peter looked at her, then away, pretending to focus on the balloons, but he couldn't help noticing her. He had always seen her as bubbly yet shy, the kind of girl who batted her eyelashes and fumbled her words whenever he talked to her. After all, she'd been a normal middle school girl with a crush, loud giggles and nervous energy. But she had slowly been changing over the past few months. It was as if putting everything out in the open had freed her from a cage. She carried herself with more confidence, less awkward, more assured. He could tell she still liked him, but she didn't need to hide it behind awkward stammering or over-the-top antics. Her change left him feeling strangely aware of her. Peter didn't know what to do about it, and he was certainly in no rush to figure it out. She was still younger than him and in middle school, and he had no interest in making things weird. So he acted like he always had, friendly and joking. Still, it was impossible not to notice. Even if he didn't feel anything like that yet, he could see the change in her, and it made him more aware. Yeah, a spell that makes everyone forget that they're practically freezing themselves to death, he said. Don't let the sourpuss fool you, Z. He loves this stuff. He's just playing the Grinch because he's a little cold, said Teresa, elbowing him. That's okay, every Grinch needs a Cindy Lou Who to keep him honest, said Zatanna, laughing. Peter glossed over her comment and muttered to himself. I could so ruin the mood right now, but I won't because I know better. While he wouldn't go so far as to call it PTSD, Peter had definitely picked up an aversion to the cold after his fight with Killer Frost. It's why he was so bundled up, and why he had insulated his suit. As much as he loved the city, swinging around New York in the dead of winter while wearing a thin spandex suit was not fun. Not fun at all. Ugh, again with that card. Teresa said, rolling her eyes. You're not the only one to be almost killed by a superpowered criminal. There's a whole city a few hours from here where every person living there probably has a similar or worse story. Teresa, maybe don't bring up traumatic near-death experiences while we're trying to have a nice time full of holiday cheer. Richard said, looking disapprovingly at Teresa. I'm just saying Peter doesn't have the monopoly on dramatic close calls. Gotham has, like, a 2-for-1 deal on them every Monday. Teresa said, holding up her hands defensively. Enough bickering. Let's enjoy the parade like a normal family, please, said Mary with a tone of finality before turning to Zatanna. Sorry, Zatanna. Not a problem, Mrs. Parker. I'm just happy you let me tag along on a family outing. Zatanna replied, smiling. Besides, it's nice to see a different side to the ever-happy Peter Parker. I'm sure it is. Mary replied, smiling as she looked at Peter with a knowing look. Look, here comes Snoopy, said Richard, drawing everyone's attention to the giant balloon. The crowd cheered as the massive smiling Snoopy balloon drifted into view, and the band accompanying it played a jazzy tune. Peter was enjoying the balloon when he felt the faint tingling sensation at the base of his skull that he knew not to ignore. Immediately, he was on alert. His eyes darted upward, searching the rooftops. When he saw nothing, he moved on, looking at the balloons, the bands, the crowd, until he saw something that made his spider sense tingle. A delivery van was parked awkwardly, half on the curb with its side doors open. Two men in matching parade staff vests slipped inside a jewelry store, but he noticed their movements were off. They didn't move with a casual stride like the other staff, but instead with urgency as if they were on a clock. And judging by how nervous and furtive they looked, and thanks to his spider sense, he knew that was where the trouble was. Peter looked back at his family. He noticed that they were all too focused on the Snoopy balloon to notice anything amiss, and he saw an opportunity to act. Gotta go to the bathroom. Be back soon, he said, leaving before anyone could question him. Zatanna looked at him with an indiscernible look in her eyes as he slipped through the crowd, and Teresa smirked as she took a bite of her apple. Bet you $10 he's chickening out from the cold. Or he really had to go, said Mary, taking a sip from her cocoa. I wouldn't go to a parade bathroom even if you paid me $1 million, said Richard with a look of disgust. I'd rather pee myself in front of everyone. I know, dear. I know, said Mary before sighing. Meanwhile, Peter ducked into an alley bereft of people, and in record time, he had changed into his outfit. A minute later, Peter was perched upside down on the jewelry store's awning. Inside the store, he could see the two thieves shoving handfuls of necklaces, watches, and anything else of value they could grab into duffel bags. Come on, hurry up. The alarm's only going to be down for a few more minutes. We're supposed to be in and out before anyone notices, said one of the thieves. I know they say crime never sleeps, but not even taking a few hours to celebrate the holidays is ridiculous. Peter said, dropping down and blocking the doorway. Even if you don't celebrate, the least you could do is volunteer at a soup kitchen to help out your fellow men. The two thieves froze in the middle of grabbing some diamonds and slowly turned their heads to look at Peter. Ah, nuts, muttered one of the thieves, hanging his head. Who the hell is this joke? When did New York get a mask? Asked the other thief. What? Have you been living under a rock? I've been doing this for a few months now. Second of all, joke. Me. I'm the hottest thing in New York right now. I've only been the reason for the massive uptick in newspaper sales in the city and the most common Halloween costume. I mean, it's no big deal or anything, you know. Just a day in the life, said Peter, shrugging his shoulders. That's the guy, said the first thief. This is the guy you were talking about. The guy you were comparing to Superman, asked the second thief, looking at the first thief while pointing his thumb at Peter. This guy's a joke. The only thing this dude has in common with Superman is the color scheme. Superman clears this dude. Okay, I don't know if he clears me per se. I think I'd put up an okay fight, countered Peter. Nah, he wipes the floor with you, said the second thief. Have you seen him move? He's like the Flash, but he flies. Can you fly? Not exactly. I've been working on some web wings to glide in the air. Do you have heat vision? Or do that thing he does with his breath? Can you lift up cargo ships without breaking a sweat? Continued the thief. No, said Peter, shifting on his feet. There you go. He clears you. All right, dude, are you a moderator for his wiki or what? Peter said, crossing his arms. All I'm saying is you're in the wrong weight class, pal, said the second thief, smirking. Superman's the big leagues, you're junior varsity at best. Junior varsity. Okay, now you're just being hurtful for the sake of being hurtful. Do you know how hard it is to swing around the city like I do? Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can do what I do. Give a guy some credit. The first guy snapped, clearly more nervous than his partner. Can you quit talking with him so we can get out of here? He's just trying to stall us. Relax, will you? He's just some punk in tights trying to act tough, said the second thief, dismissively rolling his eyes. Peter shot a web, yanking the bags out of the thief's hands and webbing them up to the ceiling. I may or may not be in Superman's weight class, but I know for sure, you're not on either of ours. The first thief cursed and made a break for the back door, but Peter flipped forward, landed in front of him, causing the thief to crash into him and fall flat onto his back. You know, I was actually thinking of going easy on you guys today, Peter said, webbing the thief to the ground. Holiday cheer, goodwill to men, all that jazz. I was even going to offer you a deal, drop the loot, and spend a few hours ladling soup for the less fortunate as a redemption arc. But no, you just had to bring up Superman. Now I have to ruin your Thanksgiving plans and your egos. You're dead, freak, shouted the second thief, lunging with a shard of broken glass. Why do they always lunge? Peter sighed as he sidestepped, grabbed the guy's arm, and spun him around like a top before throwing him against the wall and webbing him. Bet Superman can't do that. This isn't fair, groaned the first thief. Life isn't fair. You two thought you'd spend the day swimming in money like Scrooge, instead you're going to be spending it in a holding cell with guys who think gravy counts as a beverage, said Peter. As he dusted off some glass shards, the sound of police sirens could be heard. Outside, the crowd's cheers carried into the store. He looked and saw that people had spotted him through the windows, pointing and waving, while their phones snapped pictures. Peter was waving back as two cops burst in, weapons drawn. Before they could shout any orders, they spotted Peter, and their fire died down. Morning, gentlemen. Today's Thanksgiving special is 2 thieves, one more mouthy than the other. And coming from me, that's saying something, said Peter, pointing back at the 2 webbed-up thieves. The 2 cops, slightly stunned, put their guns away. Guess this Spider-Man guy's not a myth. You too. I'm going to need to hire a PR manager at this rate, muttered Peter. He stepped out of the jewelry store and jumped up to a streetlight, waving at some kids pointing at him. Peter was about to swing away when his spider sense tingled again, this time coming from above. He looked up to see a man, but not just any man, a man wearing a full-body green outfit strapped to a big, bright green diamond kite, wobbling unsteadily as he swooped down. Make way, losers. This score belongs to Kite Man. Hell yeah, the guy shouted, his voice cracking as he struggled to stay balanced in the choppy winds. Peter blinked. Who? The crowd gasped as they pointed upwards while the cops instinctively reached for their radios. Tremble in fear, citizens of New York, for there is a new class of criminal from today onward, shouted the self-proclaimed Kite Man, sounding a little panicked as he tilted. Whump. The kite was blown off course by a strong wind, smacking into a giant Batman balloon, and tangling in its rigging. The crowd roared with laughter as Kite Man flailed, hanging upside down. Ah, little help here, said Kite Man. Peter looked down at the cops, who looked up at him and then back at Kite Man. We'll deal with him, Spider-Man. Good luck with that, he said before swinging away. A few minutes later, Peter slipped back into the crowd, back in his civilian clothes, and rejoined his family just as a giant Garfield floated into view. Long line? Richard asked. Like you wouldn't believe, he replied. Did I miss anything? The Justice League balloons and some everyday New York antics with Spider-Man, said Teresa. Zatanna gave him a little side glance and smirked. Have you ever seen Spider-Man in action? Me. Why yeah, tons of times, said Peter, not making eye contact with her. Good guy. So I've heard. It's nice to know the city has someone watching out for it. Mary said, taking a sip of cocoa as she glanced at Peter. Lucky us. Peter said, forcing a grin. Before they could say any more, the crowd cheered as OD floated by, drawing everyone's attention. Peter internally let out a sigh of relief and enjoyed the parade. Chapter 26, Interlude, Jolly Old Saint Spider-Man. Snow was falling gently over New York, causing the usual chaos of the city to die down. The streetlights cast a warm yellow glow against the winter air, wreaths hung on nearly every door, and colorful string lights made halos of light amid the flurry of snow. The city that never slept still hadn't, but it had slowed just enough to feel like a postcard. It was Christmas Eve. For most, it meant warmth indoors, family dinner, stockings, and holiday joy. But not for all. In the cracks of the city, away from the warm, shining lights, were children who had no homes, no parents, no gifts. Orphans who watched the snow with wide eyes and open hands, waiting for a Christmas that seemed would never come. On one forgotten street, a small group huddled together outside an old, all but abandoned church. The kids wore coats too thin for the weather, hats, and gloves riddled with holes. They whispered of Santa Claus in hopeful tones, but they had learned hope was hard to keep. Their stockings were scraps of old cloth sewn together and hung on a broken fireplace inside. And as the night grew colder, their talk turned quiet. Some tried to be brave, and others tried not to cry. Up above, perched on a rooftop, Spider-Man watched. He left home to patrol under the guise of visiting a friend, and on the way back, he saw the group of children. He noticed the way their shoulders sagged and the way they looked out at the Christmas decorations with a look of longing. Peter's heart, which had been full of holiday cheer, sank at the scene. It made him realize just how lucky he was to have not only his family, but his home. He thought of his mother's laugh as she cooked Christmas dinner, how his father always hummed and sang along with the holiday songs, and of how he and Teresa used to lie under the tree, guessing what each present was. That was all waiting for him at his home still, and that thought only made his heart clench even more for the kids. He wanted to give the kids something, but not just gifts or food, though he would do that as well. He wanted to give them the same warmth he felt with his family every day, the warmth of knowing that someone cared enough to make the world a little brighter, even for just a moment. "All right, Spidey. Let's see what kind of Christmas magic you can pull off," he murmured before swinging into the coming night. The stores that were open on Christmas Eve were few and far between, mostly bodegas for last-minute shopping and pawn shops for those who forgot to buy presents. He went to the nicest pawn shop he could find, and using money he had made from working at Uncle Ben's, he bought a few things. Some dolls and action figures, puzzles, books, and even an older model game console with a few games. The shopkeeper was an older woman who must have realized why he was buying what he was buying, and she added a bundle of candy canes. "On the house," she said softly. "Those kids deserve something sweet." Peter thanked her and stepped back out into the snow, the bodega his next stop. He couldn't cook them an entire meal, but he could give them something to fill their stomachs. At the corner bodega, he gathered what he could carry: packets of hot cocoa, boxes of crackers, little bags of chips, a few loaves of bread, and whatever hot food they had. Though the food and gifts were ready, he still needed one more thing to complete his plan. Peter went into a thrift store and picked up some clothes for the kids, but that wasn't all. He picked up an old red coat missing a few buttons, a floppy Santa hat that had seen better days, and a pillow to stuff under the coat. In the alley, he quickly put on his Santa outfit and used his webbing to make the fluffy white beard. He caught his reflection in the mirror, and he smiled because he looked ridiculous. Perfect. The orphans stirred from their slumber when they heard a soft thump in the living room. They froze in their beds and looked at each other with wide eyes and pounding hearts, unsure of who or what had just entered. Unfortunately, they were alone that night as another church had called away the sister who usually took care of them. They got up out of their beds and silently debated what to do. The bravest and oldest of them nodded at the others and, with clenched fists, crept down the stairs while the others silently followed behind her. The old wood of the stairs creaked under their cautious steps, but when they reached the bottom, what they found made them all stop in their tracks. By the fireplace where their makeshift stockings hung was Santa Claus himself, sort of. His coat wasn't the right shade of red, nor was it buttoned up all the way, and it was clear that a pillow was stuffed under it. His beard wasn't fluffy either, instead, it looked sticky and glossy under the dim light. And clearly visible under his floppy hat was a bright red mask with big white eyes. The kids all gasped. Just as Spider-Man was about to ho ho ho, he was interrupted. "You're not Santa," said one of the boys. Another girl squinted to get a better look. "That's Spider-Man dressed as Santa." "Guilty as charged, but I can explain," he said, smiling under his mask. "Explain why you're dressed up as Santa," said the oldest girl, crossing her arms. Peter gently placed the sack on the ground, noticing that the kids' eyes were all practically glued to it. "Truth is, the real Santa called me up tonight. He said there's a bad blizzard over the Atlantic, and his reindeer got held up in customs. It's a big mess, so he asked if I could cover some of New York for him." "Spider-Man knows Santa," whispered a wide-eyed boy. "Oh, yeah. Santa and I go way back. We're in the same union. And we're in the same bowling league," Peter said, waving his hand dismissively before tugging the sack open. "Now I've got it on good authority you've all been amazing this year, so let's see what we've got for you." That eased the tension. Giggles erupted from the kids as Peter began unloading the sack, and their disbelief melted away under the weight of the gifts in their hands. A doll lit up a little girl's face, one boy clutched the books as if they were treasures, and the older kids held the game console as if it were made of gold. When the candy canes came out, their faces lit up even more. But Peter didn't stop there. With a flick of his wrist, he spun thin strands of webbing, shaping them into garlands that he strung across the living room of the church. They shimmered in the light, looking like silver tinsel. The children gasped, reaching out to touch them. Every Christmas needs some decorations, he said. After the decorations came the food, and the smell alone felt like a hug for the kids who crowded around and tore into the feast, laughing as they did so. One girl tugged on his sleeve, staring up at the mask. "You're really Spider-Man, huh?" "I am, but you know what? Doesn't matter what mask I'm wearing tonight. What matters is you're not forgotten," he said, rubbing her head. Another boy grinned. "You're way cooler than the real Santa. Don't let the elves hear you say that. They get real testy about that stuff," Peter said, wagging a finger. They laughed again, and for a few minutes, the ruined old church was alive with warmth. Spider-Man's disguise wasn't great, his pillow belly kept slipping, and his web beard had bunched up too much, but none of that mattered. The children saw him for who he was, a hero who cared enough to make Christmas real for them. After a few minutes of telling the kids stories, there was a lull, and Peter knew it was time for him to rejoin his family. He stood up and brushed the crumbs off his coat. "I'd love to spend all night with you kids, but it's time for me to head back to the rooftops." "Wait," one of the smallest children shouted. "Since you're Spider-Man, does that mean you're Santaman now?" "I'd prefer Spider-Santa, but you know what, for tonight, you can call me whatever you want," he said. "And remember, just because you don't always see me, doesn't mean I'm not watching out for you." The smallest of the children tugged at his sleeve. "Thank you, Spider-Man." Peter's throat tightened. He ruffled the boy's hair through his glove. "Merry Christmas, kids." Then, with one last wave, Peter swung out into the snowy sky, and cheers followed him as he left. "Spider-Man's the best Santa ever," one boy shouted. "Better than the mall Santa," another agreed. "Best Christmas ever," said the oldest with the biggest smile on her face. Peter stepped inside his house, shaking the cold and snow from his boots. Just like it had since December began, the smell of pine and cinnamon and the sound of classic Christmas songs hit him as he entered. He breathed in deep, and the warmth wrapped him like a blanket. "Peter. There you are. I was starting to worry about you," said Mary, sticking her head out from the kitchen. "Sorry, I got caught up helping out a friend," he replied, bending down to pick up Dexter, who had come bounding down the stairs when he arrived. "Can't fault him too much, Mary," said Richard, who was helping out Mary in the kitchen. "Helping out your fellow man is in the true spirit of Christmas." Mary smiled faintly at Richard's words but still gave Peter that motherly look that meant she wasn't entirely satisfied. "As long as you're safe. Dinner's almost ready, so go wash up." "Yes, ma'am," Peter said, setting Dexter down on the ground before giving him scratches on his head. Teresa came out from the living room with that mischievous look he knew meant she had figured out what one of her presents was. "Whose?" asked Peter, grinning. "Aunt May's sweater," she said with a self-satisfied smile. "You're ruining the surprise, you know," he said, chuckling. "I didn't ruin it," Teresa said, twirling a strand of her hair smugly. "I just confirmed it. Besides, it's not like Aunt May's gonna be upset. She knows I love her gifts anyway, and I'll still wear it for her tomorrow when we go out." "Out?" asked Peter. "Don't tell me you forgot we're going to go see the Zatara's father-daughter Christmas magic show tomorrow," she said, rolling her eyes. Peter blinked, scratching the back of his neck. "No, I didn't forget, just kind of slipped my mind a bit." "Uh-huh," said Teresa, eyes narrowing. "I promise. I know how excited Zatanna is about the show. I wouldn't miss it for the world," he said. "We know you sometimes disappear, but you better not for this, Peter," said Mary from the kitchen. "Giovanni was kind enough to give us the best seats in the house, and I don't want to see Zatanna's disappointed face if you're not there." "Come on, guys, you make it seem like I'm a flake or something," replied Peter. "Your words, not ours," said Teresa, shrugging her shoulders. "Let's eat," said Mary. Dinner was lively, full of laughter, stories, and the kind of warmth that made Peter's chest ache with gratitude. Every bite tasted better because he knew what the kids at the church had faced tonight and how different his reality was. After dessert, the family gathered around the tree to exchange a few small gifts, saving the rest for the morning, and eventually, everyone drifted upstairs to bed. Peter closed his bedroom door quietly behind him, peeling off his clothes and tossing them on the chair. He was about to collapse onto his bed when something caught his eye. There, beneath the glow of the string lights he'd put up on his shelves, sat a small box wrapped in green paper and tied with a perfect red bow. Peter froze. He hadn't seen it before. He was sure it hadn't been there when he left for patrol, and any other present from his family was under the tree. But whatever it was didn't set off his spider sense. Still, he slowly and cautiously crossed the room, crouching down to inspect it. A tag dangled from the ribbon, written in looping, elegant handwriting. "You're a natural. Merry Christmas. SC." His breath caught. He looked out the window, where the snow still fell thick, and for a moment, he swore he heard a faint jingle of bells as a faint red glow faded beyond the rooftops. Peter sat back on his heels, a stunned smile spreading across his face. No way. For the first time all night, he felt like a kid again. And somewhere deep down, he knew the children at the church weren't the only ones who had been given a Christmas miracle. Chapter 27, Interlude, I'm Spider-Man. One of the things that comes with the territory of being the city that never sleeps is that nights never shut up. Traffic, sirens, subways, and just general human noise pollution. You get used to it after a while, and it becomes white noise. It was nice for guys like Rico, since it kept the bad thoughts quiet. But tonight, standing in the rickety warehouse near the docks, as the rain hammered the roof, mixing with the groans of the wind, he wished there was more noise. Anything to help drown out the feeling he was getting. "Come on, hurry it up," Sal said, his voice echoing off the metal walls. "We ain't got all night." Yeah. Rico muttered as he slid a crate onto a pallet jack. "You're acting like the boss is gonna give you a kiss for being early." "Don't tempt him," one of the others said. A weak laughter resounded from the crew, 7 guys total, all stereotypical muscle heads with little brains. They'd been running all kinds of products through the docks for years, but usually drugs. About a year ago, they had started moving venom, and it had been like printing money. Big, dumb bodybuilders and wannabe gangsters loved the stuff. But this shipment was different, no venom. The stuff had dried up practically overnight, not long ago. At first, the higher-ups thought someone else had cut a deal with the supplier, but all that was left in the market was old stock. Nothing new came in from anyone, and it wasn't just in New York, it was all over the world. Just gone. No one knew why either. Didn't matter much to Rico, but the streets had noticed. The addicts were clawing, the gangs were restless. But that created a vacuum that everybody wanted to fill. Tonight's job was an attempt at filling that vacuum. Something called drops. Rico didn't know much about it, nor did he want to. Man-made drugs weren't his thing. The stuff was red and came in little plastic things that looked like eyedroppers. It worked the same way, too. You put a couple of drops in your eyes and it's like you're flying. Like your nerves have been plugged into a live wire. Whole new level of high. No muscle freaks, no injections, no needles. Clean. Classy. High-end. Sal had told him earlier that week. Rico had snorted at that. Nobody dealt in clean in this business. He stacked another crate and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The others joked around, lighting cigarettes even though the place already reeked of fuel and oil. That, plus the humidity from the rain, made the air feel heavy and thick. "Soon as we're done, I'm hitting Mick's Diner," one of the guys said. "Steak and eggs, man. Best thing about working at night." "Best thing about working at night is getting paid," another replied, the whole crew laughing. Rico chuckled along and was about to take a break when something clinked above them. It was a small noise, like a window pane being tapped. Everyone froze. "What was that?" one of them said. "The wind or rain?" Sal muttered. "This dump's older than dirt." "Yeah," Rico said, forcing a laugh. "Old and haunted. Shut up and keep working." They went back to work, but more slowly, unable to help it as their eyes flicked up at the rafters. The bulb overhead buzzed and flickered. The shadows seemed to stretch a little longer. "I need to take a leak," muttered Tony. "Make it quick," said Sal. Yeah, muttered Tony, moving toward the far corner of the warehouse. The others kept loading crates, but the chattering had stopped. Every sound seemed too loud, every slam of wood, every cough or grunt sounded too loud. They were unnerved, and no one knew why. A minute passed. Then another. Rico frowned and looked toward the corner Tony had gone, and saw no sign of him. "Hey, Tony," he called out to no answer. He looked at Sal, who was frowning. Probably just taking his time. Sal muttered, but he didn't sound too convinced. Then came a dull thump, the kind of sound that came from something heavy hitting the ground. Everyone froze for a moment before pulling out their guns. Sal raised his gun, shouting as he moved forward a few steps. "Tony. That you?" No reply. Just the creak of the rafters, the steady pounding of rain, and the buzz of the lights. Maybe he slipped. Rico muttered, though it felt more like he was trying to convince himself than anyone else. Then came another thump, this one closer. Everyone turned towards it, guns aimed. "Quit messing around, jackass," shouted Sal. The lights flickered for half a second before stabilizing. Then one of the guys screamed. Rico spun just in time to see something drop from the rafters, a dark shape moving so fast it looked like a shadow come to life. It hit one of the men in the chest, sending him flying into a pile of crates. The others opened fire immediately, the muzzle flashes lighting up the warehouse. But they weren't shooting at anything. Whatever it was gone before the first shell hit the floor. "Where'd he go?" someone yelled. "Shut up," Sal shouted. "Watch the dash." A web shot out of the dark and yanked Sal's gun from his hand. "It's Spider-Man," another shouted. "Fuck no. Spider-Man never shuts the hell up," said another. "I think it's Batman." The moment he said that, another web shot out from above, sticking over his mouth and muffling the rest of his words. Everyone froze. "It's Spider-Man," someone whispered. "He's messing with us," one of them said. "He's trying to scare us." But Rico knew that he wasn't trying. He just was. Another noise came, a thwip followed by a grunt, and one of the guys vanished upward into the dark, his gun clattering onto the floor a second later, still smoking. "Oh, hell no, dash," said Rico before a crash cut him off. The stack of crates to his left exploded outward as someone slammed into them and didn't get back up. "Lights!" Sal yelled. "Turn the damn light, dash." The bulbs burst one by one. Glass rained down on them, tiny sparks fizzling as the warehouse was swallowed by darkness. The only light came from the storm outside, lightning flashing through the windows in quick bursts. Each flash showed something new. One guy running for the door. Another being yanked back into the dark by a line of webbing. The last one spinning in circles, gun shaking, eyes darting everywhere. Then a single bolt of lightning lit up the ceiling. Spider-Man was there, crouched on the steel beam above them, rain dripping off his mask, those white lenses glowing like the eyes of an inhuman predator. And then the light was gone again. Rico couldn't move. Couldn't even think. He just waited for it to happen. Something landed behind him with a heavy thud, and he spun around, gun trembling. Spider-Man stepped forward, silent. His outline was barely visible, and when lightning struck again, it framed him like a horror movie monster. Rico fired and kept firing until the gun was empty. With each shot, the muzzle flash illuminated his mask and his white eyes, cold and unflinching as he dodged the shots. The next thing he knew, he was yanked off his feet and slammed backward into a metal pillar before webbing pinned him there. Please," he stammered. I don't know anything. I just move the boxes, man. I don't dash." Spider-Man didn't answer. He just stared. Those big, white lenses reflected every flash of lightning. Then, without a word, he shot another web, sealing Rico's mouth shut. A second later, he was gone. By the time the cops had arrived, the place was silent again. The storm had eased to a gentle drizzle. Every one of Rico's crew was webbed up, hanging from beams, stuck to crates, webbed to pillars. "Jesus, he got the whole crew," one of them said, shining his flashlight up at the ceiling. "Every last one of them. Looks like the wall crawler's been busy." "Yeah, well, he could have left a note or something. I hate when he does this." Another officer crouched near one of the crates, holding up one of the droppers with gloved fingers. "You seen this before?" His partner got a closer look before shaking his head. "Nah, but it doesn't look like venom. Or anything I've seen before. It looks like something new." "Great. New poison, same story," the other guy grunted. An older detective walked up behind the two. "The name going around is Drops. Some kind of designer thing. Kids'll lap it up like candy if it hits the streets." "Any idea who moves it?" asked an officer. "Who moves it, we know. But who makes it?" "Not a goddamn clue," said the detective, lighting a cigarette. "Not the biggest fan of the webhead, but if he can keep this shit off the streets, I might come around." Rico didn't hear much after that. All he could think about was that mask. Those white, cold eyes staring at him without saying a word. Above the docks, Spider-Man sat on the edge of an old crane. Rain still came down softly, and his costume was soaked through. He watched as the police loaded the crew into vans. A throbbing in his throat made him wince, and he tugged his mask up just enough to cough into his hand, muttering hoarsely. Ugh, my throat, can't even talk. Couldn't even do a single quip tonight. I guess I could have used the spider signal Santa gave me, but being intimidating to remind criminals who's the big kahuna is a nice change of pace. He pulled his mask back down and looked down at the cops holding the droppers, his lenses narrowing. He reached into his belt and pulled out a dropper he had taken. Here I was looking into why venom had disappeared overnight, but instead I found a new drug, he murmured. Whoever's pushing this, they're moving too fast, it's like they knew venom was going to be on the way out. He turned the dropper in his hands, the red liquid looking almost alive. Something this new doesn't spread this fast, he muttered, slipping it back into his belt. Someone's manufacturing at scale. Someone organized. He looked down at the flashing lights below, the cops hauling away the last of the crew. And the worst part is I've got no idea who, he sighed, his voice rasping from the soreness in his throat. He stood on the narrow crane beam, his eyes looking toward the city skyline. Guess it's time to pay a visit to a few people who would. He fired a web, swinging into the night. And what do you know, I was able to come up with another interlude chapter. With the other 3 interludes, I had an idea of what I wanted to do from the very beginning, but I didn't have anything for any of the holidays during the first half of the year, and no idea I could come up with felt right. Then I was writing the next chapter, considering what I needed to mention that happened during the time skip, and this chapter came to me, so I decided to make it another interlude. I thought it was a good way to show another player making their move in a way that's connected to the larger story, and that Peter isn't just reacting to crime/stuff as it happens, but he's also actively trying to prevent it. I also decided to do it from a random thug/goon's POV because I wanted to show that he can be scary, and he's always shown as more intimidating from other people's POV rather than his own, like that one Daredevil comic, which just reinforces that Spider-Man's my goat. Also, I said in a comment that it was going to be a 9-month skip, but it's actually more like 8 months since it will pick up in August. I always think August is the 9th month for whatever reason, though now it's more like 2 months since this chapter is set in June. Chapter 28, Interlude. JK, it's a real chapter. Voiceover. Fade in, city montage. Morning light breaks over New York City. Sirens wail, pigeons scatter, and a red and blue blur swings past skyscrapers. Peter, VO. All right, let's do this in one take. My name is Peter Parker. A shot of Spider-Man flipping over a taxi, landing perfectly on a lamppost, and waving at a group of kids pointing at him before leaping off again. A little over a year ago, I was just your average kid. Cut to Peter's bedroom. Textbooks piled high. Trophies lined a shelf. A vintage camera on a desk. The camera pans to a family photo of his parents, his younger sister, and him smiling. Peter, VO. Sort of. Montage, Peter's achievements. Peter making trinkets in his laboratory, blowing up a chemistry set, and getting perfect grades on all his tests. Peter training with different martial arts teachers over the years, moving on when he couldn't learn any more. Peter, VO. To make a long story short, I'm on my second life. Quick cut, flash of white light. A faint heartbeat. A skinny boy in a bed with wires and leads. His eyes close, then another pair of eyes snap open in a different world. Peter, VO. Yeah, you heard that right, second. Somehow, some way, I got a do-over. Comic panels flash, images of laughter, family dinners, and late nights reading Spider-Man comics under a blanket. Peter, VO. My first life wasn't perfect, but it had its moments. I had a family who loved me, a few good friends, and a lifelong admiration for one hero, Spider-Man. Quick cut, comic panel of classic Spider-Man pose. Peter, VO. He wasn't just a character to me. He was a symbol of trying, of failing, of getting back up no matter how many times life knocked you down. Cut to, swing sequence. Spider-Man swings between skyscrapers, flips midair, catches a falling phone for a tourist, and tosses it back mid-swing. Peter, VO. So, you can imagine how surprised I was when I opened my eyes in a new world, in a new body, and discovered I had been reborn as Peter Parker. Quick cut, Daily Planet headline, Superman saves Metropolis. Peter, VO. Except this isn't the world I knew. This world has Batman, Wonder Woman, Superman, and the Justice League running around saving it. He swings past a massive Wayne Tech billboard and an advertisement for Wonder Woman merch. Peter, VO. Yeah, that was a fun day. Cut to City Street. A street of brownstones. Peter steps outside, backpack slung over his shoulder. His mom says bye to him before kissing his dad goodbye, and his sister rolls her eyes at their antics. Peter, VO. I should also mention that I was lucky enough to avoid the traumatic event that haunts Peter Parkers across the multiverse, the death of my parents. Thankfully, they are both still alive, and I even have a sister, Teresa. Quick cut, Teresa smacks him with a pillow. Peter, VO. Terry for short. She can be annoying sometimes, but I still love her. Quick cut, Teresa's room, Zatanna doing a card trick. Peter, VO. Oh, and she's best friends with Zatanna Zatara. Yes, that's Zatanna. DC's resident sorceress supreme. Though she's still in training. I think. Quick cut, Zatanna smiling flirtatiously with Peter, many times. Peter, VO. And between you and me, she's had a crush on me for years. I only found out recently, which is a little awkward considering she's my younger sister's best friend and I've known her forever. Since I found out, she's gone from a giggly girl to a more confident and flirty person, which has made things interesting. Anyway, things were about as normal as they could be when you live in a world with vigilantes, aliens, and gods, until a year ago. Quick cut, regular spider crawls onto Peter's finger and bites him. Peter, VO. That's when it happened, the spider. Montage, training sequence. Peter climbs his room wall and shouts in joy. Cut to him swinging around an abandoned warehouse, shouting in joy. Peter, VO. Same story, different world. I got bit, and the next day, I could stick to walls, bench press a car, and move faster than most people could think. It was probably, no, definitely the best day of my life. Action cuts, fights and heroics. Spider-Man dodges bullets, stops a car from hitting a woman and her kid, and webs up bank robbers. Peter, VO. Since then, I've been juggling school, friends, family, and helping people who really ought to hold on to their purses tighter. Cut to Bradley High School football field covered in ice. Spider-Man dodges as a pillar of ice erupts from the ground, but the edge catches him on the side, slamming him into the column. Hurt, he dodges a wave of ice spikes, but one spear him through the arm. He screams and slides behind cover. Peter, VO. I don't have a coterie of villains, per se, but I have fought Killer Frost and almost died, though I was able to outwit her, and it reinforced my will to be Spider-Man, so not the worst trade-off. Cut to Dark Alley in Upper East Side. Grundy scares a couple of trick-or-treaters before Spider-Man saves them. They talk, and they end up going for more candy, sitting down afterwards to eat it together. Grundy gets stabbed by a boy in a costume and turns into dust. Peter, VO. And it turns out, the scary story of Solomon Grundy wasn't just a story, and he's real. Or was real, anyway, since he got skewered in the heart by a kid with a broken broom. Cut to Angry Blue Cat inside a sack. Spider-Man webs the two punks torturing the cat to the ground before saving it. A red light comes from the sky before leaving. The cat licks Spider-Man's face. Peter, VO. Oh, and I saved a blue cat named Dexter from almost being drowned by a couple of punks. We almost got attacked by a red light from space, but it was gone as quickly as it came. Weird that I haven't thought about that since then. It turned out his owner was murdered in a home invasion by another guy I've dealt with named Black Spider. Quick cut, Black Spider and League of Shadows beaten by Spider-Man. Peter, VO. Yeah, I sent him to jail, and then he got rescued by a bunch of ninjas that I fought before they escaped. And I'm pretty sure one of the ninjas has a crush on me. Not that I can blame her. Anyway, I'm fairly certain that Dexter is genetically modified or something, because no normal cat understands human speech. Quick cut, Dexter nods as Peter talks. Peter, VO. But he's cute and everyone in the family loves him, so not really a big deal. Cut to City swinging in bright daylight. Spider-Man swings through Times Square, waving at a crowd of tourists taking selfies. Peter, VO. A year of being shot at, punched through walls, almost turned into a popsicle, yelled at by cops, and thanked by people who don't even know my name. He swings past a police car, salutes the officers, and zips up a skyscraper. Peter, VO. But I wouldn't trade it for anything. Because no matter what world I'm in, one thing hasn't changed: Spider-Man always tries to do the right thing. Close up, he lands on a rooftop overlooking the city. Peter, VO. My name is Peter Parker. And I'm the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. New York. August 27th, 7:14 Eastern Daylight Time. At Harlem's famous Rucker Park, sneakers squeaked against the blacktop, the hollow thump of a basketball echoed, and a small but growing crowd gathered along the chain-link fence. They weren't there just for the game, those were a dime a dozen in Rucker Park. They were there for the sight of one very unusual player. Spider-Man, in his outfit, in the middle of a 3-on-3, playing as if he were in the NBA Finals. The ball was in his hands. With a quick crossover and a burst of speed, Peter slipped between two defenders, their arms grasping at air. At the three-point line, he stepped back and let the ball fly. Swish. Nothing but net for the rookie from Manhattan. Peter said in a mock announcer's voice, hands in the air as some of the onlookers clapped and cheered. What can't he do? Seriously, folks, we're watching history tonight. The opposing team's teens groaned, one of them grabbing the ball on the rebound, while the ones on his team smiled and laughed. Come on, man. When we invited you to play a game with us, we didn't think you would use your spider powers or whatever they're called. That's not fair. Powers? Me? No way. If I had been using my powers, you'd be watching the most absolutely ridiculous dunks this world has ever seen. You guys just suck. Peter said jokingly, smiling under his mask. The whole court erupted with laughter, a couple of the teens smacking each other on the shoulder and shaking their heads. The one who had gotten the rebound, a tall and lanky teen wearing a Gotham Knights jersey, spun the ball on his finger and pointed at Peter. All right, Webhead, no excuses this time. Next basket wins. Man, now that's not fair, said one of the teens on Peter's team. We're up almost 30 on you guys. The tall teen just grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Doesn't matter. We ain't in the pros, this is a street game. You want the glory, you have to earn it. Peter hopped on the balls of his feet and cracked his neck. Ah, that childhood rule where everything that happened before doesn't matter. Well, can't say I don't like it. He looked back at his teammates. Don't worry, guys, with the power of friendship, anything is possible. His teammates had been getting fired up for the final point, but hearing him say that caused them to make a face. Man, I don't even want to be on your team anymore. Yeah, man, you lost me at power of friendship, said the other, shaking his head, laughing. That was so corny, dude, said the first one. Yeah. Corny or not, you'll be happy when we win. Peter said, waving them off. Talk less, shoot more, Spidey, shouted someone from the crowd watching. Hey, you can't rush greatness. Peter said, pointing toward the voice. All right, Insect Boy, let's see what you got, said the lanky teen as he stared Peter down while bouncing the ball. Come on. Does no one know they're two different classes of creatures, muttered Peter to himself. The ball was checked in. Peter caught it, spun past a defender, and as the others closed in, he made to shoot the ball, but it was actually a feint. He then flicked a behind-the-back pass to his teammate. The kid with the Gotham Knight jersey was the fastest to react to the pass, but even then, he was too slow. The boy whom Peter passed the ball to jumped and laid it in clean, dropping neatly through the hoop. Game. Peter shouted, throwing his hands up as the court erupted in a mix of cheers, laughter, and good-natured groans. The kid who made the winning shot ran up to Peter, sporting a big grin, and dapped him up. Now that's what I'm talking about. Game-winning shot thanks to an assist from Spider-Man himself. All you, dude. I seriously think you guys can go pro, said Peter. Every one of you. That's the dream, said his other teammate, hope in his eyes. That's a good dream. I believe in you guys. Peter said, looking not only at his teammates but at the opposing team. All of you. The tall kid in the Gotham Knights jersey blinked. You mean that? Of course I do. You've got the skills, the teamwork, and I see you guys practicing whenever I swing by, so you've got the work ethic. And you have that killer crossover that almost broke my ankles earlier. The kid laughed, rubbing the back of his neck as if he was embarrassed. Man, no one ever says stuff like that to us, said another player, his voice quieter. Usually, people just tell us to stop wasting time and stay in school or get real jobs. You know what's funny? I've heard the same thing before. That what I'm doing is pointless, that I should stop trying. But if I did, a lot of people wouldn't get help when they needed it most, he said thoughtfully. Dreams are only a waste of time until you prove everyone wrong, so just prove everyone wrong. The group went quiet, then one of the kids chuckled. Dang, Spidey, didn't know we were getting a TED Talk today. Peter laughed. Yeah, sorry. Kinda heavy stuff for so early in the morning. With that, the mood lightened, and Peter noticed the kids looked rejuvenated. Whether it was because they had someone rooting for them in their corner, he didn't know, but he hoped so. So, you trying to play another? Asked the tall kid in the Gotham Knights jersey. Nah, I'm good. I got up early because of Peter, mid-stretch, realized he was about to say something he shouldn't. Cough as something I had to do, so I'll just hang out for a bit and watch you guys play. Because he was hanging out with other kids his age, he almost forgot he was currently Spider-Man and not Peter Parker, and let it slip that he was still in school. I feel you. We forgot it was Teacher Development Day and we had the day off, said one of the kids. Could have slept in. Alright, but can you at least do one of those dunks you were hyping up, said the kid, holding the ball out. Peter tilted his head, pretending to think about it. A dunk, huh? I don't know. The Rims already had a rough day. Don't wanna break its spirit. Come on, man. You talk all that big game and now you're scared, the kid with the ball said while smirking. Dunk it, Spider-Man, shouted a kid watching them. You heard the little man, said another of the teens. Don't disappoint him. Peter sighed dramatically. Fine, fine. But if this ends with a Northwest Superpowers on the court sign, that's on you guys. He took the ball, and everyone gave him some space. He dribbled the ball to get a good feel for it before taking off from half-court and jumping. Naturally, he didn't use all his strength, or else he would have overshot the hoop by a few dozen feet at least. He used just enough to make it look like he was floating in the air way longer than any regular person should be able to. As he moved through the air, he decided to make it worthwhile for those watching and did a reverse 720 windmill dunk. Still, he was careful not to use more strength than a normal person, or he would crumple the hoop like a can. The crowd cheered. Yeah, Spidey. I love you, Spider-Man. Do you have a girlfriend? Or boyfriend? Peter landed lightly on his feet, grabbing and spinning the ball on his finger before passing it to the Gotham Knights jersey kid. Sounds like you got some fans, he said, grinning. Ah, it comes with the territory. Peter said, dusting his gloves off casually. You're all right, man. Like for real, said the boy. Never thought New York would have a hero or whatever. Even if it did, I didn't think they'd be helping around our side of town, much less hanging with us. Do what I can, but I wish I could do more, said Peter, his tone softening. Too bad I'm only one man. I don't know. More use with the corny jokes. I think I'd rather have the crime, joked one of the kids, causing them all to laugh. My humor's an acquired taste, thank you very much. Peter said in mock offense. Like spoiled milk, one of the boys shot back, and the whole group laughed again. Peter chuckled, shaking his head. The laughter died down, and for a second, the mood shifted. The Gotham Knights jersey kid spun the ball absently on his finger. Still, it means something, you being here. Most people don't come out this way unless they're looking for trouble. But you just showed up. Played ball. Treated us like people. Peter felt a quiet sting in his chest. Hey, you are people. You've got just as much right to dream big as anyone in this city. Don't let anyone make you think differently. Thanks, Spider-Man. For real, said the kid, putting his fist out. Don't mention it. Peter said, smiling under his mask as he fist bumped him. Just remember today that way when I ask for an autograph when you're all in the NBA, you'll give it to me. Peter chatted with the boys for a while longer before excusing himself. He still wanted to watch the boys play, but he didn't want to be a nuisance to any other park-goers. So instead of sitting on a bench, he decided to swing up to the roof of the nearest building with a good view of the courts and watch from there. Before that, however, he stopped at a food cart he had seen by the entrance of the park and got a breakfast burrito. Like the boys, he too had woken up early because he had forgotten that there was no school due to Teacher Development Day and hadn't eaten breakfast. Not that he would have been doing anything else anyway if he had known, but still. At the roof, Peter leaned back, legs dangling over the edge of the building as the morning breeze rolled through Harlem. The air was crisp and cool, carrying with it the sounds of the early morning. He tore another bite from his burrito, chewing thoroughly as his gaze drifted toward the skyline and reminisced. It had been a little over a year since he'd become Spider-Man and just shy of one since the incident with Killer Frost. Since then, New York had been relatively calm, at least compared to other major cities. There were still the usual crimes and things, of course, but nothing on the scale of the Killer Frost incident. Two notable events that occurred were the confrontation with Grundy, which ended with him turning to dust, and Kite Man's attempted robbery during the Thanksgiving parade. To Peter's surprise, there were still rumors and supposed sightings of Grundy, but he himself had not seen him since Halloween. Considering the world he was in, he wouldn't be too surprised if Grundy was an undead revenant cursed to come back no matter how many times he was killed. Kite Man, on the other hand, had become a staple for Spider-Man, and not in a good way. Once a week, the flying headache would swoop down from the skies and try to rob something, only to be thwarted by the world around him, a gust of wind, or a flock of birds, or something. It always ended in his arrest, only for him to be released in a couple of hours because he technically hadn't committed any major crimes. It was as if the universe had specifically designed him to be Peter's minor headache. One of the more unusual days of the year had to be the 4th of July, as that morning, across the country, multiple ice-powered villains, Captain Cold, Icicle Jr., Mr. Freeze, and Killer Frost herself, attacked almost simultaneously in different cities. Peter remembered watching the chaos unfold on the news and being surprised that Killer Frost, who he thought was securely contained at Rikers, had somehow escaped. Obviously, he immediately began investigating and discovered there had been a citywide power outage during the night. That power outage affected Rikers and had knocked out her containment systems just long enough for her to break free. By the time the backup power came online, she had escaped. The city had decided to hold off on reporting the fact that Killer Frost had escaped to save face and hopefully re-arrest her before anyone found out. Obviously, that plan failed, and the city faced major backlash over it. Peter shook his head, taking another bite of his burrito. The news clips from Hawaii still made him clench his fists in anger. Seeing the harbor frozen over, ships encased in ice, and civilians fleeing in panic, made him angry at the city officials who covered it up. He also felt a flicker of guilt at having not been more prepared for a possible prison escape. Still, he was glad that Aquaman and his sidekick Aqualad had been able to take her down before any casualties. As happy as he was that she had been taken down and secured at Belle Reve, the metahuman prison, the whole thing reeked to him. The power outage that allowed Killer Frost to escape, only for her to then end up halfway across the globe in Hawaii, attacking at the same time as other ice villains are attacking in other cities. It all reeked of a bigger conspiracy. But that was way above his pay grade. That's what the Justice League was for. Speaking of, that day was the first time he had seen so many heroes and sidekicks on the news at the same time: Batman and Robin, Aquaman and Aqualad, Flash and Kid Flash, and Green Arrow and Speedy. It was impressive seeing the heroes and their protégés working together, and he couldn't help but feel a little envious of them. Not for any other reason than he had no friends in the same line of work, and he wished he did. Later in the day, they all appeared on the news again, this time outside the Hall of Justice. There was no official reason why, but people online speculated that they were being inducted into the Justice League. Seeing all 8 of them standing together evoked a sense of familiarity in Peter, but he couldn't place it. On the Venom front, before it disappeared, Peter had been chasing down shipments, shutting down dealers, and doing his best to stop it. After it disappeared, he dug deeper, questioning people who might know what happened, but nobody knew why it had dried up. In his search for answers, however, he found a new drug called Drops, but just like with Venom, he didn't know where it came from or who was in charge. It was frustrating not getting answers, but he knew the only thing he could do was try his best to make sure those drugs didn't flood the market. Anyway, the slower pace of the past year had allowed him to upgrade his gear like he had been wanting, though it had taken some time since he had to do research and tests to get exactly what he was looking for, especially since he didn't have all the proper equipment. His suit had been upgraded with stronger, lighter materials that were more in line with the advanced suit from the games, but the classic red and blue design remained. As much as he liked the look of the advanced suit, he had a soft spot for the classic look that wasn't easy to overcome. He had also been and was still trying to see how feasible it would be to discover/create unstable molecules, but it was very slow going since, again, he didn't have the equipment. The material wasn't the only thing that he upgraded in his suit. He added small web wings for gliding to make traversal easier and equipped it with several technological enhancements to improve overall efficiency, such as a built-in camera, radio, and communication system. He also made the lenses of the suit expressive, allowing him to squint inwards as well as outwards. Unlike the suit in the game, his did not have a built-in AR HUD as he was still working out the kinks on the program and trying to find a workaround to the hardware limitations. He'd also finally upgraded his web shooters entirely, and they were more in line with his ideal mental image from when he first built them. They were red and black chevron-shaped devices that could be magnetically fitted onto bracelets with rotary systems to replace empty cartridges. He had also improved on the web fluid formula itself, making it overall better, and more of it fit inside the cartridges. Also, a few experimental web gadgets were sitting on his workbench in the lab, still in need of further testing and tweaks. On the personal side, things were going well. School was steady, he'd kept up with classes, maintained good grades, and was still close with Ronnie and had become better friends with June. Home life was stable, too. His parents, aunt, and uncle were well. Teresa remained her usual self, Dexter was still smart and adored by everyone, but the biggest change came from next door. Now that Zatanna had started high school, her flirting had become impossible to ignore, and Peter found himself constantly wondering whether he should respond or keep acting like he hadn't noticed, which was hard because the more he thought about her, the more he realized just how great she was. She was smart, talented, confident, and kind, and she was also somewhat in the life like he was. He could see that objectively, she was practically the perfect girl, but there was something about the whole thing that held him back. Peter finished his burrito and shifted slightly, letting his legs swing over the edge as he took a deep breath of the crisp morning air. His mind was still half on Zatanna, half on the city below, when a sudden tingling at the back of his neck made him sit up straight. He looked south toward Manhattan and squinted at the horizon, scanning the rooftops and sky for any sign of what may have triggered his spider sense. At first, all he saw was the usual cityscape, but then, he focused harder, and his vision zoomed in. That's when he could see the figure of a man gliding across the sky on a kite. Not again. Peter muttered to himself in annoyance before smiling. But at least this new vision is being put to good use. The biggest surprise of all over the past year came on the first anniversary of the bite when he experienced a dream/nightmare again. He found himself in a vast wasteland of red dirt covered in dead trees, standing in front of a large, strange tree decorated with bones. The dead tree limb stretched above his head, and from it a small black spider descended on its web, landing on his hand. It looked at him for a few moments before biting him, causing him to wake up. When he woke, he discovered that he had gained telescopic and night vision, which he knew was an ability that Spider-Man 2099/Miguel O'Hara had. He didn't know why he had gained another spider variant's power, or if he would receive others, or even what the dream's significance was. He only hoped the dream wasn't related to anything like the Web of Life and Destiny in Marvel, since that was a massive headache. Whatever the reason, he was more than happy to get it. Though he would have preferred something else, like Silken or Mayday's Spider Sense or Miles' Venom Blast, he was still grateful for something. As virtually harmless as Kiteman was, Peter knew he still needed to web him up before his weird luck caused any damage. Peter tossed his garbage into a trash can on the corner. "Damn, I'm good," he said, seeing the wadded-up foil land cleanly in the can. Not wasting another moment, he took off swinging. As useful as the web wings were, he still preferred swinging everywhere. After all, he was Spider-Man. After a few minutes, he arrived at the scene of the crime. Kite Man's kite glider floated a few feet above the armored truck, attached to it via 2 hooks. Judging by the singed hole on the cab, Kite Man had blown open the armored truck and went inside to steal the cash. Meanwhile, the armored truck was driving down the street, swerving to try and shake off the kite attached to it to no avail. Peter landed on the roof and stuck his head inside the hole. Inside was Kite Man in his brightly colored green suit, stuffing a similarly colored sack stitched with a big golden $sign with cash. The security guard who rode in the back was on the ground, unconscious, probably from a knockout gas pellet Kite Man liked to use. "Chucky, baby, fancy seeing you here," Peter said, only sticking his head inside the hole. "We really need to stop running into each other like this. Seriously. Stop. Please. Come on, dude. I asked you to stop calling me Chucky," Kite Man said, sticking his head out from behind a pile of bills. "Professional courtesy and all that." Sorry. Kite Man," Peter said, making finger quotes. "But seriously, man, when are you going to give it up? I mean, we've done this dance at least once a week since Thanksgiving, and it always ends the same way." "I'll never give it up, Spider-Man," he said, emphasizing Spider-Man. "See, I don't call you Spidey." "I said sorry," countered Peter. "Anyway, instead of poorly robbing stuff with your kite shtick, why don't you put that brain to use and actually use it for good? I mean, you obviously have a knack for interesting inventions." Peter looked at Kite Man's kite, which was surprisingly high-tech for such a jokey character. Kite Man scoffed, slinging the money bag over his shoulder. "That baby is more than an interesting invention. It's a masterpiece of aerodynamics. Self-stabilizing thrusters, smart polymer tethers, and an AI-assisted steering system. Do you know how many all-nighters it took to dash? Rob armored trucks. Peter cut in, raising an eyebrow beneath his mask. Ugh, you just don't get it, Spider-Man. You and your fancy powers, your super strength, your whatever else you have. Some of us have to work for our gimmicks. He said, jabbing a thumb at his chest. Everything I do is all me. No superpowers required. Yeah, and you're really putting that genius to good use. I mean, clearly the best way to stick it to society is stealing payroll money from a catering company. Peter said, glancing at one of the bags marked with the company's name. Wait, this is payroll money. Kiteman said, freezing. Yep. Ah, man. Kiteman said, deflating a little. I thought it was like mob money or big-time CEO money or something cool. Hate to break it to you, but you're robbing wedding deposits, Chucky. Dude. Kiteman said, exasperated. Sorry. Peter said, putting his hands in apology. Before Kiteman could come up with a comeback, Peter's spider sense flared hard. He stuck his head out of the hole just as the ground in front of the truck exploded, sending chunks of asphalt and concrete flying and any bystanders running in fear. The armored truck driver attempted to avoid the explosion, jerking the wheel. The truck swerved hard and began to flip. Before it could tumble out of control, Peter moved, shooting 2 lines anchored to nearby buildings at the truck, halting it mid-roll. He moved underneath it and caught the vehicle as if he were squatting it. With a good push, he managed to right the truck. You guys okay? Peter asked the guards who gave him a thumbs up. We're good too. Kiteman said, coming out of the hole unsteadily, still carrying the bag of cash. What the hell was that? I have no clue. Peter turned toward the crater in the street, hoping to find an answer to that question, and find it he did. From the crater rose a hulking, muddy mass that shifted and sloshed into the shape of a large, humanoid creature. The creature had blank white eyes and sharp teeth set irregularly in the jaws. Clay face. Peter muttered to himself in surprise while his lenses widened to show his surprise. Although he wasn't a DC reader/watcher/enjoyer in his past life, there was some stuff he knew. Most of that included common things any comic reader would know about certain popular characters, like the Trinity. That also included recognizing certain iconic characters like Bane and Clayface, though he mostly knew them visually and by name rather than by their stories. Ah. Kiteman said. Yeah, no thanks. I'm good. Before Peter could even say anything back, Kiteman's kite lowered itself down onto his back, unhooked itself from the truck, and quickly took off, leaving behind a hell no, as he disappeared. Can't say I blame him. Clayface turned to Peter and smiled mockingly. What are you supposed to be? Bugman. His voice was thick and gurgled, like wet cement being mixed. Peter tilted his head. Close, but I think you're thinking of my lesser-known cousin, Roachman. I'm Spider-Man, the friendly neighborhood edition. Oh, Spider-Man. I've heard of you. Clayface said, his form bubbling and shifting. Really? Glad to hear humble ol' me has gotten some fame in Gotham. Peter said, rubbing his chin. Gotham. Clayface said, confused. No, the Shadows have mentioned you before. How you humiliated them. Shadows? Peter asked, perplexed. Like the League of Shadows? How do you know about that? Are you a shadow? In the year since, he hadn't had any run-ins with the League of Shadows, nor had he heard anything about them. He half expected Black Spider or the Cat Mask Lady to show up one day and try to kill him, but nothing. Not that he would have wanted them trying to kill him. Who knows? Clayface said mysteriously, shrugging his clay shoulders as his grin stretched unnaturally wide, almost splitting his face in half. But they sure didn't like how you made them look. My mother always said it's important to understand how other people feel. So how about we see what it's like to feel the way they did, said Peter. His spider sense flared as Clayface rushed him, muddy fists turned into hammers swinging down on him. He flipped backward to avoid a crushing blow, landing lightly on the hood of a nearby car. Okay, for whatever reason, Clayface, a villain that I've never heard mentioned/spoken about in this world, has shown up in New York. That means I'm smack dab in the middle of his origin. Peter thought to himself. Don't know much about him except that he's made of clay and is kind of like Sandman, except wetter. So attacking him physically probably won't do much, and water shouldn't work on him like it does Sandman, but dehydrating him might. And here I forgot my giant dehydrator at home. Peter muttered as he jumped over the incoming blow, ending up behind Clayface. "You and that other one, both like monkeys," Clayface said, grabbing the car he smashed and throwing it at Peter. "You were fighting someone else. Here I thought we were going to be exclusive." Peter webbed the incoming car and, using its momentum, threw it right back at Clayface. The car splattered Clayface's body everywhere before crashing on the ground, worrying Peter for a moment until he saw all the clay reform back into Clayface. Glad as he was he hadn't accidentally killed Clayface, seeing his body reform gave Peter some ideas. "I know Sandman is weak to water and heat, but he also has that single grain of sand that contains his consciousness, called the soul molecule or something like that. Even if Clayface did have something similar, it'd be nearly impossible to find it. The fact that he reforms means he might be employing some kind of morphic field to maintain cohesion. If he is, with the right frequency, I can disrupt his morphic resonance pattern with a simple taser. Unless it's magic, then I'm screwed. Whole lot of ifs, but won't hurt to try," he muttered. "If I had Venom Blast here, this would have been so easy, but I guess trying out the electric web attachment isn't too bad." He dug in his utility belt under his suit and took out the prototype electric web shooter attachment. He didn't know exactly how they worked in the game, whether they were a completely separate web shooter or not, but he made it an attachment he put over his web shooters, which would electrify the webs. As he finished attaching it, Clayface charged at him again. Peter ducked under his swing and flipped forward to dodge the follow-up attack before shooting an electrified web shot at Clayface's leg. The clay twitched, little sparks running across its surface, and he saw Clayface lean to the side before quickly catching himself. "Need some tweaking," Peter thought. "Fish gills already tried electricity on me and failed, bug. And his electricity was much stronger than that insect zapper," Clayface said, sneering. "Another person, seriously. When will you stop hurting me?" Peter said, turning away as if he were crying into his hands. Clayface paused for half a second, but it was long enough for Peter to act. He fired a line at a nearby car, yanking the door clean off its hinges before swinging it like a discus and hurling it straight at Clayface. The metal door sliced clean through his left arm, sending it splattering across the pavement. "Okay, that was kinda gross," Peter muttered, making a face under his mask. Clayface roared, and his arm slithered back into his body, growing out from whence it fell. "You think that'll stop me?" "Honestly, I was hoping it would at least slow you down," Peter replied, hopping back as Clayface lunged. The massive hammer-shaped hand slammed into the pavement where Peter had just been standing. Peter backflipped, firing another shot of electric web. It hit Clayface in the chest this time, sparks crackled, and the surface of his body rippled like water. Clayface stumbled for a moment again, and if he had normal facial features, Peter was sure he would look irritated. Bigger charge, different frequency. If my math's right, his morphic field should respond somewhere between organic cohesion and liquid conductivity 1. Basically, I have to play mad scientist and guess. He adjusted the dial on his electric web attachment, thankful he had spent a little extra time adding it. "Time for a mudslide," he said, taking aim. The electric web glowed brighter from the stronger charge before firing. The shot hit Clayface in the chest again, except this time the sparks danced all across his body. Clayface screamed, his body convulsing violently as chunks of clay began to lose shape. After a few seconds, Clayface finished collapsing into a steaming, motionless pile of clay. He crouched near the pile, cautiously poking at it with a bit of rebar he found on the street. That was kind of anticlimactic. But better than another Killer Frost event, I suppose. Peter muttered, a little disappointed. I should find a Chinese takeout box for him. His spider sense tingled, and he looked up. There was a large blurry figure in the sky, as if something was hovering while camouflaged. He traced its descent as it landed on the street, uncamouflaging itself to reveal a red aerodynamic ship in a style he had never seen before. First, a clay creature, and now an alien invasion. Here I thought New York was safe-ish, muttered Peter, getting ready to act. A hatch opened on the rear of the ship, and out stepped a group of people Peter had only seen on TV, Robin, Kid Flash, Aqualad, and two others who looked like a gender-bent Martian Manhunter and a copy-paste of Superman. Ah, hi. Chapter 29, First Contact. New York. August 27, 7:52 Eastern Daylight Time. Peter looked on in surprise at the unexpected arrivals, but more than anyone else, his eyes were drawn to the boy wonder. With short black hair and a lean, well-toned build, he was shorter than he expected him to be. His uniform consisted of a red vest with 3 yellow fasteners and a yellow, stylized R in a black circle, black leggings, boots, gloves, and a cape that was black on the outside and yellow on the inside. He also wore a black, stylized domino mask that made his eyes appear completely white. Holy crap! That's Dick Grayson Robin. Peter thought, slightly in awe. Though he had long gotten used to living and experiencing the crazy world he was in, he hadn't really met a hero he knew about from his past life, the nanosecond encounter with the trail left by Flash and TV appearances notwithstanding. Robin was the first one, and being a comic character known by nearly everyone in his past world, including him, he couldn't help but be a little starstruck. He didn't count Wildcat, Zatanna, or Zatanna in that because he didn't know about the former two in his past life, and Zatanna wasn't the Zatanna he vaguely knew about in the comics. Not yet, anyway. Snapping out of it, he began to take in the rest of the arrivals. Next to Robin was Kid Flash/Wally West. He had spiky red hair and green eyes, a lean yet slightly muscular build, and wore a slightly padded yellow suit with red pants, red gloves, and yellow shoes, featuring a red lightning bolt within a circle on his chest. There was also a pair of red goggles on his forehead. Kid Flash, I know of, somewhat, in that I know his name is Wally West and he's supposed to be faster than Barry Allen in the comics. I've seen some of his heroics on the news, and it doesn't seem that way in this world, but maybe he hasn't reached his full potential yet. But there is also the possibility that I may be part of an alternate universe world where everyone is nerfed, which has crossed my mind and is something to keep note of. Next to Kid Flash was Aqualad. He had light blonde hair, deep brown skin, pale green eyes, and a lean build. He wore a skin-tight, full-body, red and blue swimsuit that exposed his arms and feet. On his arms, Peter could see black, eel-like tattoos, and on his neck, gills. Aqualad. He's an Atlantean, that's about all I know. Well, that and the fact that he uses those metal handles on his back to control water, and he has some form of electrokinesis at least from what I've seen in news footage. After Aqualad was the gender-bent Martian Manhunter, but with red hair. She wore a short-sleeved white top with a red X, a blue skirt, a knee-length, collared cape, gloves, and ankle boots. Female Martian Manhunter. Never seen or heard of her before, in my past life or this one, which means she's likely newish to the heroics thing, but I can probably guess her name. Knowing how comics work, her name is probably something along the lines of Martian Womanhunter or Miss Martian. Not the most original, and that's coming from a guy named Spider-Man. Last was the copy-paste of Superman, who wore a black t-shirt with the classic S shield in red with blue jeans and combat boots. That's probably Superboy. I think that's what his name was, anyway. Don't know anything about his story, but safe to say he's either Superman's son or a clone. I'm definitely leaning towards the latter, because he looks like a copy-paste of Superman. I don't know how Kryptonian genetics work, but I doubt it leads to copy-pastes. Or it might, who knows. Also, if he is a clone, which, considering the world we live in isn't far-fetched, I need to keep it in mind and be cautious. I don't want a Ben Reilly/Kane Parker situation. Just like seeing the sidekicks during the 4th of July had evoked a feeling of familiarity, seeing the 5 of them standing there evoked that feeling again. Vaguely remember seeing a poster of them before, but I can't remember for what. Ugh, whatever, doesn't matter. Not like I've watched whatever it is anyway, thought Peter, racking his brain but coming up with nothing. Should probably say something. Ah, hi, said Peter, waving a little. You guys must be the other women. The 5 looked at each other in confusion. Wait, don't tell me. Peter grasped his chin like the thinker. You're the monkey. He pointed at Robin and then pointed at Aqualad. And you would be, wait, I don't know if I can say it actually. It might be offensive. The 5 teens just looked at him for a moment, and Peter could tell they weren't in the best of moods. Bits of dried clay clung to their costumes and faces, and the faint smell of sewer water wafted off them. Judging by their moods, the clay on them, what Clayface had said, and the fact that he burst out of the sewers, it was clear the 5 of them had fought Clayface. And it hadn't gone well for them. Aqualad was the first to step forward, a slight scowl on his face. What are you talking about? I don't mean to offend. It was that clay guy I took down. Peter pointed at the pile of clay at his feet. He mentioned something about fighting other people, one who moved like a monkey and one whom he called, which I'm assuming is you, fish gills. Peter leaned forward, covering his mouth with his hand, and talking a little quieter. And please let me know if that's offensive to Atlanteans because I really don't want to get in trouble. Aqualad's eyes flicked from Peter to the unconscious mound of clay by his feet. You took down Clayface, he asked, frustration and surprise clear in his tone. Clayface. So that's his name. I guess Clayface fits pretty well. Peter said, acting as if he had never heard the name before. Yeah, that was me. Are you kidding me? We've been chasing that pile of mud for hours. We couldn't do anything to him, and it took you what, a few minutes max to take him down, said Kid Flash. Ha ha. Good one. Peter chuckled, thinking they were joking about having chased Clayface for hours. But when they didn't laugh along and stared at him, he realized they were serious. Wait, you guys have seriously been chasing this dude for hours? Why didn't you dehydrate him? Or trap him? Or do what I did, which was to use electricity to disrupt the morphic field maintaining his cohesion? Electricity? Robin said, sounding surprised. Aqualad tried that on him. It had no effect. Well, that's because we didn't hit the correct frequency. Kid Flash interrupted, looking enlightened. The guy's made of living clay, which means his structure probably depends on maintaining some kind of morphic field. If that gets shorted out, he collapses. We just needed to hit the correct frequency. And we have a winner, said Peter, doing a self-clasping handshake and slightly moving them side to side. Okay, but you'd have to be really careful synchronizing the frequency of the discharge with his morphic resonance pattern. Kid Flash said, looking at Peter with inquisitive eyes. Otherwise, you risk overloading the conductive threshold and causing a total collapse of the cohesive matrix. Peter finished for him, grinning under his mask. Though both of them wore masks, with Peter's completely covering his face, they exchanged a look that conveyed equal parts impressed and amused. Finally, someone who speaks English. Peter said. That was English, muttered the Superman clone. Not any English I know, said the Martian, smiling sheepishly. Aqualad exhaled slowly, his shoulders still tense. Regardless of how it was done, you succeeded where we failed. That is commendable. I almost believe you mean it. Peter said jokingly. Aqualad's jaw tightened, a flicker of shame crossing his face. He glanced to the side for a moment, but it was just long enough for Peter to realize he'd hit a nerve. I am not trying to rub salt on the wound or anything. Peter put his hands up in apology. Just a joke. Me and my big mouth. It's fine. Aqualad said stiffly, though the tone of his voice said otherwise. Right. Peter could tell it wasn't, but he decided to take the out given to him. So, you guys going to catch a Broadway show while you're in town? I'm sorry, but who are you? Asked the Martian. What? Kid Flash shouted, surprise in his tone as he turned to look at her, pointing his thumb back at Peter. You don't know who that is? I am sorry. Should I? The Martian said, an awkward smile on her face. Glad that it wasn't just me who didn't know, said the Superman clone, arms crossed. Not trying to sound egotistical, but you've never heard of me. Not even in passing. Have you guys been living under a rock or something? He was surprised not because he thought he was world famous or anything like that, but because there weren't a whole lot of active superheroes. As people in the hero life, he thought they would at least be aware of another hero who had been active for a year. The five of them all looked at each other before looking back at Peter. No. Smooth guys. Not suspicious at all. Peter said, realizing there was likely some truth to his question, which meant there might be some truth to his clone theory. I'll accept that you've never heard of me, but you have to have at least heard the song about me. You have a song? Aqualad asked, a little surprised. I mean, I didn't write it or anything, but it's about me. I get name-dropped and everything. Peter rubbed his nose in a show of fake modesty. It topped the charts. No big deal. Yeah, for like a day or two. Kid Flash interjected. Unless they've changed the definition of topping the charts last I checked, that still counts. Peter rebutted, and Kid Flash raised his eyebrows in reluctant acceptance. Sorry, the Martian gave an apologetic smile. Nope, the clone bluntly said, finishing squashing his ego. You're really missing out. You know I can sing it for you. A cappella, of course, since I don't have anything to play the song out loud. It'll be missing some of the magic, but you'll get the gist of it. That is not nice dash, Aqualad quickly spoke. Nah, it's fine. I'm happy to give you a little snippet. Peter cleared his throat, ready to sing. The five heroes all glanced at each other. Imagine a sort of folksy acoustic guitar accompaniment. He cleared his throat again. Dresses like a spider, and he looks like a bug, but we should all just give him one big hug. Look out, here comes the Spider-Man. The Martian, Kid Flash, and Robin all clapped, mostly out of politeness but also because they were genuinely impressed by his singing voice. Meanwhile, Aqualad and the Superman clone just looked on. Thank you. Peter half bowed. Don't forget to tip your waiters. You have killer pipes, dude. Kid Flash said. If the whole Spider-Man thing doesn't work, you have something to fall back on. What can I say? I'm more than just a pretty face. So you're Spider-Man, said the Superman clone. That's me. Spider-Man, said the Superman clone, emphasis on the man, but you sound like you're a teenager. How old are you? I'm this many. Peter put his fingers up like a little kid would when asked how old they were. They say I'm mature for my age. You talk a lot, muttered the Superman clone, lightly glaring at him. But Peter could see the slightest of smiles tugging at his lips. So you're a teenager, huh? Interesting, said Robin with a smile that seemed to hide something. Why call yourself Spider-Man then? Asked the Martian. Well, not like I could call myself Spider-Boy/Kid Lad. I mean, come on, what criminal would take me seriously? Peter said, shrugging. Ahem. Kid Flash cleared his throat. Peter looked at them, remembering that they were called Kid Flash, Aqualad, and, judging by the look he was giving him, Superboy. Boy, I do talk a lot, don't I? The Martian giggled softly, and even Superboy's mouth twitched into a smile. Now that I've introduced myself, I think it's your turn. It's only polite, said Peter. I am Aqualad, and this is Robin and Kid Flash, though I am guessing you already knew that, said Aqualad, gesturing to the two. Who wouldn't? You guys are pretty famous. Peter looked at the other two. You two, I'm not so sure about, but I have a pretty good guess. The Martian was about to happily answer before being cut off by Kid Flash. Wait. Let him guess. Kid. Aqualad said, not amused. What? I want him to guess. Let's see how good his good guesses are. Kid Flash said, smiling. Peter looked at the Martian. You. I'm guessing Miss Martian. Martian girl. Martian lass. Something like that. Miss Martian's eyes widened. Oh, wow. Miss Martian. That's actually right. She smiled, clearly happy Peter had guessed it. Comic writers and their names. He then looked at the clone. And you? Superboy, right? Yes. Superboy reluctantly assented. Peter clapped his hands. And he goes 2 for 2. Ah, lucky guesses. Kid waved his hands in dismissal. On the contrary, my speedy friend. Peter said in a British accent while miming putting a tobacco pipe in his mouth. Miss Martian looks like, well, a Martian and is a girl. Superboy looks like a younger Superman and is wearing a shirt with the iconic Superman S. It's elementary, my dear Watson. The 5 silently looked at Peter for a moment. So you just put 2 and 2 together. Robin broke the silence. Peter coughed and resumed speaking normally. Come on. I'm no world's greatest detective, but I feel like I deserve a little more credit than that. For what it's worth, I thought it was impressive, said Miss Martian. Thank you. It feels nice to be appreciated. Peter nodded at her. So my car. The group of 6 turned to see a man angrily standing by his car, which was missing a door. He turned to look at them, only briefly looking at the others as his eyes locked onto Peter. The man pointed his finger at Peter. Did you do this, freak? Peter looked at the car, then down the street at a tree where the aforementioned missing door was lodged in, then back at the man. What are the chances you'd believe me if I said I found it like that? The man's eyes practically popped out of their sockets. What? It's a car door lodged in a tree. Are you kidding me? Hey, that rhymes. Oh, he's a funny guy, too. You tearing the door off wasn't enough, now I get jokes. Look, I'm sorry about your car door, but there were exigent circumstances at play. Peter countered. What did you just say to me? The man yelled, stepping toward Peter. Say that to my face. Am I on candid camera or something? Peter looked around for a film crew. I didn't say anything about you. I said exigent, i.e., it was an emergency. Emergency. What kind of emergency made you yank my car door off its hinges? I have to be on a show. Peter turned to the left to let the men see the scene of carnage behind him. Do you not see the overturned armored truck, the broken street, and the giant glob of mud right behind me? The man craned his neck around Peter and took in the view before looking back at Peter. Yeah, I see it. So what? I can also see that my car door is in the freaking tree. He ran his hand through his hair. That Gordon Godfrey was right about you. You're bad news for the city. Ever since you showed up, the city's gone downhill. Peter groaned and rolled his eyes under his mask. Gordon Godfrey. You actually watched that nut job's videos? Last week, he blamed Superman and Martian Manhunter for an outbreak of lice in a school they helped save. He said they had infected them with space lice. Yeah, so. I believe it, countered the men. Who knows what kind of diseases and bacteria those guys brought from wherever they're really from. I don't doubt one of them brought back lice. Firstly, Martian Manhunter is bald, so how would he have lice? Peter rebutted before pointing back at Miss Martian and Superboy. And secondly, you might want to watch what you say since there's a Martian and a Kryptonian right over there. The men looked over at Miss Martian, who awkwardly smiled and waved, and then at Superboy, who just glared at him with his arms crossed. Yeah, right. No way that girl's a Martian, and that kid's a Kryptonian, they'd be famous if they were. They're just playing dress-up. The men waved them off, turning back to Peter. Besides, my beef is not with them, it's with you. Peter was going to speak when his spider sense tingled from behind him. The lump of mud that was Clayface let out a low growl as he began to pull himself back together. Before any of the 5 heroes could react, Peter didn't even bother to look, he simply aimed behind him and fired another dose of electricity. Clayface's barely formed face spasmed violently, and the creature collapsed with a wet, heavy plop. Peter turned to look at Clapheus. Okay, buddy, back to nap time. Whoa. Kid Flash said, surprised. And he wasn't the only one. Aqualad and Robin both had similar looks on their face. Superboy, on the other hand, looked mildly impressed. The reaction that was the most interesting to Peter, however, was Miss Martian's. She was looking at him with curiosity and confusion. That's when he remembered that Martian Manhunter was a telepath, which meant Miss Martian likely was one as well. He also recalled that, in the comics, Peter's spider sense could sometimes be felt by telepaths. Kind of bummed that also happens here too, if I'm being honest, but it is what it is. Peter thought. Here's hoping there aren't any enemy telepaths in my future. And that she doesn't say anything to anyone. Good reaction time. Robin's mask narrowed a bit, and Peter could tell he was suspicious. Nah, just lucky. Peter waved it off. It's what always happens in movies, the bad guys go for one final attack. I was expecting it. Right. But Peter could still feel the suspicion coming off him. Like father, like son. Guess we all need to watch some more movies. Kid Flash muttered to the others. With Clayface reanimation dealt with, Peter turned back toward the men. So, yeah, your car door is missing because of that guy. Normally, I'd be a lot more sympathetic to your plight, but you're a Godfrey fan, so I feel just a little bad. Just as the man was about to open his mouth to retort, Peter's spider sense went off again, but the tingle didn't come from Clayface, it came from the sky. A sleek black aircraft, making nary a sound, appeared above them, drawing everyone's attention. Oh, said Kid Flash. Peter looked over at the 5 heroes, and their faces had reverted to the expressions they had when they first stepped out of the aircraft. No way. Peter thought, realizing who the plane belonged to. The plane descended until it was hovering just above the rooftops. A hatch opened on the underside as an unmistakable figure jumped out. Peter looked up as the sunlight caught the outstretched cape, turning the figure into a bat-shaped silhouette and giving him goosebumps. Holy shit. Holy shit. Peter and the men both looked at each other, then back at Batman, who landed on the ground, his cape billowing behind him. Seeing him on television was one thing, seeing him in person was another entirely. Peter guesstimated he stood at 6 feet 4 inches, 193 centimeters, and was around 230, 104 kilograms, of pure muscle. Aside from his admittedly impressive physicality, Batman had an aura about him, one that was making the man next to Peter tremble. Peter felt Batman's eyes on him for a moment as he came down from the plane, likely assessing the situation, but now he was practically boring into him. Though the same could be said for Peter. Spider-Man. Batman's deep voice had the authority that came with being a founding member of the Justice League and a veteran crime fighter. "Oh my God, Batman's talking to you," said the man, gripping Peter's arm. "Oh my God, Batman's talking to me," Peter said, gripping the man's arm. Batman's eyes narrowed after hearing Peter's voice. He turned to look at Robin, who had a little bit of a smirk on his face as if taunting Batman. Peter regained his composure, hard as it was, and let go of the man's arm. He cleared his throat. "Well, as far as first impressions go, that's not my best. Also, not my worst." Before anyone else could say anything, the man spoke up. "Batman." "Sir." "Sir Batman. It's an honor to meet you." The man approached Batman and stuck his hand out for a handshake. Peter thought Batman would just glare at him until he joined Clayface as a mud puddle, but he took the man's hand. "Pleasure." "Oh my God." I shook Batman's hand. The man held his hand up like he was holding a treasure. "This horrible day just got a whole lot better. I don't even care about my car door anymore." "Hey, buddy, you got a little something on your nose there." Peter wiped his nose. Batman looked at Peter for a few seconds, then back at the man. "This area isn't safe. You should go. The Justice League will take care of any damage done to your vehicle." "Yes. See that? Now that's a real hero." The man looked at Peter as he said that. "You still got a long ways to go. Can't argue with you there." Peter agreed. "Thank you, Batman," the man said one final time before walking off, though he still carefully held his hand up in the air to avoid contaminating it. Now that the man was gone, silence fell over the scene, but it did not last long. "All right, all's well that ends well," Peter said, looking at the group and then at Batman. "Now that the cavalry is here, I'll leave the big guy to you. And I promise to pick up the check the next time you throw someone's car door at a villain." Peter made to leave, but Batman had other plans. "Wait," he said. "You're a kid. I prefer adolescent." Peter turned around. "Doesn't sound like I get the Happy Meals at McTavish's." Batman looked at Peter for a moment and then turned to Aqualad and the group. "Talk." Aqualad quickly explained what had happened, how they tracked Clayface into the Gotham sewers, how the team was ambushed and picked off one by one, and how Clayface ultimately fled to New York. He finished by describing how they arrived in Manhattan, only to find Clayface already subdued by Peter. As Aqualad explained what happened, the five had a look of disappointment on their face, but Aqualad's was the worst. It also gave Peter a better idea of the dynamic of the group. It's obvious they're some kind of team, but judging by the fact there's been no chatter about it on the forums, they must be a covert one. Also, it looks like Aqualad's the leader, but that might not be the case after today, Peter thought. Batman glanced at each of the members before settling on Aqualad. "We'll talk more about this later. Go." The five, still with their downtrodden looks, looked over at Peter before walking back to the ship they had come down on. Batman turned to Peter. "We need to talk." Chapter 30, Batman v Spider-Man, Dawn of Justice. New York. August 27th, 8:18 Eastern Daylight Time. "We need to talk." Hearing those words from Batman made Peter nervous, so he did the only thing he could think of doing. "You're breaking up with me." Peter deflected with a joke. Batman's eyes narrowed by such a minuscule amount that Peter only noticed it because of his improved vision. "Follow me." Peter looked over at Clayface, then back at Batman. "Okay, but I don't think we should be leaving the giant mud monster without any parental supervision." Batman took out a small, round gadget from his utility belt and threw it at Clayface's puddle body. It shot out an electric pulse that made him even gloopier than before. "It'll activate every time he tries to reform until we can move him." Batman took out his grappling hook and aimed it at a nearby rooftop. Peter looked at Clayface again, then back at Batman. "That has to be breaking some sort of law against torture." "You're a vigilante," Batman said, looking at Peter before ascending the rooftop with his grappling hook. "Not exactly in the same vein, but touché." Peter shot a web and made his way up the rooftop. As he landed, he noticed that though the rooftop may give them privacy for their conversation, it still had a view of Clayface and the surrounding streets. Well, he's not Batman for nothing. Looking at Batman, Peter had a pretty good idea what the conversation was to be about. Robin's smile when he found out I was a teenager means that Batman has had his eye on me for a while now and thought I was an adult. That means my guess about who had been watching me over the past year was right. It was Batman. Thanks to his spider sense, Peter could sense when someone was watching him. Because of his constant use and refinement of his spider sense, he was able to develop his ability to the point where he could discern whether the observer had observed him before or was entirely new. That's how he knew that someone had been keeping tabs on him over the past year. At first, he thought it may have been photographers, but after developing his ability, he discovered it had been one person. Sometimes, once a month, and sometimes once a week, he would feel a familiar observer watching him. Once he knew that it was one person, he tried to catch the person watching him on multiple occasions, but failed each time. Mostly, it was because the person would always watch him when he was doing something else, and he always deemed what he was doing more important than catching the person watching him. Still, he guessed that the mystery observer had to be someone skilled, which led him to believe it was Batman. Looks like he's been watching me all the way since I went to Nuovo Vesuvio. Makes sense, Batman is known to be careful/paranoid. A memory resurfaced of his past life, where he watched a clip from an animated DC movie/show where Batman narrated a contingency file on Plastic Man. If this Batman is anything like the Batman, it's likely he keeps an eye on any new heroes/villains and makes contingency plans for them. Wonder if he has a file on me. Batman stood with his back to Peter, cape shifting slightly in the morning breeze as he looked out over Manhattan. Peter took a breath and readied himself. Let's get this over with, I guess. So. Peter began, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm guessing this isn't a welcome to the hero club kind of chat. It isn't. Batman replied immediately as he turned to look at Peter. You've been operating in New York for over a year. Right so far. Batman's white lenses narrowed ever so slightly. You're powerful. Skilled. And until recently, I believed you to be an adult. Because of the name, right? Well, it's not like I could go around calling myself Spider-Boy. I mean, come on, what criminal would take me seriously? Peter used the same response, looking for a better reaction than he got from the others. But Batman didn't take the bait. Peter shrugged, a little disappointed. Sad to say I'm 0 for 2 on that one. How old are you? Batman continued. Hearing the question from him actually made Peter feel a little relieved. It meant that even Batman, the world's greatest detective, had not discovered his identity. Not yet anyway. Peter thought. Now that he knows I'm a minor, he might make it a priority. And knowing what I know about Batman, he'll probably figure it out. I might be able to sense when I'm being watched, but I don't know how well my spider sense will work against satellites. Before Peter could spiral into worry about his identity possibly being discovered in the near future, Batman spoke up. Answer the question, he said. How old are you? Peter hesitated, unsure whether he should give Batman any information that would help narrow down his identity even further, but he reminded himself that the others already knew. 16. His eyes narrowed even more, and his jaw tightened behind the cowl, tiny and imperceptible as it was. Still, it told Peter enough. If it helps any, I'm really more of an old soul. Peter added. It doesn't. Batman said, but his tone was harsher, like an adult disciplining a child. You have no business doing what you're doing at your age. Peter crossed his arms. You say that like I haven't been doing this for over a year. Successfully, might I add. But you won't be doing it for another. Peter blinked in surprise. Excuse me. You're done. Batman repeated, stepping closer. As of tonight, you are to stop all vigilante activity. Peter stared at him. Are you serious? Yes. One word said with a tone of finality, leaving no room for misinterpretation or debate. But Peter wasn't one to give up without a fight. Look, I get that you're the big, scary bat, the highest authority in all of Gotham and the Justice League, but you don't get to decide that. If it helps keep you alive, I do. Peter scoffed. You're a minor. Batman continued. You are untrained and reckless. Peter's lenses narrowed. That's just an excuse. You've been watching me for almost a year, which means you've seen me in action. If you really thought I was untrained and reckless, you would have come to me and told me to stop a long time ago. Batman didn't flinch. I didn't intervene because I believed you were an adult making your own choices. That changes now. Peter stepped forward, refusing to fold under Batman's presence. You don't get to just declare that. I've made a difference. I've saved people. I've stopped crimes. Besides, if your reasoning is my age, then you and the other members of the League need to take a good look in the mirror. That's different. You're right, it is different. It's worse because Robin's been with you for years, which means he started when he was way younger than me. Peter spread his hands. So forgive me if the "you're too young" speech doesn't really hit the way you think it does. Robin and the team operate under supervision. Batman said. With training. With rules. There it is again, training. Peter threw his hands up. You think I've been running around like a chicken without its head for a whole year? You think I've just shown up, swinging a stick at the bad guys with my eyes closed, and hoped for the best? I would have ended up worse for wear a long time ago if I were that untrained. You've clearly had some training in martial arts, but that is not the same as training to be a hero. Batman countered. Being a hero requires more than just an improvised plan. It requires preparation. You think I don't know that? Peter shot back. Trust me, I know. I had to learn. I did learn. And I'm still learning what it means to be a hero every day I go out there. He pointed to the city below. I study my city every day. I know every alley, every shortcut, every patrol pattern. I track crime reports. I track what gangs control where and who's making moves. I don't just swing around waiting for trouble, I go looking for ways to stop it. Peter's voice softened a little as he gazed out at the city. It's hard. Sometimes it's really hard. But I'm still here, still standing, still making sure people don't get hurt. And whether you want me to or not, I'm still going to do it. Batman was silent for a long moment, studying him, trying to see the person beneath the mask. Why? He finally asked. Why what? Peter asked, surprised since he had been expecting more arguing. Why do you put on the mask? Why do you risk yourself for people who don't know your name or have any impact on your life? Peter blinked. He had been expecting Batman to ask him that question sooner or later, but it still caught him somewhat off guard. Because I can. Peter simply said. That's not an answer. It is an answer, and it's my answer. I don't mean it in a frivolous, oh, just because I can, kind of way. I mean, it's because I can. Peter explained. By some happenstance, I was given these powers. I was given something most people could only ever dream of. Peter looked down at his fists and clenched them, feeling the power his body held. I was taught from a young age that if you could do good things for other people, you had a moral obligation to do those things. He looked back up at Batman. It's not about choice, it's about responsibility. Batman didn't move, he just stared at Peter. Responsibility. Batman repeated the word slowly. Peter nodded. Yeah. Responsibility. For several more seconds, the rooftop was silent except for the sound of the city below. Life continued moving on as if the two masked figures didn't exist. Finally, Batman spoke. This city is not your responsibility. Peter scoffed in frustration. He thought they were making headway, but it seemed he was wrong. But Gotham is yours. Batman's eyes narrowed at that. You choose to protect Gotham, I choose to protect New York. You would bleed for Gotham, I would bleed for New York. Peter said. New York is my responsibility, just as Gotham is yours. Responsibility is important. Batman's voice had become quieter but no less intense. But responsibility without structure becomes chaos. Without guidance, it becomes recklessness. Recklessness. I managed to take down Clayface in under a minute without anyone getting hurt or any serious property damage. Not to mention Killer Frost last year. I'm not talking about how you fight. Batman corrected. You're reckless for believing you can do this all on your own. That gave Peter pause. Batman stepped closer, his cape brushing the rooftop gravel. Strength isn't the problem. Skill isn't even the problem. You lack support. You lack a network. You lack people who can cover you when things go wrong. Peter frowned. Things haven't gone wrong. They will. Batman said with absolute certainty. For everyone. No matter how talented. No matter how strong. No matter how prepared. Things will go wrong. Peter couldn't argue with that. He knew that even with his meta-knowledge of Marvel and what little he knew of DC, he couldn't guarantee he would never make mistakes or be completely safe. He was only human, and the future was nothing if not unpredictable, especially in anything comic-related. Batman continued. You're a minor. You're operating alone. You're keeping secrets that affect your safety. Peter stepped forward. It's not like I can bring other people into this. If I do, I put them at risk. My family, my friends, everyone. I can't drag anyone else into this. You already have. Batman said. Peter froze. What? You engage criminals. You intervene in gang conflicts. You stop robberies and assaults. Every time you act, you create ripples. Every time you leave a crime scene, or a defeated criminal, or a disrupted operation, someone responds. Batman's gaze narrowed. People with resources. People who investigate. People who ask questions. Peter swallowed. Batman finished. You're not as alone as you think. Peter wanted to fight that. Wanted to argue. But he couldn't. From the moment he realized what world he had reincarnated in, he had been planning to do what he was doing. Naturally, he had thought about the burden of living a secret life, but he felt that as long as it was kept a secret from those he loved, it would be fine. As long as they never found out, they would be safe from harm. But Batman had woken him up to a reality he had forgotten. He reminded him that not everyone would take him as he comes. Eventually, someone would get tired of his meddling, would seek him out, and try to uncover his identity. All in the hopes of killing Spider-Man. Peter's thoughts raced, but Batman wasn't finished. You believe secrecy protects them. Batman said. But secrecy only protects you. It blinds the people who care about you to the dangers circling closer every time you put on that mask. Peter clenched his fists. I know, but I'm doing everything I can to keep them safe. But you're doing it alone. Batman countered. Alone, you miss things. Alone, you take risks you shouldn't. Alone, you become predictable to your enemies. I'm not predictable. You are. Batman said. Not because you're careless, but because you care. Criminals notice patterns. They watch for them. If someone wanted to find out where Spider-Man goes when he's done for the night, they'd only need to keep an eye on your routine long enough. Peter didn't completely agree with that since, thanks to his spider sense, he could tell if he was being followed or watched. Still, the greater point Batman was trying to make stuck with him. He did have patterns. He stuck to familiar places when he was tired or hungry. He gravitated towards safe rooftops and routes. He'd know if he was being watched, but if an organization put in the work, they could gather enough information that might make attacking him easier. Batman continued, voice low. The more you do this, the more pressure builds around your identity. Sooner or later, someone will look too closely. Someone dangerous. Peter hated the idea of that. I'm not trying to scare you. Batman said. I'm telling you that keeping your family in the dark doesn't keep them safe. It keeps them unprepared. Peter looked away. If they know, they'll worry. They'll freak out. And if anything happens to them because of me, then they deserve the truth even more. Peter turned back to Batman, and Batman met his gaze. Your mistake is assuming that hiding the truth protects the people you love. It doesn't. What protects them is awareness. Preparation. Understanding the risks. Peter didn't know what to say. He just stood there, breathing in the air to calm himself. Batman took another step closer. You have potential. Technique. Strategy. Instinct. And a sense of duty stronger than many adults I've worked with. Peter blinked in surprise. Getting complimented by Batman was not something he had expected in the middle of what was supposed to be an argument. But potential that is not nurtured is useless. Batman continued. Worse, it is a liability. Peter rolled his eyes. So we're back to you wanting me to quit again. No. Batman said. I want you to join the team. Peter froze. Sorry, can you repeat that? Peter shook his head to snap out of it. I'm not sure I heard you correctly. You heard me. Batman simply said. Peter's brain stalled again before kicking back up. You want me to join the team? And this team you're talking about is the one comprised of Robin, Kid Flash, Aqualad, Superboy, and Miss Martian. That team. And Artemis. But yes. And Artemis, right. Peter nodded. And who is that exactly? Green Arrow's protege. I thought that was Speedy. Not anymore. Not anymore. Good to know. Peter rubbed his face. Before this goes any further, what does this team do exactly? They are assigned covert operations on behalf of the Justice League. Covert operations. Peter repeated slowly. So espionage and the like? Something like that. Batman nodded. The team is a place for them to learn and do good outside the public spotlight. If you join, you'll have training, structure, guidance, and support. All the things you don't have. Peter's heart raced at that. While the training and guidance that came with joining the team were very tempting, what really got his heart racing was the team itself. Ever since the 4th of July, watching the protégés hang out outside the Hall of Justice, he had been a little envious of their camaraderie. He had no one. No one who knew. No one he could talk to about patrols, close calls, any of it. If he joined the team, he wouldn't just be getting more training. He'd be getting peers. People his age who lived the same life. People who understood. Then Peter realized something. That's why I told the team my age so easily when they asked. I could have lied or said I was using a voice modifier and they would have had no real way to know, but I didn't even hesitate, he thought. I wanted them to know. He was a little lonely, and that realization hit him harder than he expected. If you join the team, you'll have resources you've never had access to. But this can only happen under one condition. Batman continued. Peter exhaled. Okay, what kind of condition? Some kind of trial run or a fitness test. You need your parents' permission. Oh, was all he said. No joke, no deflection. If he had been told that was the condition at the beginning of their conversation, his reaction would have been a lot different. He would have outright denied it and maybe even gotten angry. But Batman's words had changed his perspective on the entire thing. Not to the point where he was going to rush home and tell his parents his secret, but enough. You're a minor. Batman continued. If you join the team, there will be missions. Dangers. Travel. You will be away overnight on occasion. Your parents need to know where you are and what you're doing. Every member has the informed consent of a guardian. I won't make an exception for you. Peter closed his eyes. So that's why you were telling me about all that stuff about how those I care about are already in danger. Yes. Peter looked at Batman and swallowed. And if I say I won't? Then I will do everything in my power to stop you from continuing as a vigilante. Every patrol, every fight, every step you take, I will see it and intervene. There was no malice in Batman's voice, just a statement of fact, a promise. Peter sighed. So those are my options. Tell my parents and join the team, or you're grounding me. Yes. Peter closed his eyes, trying to calm the frustration that was setting in. He understood Batman's logic, but that didn't make the whole situation any less frustrating. You realize how insane this whole thing is for me? I mean, how does anyone tell their parents, oh yeah, remember all those times I've been studying or with friends, yeah, I was actually swinging around the city in a red and blue costume while masked gunmen shot at me. By the way, what are we eating for dinner? It won't be easy. Understatement of the year. Peter sighed, rubbing his neck. Okay, let's say I am going to tell my parents, and this is still a big if by the way, I still want to keep my identity a secret. Even from you. Batman didn't say anything. He just stared at Peter. You expect me to accept that? Yeah. Peter gestured at him. Look, I get the whole trust and accountability thing, but my identity is non-negotiable. I'm not handing that over. You want access to a covert unit, a Justice League-sanctioned unit, while withholding critical information. Okay, relax, it's my name, not nuclear launch codes. It compromises mission security. Peter shook his head. My identity compromises my life and my family's. The moment my name is on some file, it's one hack or one leak away from becoming a death sentence. Again, Batman didn't say anything, he just stared at Peter with his intense stare. But Peter didn't back down. Just me. What? I'm the only one who will know your identity, no one else. Batman said. No one on the team or the Justice League will know unless you decide to tell them. If I am the only one who knows your identity, the risk is minimized. There is no file to hack. No record to steal. No digital trail. Just me. That's oddly comforting, mumbled Peter. If even a fraction of what people in his past life meant Batman was capable of was true, then his identity would be in the best hands possible. I'm assuming for this all to work, you'd have to confirm with my parents about whether or not I told them, wouldn't you? Yes. No chance you'd take my word for it. No. Peter sighed. Thought so, but didn't hurt to try. You talked about responsibility. This is responsibility. Not the powers, not the suit. The choices you make and the consequences that follow. Batman said. I get that, I do, but you're asking me to pull the pin on a grenade and hope it doesn't blow up in my face. Peter said. I'm asking you to trust the people you claim you're doing all this for. Peter swallowed. He didn't have a comeback. I need to think it over. Peter said. Batman nodded. Good. Peter glanced out at the city. Can I ask you something? Batman answered with silence. If I tell them, if I actually go through with this and they freak out, what if they say no? What if they forbid me from doing any of this? Then you will have a different decision to make. Batman said. But it will be an honest one. Peter exhaled hard through his nose. That's not comforting. It isn't meant to be. Peter huffed out a small, tired laugh. How will I contact you? Batman took out a device from his utility belt and threw it at Peter. Catching it, Peter realized it was bat-shaped. Very on brand. Press it, and I'll come. Batman said. Think about it carefully. All of it. Peter nodded as he pocketed the device. Trust me, I will. Good. Batman turned toward the ledge and looked down at Clayface. Leave the cleanup to me. You have other things to worry about. Thanks. Peter said. I'll figure this out. Peter fired a line of web and swung away, his mind full. Chapter 31, Truth Time. New York. August 27, 8:57 Eastern Daylight Time. Peter swung through the city with none of his usual flair, just point, shoot, and swing, as his mind was too preoccupied with the 800-pound elephant one in the room to do anything else. Telling his family. The idea of telling them everything still didn't sit right with him, no matter how right Batman seemed to be. It felt like it broke an unwritten law of being a vigilante. That's not to say he had never considered telling his family about his time spent swinging around the city as a spider motif costume vigilante, because he had. More than once. Late at night, lying awake and staring at the ceiling, he'd run through the conversation in his head. How'd he explain it, what he'd leave out, what he'd say to make it sound less than what it actually was. He knew they would find out eventually. In some way, in some manner, the truth would come out. After all, secrets don't stay buried forever. He just always hoped that day was a long, long way off. Preferably, when he no longer lived under their roof, and they couldn't ground him and confiscate his web shooters. Of course, he knew it would be better if it came from him rather than if they found out on their own by happenstance. That much was obvious. If one of them saw him on the news at the wrong angle, or if a criminal decided to get clever, or even if he slipped up just once, the truth wouldn't come with context or care. It would come as a shock. As fear. As betrayal. That being said, in his past life, he had been of the mindset that Peter should have told Aunt May that he was Spider-Man more than once. He had complained to himself on multiple occasions that writers and editors at Marvel never seemed to let Peter actually grow up. From the outside, it had seemed so simple and obvious. Rip the bandage off, tell Aunt May, deal with the fallout. Let her be angry, let her cry, let her worry. It would have been healthier than lying to her face every day. Healthier than juggling excuses and half-truths, and causing unnecessary strain and drama to what otherwise should be a healthy, loving relationship. Now that he was on the chopping block, living it, he understood why it never happened. Once his family knew, there would be no going back. No more pretending that coming home late was due to homework or hanging out with friends. No more brushing off suddenly disappearing as the whims of a teenager. Every siren would become a question mark. Every delay and disappearance, a spike of fear. They wouldn't just be worrying about Peter Parker anymore, they'd be worrying about Spider-Man, and the line between the two would disappear forever. As much as he knew that telling them was the right thing, it sure as hell didn't make it any easier. The familiar feeling of air rushing past his mask helped steady his mind, the city blurring beneath him as muscle memory took over. Swing by swing, the tight knot in his chest loosened, and his jumbled mind slowed to a calm. He let go of a web, arced over a building, and landed gracefully on the edge. For a moment, crouched and still, he looked out at the city, taking it all in. If he chose not to tell his parents, he may keep his secret from them for a while longer, but then the city would suffer the consequences. Batman would be breathing down his neck every time he put on the suit, every time he swung out into the city to do some good. Sure, he could evade Batman and continue his vigilantism in the short term, but how long would it be before he chose to move every satellite he owned above New York to watch for his movements? Or worse, how long would it be before Batman decided to call in reinforcements from the real heavy hitters? Confident as he was in his abilities, he did not doubt that Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Martian Manhunter, or Aquaman could subdue him without so much as breaking a sweat. The thought of being stuck between a rock and a hard place didn't sit well with him. Peter let out a long sigh, taking out the bat-shaped device that Batman had given him. He knew that, though the purpose of the device was to contact Batman to let him know he had told his parents, there was no doubt it also served as a tracking device. That way, even if Peter decided not to press the button, Batman would know where Peter lived and find out his identity. Nice try, Batman. He turned it over in his hands before throwing it in a corner and webbing it to keep it safe from a curious bird. Peter began turning over the problem in his head again when it happened. The tingling sensation at the base of his skull came first, followed by the unmistakable crack of gunfire and the sound of glass shattering echoing from a few streets over. Without hesitation, he vaulted over the ledge, the city rushing up to meet him as he shot a line and swung toward the sound. Whatever thoughts had been clogging his mind were shoved aside, replaced by the drive that always came when someone was in danger. He landed near a bodega, its front window shattered. Two men were in the middle of a botched robbery, one with a gun shaking in his hands, the other dragging a crying cashier toward the door as a human shield. A fourth person, a kid who looked no older than 13, lay curled behind a toppled display rack, hands over his head. "Hey!" Peter shouted. "Bad news, guys. Stores closed. Health code violation. Something about armed robbery being bad for business." As the gunman spun to face him, Peter saw his eyes widen in recognition, and his finger began to tighten on the trigger. Before it could go off, he webbed the man's hand, gun and all, and yanked it away. Simultaneously, he webbed the other robber's upper face, causing him to let go of the cashier in favor of trying to claw the webbing off his face. With one quick movement, Peter was on them. One leg sweep and uppercut later, both men were down on the ground and webbed up so they wouldn't escape. Silence followed, broken only by the cashier's sobs and the distant wail of sirens approaching. Peter turned, crouching in front of the kid behind the rack. "Hey. You okay?" The boy nodded shakily, eyes wide behind his hands. "Why yeah. Good." Peter offered a small thumbs up. "You did well, kid. Way better than me the first time someone waved a gun around me." "Really?" the kid asked, his expression lightening up a bit. "Oh yeah. You should have seen me. I was shaking in my boots, I was so scared." "You were?" the kid asked in disbelief. "It's the truth. I was a total mess," Peter said, helping the kid stand up. "I didn't even have a cool suit back then, just a paper bag." By the end of it, you could even see the tears on the bag. That earned a small, shaky laugh from the boy. "But you still helped." "Yeah, I did," Peter replied. The boy looked past Peter, eyes flicking to the webbed-up robbers, then back to Peter. I thought nobody was coming." "I came," he said. "And so did they." He pointed toward the approaching sirens. "You're not alone. You never were." The kid nodded again. "Thank you, Spider-Man." "Anytime, kid. Anytime." Peter ruffled the boy's hair. Peter turned as the first patrol cars skidded to a stop outside. Two officers poured in, guns raised, then lowered when they took in the scene. One of them caught Peter's eye and gave a grateful nod, one that Peter returned. As Peter walked out of the store, the cashier's voice followed him, thick with emotion. "Thank you. Thank you, Spider-Man." Peter stopped for a moment, then lifted a hand in a small wave before shooting a web and swinging back out into the city. He didn't swing far before landing on a rooftop, crouching low on the edge, a habit he had noticed he was prone to do. The city stretched out around him, millions of people, millions of lives intersecting in ways he'd never see. That robbery wouldn't make headlines. It wasn't flashy or catastrophic. It was small. But it mattered. If he hadn't been there, that kid might have carried that fear for the rest of his life. That cashier might have been hurt or worse. Peter clenched his fists and bowed his head. This was why he did it. Maybe in the beginning, before all of it, it had been selfish. He wanted to be Spider-Man in a world that didn't have Spider-Man. He wanted the powers, the validation, the feeling of being Spider-Man. To swing between buildings, crack jokes, and live out a dream he'd carried with him from another life. But that quickly stopped being the point. The mask wasn't about him anymore. It was about moments like that, about a shaking kid behind a toppled rack, about a cashier who would go home tonight rather than the hospital, about the feeling of safety they could have when something went wrong. About being there when someone needed help and had no one else to call. He put on the mask because when people needed help, he could answer. He could be the difference between being alone and being safe when the worst moment of someone's life came crashing down on them. Responsibility. The word echoed in his mind. It wasn't just a slogan or a catchy line anymore. It was days like this. It was sirens in the distance and choices that didn't come with clean answers. It was knowing that every decision he made, every secret he kept, rippled outward in ways he couldn't always see. Batman was right about one thing. Being Spider-Man had a cost. Peter had always known that. He'd just been hoping that he could keep pushing the bill off a little longer. But looking at it now, the choice was clearer than it had ever been. He could protect his secret, or he could protect people. He exhaled slowly. I put on the mask to help people, he mumbled to himself. That's the deal. And if the price of keeping that promise, really keeping it, was telling his family the truth, letting them be scared, letting them be angry, letting them worry, then he'd pay it. It wouldn't be easy. It would probably be the hardest conversation of his life. But he'd face it. Because Spider-Man didn't run from hard choices. And neither would Peter Parker. In the living room of the Parker household, an admittedly anxious Peter stood in front of his family, eyes closed as he finished telling them the truth. The silence that followed was deafening. He could hear his own heartbeat thundering in his ears, each second stretching longer than the last. He waited for shouting. For disbelief. For something. His father was the first to speak. You're Spider-Man. Peter swallowed the lump in his throat and looked up at his family. Yes. I thought you were designing his stuff. What? Peter asked, unsure if he had heard him correctly. Richard gestured at him. Yeah, I thought you designed the stuff and sold it to him like some kind of vigilante weapons dealer or something. I didn't think you were Spider-Man, though. Peter let out a chuckle that was a mixture of disbelief and confusion. What? Why don't you sit down, Peter, said Mary. Oh, okay. Peter said, sitting down on the chair. Why aren't you guys yelling or asking me questions, or something? Do you want us to yell? Mary asked. Honestly, I think I'd prefer it if you did because I am so lost right now. Mary moved over and sat next to Peter, grabbing his hand. Peter, we've known you were Spider-Man for a while now. I didn't. Richard added, receiving a side-eye from Mary. Teresa and I did. Peter blinked, staring at them. Wait, what? You both knew. Teresa smirked. Duh. Teresa. Mary said, giving her a look before turning back to Peter. You weren't exactly subtle about it, Peter. I think I was. Peter disagreed. If you were, do you think we would know that you were Spider-Man? Teresa asked, giving him a look that shouted, duh, and one he could do little to rebut. Peter, you disappear at the drop of a hat and come back smelling like gunpowder, smoke, or sewage. A more pertinent example would be when you went to the bathroom during the Thanksgiving Day parade, Spider-Man showed up to save the day, and you so happened to reappear when he left. Mary said. Peter stared at her, mouth opening and closing a few times before any sound came out. That could have all been circumstantial. Sure, but the last time you did laundry, you turned all the sheets in the house red and blue. Peter froze and then smiled. You didn't believe me when I said I was washing the American flag. No, because we don't own an American flag, you're not supposed to wash an American flag, and why would you ever be washing an American flag, said Mary. Patriotism. Aside from all that, did you think we wouldn't recognize those web shooters of yours? Richard added. Your mother and I had nightmares for weeks after that incident when you were younger, and we spent even longer trying to stop you from making more web shooters after destroying them. So that's why you thought I made the equipment. Peter realized. Richard nodded. Yes, I thought you had somehow met Spider-Man and offered him your services and made the web shooters for him. Which was still terrifying, by the way. Just a different level of terrifying. Hearing him use that word to describe his feelings, Peter felt a pang of guilt, and whatever iota of humor he was feeling about the situation disappeared. Terrifying, he repeated. Richard noticed immediately. Peter dash. I'm sorry. Peter said quietly, looking at the floor. I never wanted you to be scared because of me. Mary leaned closer, her voice soft. Sweetheart, we're your parents. Being scared that something could happen to you too is a given, whether you were a vigilante or not. Your mom's right. Richard added. It's not the same. Peter said. It's one thing to be scared of the world and random chance, it's another entirely when I throw myself into danger. Mary's expression softened even further, but she didn't refute his words right away. You're right, she said at last. It isn't the same. Peter looked up. When danger is random, you can tell yourself there was nothing you could have done. Mary continued. When it's a choice, when it's your choice. She trailed off, then sighed. That's harder. Richard nodded. Because then every time you walk out that door, we know you're stepping toward it on purpose. Peter nodded, his shoulders slumped. And yet. Mary said gently. We can tell you don't do it carelessly. You don't do it because you want to be hurt. No. Peter said immediately. I don't. I do it because if I don't, someone else gets hurt instead. Peter looked at Mary and then at Richard. Because with great power comes great responsibility. Everyone froze for a moment. Then Mary's head slowly turned to look at Richard, who was suddenly sweating bullets. Richard. Mary said slowly, her eyes never leaving his face. Richard swallowed hard. Okay, before you say anything, in my defense, there was no way for me to know our son would develop superpowers and choose to fight crime. There is literally no statistical model in the universe where that outcome is predictable. His great power was his intelligence, not his. What superpowers do you have, Peter? Richard. Mary said. Mom, it's okay. Peter intervened, amused. In Dad's defense, I probably would have turned out this way whether he had told me that or not. You mean you would have been a vigilante? Teresa asked. Yeah. Peter nodded and looked at his family. Ever since I was young, ever since I realized the kind of world I live in, I wanted to do what I'm doing. I didn't think I would get superpowers, but I still wanted to help people. Just like the Justice League. You wanted to help even before the powers. Mary said. Yes. Peter said without hesitation. The powers just made it possible to do more. Speaking of. Richard said. Peter, how did this happen? How did you get these powers? Did you wake up and suddenly realize you had them? Do you think it runs in the family? Teresa asked, her eyes shining. Do you think I'll get superpowers? Peter shook his head with a small smile. Depends on how you feel about spiders. Spiders, they all said simultaneously. I don't call myself Spider-Man for no reason. Peter added. I thought that was because you had a weird affinity for spiders when you were younger. Mary said. So you got, what, bit, by a spider? Teresa asked, confused. Yeah. It was when we went to dinner for my birthday last year. Peter continued. There was a spider in the restroom, and it bit me. The next day, I woke up, and I was changed. Richard blinked, leaning forward in his chair. A spider did this. Yep. Was it a special spider? Did it look different? Richard continued asking. No. Just a normal house spider. Are you sure? Pretty sure. Peter nodded. I learned a lot about spiders thanks to my weird affinity for them when I was younger. So it just bit you? That's it. Yeah. Huh, said Richard, leaning back into his chair and sinking into thought. He's gone. Teresa said. Mary watched him for a moment, then looked back at Peter. Why didn't you come to us when it first happened? Peter looked at Mary and then up at the ceiling, avoiding her gaze, which could see right through him. At first, it was just so exciting. I'd been handed a gift I didn't even know I wanted, and I was having fun. Everything I'd planned for someday suddenly felt possible right now, and I didn't stop to think about what that meant. I just jumped in. He let out a breath. And once I did, it kept building. One thing led to another, then another. By the time the Killer Frost thing happened, I realized I should have said something, but it felt like I was already too far in to tell the truth without it blowing everything apart. Mary was quiet for a long moment after that. And yet, she said gently. You're telling us now? Peter nodded. Yeah. Richard finally stirred from his thoughts. So what changed? Batman, said Peter. The name landed heavily in the room. Teresa blinked. Batman. Yes. Peter said. The Dark Knight. protector of Gotham. Justice League founder. You met Batman? Teresa asked. Not by choice, but yes, I did. Mary spoke before Teresa could say anything else. What about him? Peter took a breath. There was an incident earlier. I was about to stop Kiteman from robbing an armored truck dash. Classic Kiteman. Teresa interjected with a smile. When a clay creature appeared. Long story short, I subdued him, but it turned out he was being chased by a group of younger heroes, protégés of the Justice League. After chatting with them, Batman showed up, and he wanted to talk to me. What about? Richard asked. Me. Peter said. After realizing I was a teenager, he told me to quit. Said I was too young, that I was putting myself in danger I couldn't fully understand yet. That I wasn't trained for what I was doing. That sounds reasonable. Richard said. Sure, in retrospect. Peter agreed. But at the time, I thought it was unreasonable, and I didn't back down. I told him why I do this. About the people I've helped. About the ones who would have been hurt if I hadn't been there. Peter swallowed and continued. He listened. I could tell he didn't like what I was saying, but he listened. Then he told me that doing this alone was the worst possible choice I could make. That if I was going to keep going, I needed rules, training, and people that could have my back. Mary had a look of realization on her face. He wants you to join that group of young heroes. He does. Peter nodded. And one of the conditions to join the team is telling you that I'm Spider-Man. If I don't tell you, he said he'll do whatever he can to stop me. Stop you from what? Asked Richard. From being Spider-Man. Mary and Richard exchanged a glance. He would stop you from helping people? Teresa asked, incredulously. He knows you're the good guy, right? Is the only reason you're telling us now because you want to continue being Spider-Man and join that team? Mary asked. Peter flinched, just a little. No, he said quietly. Then he shook his head and met Mary's eyes. No. That's not the only reason. Mary didn't say anything, just kept looking at Peter. I won't lie and say it's not part of it because it is. Peter admitted. I do want to keep being Spider-Man and helping people. In fact, stopping a robbery on my way here just reinforced it. It made me realize that being Spider-Man is too important to just give up. Peter took a deep breath. Even if Batman hadn't been involved, even if there was no team, I would have found a way to tell you. Maybe later. Maybe not as clearly. But I knew I couldn't keep lying to you forever. Mary's hand tightened slightly around his. I kept telling myself I was protecting you. Peter said. That if you didn't know, you wouldn't worry. But that was me avoiding the hard part. You deserve to know what's happening to your son. You deserve the truth. Richard leaned forward. So this isn't just about permission. No. It's about honesty. And responsibility. Batman helped me see that being responsible isn't just swinging around saving people, it starts at home, with the people you love. Mary reached up and brushed his hair back the way she had when he was younger. Peter, we don't need to know every detail. We don't need to be part of the fights. But we do need to know you. And when you're hurting. And when you're scared. I am scared. Peter admitted. Sometimes. More than I let on. Mary's expression softened as she squeezed his hand. That's okay. You don't have to carry it all alone. Peter let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Thanks. I love you guys. We love you too. Mary said, pulling him into a hug. Peter hugged her back, the tight knot in his chest finally loosening. When she pulled away, Richard stood and sat beside him, wrapping an arm around his shoulders in a brief, solid squeeze. Teresa watched the whole thing, then rolled her eyes with a small smile. So, what happens now? Peter exhaled. Now I let Batman know I've told you. And he'll probably want to come by to confirm it. The room went completely still. He's coming here? Mary asked. Peter shrugged. Probably. And you're only telling us now? Mary snapped, startling him. What dash? Richard, rake the leaves. Mary said, already on her feet. Teresa, vacuum the place. I'll make something for him to eat. Peter blinked as his family scattered into motion, then laughed softly under his breath. Chapter 32, Mad Science. New York. August 28, 9:14 Eastern Daylight Time. Peter sat with his family in the breakfast nook. He was stuffing his face with eggs and sausage while Teresa scrolled through something on her phone, absent-mindedly picking at her oatmeal. Richard was already on his second cup of coffee, flipping through the newspaper as Mary leisurely ate her eggs on toast. Dexter rested on Peter's lap and ate whatever fell off the plate. Peter took a bite of sausage and looked at his family. They were all acting normal. Considering I told them I was Spider-Man and Batman dropped in for a quick visit yesterday, normal is pretty good. While Richard and Teresa cleaned up the house, Mary put together a simple charcuterie board, and Peter stepped out to retrieve the communication/tracker device he'd left behind. As he expected, Batman was waiting there, standing watch over the device. Batman didn't ask why Peter had abandoned it, but Peter would have bet a lot of money that he knew exactly why he had. Still, Peter commented on it anyway just to make it clear that, while he might be young, he wasn't that naive. Batman, being Batman, glossed over it and went straight to business, asking what had happened. Peter gave him a quick recap. He'd come clean, his family already knew, much to his own surprise, and while they were worried, they'd agreed to let him continue being Spider-Man. Batman's only response was a simple, good. But Peter could tell it was genuine. It wasn't just approval, but also relief, like Batman truly believed that Peter being honest with his parents and everything working out was a good thing. Then, Peter awkwardly brought up the fact that Batman had to go to his house to confirm, asking him how to proceed. Batman tossed the device he had left behind to him and told him to activate it, and he would be there in no time. Peter joked that they could do the meeting at a McTavish S1 instead if Batman was in the mood for some fries. All he got in response was a blank stare and silence so profound that it made Peter jump off the building and swing away. After that, Peter got home and activated the device in front of his nervous family. Less than 5 minutes later, he experienced a tingling sensation that confirmed his house had been successfully infiltrated. Peter gave his family a heads up to stop them from being jump-scared as Batman appeared from the shadows of their kitchen. As he did, Peter closely watched Batman to see if there were any signs of surprise on his face, surprise from the fact that Spider-Man was the son of a senior researcher at his company and the fact that they happened to live next to a Justice League member. There was nothing. Or if there had been, he'd already gotten it under control. What followed was his family awkwardly offering Batman an assortment of meats and cheeses, which he politely declined, before everyone settled into the living room. After that came a long, in-depth conversation between two worried, if slightly starstruck, parents and Batman. They asked what Peter would be doing, who he would be working alongside, who would be overseeing the team, and dozens of other questions. Batman answered each one patiently and thoroughly. Eventually, they seemed satisfied, but before giving their permission, they asked for one condition. Peter be allowed to continue operating solo. The request caught Peter off guard, and it seemed like Batman had been as well. Before either of them could ask why, his parents explained. As worried as they were about Peter's solo activities, they had seen firsthand the difference he'd made. They knew how much this meant to him, and they believed taking it away would hurt not just Peter but the city itself. Batman remained silent for a long moment. Then, finally, he nodded, agreeing, though not without conditions of his own. Peter would check in before starting his patrol, carry a tracker at all times during his solo activities, and call for backup if anything involving superpowered threats arose. Peter didn't like the added rules, but he agreed, although he was already thinking of workarounds. With that, his parents gave their permission. Batman thanked them, told Peter where to be and at what time the following day, and then excused himself, leaving the Parker family alone. "Isn't it almost time for you to meet with Batman?" Mary asked, snapping Peter out of his thoughts. Peter glanced at the clock on the microwave and swallowed the food in his mouth. "Yes, it is," he said, grabbing Dexter off his lap and setting him down as he stood up. Peter wiped his hands on a napkin and picked up his backpack. "I'll be back later," he said, trying to keep it casual. "Later as in later or later as in don't wait up?" Teresa asked with a smirk, not looking up from her phone. "Probably the second one," he said. Richard looked over his newspaper and gave him a look. "Be smart." Mary smiled at him, soft and proud and worried all at once. "And be safe. Always," Peter said with a smile, heading out the back door. "Make a lot of super friends," he heard Teresa shout as he closed the door behind him. Batman hadn't given him an address to be at, just some coordinates. In his costume, Peter arrived at the coordinates, landing lightly on the concrete support beam of a massive bridge. The place was somewhere he had swung by dozens of times, just another dead zone beneath a bridge with graffiti everywhere. Well, I can't deny that it isn't on brand for Batman, Peter muttered as he dropped down onto the ground. Peter would be lying if he said he hadn't half expected to meet up with Batman on top of a skyscraper and be picked up in the Batplane before flying to the Hall of Justice or wherever. He was about to check what time it was when his spider sense tingled. It wasn't from danger or because someone was approaching, it was from being watched, not by a person but by a camera. Odder still was the fact that he was getting different reactions from two different sources. Peter turned to where the reaction was coming from and saw a giant billboard on the bridge for an old movie called The Silver Blade. I remember watching that movie with Mom. It stars that actor she likes, Jonathan Lord, thought Peter. Sure is an odd place for a billboard, though. He approached the billboard, his spider sense tingling stronger as he neared. He could feel the two sources much more clearly now that he was closer to the wall. Peter tilted his head upward first. Above the billboard, tucked just beneath the lip of the bridge, something caught the light for a moment. He zoomed in using his telescoping vision and saw a camera so well hidden he wouldn't have known it was there if not for his spider sense and his enhanced vision. Okay, Peter thought. That explains one of the sources. Peter's gaze moved back down to the billboard itself. From afar, it seemed like just a wall with a billboard plastered over it. Now that he was so close and using his telescopic vision, he could see a seam that split the entire thing into two. The seam was perfect. Too perfect. That's the second source. Just as he was about to knock on the wall to check what it was made out of, his spider sense tingled again, this time from behind him. He turned around to see Batman falling and landing with his cape billowing. Did you design your cape to flow like that, or is that a happy accident? Peter asked. It's intentional, Batman said. For just a fraction of a second, there was a hint of a grin at the corner of his mouth, so quick Peter almost missed it, before it was replaced by the familiar stoic mask. You know, Batsy Dash. What? Batman cut off Peter. Oh, you caught that, huh? Peter wryly smiled under his mask. I was trying to slip it in there all casual like. Batman's eyes narrowed. Don't. Peter held up his hands in mock surrender. I thought because we've become such good friends, it was worth a shot. Batman didn't say anything, just stared. Note taken. Peter said, pointing behind him at the billboard. Anyway, does this fake wall have something to do with why we met here, or is it just a coincidence? Batman's gaze lingered on Peter for a long, assessing moment. It's not a coincidence, he said at last. He stepped past Peter toward the billboard, stopping directly in front of the seam. This is an access point for all League and team members, he continued. Access point to what? A safe house of some kind? Peter asked. Not to brag or anything, but I do have my own personal lab. This is different, Batman said. Computer. Add authorization, Spider-Man B08. Authorization, Batman 02. Recognized, Batman 02, said a computerized female voice. A blue light shone down from where the camera was hidden and scanned Peter. Authorization added, Spider-Man B08, it said again. Before Peter could say anything, the billboard split in two, revealing a high-tech cylindrical tunnel that ended in a closed mechanical iris. Peter's eyes widened. Okay, this is a little different from what I have under my shed. Batman stepped inside. This bridge serves as an access point to a Zeta tube. It is one of two in New York and part of a network of Zeta tubes all over the world. Peter followed him inside, glancing back as the billboard slid shut behind them. Lights that ran along the tunnel lit up one after another, bathing the cylindrical passage in white. Why do the words Zeta tubes sound familiar? Peter asked as his eyes darted everywhere at once. The inception of the Zeta tubes dates back to 1955. Dr. Erdl proposed the idea and conducted experiments back then, but due to technological limitations, it didn't go far. Batman explained. Dr. Erdl. Peter said in recognition. I knew I remembered reading about them somewhere. My dad had some of his research in his study, and I read it a long time ago. He thought back to those papers. But all of his stuff read like science fiction and the ramblings of a mad scientist. You mean to tell me, this is based on that? There were papers circulated as a means to discredit him. Batman explained. His actual research was ahead of his time by decades. Really? Peter asked. So if I remember correctly, and if what I read was right, this Zeta tube uses something called Zeta beam energy as a means of teleportation. Yes. Batman answered. He swiped his hand in the air, and a holographic keyboard and screen appeared. The holographic keys chimed softly under Batman's fingers as lines of data scrolled past in midair. Zeta beam energy. Batman said. A directed, stabilized radiation field capable of collapsing spatial distance between two fixed points. Awesome. Peter said, eyes tracking the equations and schematics flashing by. The hologram shifted into a three-dimensional model of the tunnel they stood in. Early Zeta beam experiments were uncontrolled and dangerous. Batman continued. Erdl understood the theory, but he lacked the means to regulate the beam or anchor the exit point, among other limitations. The hologram updated again, highlighting a specific section of the tunnel. Modern Zeta tubes use phased emitters, quantum locks, and redundant targeting systems. The danger is all but eliminated. This is insane. Peter exhaled a soft, impressed laugh. I'm guessing the cost of making them and the upkeep is what's stopping them from being introduced en masse. That and their potential to be weaponized. Batman added. Peter nodded. Yeah, that tracks. Instant global teleportation would basically rewrite every military doctrine on the planet overnight. Not to mention the kind of chaos it would bring if a villain got their hands on it. Every Zeta tube has multiple security measures in place, biometric, encrypted authorization, oversight from independent systems, and more. If a tube is compromised, the rest lock down. Batman said. Yeah, that's cool and all, but let's talk meat and potatoes. Peter rubbed his hands together in excitement. What's the progress looking like on miniaturizing these things? There is none. Batman said as he began typing on the keyboard. Peter froze mid-hand rub. There's none. Batman didn't look up from the keyboard. Correct. None, as in, we're stuck on one part, or as in we tried, and it exploded, so we stopped, or as in you don't want to say anything because you think I might try duct taping a Zeta tube to my web shooters. There is no research currently being conducted on miniaturization, he clarified. Peter's eyebrows shot up under his mask. Currently. So there was. Batman finally glanced at him. Yes. How bad? Bad enough that the topic is no longer discussed. Peter whistled. Okay, that answers that. But if you ever want a fresh set of eyes on it, please call me. Batman ignored Peter's request. Get ready. Oh, I'm ready. Peter excitedly looked around. Actually, where exactly are we going? The mechanical iris opened up, and a bright yellow light appeared. You'll see. The Zeta beam energy shot out and consumed them. Chapter 33, Your mountain is cool but I have a lab under my shed. Rhode Island. August 28th, 9:41 Eastern Daylight Time. As quickly as the light consumed his vision, it dimmed. Peter stumbled half a step as he began checking himself over. Everything was still where it was supposed to be, but his body felt funny. Is my body supposed to feel like TV static, or did something go very wrong? Peter asked. Yes, said a voice that wasn't Batman. Peter looked up and saw Robin standing a few feet away, a smile on his face. It's common the first time around. It passes. Robin added. Usually. Peter grinned under his mask. It's fine even if it doesn't. Truth be told, I'm used to a little tingling. His attention drifted past Robin, and his eyes widened in surprise. They had teleported inside a cavern. A massive cavern with an appropriately sized metal contraption coming down from the middle of the ceiling and ending above a tiled area. Further away, a hallway led elsewhere. Peter stepped forward, craning his neck upward. Are we inside a mountain? Robin smirked. Welcome to Mount Justice. Is he here? A voice shouted from afar. The next second, a gust of wind accompanied the appearance of Kid Flash. Welcome to Mount Justice. Kid Flash spread his arms. So. Pretty sweet, right? Are you in awe at our digs? Bet you don't have something like this. I mean, sure, your mountain is pretty cool, but I have a lab under my shed. Peter shrugged. You have a lab under your shed? Robin asked. Yeah, I call it my spider cave. Kid Flash scrunched his eyebrows. Spider cave. Why didn't you call it your spider nest? Or your spider web? Or your cocoon? Something a spider actually does. That's. Peter tried to come up with a retort, but couldn't. Actually way better than Spider Cave. You're welcome. Kid Flash shrugged. Before Peter could ask where the others were, Batman's voice grabbed their attention. What? Peter was confused, but was less so when he saw Batman had his hand up to his ear, clearly communicating with someone. I'm on my way. Batman turned to them. Give him the tour. I'll be back. Batman vanished in a flash of yellow light, leaving the teens alone. Peter turned back to look at Robin and Kid Flash, rubbing his hands in excitement. Now that Batman is gone, how about we skip the tour and go straight to the high-tech weaponry you guys have hidden in the basement? Robin smirked. Sorry to rain on your parade, but after the League abandoned this place, they took all the toys. They're not planning on putting them back anytime soon. So what I'm taking from that is we should go to the Hall of Justice to see those toys. Peter said. Why don't we stick with getting you acquainted with the cave for now? Robin said. Fine. Peter waved his hand in dismissal. So is the welcoming party just you two? Where is everyone else? Everyone's here except Aqualad. Kid Flash said. He's visiting Atlantis. And keeping plenty busy, or so we've heard. Robin added. Peter's curiosity was piqued. Does that mean the Zeta tubes go to Atlantis, or does he have to swim out into the ocean whenever he gets homesick? There's a Zeta tube in Poseidonis, explained Robin. But it really doesn't get used by anyone but Aquaman and Aqualad. You think Aqualad would mind if I hitched a ride with him the next time he visits Atlantis? Peter asked. I'd love to see it. Ever since he'd realized what world he'd been reborn into, there were a few places he wanted to visit and cross off his bucket list. Atlantis was obviously one of them. The Batcave, too. And much less likely, given the no men allowed policy, Themyscira. I don't think he'd mind, but you might, considering the depth and all. Robin reminded him. That's a problem. Peter asked. It seems like a pretty manageable obstacle, all things considered. Doesn't Batman have a deep-sea exploration suit I could borrow or something? Forget about visiting Atlantis for now. Kid Flash slung an arm around Peter's shoulders. Let's tour this place, Spidey. He turned to look at Peter. You don't mind if I call you that, do you? Feels weird saying Spider-Man when we're off duty. You can call me Spidey. Peter swallowed. Or Peter, if you want. Peter's family had asked if he planned on telling the team his identity. He'd said no at first, listing every reason he could think of for keeping it to himself, many of which were the same ones he'd used for not telling them. But after talking it through, they'd managed to shift his thinking by suggesting he reveal his first name only. The idea didn't sound bad, but he still only came around on it after spending an afternoon combing through census data, school rosters, and social media. Thanks to how common the name was, there were at least 1,500 Peters in New York who roughly matched his age, build, skin tone, and family situation. With numbers like that, and knowing the Justice League vetted the team, he decided it was probably a safe bet. Kid Flash blinked, then broke into a grin. Peter, huh? Nice. Robin looked at Peter with concern. You sure you want to just hand out your name like that? From what Batman told me, you're practically as paranoid as he is when it comes to the whole secret identity thing. First name only. Peter said. And it's basically like saying my name is John Doe. I'm one of thousands of Peters my age in New York. You know how many Peters there are in New York? Kid Flash asked. Oh yeah. Peter nodded. I may or may not have spent an afternoon cross-referencing census data, school rosters, and social media platforms. There are many Peters who I could or could not be. Kid Flash laughed. Dude, that's awesome. Well, you can call me Wally. Wally. That suits you. Peter nodded, even though he already knew his name. Don't even think about asking Boy Wonder for his. Wally added, jerking a thumb at Robin. Batman's forbidden him from telling anyone his real name. Peter looked over at Robin and decided to mess with him. I get that. But I feel like I can guess your name, though. Yeah, right. Robin laughed. Based on what? My genius and intuition. Peter smirked. Let me see, I'm feeling an R. Duh. Wally said. No, wait. It's not an R, it's a D. Peter squinted theatrically. D. D-, no. Damien. He snapped his fingers. Robin and Wally both let out the quiet breaths they'd been holding, looking a lot more relieved. Way off. Robin said flatly. Too bad. Peter shrugged. Be honest with me, if I did guess it, would you have even told me? Robin just smirked. Come on, let's start the tour. They walked out of the Zeta tube and deeper into the cavern, stepping onto the tiled floor beneath the massive metal contraption suspended overhead. This is the cave's central chamber. Robin explained. It serves as the mission room, and that giant metal thing above us is the holographic computer. Holographic computer. Peter repeated in awe, craning his neck to take in the machinery jutting down from the ceiling. The room also doubles as one of our training rooms. Robin swiped his hand through the air, and a holographic display flickered to life. There are a few modes, but the one we use the most is basically like a fighting game. A white light rippled across the tiled floor, and holographic pop-ups appeared beside each of them, displaying their names. Next to each name were their scores. Peter's read 0 to 0, Robin's 30 to 10, and Wally's 9 to 20. Dude, you turned on the scores. Wally said as Robin smiled. Judging by the change in pitch in Wally's voice, I'm guessing those numbers are wins to losses. Peter asked. Yeah. Robin chuckled. Hey, in my defense, there's not a lot of room to get a proper running start in here. Wally gestured at the tiled area. Besides, who needs to learn how to throw someone over your shoulder when you can move as fast as I can? Momentum does the heavy lifting. Until you can't get a proper running start, that is. Peter added. Funny guy. Wally cracked his knuckles. All right, let's see you put your money where your mouth is. You want to spar? Peter asked. As funny as I think it would be to see Wally lose again, Robin said. Dude. How about we wait until after the tour's done? He continued. Canary scheduled for training later. You can do it then. That got Peter's attention. Black Canary? Yeah, said Wally. She's one of our combat instructors. Comes by a couple times a week unless league stuff gets in the way. Interesting. Peter said. Does Batman train you guys, too? Robin shook his head. Batman leaves the training to other leaguers. He's in charge of assigning us our missions. Too bad. Peter said, a little disappointed. Do you think he'd spar with me if I asked? That earned him a look from the two. What? Did I say something weird? Peter asked, confused. Wally let out a snort. Yeah, kinda. You want to spar with Batman voluntarily? Robin asked. He's like a Spartan crossed with a drill sergeant. I wouldn't recommend it. Didn't he train you? Peter asked. Yeah. Robin said flatly. That's why I don't recommend it. I'll be fine. He can't be worse than my old boxing coach. A brief montage of Ted Grant's brutal training flashed through Peter's mind. It's been a while since I've seen the old man, I should visit. You know how to box? Wally asked, surprised. Every time I've seen you fight, you're just spinning around. And coming from him, that's saying something. Robin added. Peter chuckled. I know how to fight, I just don't usually get the chance to. Kinda have to hold back my strength, otherwise I'd end up doing a lot more than knocking criminals out. Wally's eyes lit up, and Peter could practically see the question forming, but before he could ask, a voice echoed down the corridor. So you're the new guy. Peter turned to see Artemis, Miss Martian, and Superboy approaching. Artemis stood at an average height, had long blonde hair tied in a ponytail, and had a slender yet athletic build. She wore a midriff-bearing costume colored in various shades of green consisting of a mask covering her upper face, a sleeveless top with a stylized arrow tip on the front, fingerless gloves, pants with black knee pads, and black combat boots. On her back was a full quiver and a bow. One glance told Peter she was well trained. Not hard to assume, anyway, considering this is a team of superhero protégés. Peter internally rolled his eyes at his assessment of her. That's me. And judging by the bow on your back, you must be Speedy. Though last I heard, Speedy was a guy with a red color scheme. Artemis gave him a deadpan look. Was that supposed to be a joke? Not a very good one, apparently. Peter wryly shrugged. You're Artemis, right? She looked him up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Yeah, Artemis. Cool. Peter said. Well, it's nice to meet you. I'm Spider-Man, but you can also call me Peter. Artemis relaxed a little. Cool. I'm still Artemis. Good to know. Peter nodded. Miss Martian floated over, clearly delighted. Then I'm Gen Moores, but you can call me Megan. It's my Earth name. Gen Moores. Peter grabbed his chin thoughtfully. Do all Martian names follow a similar naming scheme? Gen brightened at the question. Yes, they do. Martian names are tied to family lines and cultural traditions. The structure can tell you where someone comes from and who they're related to. Peter nodded, genuinely interested. Fascinating. Two species from different planets, with no recorded contact, yet they share similar naming conventions. Either it's a coincidence, or certain ideas are universal once a society gets big enough. I guess so. Gan said, a little puzzled but too polite to say so. Artemis folded her arms. You think about this stuff a lot? Peter shrugged. Can't help it. Just how my brain works. That sounds exhausting. You have no idea. Robin cleared his throat. If we're done with the cultural exchange, we should keep the tour moving. I'll lead. Gan moved to the front. Superboy and I live here, and we've already given the rest of the team a tour, so we can do it again. You both live here? Peter looked at Superboy. Guess my theory about him being a clone is even more confirmed. Superboy met his look, eyes narrowing slightly. What's with the look? I just assumed, since you're, Superboy, you were, Peter faltered, his brain stalling. I was what? Superboy asked, a little more defensively. Related to Superman. Peter finished. In some way. Superboy blinked, staying silent for a moment. I'm a clone of Superman. Oh. Okay. Peter said, casually. Knew it. Everyone looked at him oddly. Now what did I say? Peter asked. He just told you he was a clone of Superman, and your reaction was, oh. Okay. Wally pointed out. Not really the kind of reaction you'd expect from someone when you tell them something like that. Artemis added. And she should know. Wally laughed. You should have seen her reek, ow. Wally yelped in pain after being kicked in the shin by an unamused Artemis. Well, I can scream and run around in shock if that's more what you guys were looking for. Peter said. Superboy frowned slightly. You're really not surprised? Peter shook his head. Not really. Is being a clone normal? No. But neither is being part of a covert team of teenage superheroes operating out of a mountain. Normal checked out a while ago. Gen giggled. That's true. You're standing here, making choices, talking, I'm sure getting annoyed at Wally, living your life. That's enough to prove you're your own person for me. Back when he figured out what world he was in, Peter went through a short period of time where he wasn't sure he wasn't experiencing some sort of death-induced psychosis. His words to Superboy were very much the same ones he had told himself to snap out of it, minus the Wally part, naturally. Gen hovered closer to Superboy, smiling warmly. I think it's a good way of looking at it. Being you is what matters. Superboy nodded slowly. Yeah, it is. A brief silence settled over the cave. Wally broke it. I mean, not to discredit him or whatever, but he basically just said, I think, therefore I am. You just had to ruin it. Artemis said, rolling her eyes, as everyone laughed. All right, Miss Tour Guide, let's continue, shall we? Robin said. Gen clapped her hands together. Right. The tour. She floated a few feet ahead. Since we're already here, let's start with the basics. She gestured around them, and Peter took another look at the cavern. Mount Justice can more or less be split into 4 levels. Gen explained. Top, second, third, and base. 1 wasn't enough. Peter joked. We won't be visiting the top level. Gen continued. That's Red Tornado's apartment. He stays there when he's acting as our den mother. Den mother. Peter echoed. Hearing the words den mother and Red Tornado together is so weird. Really? Never thought about it much. Wally shrugged. Anyways, don't worry about him, he's pretty hands-off. If you say so. Peter said. Robin pointed upward. It's directly above this room. The entrance is hidden in the ceiling, right where the holographic computer comes down. Peter looked up at the massive machinery overhead. A supercomputer that doubles as an apartment. Huh. Ngan smiled and floated toward the tiled area. This level is th-. Robin interrupted her. We already went over this, so let's skip this part. Oh, good. Then let's keep going, she said. She gestured towards one of the hallways branching off from the central chamber. That way leads to one of the exits, it's the back entrance. It's camouflaged into the mountainside and opens towards the Rhode Island coast. Peter perked up. So we're in Rhode Island. We're just outside Happy Harbor. Robin added. Wow. Peter said in awe when he noticed everyone looking at him, a little amused. Guys, I know I'm new to the whole teleportation thing, but you're all staring at me like I'm a country boy seeing the big city for the first time. It's okay, country boy. Artemis said in a bad southern accent. You'll get used to the big city lights eventually. Peter scoffed. Please. I'm from New York. If anything, you're the country folk. That way is the back entrance. Ngan gestured toward another hallway. The front entrance is on the opposite side of the mountain. It opens at the base of Mount Justice and leads straight into the forest. So how does it work to enter if you don't use the Zeta tubes? Am I going to have to carry giant keys for the entrances or? Peter asked. There are cameras at all entrances. They require an identification scan like the one to get into the Zeta tubes. Ngan explained. So no comically oversized keyring. Peter said, sounding faintly disappointed. Shame. I was ready to make my house keys the same size. They continued down the corridor Peter had first seen when he arrived in the cave. The passage sloped gently downward, making it clear they were descending deeper into the mountain. This is the third level, which is the most expansive part of the cave. Ngan explained as they entered an open space. To one side was a lounge area, furnished with green couches and a large screen mounted into the rock wall. Adjacent to it was a kitchen set up with counters, storage, an eating area, and appliances that looked far too expensive to be hidden underground. This serves as both our lounge/common room and kitchen. Ngan said. Peter glanced at the couches, then the kitchen. It's surprisingly normal for a secret superhero base. What did you expect? Wally asked. I honestly don't know. Peter admitted. Maybe a trash can that's actually a portal to another dimension where a monster eats your garbage. I don't know. They all just looked at Peter oddly before continuing. Medical bays down that hall. Ngan added, pointing. It has a lot of advanced equipment. MRI, X-ray, and a surgical suite if the need arises. I'm assuming that room gets a lot of visits from everyone. Peter said. Not me. Superboy said. Yeah, just mostly Wally and his stomach problems. Robin joked. One time. Wally protested. Also down that hall is the workout room. Ngan continued. That caught Peter's attention. Is it a workout room designed for regular people or for supers? Peter asked. Regular people? Artemis asked. You're not a regular person. Ooh, yes. Wally said, excited that they were back on the topic. Your powers. What are they? And how'd you get them? Judging by their expressions, everyone else was just as curious, they'd simply been polite enough not to ask. Same thing you told Batman. Peter thought. Everything but the spider sense. Though who knows how much longer that'll stay secret. Well, for the how of it all, I got them from a spider bite, believe it or not. Peter said. Seriously? Asked Artemis with the same slightly incredulous look the others also had. Seriously. Peter nodded. As for what I can do, superhuman strength, speed, agility, reflexes, stamina, durability, and equilibrium. I can also cling to surfaces like a spider. He wiggled his fingers. Oh. Peter snapped his fingers. I also have telescopic and night vision. Sorry, forgot about those. Anything else you might have forgotten? Ngan asked probingly. Peter held Ngan's gaze for a moment. That's everything relevant. Ngan nodded, though her eyes lingered on him a moment longer. So where do you fall on the power scale? Robin asked. Is it right past the line into being superhuman or more along the level of Superman? Definitely not at Superman's level. Peter shook his head. Strength-wise, I can easily lift around 25 tons. Give or take. 25 tons, several of them said at once. Yeah. When I first got bitten a year ago, it was closer to 15. Peter said. I had to do some jury rigging in an abandoned warehouse, using shipping containers and whatever I could find to build equipment to get stronger. He flexed his right arm. The lean muscle tightened and became more defined, revealing clean, powerful lines that hinted at far more strength than his frame suggested. Wow. Artemis said, eyes fixed on his arm. That is something. Yes. Mgen nodded, also looking at his arm. It is. Superboy and Wally scoffed, but both straightened slightly, Wally puffing out his chest while Superboy subtly flexed. Ah, I see how it is. Peter thought. Can't say I blame them if I'm being honest. Anyway. Peter put his arm down, noticing the other two also stopped preening. Aside from my strength, on foot, I can get up to 100 miles per hour, 160 km/h, and much faster by swinging. Everything else varies, but it's all solidly superhuman. Wait, so your whole web shtick isn't part of your powers? Wally asked. Nope. Peter pulled up his glove to reveal his web shooters. These puppies are all my genius. So you're just like Black Spider, then? Artemis said. That hack. Come on. Peter waved his hand with contempt. His webbing is basically red glue, mine is the perfect blend of scientific genius and art. He paused. Wait, how do you know that guy? How do you know that guy is the better question, she shot back. He was technically my first villain. Peter said. I caught him when he first became Black Spider. Ran into him again later when he and some League of Shadows goons attacked a prison transport to break him out. Talk about déjà vu, said Wally. We just ran into the Shadows like 3 weeks ago. Let me guess. Peter said. Well, if you brought up Black Spider, then I'm assuming Captain Hook and Cheshire weren't that far behind. Also, for the record, I'm pretty sure Cheshire has a crush on me. She pretty much said so when we fought during the prison transport fiasco. You fought Cheshire? Artemis blurted out. Yeah. Why? Asked Peter, a little confused. And no reason, she said. If you say so. Peter replied while making a mental note of that. Yeah, right. She's just surprised and embarrassed since it was her fault Cheshire got away. Wally pointed at Artemis, who glared at him. Robin cleared his throat. I think we've gotten a little sidetracked. Right. Mgan said sheepishly. Where were we? The gym. Superboy reminded her. Oh, right. Mgan said. The equipment there's designed for supers. Red Tornado said it was built with Superman and Wonder Woman in mind, so it should be more than sufficient. Peter rubbed his hands together. Finally. I won't have to worry about getting tetanus every time I work out. They moved on, passing the entrance to the workout room and continuing down the hall. Mgan gestured to a set of doors further along. Those are the locker rooms and showers, she explained. They're between the gym and the medical bay, which makes cleanup after missions easier. For blood or sweat. Got it, said Peter. Farther along the winding corridor, the lighting dimmed slightly. And these are the living quarters. Mgan said. Everyone on the team is assigned a room, whether they use it or not. They passed several identical doors, each set flush into the stone. Mgan gestured to the pair near the beginning. Superboy and I are the only ones that actually live here, but as I said, everyone has their own room. Home away from home. Cool, said Peter. They doubled back into the lounge before going down another corridor. To the left is the library. 2 levels, lots of books, computers for research, explained Mgan. And I'm guessing it's the least visited room in this place. Peter added. Duh, said Wally. They walked a little further down the corridor, reaching a brightly lit room. And this is the souvenir room, said Mgan. Peter stepped inside and looked around. The room was mostly empty save for a series of shelves along one wall. Resting on them were a single eye, a red snake hood, an arrow, a mask he recognized as Cheshire's, and a golden helmet that made his spider sense flare. As the familiar tingle buzzed at the back of his skull, he noticed Mgan's eyebrows knit together as she glanced his way. He ignored the look and focused on the helmet. That helmet looks familiar, he said, searching his memory. That's the helmet of fate. It's Dr. Fate's. Wally said somberly. From the Justice Society? Peter asked. That's the one. Wally said. Wally wasn't the only one who looked somber, so Peter swallowed the dozen questions bubbling up. I recognize Cheshire's mask, but what about the other three? The eyes from our unofficial second mission together. Wally explained, his somber expression lightening up a little. It belonged to an android called Mr. Twister. The hood came from a Cobra cultist we fought on our first real mission in Santa Prisca. And the arrow dash, he nodded toward Artemis, that's the one she used to save us during the Amazo fight. We keep mementos from past missions here. Gan explained. Though it's mostly just Wally. Peter nodded, giving the helmet of fate one last glance before stepping back. The tingling in his head disappeared as he turned away. They left the souvenir room and continued down the corridor as it sloped deeper into the mountain. And that leaves the base level. Gan said. The hangar. Peter slowed as he took it all in. The hangar was massive, easily the largest space in the cave. A landing pad sat elevated above the rest of the space, its surface marked with embedded guide lights. A red, egg-shaped object rested at its center, drawing Peter's attention. That's my Martian bioship. Gon explained before Peter could ask. It's our primary transport. That's alive? Asked Peter in disbelief. Yes, she is. Gan said. The next moment, the red egg morphed into the red ship they had flown in on when they first met. No way. Peter was in awe. Before you start drooling over it, only Martians can pilot them to their full capacity. Robin said, disappointing Peter. But Miss M can change the ship so it can be flown normally. I don't even have my driver's license. Peter said. Robin smiled. None of us do. Okay, then. Peter said. Below the pad, the rest of the hangar spread out. The cave's main generator hummed steadily within a reinforced housing, and nearby stood two more Zeta tubes. Peter's attention shifted to the big pool of water that sat beneath towering reinforced doors. That's the final entrance. Gan said. The bay doors lead straight out into the Atlantic. Subtle. Peter said. Gan gestured toward a part of the hangar built into the rock wall and cordoned off by glass. Over there is the equipment room/workshop/garage. Peter's head immediately snapped in the direction she was pointing. Workshop. Through the glass, he saw rows of workbenches, tool racks, neatly labeled storage units, stacked equipment cases, suit lockers lining the far wall, and personalized motorcycles. To Peter, it looked less like a room and more like a holy sight. You look like a dog that saw a squirrel. Artemis said dryly. So. Peter said, already half a step in that direction. I'm guessing that workshop and any materials one might need are free to use. Yeah. Robin said. Peter turned back. And if I needed other materials that weren't available in the workshop, do we have a stipend, or is it more of an all-expense-paid kind of deal? Just ask Red Tornado, and he should be able to help you out. Robin answered. Oh, baby. Christmas came early. Peter was filled with excitement. Okay, you're really starting to freak me out. Artemis said, backing away. Peter blinked, then grinned. Sorry. I've just had a lot of ideas I couldn't act on because of budget and material limitations. He was already mentally making a list of all the materials he would ask Red Tornado for when a robotic voice echoed through the cave. Team, report to the mission room. Black Canary has arrived. Robin glanced at Peter, smiling. Looks like it's time to show us what you've got. Chapter 34, Small World. Rhode Island. August 28, 10:03 Eastern Daylight Time. Peter immediately spotted Black Canary and Red Tornado as he and the others entered the mission room. Black Canary stood with confidence, long blonde hair framing sharp blue eyes. She had a slender, athletic build and wore a black one-piece beneath a blue, lapelled jacket. Gray stockings ran up her legs, seams visible front and back, tucked into heavy black boots. Black fingerless gloves reached past her elbows, and a simple black choker circled her neck. Beside her was Red Tornado. Tall and unmistakably robotic, his red metal head lacked ears or a nose, his black eye sockets and mouth giving him an unreadable, emotionless look. A yellow T was emblazoned on his chest, matched by a yellow arrow on his forehead, and a blue cape hung from his shoulders. Wow, Canary is way younger than I thought she was. Peter realized as he looked at her. She has to be in her mid-20s. His gaze moved on to Red Tornado. Red Tornado also looks exactly the same as he did in that picture of the JSA. Though considering he's a robot, that's to be expected. Red Tornado turned as the team entered, his dark eye sockets settling on Peter. "Spider-Man," he said in his flat, mechanical voice. "Den mother." Peter replied with a nod. "I see my role within the team has been explained." "Good. However, I would prefer that you address me as Red Tornado," he said. "Fair enough," Peter said. "Then I'd prefer if you call me Peter." "No." Peter blinked. "Why not?" "Because I refuse," Red Tornado said. "I will call you Spider-Man." Peter glanced at Wally and Robin, only to see them shrug as if telling him to accept it. He turned back to Red Tornado. "Can't argue with that," Peter said with a shrug. "I mean, I could, but I'm guessing it'd be a waste of time." "Yes, it would," Red Tornado said. Black Canary stepped forward before the silence could settle in. "It's good to meet you, Peter," she said, extending a hand. "I'm Black Canary." Peter shook it, noticing her grip was firm. "Pleasure's all mine." She nodded as she released his hand. "I've been following your work in New York. You do a good job. You know, I'd really appreciate it if you could slip that in the next time you're on live television. I think it'd really help me stick it to a few annoying papers and one really annoying English pundit." Peter said. "I doubt it would, since that English pundit doesn't really like me much either," Canary said. "When Batman told me Spider-Man was joining the team, I thought you'd make a great addition to the league. When he corrected me and told me you'd be joining the team, I thought Batman must be pranking me. Then you remembered it was Batman and pranks aren't really his thing." "Exactly," Canary said, a faint smirk crossing her face before she became serious again. "I don't know if you already know, but I'm the team's hand-to-hand combat instructor, and I consider it an honor to be so. If you're going to work with them, I need to know how you move." She shrugged off her jacket and threw it to the side. "Granted, the fact that you're even standing here means Batman has some confidence in your abilities, but I like to make my own assessments." Canary squared her shoulders once the jacket was off. "This isn't a performance. I'm not looking for flash or clever tricks. I want to see your fundamentals. No webbing or gadgets for you, no canary cry for me. I can do good old-fashioned fisticuffs." Peter nodded. As Canary and Peter moved to the center of the tiled floor, the others stepped back, forming a loose semicircle around them. "I'll bet $5 he doesn't last a single move," Wally said. "He's probably better than you," Robin replied. "I give him at least 2. I'll take that bet." Wally looked at the others. "What about you guys? Any of you want to lose some money?" "No thanks," Artemis said, uninterested. "Don't care," Superboy said. "Ooh, I'll bet," Mgan said. "But does it have to be on him losing?" They all turned to her. "You think he's going to win?" "Against Canary?" Artemis asked. "Maybe," Mgan said, uncertain. "Are you kidding?" Wally laughed. "There's no way he beats Canary. If he even lasts a minute against her, I'll be your errand boy for a week." "That sounds more like a reward for you than for her," Robin countered. "Then I'll be Artemis' errand boy for a week," Wally said. "That's a punishment. For both of us," Artemis muttered. "Why do you think he's going to win?" Robin asked Mgan. She looked at Peter. "I don't know. It's just a feeling." Back in the ring, Peter rolled his shoulders and settled opposite Canary. Chances are Canary's somewhere close to peak human performance, so she should be able to take a good hit or two. But I'll hold back my strength. Better to be safe than sorry. Canary lifted her hands into a tight guard, feet set at a slight angle. "Whenever you're ready," she said. Peter exhaled and raised his hands, settling into the boxer's stance Grant had taught him. It felt strange, rusty, after so long. His fighting style wasn't built around stances or forms anymore. In recent times, it was flips, webs, and momentum, not footwork and guard positions. Still, he decided to go with boxing for the spar, as it had been on his mind since he had brought it up earlier. "Ready," he said. Canary moved first without warning. She threw out a sharp jab, then followed with a cross meant to test his guard and timing. Peter's spider sense tingled as it always did. He slipped the jab, then moved to the side to dodge the cross. She pressed forward with another quick combination, jab, right cross, jab, into a right high kick. Peter slipped all 3 punches and blocked the kick with his left arm. Immediately after the kick, Canary threw a left hook that Peter rolled under. With him lower to the ground from rolling under her hook, Canary rolled her body across his back, ending up behind him. As Peter turned and stood, she threw a flying knee to his face. Peter blocked with his hands and pushed her away. "Nice," she said as she landed back on the ground. Canary didn't immediately rush him, she circled, watching him like a hawk. Then she darted in. A jab snapped at his face. Peter slipped it and fired one back. Canary parried and answered with a hook. Peter blocked, then threw a short right at the body, followed by a left hook up top. Canary took the body shot with a grunt but leaned back just enough for the hook to miss. She came in low with a kick aimed at his thigh. Peter checked it, then immediately snapped a jab at her head, followed by a right hook to the ribs. Naturally, he held back on the power. Canary took the hit and stepped back. "You're holding back." "Little bit," Peter admitted. "It's a habit." "Not a good one," she said. She began attacking again, faster than before. Punches flowed in tight combinations. Peter slipped, blocked, and countered more. Seeing that didn't work, she adjusted her tempo, speeding up, then slowing down, trying to trip Peter up. She began throwing elbows and knees, fast strikes meant to crowd and confuse him. Canary stepped in close, throwing a tight elbow aimed at his jaw. Peter leaned back just enough for it to miss, then slid to the side as her knee came up. She followed with a quick back fist, then a low kick meant to buckle his leg, but Peter hopped back. Canary clicked her tongue. "You're fast." "That's good, right?" Peter replied. She came in again, a jab, a short hook, then a sudden shoulder check meant to slam into his chest. Peter absorbed the shoulder with a step back, then he slipped inside her guard and landed a quick body shot to her ribs. Canary grunted softly and twisted away. She didn't retreat far, just enough to give her some space. She rolled her shoulders once, eyes locked on him with a look that showed she wasn't underestimating him anymore. She stepped in with a feint, then snapped a jab toward his eyes. Peter slipped and answered with his own jab, then a cross that stopped just short of her chin. Canary swatted it aside and came back with a hook to the body. Peter took it on the forearm and fired back with a quick 3-punch combo, a jab into a cross into a hook. Canary slipped the first one but blocked the other 2, forcing her to retreat a step. This time, Peter took the initiative. He stepped forward and fired a jab, cross, hook to the body, and hook to the head. Canary blocked all of them, and Peter was about to continue into another combo. "Stop," she said. Peter stopped instantly, hands dropping to his hips. "Phew. Been a while since I've had to fight like that." "So, how'd I do?" Canary didn't answer right away, she just looked at him for a few seconds. "Where did you learn to box?" "At an old school boxing gym in Harlem," Peter replied. A look of surprise flashed across her face before a smile appeared. "So that old coot trained you, too?" "Too," Peter said, eyes widening a second later. "Ted Grant trained you?" Canary let out a soft huff of a laugh. "Yeah, he did. Ted trained me back in the day. Before the league." Her voice was full of nostalgia. "I guess this is what he meant when he talked about recognizing that look in my eyes about me wanting to be a vigilante," Peter thought. "It's because he's trained one. And probably more than one at that. I wonder who else he's trained." "Small world," Peter said. Canary nodded. "Small world indeed. Quick question." Wally put his hand up. "Who's Ted Grant?" Peter looked at Canary to answer Wally's question. "Ted Grant is an old heavyweight boxing champion," she said. "But you might know him better as Wildcat." A moment of silence followed. "Wildcat?" Wally repeated. Robin's eyes widened a bit. "As in that Wildcat?" "Who's that?" Superboy asked. Canary answered. "Wildcat is one of the founding members of the Justice Society of America. One of the best hand-to-hand fighters ever." She glanced back at Peter. "And one hell of a teacher." "The Justice Society of America?" Mgan said. "Weren't you a part of that, too, Red Tornado?" "That is correct," Red Tornado said. "I was an active member of the Justice Society of America along with Wildcat." Wait, then wouldn't that make Wildcat ancient, said Artemis. That's putting it lightly. Peter said. But he moves like a much, much younger man. Wally scratched his head. You know, I've noticed something about old people. He started counting on his fingers. Kent Nelson, Ted Grant, the original Flash. All super old dudes who should be senile but can still kick butt. Isn't that weird? Clone, Martian, super speed, 100-year-old android, really loud scream, genius with spider-adjacent powers. Peter pointed at the respective person as he listed them out. And that's the part you find weird. There was a beat of silence. I'm getting serious déjà vu here, said Wally. For the record, I am not a century old, merely 62. Red Tornado said to Peter. And yet you don't look a day over 20. Ahem. Canary cleared her throat. Back on the topic of our spar, I have to say. I'm impressed. Thank you. Peter nodded, feeling proud. That said, there's still a lot of work to do, she said. I don't know about a lot, I think a little would be more correct. Peter said. Besides, that's not usually how I fight. I'm not really the bear down and throw fists kind of fighter. No, you're not. You're evasive. Reactive. Tricky. You use your surroundings to your advantage. Peter pointed to her. Exactly. See. You get me. I get that it works, she corrected. And to be fair, it works well. But here's the thing, your usual style is much more suited for solo work. You versus multiple non-superpowered opponents. She gestured to the others. This team fights together. And it's usually not thugs with pocket knives. You'll be dealing with trained soldiers, assassins, killers, and villains, to name a few. These are people who can take a hit and keep coming. You won't always have space, she continued. You won't always have walls to bounce off of or ceilings to stick to. Sometimes it'll be close, ugly, and crowded. That's why I want you solid up close. Peter wanted to point out that he dealt with people like that before, using the same style to do so, and that even Wildcat had recommended he find his own style. However, he kept it to himself and nodded instead. Okay, fair. Canary nodded. Good. That's all I needed to hear. Now that that's out of the way, if you had to rank him in terms of pure martial arts skill, I know he'd be below me, but would he be above Artemis? Robin asked. You think you're on top? Artemis asked, incredulous. Duh. Robin said with a smile. It's me, then you, then Aqualad, and depending on the day, the last three are a toss-up. A toss-up? I'm better than both of them for sure. Wally turned and smiled at Ngan. No offense, sweet cheeks. Ngan smiled awkwardly yet politely. None taken. Don't care. Superboy said. See. Wally said, pointing. Confirmed. Canary chuckled. We are getting very off track, but since you asked, in terms of pure martial arts skill and based on what little I've seen, Peter is below Robin and Artemis. Robin nodded smugly, and Artemis grinned. But, Canary continued, holding up her hand with a small gap between her fingers, that gap is looking a lot smaller than either of you thinks. Keep up the effort, unless you want him to pass you. The two looked at each other, then at Peter with determined expressions on their faces while he grinned beneath his mask. And she hasn't even seen what else I can do. Isn't that crazy? Artemis rolled her eyes. You're really annoying. I know a few criminals who'd agree with you. Peter said. I really think you and Green Arrow would get along. Canary said with a grin. You're very similar. That's who he reminded me of. Artemis threw her hands up. Well, I don't have a goatee, so I assume it's the fact that we're both roguishly handsome. Peter said. And annoyingly confident. Canary replied before turning to the rest of the team. Today was supposed to be a training day, but considering there's a new arrival, I say we call it early. All right. Wally pumped his fists. Air hockey, anyone? Not so fast there, KF. Robin said. You made a bet, remember? Yeah. Wally groaned, reaching into his pocket and rummaging only to come up empty-handed. Can someone spot me $5? Keep your 5. Robin smiled. I'm more interested in the bet you made with Miss M. That's right. Artemis smiled. Something about being my errand boy if Peter lasted more than a minute against Canary. Was it even a minute? Wally rebutted. There's N dash. The spar lasted a total of 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Red Tornado chimed in. Thank you, Tornado, for that information. Wally turned to Mgan and did his best puppy dog impression. Mgan. Sorry, Wally. A deal's a deal. Mgan said without hesitation. Artemis smirked. I'm feeling really hungry right now. Anyone want anything from the kitchen? Actually, I just put in an order for some pizza. Robin smirked. And don't worry, it's already paid for. Oh, even better then. Artemis smiled. Wally sighed dramatically before speeding away. Peter chuckled as he followed the team into the kitchen. So what do you think so far? Robin asked. This team is something else. Peter said. In a good way. Good. Robin patted him on the arm. You're one of us now. Part of the team. By the way, is that really the name of this team? The team? Peter asked. We're a covert team, I don't think we really need a catchy name. Robin said. Big disagree. Peter said. Okay, then. What do you think our name should be? Peter thought about it for a second before grinning. How about, Chapter 35, could be worse. Unknown. Unknown. A desert spread out in every direction, an endless expanse of sand beneath a pale morning sky. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting long shadows that spilled across the rolling dunes. At the base of one of the dunes, a figure lay motionless, half buried by sand. Without warning, he snapped upright. Sand scattered as he shot up to his feet. His masked head turned every which way, taking in his surroundings. The red and dark blue of his outfit caught the morning light, standing out vividly against the tan of the desert. His initially narrow lenses widened as he swept his surroundings, realization dawning as he took in the empty sky and the endless sand. Toto, I have a feeling we're not in New York anymore. Peter swept his surroundings again, then rubbed at his lenses to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. When everything stayed the same, he pinched himself before letting his hands fall back to his side. Well, now that I know it's not a dream or hallucination, I can start panicking, he muttered as panic started to creep in. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to slow down as his heart and mind began to race. All kinds of possibilities ran through his mind about how he had ended up in the desert: teleportation, kidnapping, magic, aliens, overpowered otherworldly entities. The thing was, none of the possibilities came with any memories to corroborate them. His last memory was of him chasing after Kiteman as he tried to rob a jewelry store, only for his glider to malfunction and send him spiraling into a dumpster. Classic Kiteman. Peter chuckled as he remembered that, stopping the unease that had been creeping in. Okay. Peter said, getting serious. Last thing I remember is stopping Kiteman from robbing a jewelry store, and everything before then is also there. At the very least, I haven't completely lost my memory, just whatever happened that ended up with me in the desert. Speaking of, which desert am I even in? Peter looked around at the endless sand, the dunes rolling in every direction, stretching farther than the eye could see, no signs of life, no roads, no buildings, just sand. If only I could tell what desert I'm in based on the sand, he sighed, looking at the nearest dune. Okay, first things first, let me get some high ground. Hopefully, I can spot some sign of life or a building or something. When he reached the top of the dune, he stopped, hands on his hips, and took in the view: sand, sand, and more sand. As he focused on trying to spot something on the horizon, suddenly, his vision sharpened, zooming in. Whoa! Peter's startlement made his vision return to normal. That wasn't my mask. What the hell was that? Peter tried focusing with his eyes again, and just like before, his vision zoomed in on a distant dune with surprisingly crisp detail. This is like the telescopic vision Spider-Man 2099 has, he muttered in realization as he relaxed his gaze and his vision returned to normal. I definitely didn't have this last time I checked. Do I have any other spider variant powers I don't know about? He brought up his arm to check if he had developed organic webbing when he noticed that not only was the arm of his suit very different, but his web shooters were as well. They weren't the silver gauntlets, they were the chevron-shaped web shooters he had been slowly working on for weeks. These don't look new either, they look like they've been used for months, he said as he inspected the web shooters, noting slight wear and tear on them before moving on to inspect the suit. The moment he saw the arms and gloves, he knew what the rest of the suit looked like. The suit's colors were red and dark blue, the mask, chest, outer sides of his boots, and the thumbs, index fingers, and pinky fingers were red, overlaid with a subtle black web pattern, while his arms and legs were dark blue. A large black spider emblem stretched across his chest, its legs reaching over his shoulders and onto his back, where a mirrored spider was. Sensational Spider-Man. Peter smiled under his mask as he looked at the big emblem. Damn, this suit looks good. What I can see, anyway. Peter ran his hand over the big spider emblem on his chest, tracing the lines of its legs. As he traced over the body, his fingers lightly pressed down on something in the center of it. Before he could even wonder what its purpose was, his suit transformed. From the exact point beneath his fingertips, a black wave rippled outward across his chest, swallowing the red and blue. At the same time, sharp red lines appeared from that same center, forming a new spider emblem as the old one vanished. The symbol was more angular and aggressive, its legs jutting out diagonally before pulling back in, nearly forming a diamond shape against the spreading black. As quickly as the change began, it was completed. Peter froze, staring down at himself. The suit was pitch black now, broken only by the vivid red spider across his chest. What the hell, he mumbled. He looked at the emblem on his chest and pressed it again. Again, his suit began transforming, but this time, it switched back to the sensational Spider-Man suit. No way, he said, realization dawning on him. Is this suit made of unstable molecules? He pressed the emblem a third time, watching the transformation closely. Once again, the black flowed out from the center, overtaking the colors of the sensational suit, the transformation ending as the red spider emblem appeared on his chest. On the surface, nothing appeared to happen, no microscopic panels flipping, no shifting textures, no movement at all. Whatever transformation was occurring was happening on a scale so small that not even his telescopic vision could see it. He then tugged at the material on his forearm. It felt thin yet strong, but as he increased the force he was using to pull it, he felt it start to tear, and so he stopped. The material snapped back into place, leaving only a tiny, nearly imperceptible wrinkle where he had pulled at it. I didn't even use that much strength, he said, thinking it through. If unstable molecules were even possible in this universe and if they had the same properties they're supposed to have, that much strength shouldn't damage it. He frowned slightly, a conclusion settling in. So this probably isn't unstable molecules, he continued. More like a material with similar properties. A poor man's version of the real thing. With that in mind, gears began clicking into place. He'd woken up in a place he didn't remember being at, with abilities he hadn't possessed the day before. He had web shooters that he had been working on but had not yet finished building, which appeared to have been in use for some time. And he was wearing a suit possibly made from a material that he'd only theorized about, and not one he had even come close to actually managing to synthesize. All of that, plus a healthy dose of his comic-related knowledge, led him to believe one thing. I've lost my memory, he realized. Not everything, just a chunk. However, it had to be a large chunk if he had new gear and had supposedly created a poor man's unstable molecules. Peter exhaled slowly, calming the rising panic as he gazed out at the endless desert. He lifted a hand to the side of his head to rub his temple. Suddenly, a stylized Spider-Man logo appeared, fading out only to be followed by translucent blue text and symbols flickering to life across his lenses, creating an all-too-familiar HUD. As cool as this might be, the more new things I discover, the more I'm worried about how much of my memory has been lost, he muttered. He shook his head to dispel whatever negative thoughts were resurfacing and focused on the HUD. Seeing as I most likely created this, I should be able to see when and where I am, he said. The HUD was styled after the one from the game, which meant it should be linked to every technological expansion built into the mask, the camera, radio, communication systems, web shooters, and GPS. Using his eyes like a mouse cursor, he quickly located the GPS module within the interface and opened it. Bialia. September 4, 2010, 7:12 Eastern European Summer Time. Seeing the date, Peter couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. 6 months. I've lost 6 months of memories, he said, rubbing at his temple. All things considered, it could be worse. His eyes drifted back to the location. Though being in a militaristic dictatorship in the Middle East really tips the scales. He stared at the date for another moment, his thoughts inevitably drifting to his family. The fact that they had no clue that he was running around as Spider-Man was bad enough, disappearing for who knows how long because he ended up in a country halfway across the world without his memories was even worse. I definitely broke curfew. He joked as a way to stave off the regret he was feeling for putting off telling them he was Spider-Man. All those reasons he had come up with for not telling them suddenly felt flimsy. Just as the temptation to call them to explain everything crept up, a memory flashed across his mind. All communications are subject to interception. Maintain radio silence at all times, said Batman, standing next to a transparent screen showing a map of Byalia. As quickly as the memory came, it went. At this point, nothing can surprise me anymore. Peter shook his head and focused. For whatever reason, I have a memory of Batman telling me to maintain radio silence. First of all, that means I've met Batman, which is awesome. Second of all, that means I'm in Byalia as part of a Batman-sponsored mission, which is a whole other can of worms but still awesome. With that new memory, things started to make more sense. The suit and HUD make more sense now that I know I've become involved with Batman in some way. The tech and financial limits aren't a problem if he's involved, he realized. But the big question of why I'm even in Byalia still stands. Peter let the HUD fade as he stared out over the dunes again. Batman-sponsored mission or not, he was still standing alone in the middle of the desert with 6 months missing from his head and no immediate idea what his next step was supposed to be. Okay, Peter, he muttered, hands settling onto his hips. If I'm here because of Batman, then there has to be a reason. Considering the need to maintain radio silence, this is probably a recon/infiltration/intel gathering mission, which means I'm not supposed to be here. Peter glanced down at his infiltration costume and grinned under his mask. This suit is starting to make way more sense now. But I thought I would have gone with the black suit instead of this one. Wonder what changed, he said, shrugging. Anyway, looks like the only thing to do now is figure out why I'm here. He looked at the endless desert around him and scratched his head. Guess I'll just pick a random direction and start walking. Or better yet, let fate decide for me, he said. Peter extended an arm and slowly turned in place, finger sweeping across the horizon as he spoke under his breath. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a spider by its toe. If he hollers, let him go, eeny, meeny, me dash. He came to a stop as a very faint trace of movement caught his eye on the far horizon. New York, mo, he finished. Peter brought his hand down and focused on the movement, his vision zooming in. Now he could clearly see that what caught his attention was actually a rising plume of dust cutting across the desert in a straight line. He focused more, pushing his telescopic vision to the limits, and was able to see that the plume of dust was coming from vehicles. Okay, fate, you could have sent me toward an oasis or a $1 one, he muttered. But I won't lie, I do prefer the military vehicles. Peter watched them for a while. They never altered course, maintaining the same heading the entire time. They're going somewhere. No idea where, but since they're the only thing I've seen out here, I guess that's where I'm headed to, he said as he quickly stretched. Unfortunately, there are no large buildings or rocks around, so that means I'm grounded. It also means it's time to put the Flash to shame. Another memory flashed by. In a kitchen, a Martian girl held a tray of cookies. Across from her stood a boy bearing the Superman S, a girl Archer, and Robin. Careful, Superboy, they're hot, the Martian warned as Superboy reached for one. In a blur, Kid Flash appeared, having snatched the cookie from Superboy's hand. Not as hot as you, babe, he said, scarfing down the cookie. Superboy shot Wally an annoyed look before reaching for another cookie. Thanks, Wally, the Martian said awkwardly. That's, sweet. Not as sweet as you, sugar. Wally said, mouth full of cookie. Oh, grow up, the Archer said, slapping the back of Wally's head. The Martian held the tray out towards Peter. Peter. I am watching my figure, but a cookie won't hurt, he said, reaching for one. Team, report to the mission room, said Batman over the intercom. Peter stood still as the memory faded. I'm on a team, he said softly. Then the second realization landed, heavier than the first. And I told them my identity. He swallowed, mind racing as implications stacked on top of each other. But before his thoughts could really spiral down the rabbit hole, his spider sense buzzed, snapping him to attention. The intensity of it let him know that whatever it was dangerous. Peter's head turned just as a faint mechanical whine reached his ears. 2 military drones crested the dune behind him, flying relatively low to the ground. Before he could even think about throwing himself to the ground in hopes of hiding, his spider sense throbbed, and he knew it was too late. Peter's body twisted, bending backwards at an impossible angle as the first burst of gunfire tore through the air where his head had been a split second earlier. He sprang sideways, flipping over the ridge of the dune as another burst chewed into the sand behind him. So much for a stealth suit, he said mid-motion. He hit the slope in a sliding skid, boots digging into the sand as he popped back to his feet. The drones adjusted instantly, banking hard to keep him centered in their crosshairs. Peter's eyes tracked their movement, instantly putting his plan into action. He fired a web line at the nearest drone, the line snapping onto the drone's body. The sudden resistance yanked Peter forward, but instead of fighting it, he leaned into the pull. Bullets screamed past him as he swung up and onto the drone, using his wall crawling to stay anchored. Kalima. Kalima, he said as he drove his fist straight through the drone's casing and into its avionics. He pulled his arm back and thrust it into the sky, holding something important, as the drone began to sputter and wobble out of control. Kalima. The drone lurched violently beneath him, its engines shrieking as its avionics threw out sparks. Peter tossed what was in his hands and kicked off hard, flipping backward just as the drone spiraled away, slamming into the sand and exploding into a fireball. Mid-air, Peter felt his spider sense throb again and twisted, bullets slicing through the space where his torso had been. He looked at the second drone and fired 2 lines, hitting the wings, and pulled himself in. He went over the top and swung in beneath it, slamming into the underside. The camera the drone used for navigation turned to look at him. "Come on, guys, cameras make me gun-shy," he said, webbing the camera. The drone jerked as its visual feed went dark while Peter slammed both fists into the drone, tearing a panel open. He stuck his hand in, ripped out whatever was inside, and kicked off in the same motion. Like the first drone, it screeched and pitched violently as it slammed into the desert moments later, detonating in a plume of fire and sand that washed over the dunes. Peter spread his arms, using his web wings to ride the hot updraft, gliding away to clear the blast radius. "Not bad for my first time fighting 2 drones," he said. "Unless I've already infiltrated another militaristic country in the 6 months I don't remember." As he leveled out, he noticed the 3 vehicles were no longer heading in the same direction, now they were heading right for him and weren't far off. "Damn, I was hoping they were texting and driving," Peter said. "Might as well bring the party to them." Peter angled his body and dove at them. Soldiers clinging to the sides of the vehicles opened fire the moment they spotted him. Bullets streaked past him as he weaved instinctively, spider sense guiding every micro-adjustment. A soldier rose from the lead vehicle's top hatch with a rocket launcher, and Peter's eyes went wide. He spread his arms, letting his web wings catch the air, and twisted aside just in time for the rocket to roar past him and detonate in the dunes behind him. "That's definitely a first," he said, flicking a glance at the explosion behind him before refocusing on the vehicles. He dove toward the vehicles, snapping his web wings open for a split second before slamming boots first onto the hood of the lead vehicle. The metal screamed as both the hood and the engine gave way beneath him, folding inward under the impact. The force from slamming into the vehicle caused a sudden deceleration that sent the rear of the vehicle bucking up, tires lifting off the sand before slamming back down hard. Peter looked down at the disoriented soldiers staring up at him with wide eyes through the cracked windshield and couldn't help himself. "Okay, you have to give me props on that," he said, pulling his feet out from the engine bay as it sputtered to a stop. "I didn't even know if that would work. Or if my knees could take it. Well, I had a sense it would, but still, it was a risk." The vehicle gave one last jolt, then died completely, steam and smoke hissing up around him. Shouts erupted from the other 2 trucks as they came to a stop, and 8 soldiers poured out, fanning to either side, rifles snapping up toward him. "The Queen wants them all alive," one of the soldiers shouted. "Flesh wounds only. I don't speak Bialian, but my ears are burning. Are you guys talking about me?" Peter wagged his fingers at them. He dropped off the ruined hood with a spin, one hand on the sand for balance as his legs went out in a low, sweeping arc. At the same time, a soldier rushed in and went airborne as Peter's heel took his footing out from under him, and he hit the ground hard. Peter flowed out of the sweep without stopping, pushing off the sand and rolling up to his feet as another soldier lunged in. The man swung his rifle like a club, but Peter dipped under it, the butt of the gun whistling over his head. "Kudos to you for choosing to get close after seeing your pal there get his ass handed to him," he said. He sprang to his feet and jumped, planting a foot on the soldier's shoulders to flip over him. At the same time, he webbed the soldier's gun and yanked hard, snapping it back into the man's face and knocking him out. Peter landed behind the soldier just as 2 more rushed him. He webbed the first man's chest and yanked him forward, driving a fist into his face and dropping him cold. The second barely had time to react before Peter threw a kick, sending the fallen man's rifle flying and cracking into the side of his helmet, knocking him out. A third soldier charged in with a shout. Peter jumped, wrapped his legs around the man's shoulders, and used the forward momentum to flip him clean over. The soldier slammed into the sand hard enough that it knocked the air out of him. Peter rolled away the instant his feet hit the ground, coming up in a crouch and webbing the man up without looking behind him. "Please tell me someone got that on camera," he said, looking at the 3 remaining soldiers as he fired webbing. He used impact webbing on all 3, the force behind the webbing pushing them into the side of their truck and webbing them to it. Just as he was about to relax and hit them with a final quip, his spider sense throbbed. He turned to look at the first vehicle and saw a soldier mid-pulling the pin out of a grenade. Peter reacted faster, webbing the man's hand before he could finish. He let out a small sigh of relief and webbed the other 3 soldiers in the truck to their seats before they could do anything else. Peter straightened, dusted sand off his gloves, and looked around at the mess. That was fun. Chapter 36, Spider-Man Says Put on a Hat. By Alia. September 4th, 12:02 Eastern European Summer Time. Okay. Not so fun anymore. Peter said, hands on his hips as he stopped to take a breather. After nearly 5 hours of walking, the dunes still looked exactly the same. If he hadn't been using his GPS to keep track of his path, he could have been convinced he had spent all 5 hours walking in circles. He tipped his head back and stared at the sky. Next time I lose 6 months of my memories, I'd better wake up on a resort on a beach somewhere. He scanned the horizon for any movement or sign of life, seeing nothing except a tall sandstone hoodoo. Even with my superhuman conditioning, I'm getting a little tired of this heat. That hoodoo looks like as good a place as any to take a breather. Peter headed towards the hoodoo. When he was maybe 100 yards out, his spider sense tingled. He stopped, looking towards the sandstone pillar where the reaction was coming from. The tingle wasn't from danger or someone watching him, it was telling him there was something there, like when he was near a hidden stash. How awesome would it be if I foreshadowed my finding a forgotten temple hidden in the sands with my Indiana Jones reference from earlier? Peter said as he carefully continued toward the pillar. As he approached the base of the hoodoo, his eyes swept the shadows where the sandstone met the sand, looking for what set off his spider sense. All right, forgotten temple, crystal skull, the lost ark, dealer's choice, he muttered. Just don't be snakes. Really not a fan of snakes. He rounded the pillar and laid eyes on an unconscious Robin. He was sprawled on his side, cape half buried in sand, mask still on, no visible wounds, no movement. That's not treasure. Peter rushed forward, dropped to one knee beside Robin, brushed sand from his shoulder, and checked his breathing and his heartbeat, both of which were steady. Oh, good. Breathing is good, he said, breathing a sigh of relief. As he was about to shake Robin awake, he groaned. Robin stirred, fingers twitching in the sand. His brow furrowed beneath the mask as he sucked in a deep breath. Slowly and unsteadily, he rolled onto his back. Peter pulled his hand back immediately, giving Robin space. Easy, he said, calmly. Take it slow. Robin's breathing evened out, and his head snapped sharply toward Peter as his eyes flew open. At the same time, he sprang backwards, creating space from Peter, landing on his feet with hands full of birdarangs. Though Peter didn't feel any reaction from his spider sense, he still took a step back and put up his hands. I'm a friendly. I'm on your side. Who are you? Robin asked as he looked him up and down. I'm well, not yours, exactly, since you're from Gotham, not New York, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Peter said. Robin looked Peter up and down. I've seen Spider-Man on the news. He doesn't look like that. Peter looked down, realizing he was still in his stealth suit. He pressed the logo, and the suit reverted to a more familiar, friendlier-looking version. It's not exactly the suit I had, but it's pretty close. Before Robin could say anything else, Peter's spider sense went off. As he turned toward the warning, he heard a faint engine noise growing louder by the moment. Hide. Peter told Robin. Despite his caution around Peter, Robin reacted instantly. Without exchanging another word, they both went for the sandstone pillar. Peter fired a web and yanked himself upward, while Robin scaled the rock face nearly as fast and almost as well as Peter could have without webs. Halfway up, they slipped into a natural crevice, wide and dark enough to conceal them both. Peter pressed himself flat against the stone and whispered. Nice climbing, dude. You were like a monkey. Robin didn't answer. His eyes stayed locked on the direction the sound was coming from. Seconds later, a military truck, identical to the ones Peter had encountered earlier, rolled into view. They both watched as the truck passed directly beneath the pillar, the soldiers never so much as glancing in their direction. Those are Bialyan Republican Army uniforms. Robin said in recognition as the truck continued, its engine noise slowly fading as it disappeared over the dunes. Yep. Ran into a few of those earlier. Not great conversationalists. Peter said as he crawled out of the crevice, clinging upside down to the side of the pillar. What are they doing here? Robin asked as he followed, easing out of the crevice after him. Well, it'd be pretty weird if they weren't. Peter said. You know, considering we're in Byalia. We're in Byalia. Robin's head snapped toward him. Oh, right. Memory loss. Peter scratched his head. I'm not clear on the details, but like you, I woke up here without remembering how I got here. From what I've pieced together, and I'm guessing you too, lost about 6 months worth of memories. 6 months. Robin's domino mask stretched as his eyes widened beneath it. He raised his wrist and tapped a few controls. A holographic map flickered to life. You're right. Robin said as he looked at the display. We're in Byalia, in September. Yeah. Peter nodded. Robin stayed silent for a moment, processing. Better radio Batman, he said, the holographic display disappearing as his hand went up to his ear. Peter started, then stopped as Robin went momentarily blank. Or not. Robin put his hand down and looked at Peter. I just got a memory back. Let me guess. Peter raised his hands to his head, mimicking Batman's cowl with his fingers. Maintain radio silence at all times, he said in a rough, low voice. Peter caught the twitch at the corner of Robin's mouth, like he was fighting a smile. How'd you know? Robin asked. I got that one too. Peter said. All right, tell me everything you've remembered. Robin asked, serious again. Besides the radio silence thing, not much. Peter admitted. The only other memory I've got so far is of you, me, a Martian girl, someone named Superboy, Kid Flash, and a green-clad girl Archer. We were in a kitchen, eating cookies, and I heard Batman call us a team. So we're part of a team. Robin said, dumbfounded. Looks like it. Peter said. Kid Flash, I know, but the Martian girl, Superboy, and a girl Archer. Robin sounded more confused than before. What happened in 6 months? A lot apparently. Peter mumbled. So our team works for Batman, and we're in Byalia for some reason. Robin said. And if we are a team on a mission, that means the others should also be somewhere here, without their memories. Yeah, and with the size of this desert, it's going to be like finding a needle in a haystack. Peter added. I've already walked for a couple of hours, and all I have to show for it is sand in places you really don't want sand. And you? Noted. Robin gave him an odd look before raising his wrist again, the holographic display flickering back to life. I'll check my logs. There might be some clues about our mission here. Go for it. Peter let go of the pillar and dropped into a seated position, resting his back against the stone. I'm closing my eyes for a bit, so let em dash. Got something? Peter stood up and sighed. Of course, you did, he said as he looked over at the map. It's a GPS marker. Robin pointed at a location on the map. Of what? No clue. Robin said. According to the logs, I placed it not long after we landed. Okay. Peter nodded. Then odds are that's why we're here. Probably, but it's a long way to go for a hunch. Agreed, but it's all we have to go on for right now. Peter stretched his back. You know, it's too bad you don't have GPS markers on the others. Would make this a lot easier. That's. Robin paused, then tapped at the display. 4 red dots blinked into existence. Not a bad idea. You have GPS trackers on the others. Peter said. Learn from the best. Robin smirked at him. That makes sense. Peter thought, remembering how paranoid Batman was always portrayed in his past life. Better check my suit for any later. Robin turned back to the map. It looks like the Martian girl is named Miss Martian. Very on the nose. Peter said. Robin took a glance over his shoulder at Peter, looking him up and down. Touché. Peter shrugged. Judging by how fast she's moving, it looks like she's flying in our direction, too, so we could meet up with her first. Robin continued. Kid Flash and Artemis, obviously the Archer, are right next to each other. They're in the opposite direction from Miss Martian, and they're not moving. Wait, Aqualad. Aqualad. Peter echoed. Didn't see him in my memories. Robin zoomed the map. He's stationary, that's not good. We'll need to get to Aqualad first. Robin said, standing up. He's Atlantean, which means he can't last long in this environment. Hearing that, Peter got serious. How far is he? About as far as the GPS marker. He's not far from it. Looking at the map, Peter gauged the distance between their position and Aqualad's blinking dot. It's far, but if I run full speed, non-stop, I can get there in 1.5, maybe 2 hours. Robin looked at Peter, impressed. What's your top speed? On flat ground. Around 100 miles per hour. Peter said. On sand and dunes, hard to say. Wow. Robin said. The all lasted about half a second before his expression hardened again. According to my logs, I placed the GPS marker down around 11 p.m. local time. If whatever happened shortly after that, then Aqualad's been out for over 12 hours. I'm guessing that's when it starts to get bad. Peter asked. Yeah. Robin said. His condition will definitely worsen in the time it takes you to reach him. Probably not past the point of no return, but even then, that's only if he's in tip-top shape. And since we don't have our memories, we don't know if he is. Peter said. No, we don't. For a moment, neither of them spoke, the only sound was the wind blowing across the dunes. You know. Peter broke the silence. Ignoring the obviously bad parts about this whole situation, it's kind of cool. It's sort of like we time traveled, don't you think? Robin looked at him, expression serious for a long beat. Then, a small smile broke through. Totally. Peter smiled as he glanced between the blinking dots on the display and the steadily approaching marker labeled Miss Martian. You said Miss Martian was flying in our direction, right? Yeah. Peter's eyes narrowed behind the lenses as an idea clicked into place. So let's meet up with her first. Robin opened his mouth to rebut, but quickly closed it. She can fly us to Aqualad, he realized. Welcome to my train of thought. Peter said. Thought it was about to leave the station without you. Robin didn't respond, his fingers flew over the holographic display as the map zoomed out and he began calculating a route. Okay, he said. If she keeps up her speed and doesn't change direction, she'll be here in 20 minutes. Peter nodded. We should probably cover some of that distance ourselves and try to grab her attention. I'd hate for us to wait, and she changes direction midway through. Agreed. Robin turned off the holographic display. She's coming in from the southwest, so let's head that way. Lead the way, Boy Wonder. Robin front flipped off the pillar, hitting the sand in a controlled roll and springing to his feet. Peter followed, casually stepping off the pillar and landing on the ground, not even bending his knees. Show off. Robin said. Little bit. Peter smiled. They set off at a steady jog, angling southwest across the dunes. Robin kept a steady pace, his head moving every which way like an owl as he scanned for anything of note. Seeing that, Peter held back his laughter and kept up with him. After a few minutes of silence, Robin spoke up. So, what do you think happened? To our memories, you mean? Peter asked. At Robin's nod, he continued. Well, during my 5-hour stretch of walking, I had a lot of time to think about just that, and the only theory that really makes sense is, a telepath. Robin looked over at him. You don't sound thrilled about that. He wasn't. Of all the power sets out there, Telepath sat uncomfortably close to the top of his personal nightmare list, right under reality warpers. Part of it was the obvious fear, someone poking around in his head, learning who he really was, and using that to hurt his family. But just as bad as that was the fact that he had memories of another life. Peter had no idea what would happen if a telepath dug deep enough to find those. Would they see everything? Would it expose things that simply weren't supposed to exist in this universe? Would it cause a reality-ending crisis that rebooted the entire multiverse, leading to a new reality that got rebooted again after a few years? I've been worrying about this for a long time, hoping I'd find some kind of workaround before I ever ran into a telepath. Too little too late. Peter thought. If Batman's actually in charge of our supposed team, I'd better ask Batman for some pointers. I bet he has some weird technique he picked up from a blind monk or something. Not really. Peter exhaled. I have too many inventions running around in my head. What if the telepath steals them and creates them before I can? I'd have to sue them, and that'll be a hard story to sell to any jury. Robin shot him a look that said he knew Peter was joking to avoid answering the question. But he didn't press it, and Peter appreciated that. They kept moving, and a minute later, Peter's spider sense gave a soft buzz. Looks like we won't need to draw her attention, he said, pointing up. Robin followed his finger just in time to see a figure quickly descending from the sky. She slowed as she approached, landing gently on the sand. Her wide eyes flickered between them, a big smile plastered on her relieved face. Robin. Spider-Man, she said, relief clear in her voice. Oh, I'm so happy I found you guys. You remember us? Robin asked. Does that mean you have your memories back? I managed to remember some stuff, but not all of it. She shook her head, then paused as realization hit. Wait, you know who I am? Sort of. Peter said. I got a memory of us hanging out, eating cookies, but I didn't know who you were until I met up with Robin. With the help of his paranoid tendencies, we were able to figure out your name. Paranoid tendencies, she asked, looking over at Robin, confused. GPS trackers. Robin explained. Turns out future me has some on everyone. That's how we knew your name was Miss Martian. And aside from Batman telling us to maintain radio silence, that's pretty much all we've got. Peter said. But we can continue comparing notes after we save Aqualad. Aqualad. Miss Martian said, eyes widening. He's an Atlantean. He can't last out here. Already on the same page. Peter said. That's why we were trying to meet up with you. Can you fly with both of us? I can carry both of you. It'll slow me down a little, but not enough to matter, she said without hesitation. Good. Let's not waste any more time. Robin said. Hold still, she said. Miss Martian raised her hands, pointing them at Peter and Robin. The instant she did, Peter's spider sense tingled. He was going to ignore it, realizing it was reacting to her telekinesis, but then the sensation went away. Miss Martian paused, lowered her hands, and then looked at Peter. That same thing happened before. I remember you explaining it to us, calling it your spider sense. Peter's lenses went wide as Robin glanced at him, confused. Spider sense. Damn it, future me. I know telepaths can feel it, but I thought we agreed not to tell anyone about the spider sense. First my name, and now this. That better be it, dude, he thought, internally shaking his head as he calmed down. Okay, if I told them that means I trust them, or at least, that's what I hope it means. Peter let out the breath he didn't realize he was holding. It's an ability I have. I can explain more once we're safely out of enemy territory. Right now, we have bigger things to worry about. Robin looked at him for a moment longer and then nodded. Fair enough. Miss Martian nodded and raised her hands again. Peter felt his spider sense tingle, then felt an invisible force wrap around him with a firm but careful grip. When he shifted, the pressure adjusted instantly, moving with him instead of against him. Kind of feels like Jell-O. Peter said. I'm keeping it somewhat malleable so it's more comfortable, explained Miss Martian. But I can make it firmer if you want. No, I'm good. Actually feels nice. Peter admitted. Guys, there's a guy with gills we need to save, remember? Robin cut in. Right. Sorry. Peter put his arms out in front of him. Up, up, and away. Miss Martian smiled and lifted them off the ground. The dunes fell away beneath them as they flew into the air and took off towards Aqualad's marker. Peter whooped quietly as the wind rushed past him. Ugh, I wish I could fly. Are there any spiders that can fly? Miss Martian asked. Not really. I mean, some spiders can do something called ballooning, which is sort of like flying. They release silk that interacts with air currents and even the Earth's atmospheric electric field, which helps generate lift. Peter explained. It works because they're tiny and basically weigh nothing. I've done the math before, and unless there are extreme weather conditions, it wouldn't work for me. Best I can do is glide with the web wings under my arms. Robin looked over at him, smiling. You are such a nerd. Thanks. Peter flipped him off, and the three laughed. Robin turned serious again, pulling up the holographic map. Keep flying in this direction. If we keep up this speed, we should reach Aqualad in about 20 minutes. Miss Martian nodded. I can push harder if I need to. Just tell me. I'm worried about Aqualad, but we still don't know what happened to us. Better to conserve your strength in case something goes sideways. Robin said. How are the others doing? Miss Martian asked. Let me check. Robin fiddled with the map, checking the other dots. KF's marker moved a bit, but Artemis hasn't. He might be awake. What about Superboy? She asked. Peter raised an eyebrow at the note of concern in her voice. It sounded different than when she'd asked about the others. Ah. Young love, he thought. That thought unbiddenly brought up his most recent memory of Zatanna, looking at him in that way she did, her eyelashes fluttering, a flirty smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. It was the same smile that had made his thoughts become a tangled mess. Peter shook his head, forcing his thoughts back to the desert and the mission. Not now, Brain. I don't have Superboy on here. Robin said, eyebrows furrowed. You don't? She asked, worry creeping into her tone. No, but that's not necessarily a bad sign. Robin reassured her. He might have just lost his tracker. You're right. I'm sure he's fine, she said, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Do you have me on there? Peter asked. I do. Robin turned on his dot on the map. Peter said. If I had a tracker I didn't want, my spider sense would have gone off. Looks like I willingly agreed to it then. It seems like my spider sense remembers I agreed to the tracker. But it still reacted to the telekinesis earlier. Interesting. The trio continued over the dunes, Miss Martian focused on flying while Peter and Robin acted as scouts, scanning for any sign of trouble. After a few minutes, they had traveled about halfway to Aquilad's marker. Peter scanned the desert, using his telescopic vision to help in his scouting. He saw nothing except the occasional skittering of a desert animal. He was about to return his vision to normal when his spider sense tingled. He turned just in time to see a distant flash, followed by a plume of sand and smoke erupting into the air. A few seconds later, the explosion's muted boom finally reached his ears. Before he could even bring it up, Miss Martian spoke. What set off your spider sense? She asked, having felt it. An explosion. Peter said, pointing. From that way. Explosion. Robin said, eyes wide as he pulled up the map. That's where KF and Artemis are. And it looks like they're moving fast. As Robin spoke, Peter spotted more distant flashes on the horizon, plumes of sand and smoke appearing one after another. Those explosions are too big to be from grenades or RPGs. Peter said. Probably tanks. Robin said gravely. Tanks? Miss Maritan repeated, her voice dripping with worry as she turned to Robin. What should we do? Peter spoke before Robin could. We go for Kid Flash and Artemis. Robin looked at him, then nodded, agreement clear on his face. I agree with Spider-Man, Aquilad's in trouble, and as bad as it may sound, he can hold out for a while longer before it gets really dangerous. KF and Artemis are in immediate danger, so we go for them. Miss Martian cast one last worried glance in Aquilad's direction before steeling herself and changing course, the wind picking up as she flew faster than before. Peter watched the dunes blur beneath them as they flew, then looked over at Robin. His eyes were locked on the holographic map, no doubt already building a plan and running through contingencies. Without his memories, Peter didn't know the dynamic of the team, but from what he knew of Robin from his past life, he was almost certainly the leader. Knowing that, it made Peter feel a little bad about jumping in so quickly earlier. He hadn't meant to step on toes, he'd just heard two people, two teammates, were in trouble and reacted as he always did in those circumstances. It wasn't because he wanted to be the leader either. He wasn't the type of guy to lead, he'd do it if he had to, but only reluctantly. He was perfectly happy being the guy who gave his 2 cents, cracked a few jokes, and executed the plan when it mattered. Miss Martian's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. There. Peter looked ahead and saw that the terrain was shifting from sandy dunes to sandstone ravines. Even without using his telescopic vision, he could see the trouble ahead. Kid Flash was a black blur, racing toward them at super speed. Artemis was cradled in his arms, her head peeking over his shoulder, arms wrapped tightly around his neck while also clutching her bow. Trailing farther behind them were 3 tanks, their turrets trained directly on the pair. Before Peter could say anything, one of the tanks fired. The shell slammed into the ravine wall just behind Kid Flash, the explosion blasting stone and sand in every direction. Kid Flash stumbled half a step, then caught himself and kept running. Spider-Man, take the one on the right. Miss Martian, take the middle. I'll take the left. Robin said. Focus on the soldiers inside, not the tank. Aye aye, Captain. Peter said. Miss Martian, if you'd be so kind as to toss me at the tank. Okay, she said, hesitating for a split second before using her telekinesis to hurl Peter forward. Peter became a red and blue missile. Hi. Bye, he said as he sailed above Kid Flash's head. As he neared the tank, he opened his web wings to bleed off some momentum, landing lightly on the barrel. Don't you hate stuffy noses, he muttered, plunging his hand into the barrel and clogging it with webbing. A Bialian soldier popped out of the gunner hatch, shouting in Bialian as he aimed at Peter. Peter flipped, dodging the bullets, and landed behind the soldier, punching and knocking him out cold. He moved to the main hatch and yanked it off, ducking as gunfire erupted from within. Relax, I'm your pizza delivery guy. By the way, how do you say, did someone order a pizza, in Bialian, he said. When the gunfire stopped, he dropped into the hatch, sprayed the remaining soldiers and interior with webbing, and then pulled some levers until the tank came to a stop before leaping out. To his left, Miss Martian had telekinetically yanked the soldiers from their tank, slamming them into one another before tossing them to the ground and then pulling the tracks off the tank. Robin threw something into the third tank's barrel, causing gray gas to pour out from it. He followed that up with a birdarang to the tracks, blowing them up and bringing the tank to a halt. A few seconds later, the hatch burst open, and coughing soldiers stumbled out only to collapse unconscious moments later. Kid Flash skidded to a halt in front of them, setting Artemis down gently. Rob. Man, it's good to see a familiar face. Kid Flash smiled as he dapped up Robin. Hey, KF. Memory loss. Robin smiled back. You too. Kid Flash said, surprised. Welcome to the club. Robin said. And that's not even the craziest part. You mean waking up in the middle of the desert without knowing how we got here and almost getting blown up by tanks isn't the crazy part? Artemis said. Hey, at least we didn't wake up in Jersey. Peter chimed in, fake shivering. Talk about a nightmare. Dude, is that the spider guy from New York? Kid Flash said to Robin. And is that John? The new bod doesn't really scream Manhunter. I'm Miss Martian, she said, smiling. We're teammates. Friends. I made you cookies. You know her? Artemis accusatorily asked Kid Flash, causing Peter to raise an eyebrow. No, I swear, beautiful. Never seen her before in my life. Kid Flash quickly came to his defense. At least, not that I remember. Right. Memory loss. Artemis said with frustration. Okay, does anyone know what happened? Or why we're here? Before anyone could respond to Artemis, Peter's spider sense flared harder than it ever had, to the point of pain. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of a shirtless Superboy hurtling down from the sky, on course to slam into the ground right between them. Peter let his spider sense guide his body, and he moved. He leapt backward, firing his right web shooter to impact Web Artemis, Kid Flash, and Robin on the shoulder, shoving them clear of the danger zone, while his left web shooter snagged Miss Martian and yanked her with him. With a loud boom that echoed through the ravine, Superboy hit the ground like a meteor, sand and stone exploding outward. Even midair, Peter could feel the force with which Superboy landed. Everyone stared as the sand cleared, revealing a shirtless Superboy with a scowl. Superb dash, Miss Martian happily said, stepping forward only for Peter to use his web to yank her out of the way just as Superboy charged at her. Don't think he's in the mood for a touching reunion, Peter said as Superboy slammed into the ravine wall before turning back around. Who is that? Kid Flash shouted. Not the best time for explanations, Peter said, eyes glued on Superboy. We got company, shouted Robin. Peter glanced back to see two tanks barreling in from the direction they'd come. Guys, I don't think we ordered enough food for everyone, he said, jumping to dodge a lunge from Superboy. Robin began saying. I'll keep him busy. You guys deal with the tanks, Peter said. A new tingle from his spider sense prompted him to look up, where he could see two drones similar to the ones he had destroyed. And the drones. If this is the Superboy I've heard of in passing from comics, then even with my full strength, I won't be able to do anything, Peter thought. Guess I'll just have to keep him busy and hope he doesn't kill me. Despite that, he couldn't stop a smile from creeping onto his face. Superboy lunged at him again. He jumped to dodge, but unlike before, Superboy reacted, grabbing his leg midair and throwing him at the ravine. He landed with a heavy thud against the wall, unable to catch his breath before he had to roll out of the way to dodge Superboy's punch. Peter looked at the crack running up the ravine wall and couldn't help but break into a sweat, his smile fading. Hate that guy from the Thanksgiving parade was right. As Peter kept Superboy occupied, the rest of the team took on the remaining threats. Miss Martian flew up to the sky, drawing the drone's attention to keep them from firing at those on the ground before slamming them together with her telekinesis, easily destroying them. Meanwhile, Artemis fired 2 precise arrows into both tank barrels. Moments later, green foam began oozing from the barrel and other openings. The soldiers inside scrambled for the hatch, only to run straight into Kid Flash and Robin, who swiftly knocked them out on their respective tanks. Peter dodged another lunge from Superboy, then fired webbing to cocoon him completely. With the momentum from the lunge, the cocooned Superboy fell face first to the ground. Peter let out a breath of relief. "Nice work, everyone," he said. "Turned out all right, I think." With a shout, Superboy freed himself from the cocoon. "That's my fault for thinking it was going to be that easy." Peter sighed. Another spike from his spider sense made him turn just in time to see 2 transport trucks come to a halt near the tanks, at least a dozen soldiers pouring out. But the one who caught his attention wasn't any of them, it was the figure hanging back, wearing a gray trench coat with the hood pulled low. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the new arrivals, even the rampaging Superboy. "Is anyone else hearing boss music?" Peter said. The hooded figure stepped forward, the soldiers making way for him. "Well, isn't this a surprise?" said the figure. "I have to thank you all for making this so much easier on us." "Who are you?" Robin asked. The man chuckled as he reached up and pushed his hood back, revealing pale, almost white skin, his face marked by 3 red lines carved into each cheek. A clear dome encased his exposed brain, thin strips of skin stretched over the front of it. "My name is Simon," he said. "Ugh," Peter said, pretending to be nauseated. "Do everyone a favor and put your hood back on. I feel like my eyeballs need a shower." Kid Flash said. The man's smile didn't waver. Children and their feeble attempts at humor. Not trying to be funny. Peter put his hand over his mouth. "Please, put your hood back on. It seems I should have done more than just block 6 months' worth of memories." Simon said, appearing to be calm, but by the twitch of his eye, it was clear Peter's comments had gotten to him a little. "It was you," Miss Martian said. "Oh, yes, it was me. It was child's play, really. Like taking candy from a baby." Simon put his hands to his head. "In fact, I think I'll do it again." Simon says, "Forget." Peter felt something worm its way into his mind before he could react. Simon's eyes flashed in his mind before a white light flooded his thoughts, beginning to swallow everything else. He cried out along with the rest of the team, clutching his head as the light consumed his mind, impossible to fight, impossible to think. Before whatever Simon was doing could finish, Miss Martian's voice was heard. "I won't let you hurt my friends again," she shouted, her eyes glowing green. The white light consuming his mind vanished as quickly as it came. Peter sucked in a sharp breath and dropped to one knee, hand pressed against his forehead as he breathed hard. Around him, the others all reacted similarly. He looked up to see what was going on and saw Miss Martian hovering a few inches off the ground, eyes glowing green as she and Simon stared at each other. It looked like nothing was happening, but Peter could feel the same telekinetic energy Miss Martian had used to hold him while flying, now all around him. Small disturbances rippled through the sand, the air, and the loose stone nearby. It was obvious they were engaged in a silent, telepathic battle. Before he could attack the defenseless Simon, a screaming Superboy beat him to the punch. He leapt forward, fist outstretched, only to slam into an invisible barrier that sent him flying backward. Superboy landed at Miss Martian's feet, and the moment his back touched her, he froze, his face becoming blank and expressionless. "Not so defenseless," Peter said. "What was that?" Kid Flash said, clutching his head. "A telepath doing telepath things," Peter said. "So he's the reason we lost our memories," Artemis said, giving Simon the stink eye. "Miss M's keeping him busy right now, we have other things to worry about," Robin said. Peter's gaze turned to the soldiers who seemed to have realized Simon wasn't going to do all their work for them. Without saying anything else, everyone hopped into action. Robin threw a smoke bomb at the soldiers, creating confusion and providing cover for Kid Flash to swoop in with his super speed and take their weapons. "I'll hold those." "Thanks." Kid Flash said as he zoomed between the soldiers. Peter had jumped into the fray just as the smoke bomb had gone off, knocking soldiers out with quick punches and kicks. At the same time, he also webbed some of the soldiers' feet to the ground, allowing Artemis arrows and Robin's birdarangs to hit more easily. In less than half a minute, all the soldiers were either unconscious, tied up, or webbed up. Teamwork makes the dream work. Peter high-fived Kid Flash. Save the celebrating for later, dweebs. Artemis said. Hurtful. Peter muttered, turning back to the telepathic battle. The energy causing small disturbances had intensified, picking up sand and debris into a small tornado around the two telepaths and Superboy. Should we do something? Kid Flash asked, almost having to yell over the wind. I don't think we can. Robin answered. The four watched with bated breath as the tornado intensified, widening and climbing higher until it finally erupted, hurling wind and sand in every direction. As the dust settled, he could see Superboy kneeling on the ground holding a tired Miss Martian in his arms. She looked up at him, and he looked down at her, and they smiled. Are they going to? Peter thought, clearly able to tell they were moments away from going in for the kiss. Where's the cone head? Kid Flash's question startled the two, killing any romantic vibes they had. Superboy reluctantly tore his eyes away from Miss Martian. He got picked up by the tornado and thrown pretty far. Too bad. Had a good quip for him too. Peter scratched his chin. What was it? Robin asked. Well, since he said, Simon says, I was going to say, Spider-Man says, put on a hat. Peter said. Pretty good, right? Robin looked at Peter for a second before turning to Superboy. You calmed down. M'gan restored my memories. Superboy smiled at her again. No fair. I want in on that, too. Kid Flash said. Not before me. Artemis said. I can do everyone at once. With Superboy's help, Miss Martian stood, still a little unsteady on her feet. Nice. Let's get this show on the road. Kid Flash clapped in anticipation. I want my memories back as much as you do, but we still have things to do. Peter said. And we should probably do them as fast as possible before the Bialian military decides to send even more tanks and soldiers and drones and telepaths. Spider-Man's right. Robin said. Aqualad's still in danger, and we haven't completed our mission. It's okay. It should only take a few seconds. Miss Martian reassured them. But you'll have to open your minds to mine. You want to paw through our private thoughts? Artemis asked, on guard. I have no wish to intrude, but it's the only way. Miss Martian said. Hearing that, Peter was hesitant. He didn't know how telepathy worked, but he assumed that whatever Simon did to them was surface level at best, and what Miss Martian would have to do to restore their memories would be a much deeper dive into their minds. Which meant she would, as Artemis put it, paw through their private thoughts. He trusted Miss Martian to a certain extent, but that was a whole other level that he wasn't comfortable with. You need to hack our minds to fix what happened to us. Go. Robin said without hesitation, surprising Peter. My brain's all yours. Try not to let its brilliance overwhelm you. Kid Flash said. Or underwhelm you. Hey, why isn't anyone ever just whelmed? Robin added. Artemis still didn't look convinced. Kid Flash grabbed her hand and smiled reassuringly at her. Last 6 months only. And only what you need, she said. They all turned to look at Peter, the only holdout. It was frustrating because he knew that the only way for things to return to normal was for Miss Martian to restore his memories. But that didn't make it any easier. He sighed in resignation, closing his eyes. What she said. Miss Martian nodded reassuringly. Closing her eyes, she raised her hands. Just like Simon's attack earlier, Peter felt an energy slip into his mind, but unlike before, it was cool and gentle. Then everything came flooding back to him. 6 months of blocked memories flooded him all at once: school, summer vacation, late-night patrols, discovering his new powers, Clayface, meeting the team and Batman, telling his family his secret, and his first time in the cave. Then came the more recent memories about the mission. Batman stood before a holographic map of Bialia, explaining that the Watchtower had detected an immense, non-terrestrial power surge in the region. Their objective was to find out what had happened. Once in Bialia, while the team was setting up their equipment, Miss Martian went to scout a nearby camp. That was where Simon discovered her and, through their telepathic link used for untraceable communication, wiped out all of their memories. Peter opened his eyes, feeling like himself again. He saw Artemis and Kid Flash quickly let go of each other's hands, their annoyance with each other remembered. He looked down at his suit and realized it wasn't a poor man's version of unstable molecules he had created. It was stealth tech, a project spearheaded by Batman and STAR Labs. He remembered how excited he'd been when he first learned about it, and how, after spending time analyzing the material, he'd realized it was an excellent jumping-off point for his own research into true unstable molecules. He also thought back to his earlier regret about not telling his family he was Spider-Man and now felt a renewed sense of relief that he had. Even the confusion/fear he had felt at the others knowing his identity was gone. He looked over at M'Gann and studied her for a moment. Her face gave nothing away, no hint that she had seen what he hadn't wanted anyone to see. She simply looked content that everyone was back to normal, and that made him relieved. "Good to be back," Peter said, looking at the others. "Thanks, M'Gann." "No need to thank me. It was my fault we got into this mess to begin with," she said. "I don't know